The delicious smell of food wafted from the stove. The girl cooking happily is Junhi. When she's done, Junhi carefully tastes it. It's kahtiksen kolmekuminta. As usual, she goes to wake up a family member. She hurries to the bed. He's still sound asleep. She pauses, then says, "Dad." Hearing this, the young man jolts awake. He immediately sits up. He looks at Junhi with a weary smile. The girl's eyes are gentle. She looks at Du Jun and says, "Let's go eat breakfast." Unbelievably, 10 years ago, cracks began appearing on Earth. Staring at the massive crack, some were too scared to move. From these cracks, countless monsters emerged. Fortunately, some people awakened special abilities. Every hunter had a status window. They cheerfully said to each other, "Let's keep raiding." Our protagonist is Lee Do Jun. He joined the crack management department. His daily work was busy. Usually, he would obediently answer, yes. Du Jun was a clumsy and disorganized employee, but he was accepted into the team after a year. That night, right after his shift, he went to Gangdong District. A speeding truck crashed into Du Jun. He couldn't dodge in time. When he opened his eyes, a bright light blinded him. When he woke up again, Du Jun found himself in the Murum world. This place was nothing like Du Jun's world. Du Jun was killed countless times in that world. Strangely, he always got back up. It was a skill called pocket watch. Whenever he faced a life or death situation, Du Jun could only scream helplessly. Fortunately, that power always brought him back. And back, his memories faded, even his own name. From then on, people in the Murum world called him the Heavenly Demon. But even as the strongest, Du Jun often wondered. And just as suddenly as he arrived, before he left the hospital, the staff was worried. A nurse watched him leave in fear. He looked at the sky and thought to himself. Summoning his system window, Du Jun calculated. He looked at himself sadly. He recalled his past. This is the result of dying and coming back to life. He paused. He looked around. The scene changes to City Hall. Everyone in the office saw him and fell silent. Cheon-su was startled to see him. Du Jun replied calmly. Cheon-su also noticed something. Everyone looked him over. Cheon-su approached him, confused. Du Jun acted like it was nothing. He replied casually. Glancing away, he asked, "Where's my desk?" Cheon-su looked suspicious. He glanced around. He quickly brought out the device. Du Jun cooperated, of course. While everyone waited, a mechanical voice sounded. Cheon-su didn't believe it. He still wasn't satisfied. Impossible. He countered. Even so, it doesn't make a person grow taller so fast. Du Jun had a headache. Cheon-su suddenly said, No. He quickly advised Du Jun, "You've been granted leave." Cheon-su turned Du Jun around. It had been a long time since Du Jun walked this familiar road. He walked, trying to remember. Slowly walking down the familiar hallway, Du Jun felt a little strange. He reached for the electronic lock. His hand paused. He wondered, what's the password? Just then, a voice came from inside. Du Jun's gaze froze. Junhi came out from inside. He was stunned. Afterwards, they both went inside to talk. The atmosphere was tense. Du Jun drank some water. Seeing Junhi's nervous face, he asked again. He paused, then asked, "My brother and his girlfriend, right?" She happily jumped to her feet and replied, "Yes, that's right." Putting down his glass, Du Jun continued. "So you know the password and moved in today." Du Jun paused, trying to search his memory. Junhi hesitated. He held his forehead and asked, "Don't you have any other family?" Junhi fidgeted with her fingers to ease her tension. Du Jun paused, glancing at a plate of food on the table. Junhi said honestly, "It's a rolled omelet rice." Du Jun was blunt. Junhi shot up and said loudly, "But you clearly did." She held out her phone, startling him. Junhi said, "These are the messages we exchanged 2 days ago." He paused, then replied. Du Jun continued. "Not only that," she looked at Du Jun, worried. Washing his glass, Du Jun said, "The problem is my memory." He continued, "So I can't afford to worry about anyone else." Junhi was speechless for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Junhi made a serious proposal. Du Jun asked, surprised. She looked at him with teary eyes. Du Jun was still stunned. She grabbed his arm. Trying to persuade him, Junhi pleaded sincerely. She paused, looking downcast. Du Jun calculated internally. He thought, "I was in the old world for too long." Du Jun started to show interest. He paused, then opened his bag. Junhi was surprised. Du Jun said nothing. Very quickly, he handed a completed contract to Junhi. Du Jun told her, "Let me know if there's anything you don't understand or want to change." Reading it quickly, Junhi stammered. He asked again, "Anything you don't understand or want to change?" Du Jun then held out a pen. Junhi's eyes welled up with tears. Du Jun then said, "Please take care of me from now on, Miss Junhi." Junhi happily asked, "From now on, should I call you Dad?" Watching him walk away, she called out. Looking at the contract, she still couldn't believe it. Junhi then casually walked into the room while he was changing. Seeing Du Jun's body, she was startled. She quickly turned away, covering her face with her hands. Du Jun was surprised. Junhi scratched her face, stammering. Du Jun paused, then said calmly. He held out a bank card to her. Holding it, Junhi paused in surprise. Then she made an excited suggestion. Du Jun didn't refuse. And so, they quickly went to the convenience store near their home. A vendor's call echoed, but Du Jun didn't say it out loud. Just then, a loud noise startled them both. Du Jun immediately asked, "What's going on?" A large hole appeared. Instantly, Junhi drew a gun. Pointing it straight ahead, she yelled. Just then, a green monster ran out of the crack. The panicked citizens yelled, "It's a goblin!" While everyone panicked, Du Jun stood there silently. At the same time, a gun was raised. It was Junhi. The bullet pierced right through it. Du Jun was shocked to see how strong she was. It roared, looking at the hole in its chest. This wasn't a normal gun. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Junhi, he thought, oh, so she's a hunter. Holstering her gun, Junhi said to him, didn't I tell you to run because it was dangerous? Du Jun replied softly. Soon after, the police arrived. An officer then asked, excuse me, are you the one who took care of the goblin? Du Jun presented Junhi. The officer looked surprised. We will transfer a reward to you, he quickly explained. The officer then asked, Du Jun, you seem to be her guardian. Du Jun looked at the girl. Not expecting him to be so kind, Junhi blushed shyly. That evening, they both returned home. Junhi was cooking when her phone rang. Junhi picked up her phone. A message confirmed a deposit. Du Jun came up behind her. He paused, then added, if you can make this much from just one monster, why do you need to stay with me? Junhi gave a wry smile. Junhi explained further. He paused, then asked her, so, is there any mastery technique you want to learn? Junhi was surprised. After some thought, Du Jun said, well, never mind. Junhi continued, you must be surprised. While cooking, she explained, Du Jun couldn't help but praise her. She added innocently, because I plan on becoming super famous. A table full of food was served. As she sat down, she asked, by the way, what do you do for work, Dad? Du Jun said, I work at City Hall. Junhi smiled brightly. She quickly pushed a plate of meat towards him, smiling. Here. The scene shifts to another area. The clock now shows 9 o'clock. As usual, Du Jun returned to work. Worried, he asked, how are you feeling? Du Jun replied calmly. Hyun-soo sat down. He pointed to a desk. As he sat down, the man next to him spoke up. He introduced himself again. Du Jun replied. Hyun-soo looked at the clock. Hyuk-soo spoke up. He smiled gently. Just then, a voice came from the door. A girl ran in, out of breath. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she panted and smiled. Hyun-soo, however, smiled cheerfully. Hyuk-soo pointed towards her and told Du Jun, go say hello. Following his gesture, Du Jun just turned his head. Hyuk-soo smiled. He then said, our department is now in charge of exploring cracks. Looking at the girl, Hyuk-soo introduced her. He mentioned Du Jun was previously responsible for this. They both paused and turned to look at Hyuk-soo. He looked a bit flustered. Hyuk-soo continued, but given your current condition, I'll be taking over. Du Jun asked, you're saying this was originally my job? Hyuk-soo forced a smile. Hyun-soo chimed in. Du Jun thought to himself, what is this? He then cut them off. Hyuk-soo quickly waved his hands. Hey, I told you to rest. Du Jun stood between the two of them, feeling annoyed. But Du Jun said coldly, it's my job. Hearing a voice that seemed to echo from hell, Hyuk-soo straightened his back. After work, the scene shifts to outside the company building. Hyun-soo was furious. Sipping a soda, he added, but let's give him a chance. Seeing his calm demeanor, Hyun-soo seemed confused. Finally, he had to sigh. Meanwhile, Du Jun and Yedji are on a mission together. Reading the documents, he thought, I think I've got the general idea. Du Jun calculated, even with limited time, I've read it 5 times. The main objective was to gather as much information about the crack as possible. This was originally a task for hunters. This led to the government having to step in. As Du Jun was thinking, a voice spoke up. Du Jun finally noticed her. His gaze then shifted to what Yedji was holding. She hesitated, hugging the item. The driver then stopped. They got out of the car together. The two of them walked ahead. After a moment, she opened it. Du Jun was a bit curious. Instantly, the orb began to glow. From Yedji's body, a form-fitting battle suit appeared. She looked like a warrior. Yedji turned to Du Jun. Walking forward, Yedji said, this is the cheapest set, and it cost me 3 million won. That's pretty expensive, Du Jun remarked. This one wasn't that expensive. She then turned and asked him, so, what should I call you? Handing her weapon to the gate staff, Yedji said, hold this for me. He replied casually. The two continued forward. In front of them, a large crack was forming. Yedji looked at it, a bit bewildered. At that moment, a mocking voice called out. A large, burly man walked over. Seeing him, Yedji immediately paled. The man, Han Jong, glanced at Du Jun. Han Jong didn't stop. Yedji was being mocked. Seeing her unhappy expression, he seemed to enjoy it more. Du Jun then turned. The man's gaze continued to scan them. He looked at Du Jun's name tag and laughed like crazy. Han Jong pretended to wipe away a tear. Du Jun then spoke up. Han Jong pointed at him and asked the two guys behind him, what's this guy talking about? Finishing his sentence, he walked up to Du Jun. Immediately, Han Jong grabbed Du Jun by the neck and lifted him up. Han Jong roared, you're an eyesore. He laughed mockingly. At the same time, Du Jun's eyes began to change. But then, the man was startled. Du Jun's cold voice echoed. Du Jun's eyes had turned red. Han Jong had never felt such fear. Sweat poured down his face. Seeing him frozen, his companion walked up. In the end, he couldn't handle the pressure. Sung Tae was also worried. Sung Tae sneered. Yeji didn't expect this to happen. Du Jun smirked and let out a sigh. Then Du Jun pretended to look down. But the man knew he wasn't a fool. Du Jun looked like a demon. Tears and snot ran down his face. The other three couldn't bear to watch this scene any longer. Du Jun then walked away. The two of them quickly advanced. Du Jun reached out his hand. Finally, they both passed through to the other side. As soon as they crossed, they looked around. From a distance, Du Jun looked over. Instantly, the system announced, "Welcome to the crack management system." An interface appeared. Yedji was fascinated. The notifications continued. After finishing, he turned to Yedji. Du Jun had been quietly observing her expressions. Yedji's inner voice spoke. Thinking this, she became more determined. While walking, they both noticed a noise at the same time. A group of people below were talking. Du Jun said calmly, "Quite a few hunters have already been here." She was so disappointed, she slumped down. Du Jun replied coolly, "This is good too." He paused. Looking at the stat window, he was startled. Hunter manager trainee, Yedji, dexterity, uxitoista. He paused again. He looked at more information about her and sighed. Skill benefit, sword scholar. He immediately asked his question. Yedji was honest. As she spoke, she trembled. She ignored him and gritted her teeth. Yedji didn't listen. "No matter how hard I try, I'll probably fail." Before she could recover, something attacked the spot where she had just been standing. Looking back, it was a goblin's weapon. Seeing them, she trembled. Du Jun quickly snapped her out of it. He whispered in her ear, "It's time to take care of them." Finishing his sentence, Du Jun pushed her forward. Her expression quickly hardened. With that thought, she charged forward. Yedji skillfully swept her leg in a wide arc. Without stopping, Yedji pushed off and leaped into the air. Her sword slashed fiercely at the goblin's face. Seeing the shallow wound, she felt a bit disappointed. Just as the opportunity came, Yedji flew over and kicked it. Instantly, the goblin took a direct kick from Yedji, but it seemed too strong. But just then, its eyes filled with fear. Yedji was faster. Her sword flashed. One down. She panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Yedji then turned and said cheerfully, "See?" She looked at Du Jun in panic. She was stunned, but managed to scream. Despite her screams, Du Jun remained calm. Just then, the goblin swung hard at him. Yedji's jaw dropped in astonishment. In a flash, the goblin was sent tumbling backward. Yedji couldn't see what he did. Seeing his unfazed expression, Yedji gaped in admiration. Du Jun paused, then said, "We're still in the middle of a fight." Hearing this, both Yedji and the nearby goblin froze in surprise. Once it recovered, it attacked her again. But it seemed Yedji was no match for this next goblin. The large club in its hand swung relentlessly towards her. Yedji was completely flustered. For a girl like Yedji, fighting so many goblins was too difficult. Seeing her struggle, Du Jun asked, "You're already tired after just 2. The goblin didn't hold back. It was a life or death situation. Yedji couldn't dodge its attack. She was thrown back. Seeing Yedji weaken, the goblin let out a demonic smile. She gritted her teeth. Yedji didn't give up. The goblin also lunged. Du Jun stood there calmly, even as Yedji began to struggle. Finally, unable to watch any longer, he sighed. Du Jun said loudly, "You should use the flow of the enemy's movements." He continued to instruct. Following his words, she immediately created a safe distance and replied loudly, "Understood." Yedji took a deep breath, just as Du Jun instructed. Looking at the goblin, he instructed again. Du Jun's gaze was deep. Watching the goblin charge, Du Jun added, "A quick and powerful counterattack is ideal for this situation." Watching its attack path, he said, "The most important thing now is to time the enemy's strike." Looking at Yedji, he spoke like a master. Now, Yedji's gaze grew colder. The goblin then attacked. Immediately, the goblin struck down, but something strange happened. Yedji had her sword at its neck. Following his guidance, she had done it. The sharp blade sliced through. Yedji breathed heavily. Du Jun was satisfied. The sky was turning to dusk. After they exited the crack, Du Jun was pleased. Du Jun looked at his system window. Yedji quickly stood up and dusted herself off. She paused, then looked at him. Du Jun replied, "No, what are you talking about?" Du Jun didn't answer and walked away. Yedji knew he didn't want to talk. Night fell. On the bustling street, pedestrians hurried by. In the shadows, a figure hid in a corner. The figure seemed to be following Du Jun. After walking for a while, Du Jun finally stopped ignoring it. Du Jun felt weary. Du Jun turned and said loudly, "I won't get mad if you come out in the next 10 seconds. He started counting. The two fell silent. Du Jun was surprised. She quickly replied, "Because I haven't heard your answer yet." Yedji shyly answered, "About whether you're hiding your power." Du Jun then turned away. Yedji hesitated. The scene shifts to the apartment complex where Du Jun lives. Yedji followed silently. Yedji paused and said, "Manager, on second thought, it's getting late." He looked at her and reassured her. Yedji was surprised by this. Du Jun explained, "I live with my daughter." She stammered, "Your daughter?" Before entering, Du Jun instructed her. She thought glumly, "He got married so young." Just then, Junhi rushed out from inside. Seeing how old she was, Yedji was shocked. She was thunderstruck. Yedji stood stunned, thinking. Junhi looked at her warily. Hearing this, Yedji awkwardly introduced herself. Junhi was still wary of her. Junhi turned to her dad suspiciously. Junhi happily opened the door. As soon as she stepped inside, Yedji was surprised. Junhi quickly tried to get rid of her. Du Jun then announced something that infuriated her. Although she didn't want to, Junhi still replied obediently. Seeing her strong reaction, Du Jun wondered, is she going through puberty? Yedji paused, startled. She saw Junhi's pouting face and her attitude. Yedji paled, thinking to herself, "Don't tell me." After a while, the three of them sat at the table. Yedji tried to be friendly. Yedji kept trying to make conversation. Junhi paused, then suddenly looked over. She asked, "Is that a suitcase?" She then blurted out, "It's not that valuable, but it's made from swooslap," and also, as she said this, Yedji realized she had slipped up. She glanced at the icy glare of Du Jun. Junhi was now suspicious. He quickly stood up and put the dishes in the sink. At that moment, Junhi suddenly slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet. Yedji looked on, a bit scared, but the girl's mood changed completely. Junhi showed her a certificate. Yedji was embarrassed. Junhi didn't care about the rank. Junhi was excited. After their cheerful conversation, time passed. Before leaving, Yedji said her goodbyes. Junhi was happy. Yedji seemed to like the girl, but Junhi's expression changed. She then said bluntly, "First impressions are hard to change." Hearing Junhi, Yedji got so nervous she started sweating. Du Jun then said, "Go inside, Junhi." Although Junhi didn't like it, she forced a smile. Afterwards, the two of them walked to the bus stop. Yedji said to him with interest, "Junhi isn't your biological daughter, is she?" Du Jun hesitated. Yedji replied, "Your ages don't match." She continued her speculation. Du Jun's face darkened. As she spoke, she took out her phone and dialed the police. He then confessed. Hearing this, Yedji's expression softened with sympathy. She said softly, "I see." After walking a bit, Du Jun said, "This is far enough." After he had walked some distance, Yedji was suddenly startled. She wondered. Thinking about this, Yedji felt something was off. She paused, then said to herself, "Anyway, time to go home." The next day at Du Jun's company, looking at the pile of books, Cheon-su was surprised. Du Jun asked calmly, "Is there a problem?" Cheon-su gaped in amazement. Cheon-su then looked at another employee. He gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. Du Jun bowed his head calmly. Yedji then spoke up cheerfully. He looked over, surprised. Du Jun sat down calmly. Just then, a piece of paper was handed to him. He looked at the paper. Hyuk-soo cheerfully explained, "This is the hunter rank evaluation. Based on the score, their rank can go up or down. Therefore, it's a very important day for hunters." As far as Du Jun knew, there were hundreds of parties in South Korea alone. And because of that, this is when countless hunters transfer from one team to another. Du Jun knew this. As Ukshu whispers to him, "This is what the boss is worried about most." Du Jun wonders about it. If contract hunters get a higher rank, they tend to leave and join other teams. Ukshu replies, "Exactly." He sits down at his computer. "Anyway, it would be better if Cha Yezi gets an average score. Then we can keep working together. Let's see. Yezi's test is in a week. This will be her very first test." Du Jun looks over at Yezi. "Do you plan on leaving if you get a higher rank?" She says, "No. Actually, I want to renew my contract." He turns away and replies, "I can't make that decision for you." Du Jun seems a bit hesitant. "Either way, it's good if you can raise your rank before the evaluation. It'll make expeditions easier for me. Not only that, your annual salary will increase too." Yezi says, "No matter what, I'll always be F rank." He says nothing. He just turns to look at her. Du Jun analyzes the situation. A hunter's rank is determined by their level, stats, and average combat experience. All these factors decide a hunter's rank. But in Du Jun's assessment, the most important factor is mana capacity. Hunters can use mana stones to enhance their bodies. This process is called mana implantation, but for Cha Yezi, it's useless. Du Jun thinks it over. If she has no mana in her body, raising her to E rank is impossible. He replies, "Still, we won't know unless you try." Yezi sighs, "I know myself too well. I was born to be F rank." Du Jun then says, "Then it seems I can only take on F rank missions." He stands up. "Since you're the only hunter assigned to me, your rank determines the level of rifts I can work on." Yezi hesitates, "But if you got someone else, you could do more." Du Jun replies, "That's true. Maybe I should do that. I could announce that I'm looking for a hunter." He looks into her determined eyes. "Miss Yezi, my one and only hunter. Come with me." The scene changes to the hunter training room. Yezi arrives and asks, "This is?" Du Jun speaks. "This place used to be an office." He glances around while explaining. "We renovated it into a training room. It's actually my first time in here too." Du Jun explains while demonstrating. "The materials were provided by the Hunter Bureau, so it's nearly immune to attacks." He pauses, then says, "About the reason you have no mana." Yezi is surprised. Du Jun asks, "Have you tried physical enhancement?" Yezi replies cheerfully, "Yes, but I have to reach stage 3 of Scholar's swordsmanship to get mana." Her eyes well up with tears. That's the worst part. Du Jun becomes curious. "Can you show me?" Yezi quickly searches her bag. "Wait a moment. I wonder if I brought my notebook." She hands him a thick notebook. Du Jun takes it. "Thanks." Flipping through it, Du Jun praises her. "You've written a lot." Yezi replies, "Yes, but I don't really understand all of it. The notes were inside. It describes something called the three essences. The universe was created by three entities, heaven, earth, and man. Since everything in the universe begins with these three entities," Yezi adds, "on the back, I even drew illustrations of the movements." Hearing this, Du Jun falls silent. He continues to focus on the notebook. Yezi is a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, my drawing isn't very good." Du Jun says, "I'm not sure, but this looks like the three essence sword style." Yezi is surprised. "Three essence sword style? Not Scholar's swordsmanship?" Du Jun says, "Scholar's swordsmanship originated from the three essence sword style. Everyone talks about Jin Sogol, the sword saint. According to the records, he was a wandering scholar who appeared suddenly, like a shooting star. After defeating the strongest warrior of the time in a duel, he vanished without a trace. He was able to reinterpret the contemporary understanding of the three-essence sword style. He was a genius among geniuses, and from here, he called it scholar's swordsmanship. He tells Yedji, legend says he disappeared after teaching the sword style to the warrior he just defeated. Hearing this, Du Jun lets out a silent sigh. Finally, he decides to tell her. Miss Yedji, she replies cheerfully. Yes? He suddenly places a hand on her shoulder. She gasps in surprise. Du Jun leans in closer. No one is as lucky as you to have received this power. Hearing this, she remains completely surprised. Huh? Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. Chiansu flashes a cunning smile. His expression has never been so sly. The long hand of the clock finally approaches 12. Seeing the time, Chiansu's eyes gleam brighter. Finally, the time has come. But Du Jun is even faster. I'm heading out. Yedji hurriedly follows him. See you all later. Chiansu sips his drink and observes. What's going on? They've only known each other for a few days, but they go out together a lot. Is there something between them? Ukshu replies happily. I think the girl likes him. He's surprised. You think so too? Ukshu casually replies, only an idiot wouldn't notice. His face gets even more sly. But it seems Du Jun doesn't notice a thing. Meanwhile, Yedji is focused on her training. Her body moves with precision. The sword in her hand glides gently through the air. In a short time, Yedji has improved immensely. Finally, Yedji finishes her training. She looks at her hands in amazement. I can feel it. It's mana. Yedji summons her status window. Name, Chai Yedji, level 4. Title, None. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 11. Stamina, 8. Mana, 10. Skill, Scholar's Swordsmanship. Below, there's more info. Skill, Knight's Swordsmanship. Type, Passive. Rank, S. Error, X. Learn Scholar's Swordsmanship. Current stage, 3. Du Jun claps, satisfied. You reach stage 3 inches just 1 week. Excellent. Yedji is overjoyed. Manager, I'm so lucky to have met you. He doesn't deny it. Of course. We'll bring this up when we renew the contract. Hearing this, Yedji smiles brightly. Okay. She pauses, then says, and also, seeing her hesitate, he asks, what is it? Yedji can't hold back. You're hiding your power, aren't you? Hearing this question, Du Jun sighs. Du Jun doesn't answer. He turns away. See you at the Hunter Bureau tomorrow. Yedji says cheerfully. Okay, get home safe. The scene changes to the Hunter Bureau the next day. The two of them head to the arena together. Du Jun glances over and asks, is this your first ranking evaluation? Yedji says cheerfully. I did something similar during the Hunter exam, but this is the first time since then. Du Jun immediately says, your hard work will definitely pay off. Do your best. Yedji replies happily, yes, thank you. Suddenly, a nearby group starts murmuring. Looking over, they say, Han Min is here too. 2 S-rank hunters. The 3 of them then walk inside. Minjin smiles brightly. Excuse me, I'm heading in. Min Hyuk's face is cold. He says nothing, looking incredibly annoyed. Du Jun quickly asks, are they famous? She's surprised. You don't know them? Yedji explains, they're ranked 7th and 10th in the world and are from the Icarus Guild. Those 2 are among the strongest hunters globally. Du Jun's eyes scan them over. He seems to be sizing them up. A dense killing intent radiates from Minji and Min Hyuk's backs. Du Jun can see it clearly. He then says casually, it's nothing. If you work hard, you can catch up to them in a year. The crowd behind them scoffs. Catch up in a year? Are those 2 out of their minds? Yedji blushes. Manager, don't say such embarrassing things. Min Hyuk is annoyed. Minji, why do we have to be here? She glances at him. Watch your expression. There are a lot of cameras around. Just then, a voice calls out. Minji turns and says, isn't this more interesting than just fighting monsters all day? She pauses, smiling. This time, a supreme genius will appear, right? Though his face is red, Minji says, I've been tricked like that so many times. We can't lose such a talent to another guild. Hurry up, we'll be late. Min Hyuk quickly says. Wait a minute. He stands frozen, unable to speak. Han Jong laughs. Did you hear that? It seems they're talking about me. His eyes turn cold. I'm looking forward to this. His 2 followers mock him. Or maybe you'll crap your pants. Did you bring a spare pair? Han Jong snaps. Shut up. An announcer says, let's begin with the stat measurement. New hunters. Please step forward in order. Du Jun looks at her. It's starting. Yedji replies happily. Yes. Han Jong shouts. Get ready to welcome me. Icarus Guild. A crowd immediately gathers around. Soon, everyone begins their tests. The first person places their hand on the device, and the crowd gasps. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 4. Stamina, 9. Mana, 2. Preliminary rank evaluation. C. Rank. The man behind him is thrilled. I knew you could do it. At the same time, several people approach. Hello, I'm the HR manager for the Bankan Go Diu Dong Guild. Another steps forward. I'm Cho Hyun Jin from the Buffalo Guild. The C-rank hunter quickly becomes the center of attention. Most hunters in my guild are C-rank or higher, and we provide free weapons and gear, at least D-rank, for new members. We'll also double your current salary. Yedji is stuck in the crowd. Excuse me, Please let me through. Seeing Yedji emerge, Du Jun asks, are you done with your measurement? Yedji happily holds up her hand. Yes, I got D rank. She excitedly lists her stats. Strength 6, Dexterity 11, Stamina 8, and Mana 10. My mana level increased significantly. Du Jun says calmly, congratulations. He then tells Yedji it's time to go. She agrees. Okay. Seeing the people inside, Du Jun comments, this looks pretty tough. Well, it is a C rank rift. He then asks Yedji, get ready, you're up next. Yedji immediately asks, manager, can I really challenge a C rank rift? Du Jun casually scratches his head. Don't worry, you can handle it. Seeing his attitude, Yedji is a little worried. How can you be so sure? He tells her, if you believe it, it will be so. Yedji is on the verge of tears. How can I believe that? Just then, an announcement is made. 3 C rank rifts will now activate. Du Jun tells her, go in and get ready. Yedji obediently runs off. Okay, soon, Yedji comes out. She has changed into her gear. Seeing everyone, she thinks, am I getting more nervous because so many people are watching? Just then, a loud voice shouts, hey, Cha Yedji. She freezes, recognizing the voice. Hanjong continues, what? Why are you here? Yedji stammers, well, he snaps, well, what? She whispers, I'm here. Hanjong interrupts, here for what? He shouts, to challenge it. You want to challenge a C rank rift? He gets louder. Are you crazy? Yedji doesn't understand. She stammers, sorry. Hanjong facepalms. In my entire life, I've never seen an F ranker try to challenge a C rank rift. The crowd buzzes. What's going on? Is there an F rank hunter here? F rank, all eyes turn to her. That gear looks familiar. Wow. Kids these days really don't know their own limits. Hanjong mocks her again. This girl's nuts. You have no mana, yet you want to challenge a C rank. He pauses, his eyes wide with shock. Hanjong looks around nervously. Is that demon here? Meanwhile, Du Jun stands calmly, his expression unreadable. Just then, a voice calls out, Soul Unit, Rift Management Department. Minhyuk looks at him. Cha Yedji, Contract Hunter. Person in charge, Lee Du Jun, 26 years old. Du Jun replies calmly, that's right. Minhyuk is surprised. You don't seem surprised at all. In response, Du Jun says nothing. Minhyuk says, I was just stating your name. Du Jun asks, what's your purpose in talking to me? Minhyuk says, I want Cha Yedji to join our guild. He continues, mana extraction happens only once at stage 1. An F-rank mana stone is given to everyone when they get their first hunter license. He pushes some documents forward, and yet she managed to raise her mana to 10 just from an F-rank stone. Minhyuk rambles on, mana extraction can't be done again after that, so it's strangely illogical. Du Jun thinks to himself, it wasn't from mana extraction. As he knows, the Icarus guild will give her wings if she joins them. She could reach A rank or even higher. We'll pass down the knowledge of our senior members. We'll take her to high-level rifts and raids and give her real combat experience. Minhyuk challenges him, what can the management department do for her? Seeing him silent, Minhyuk asks, a salary increase? She has no experience, yet you dare let her challenge a C-rank rift. Minhyuk's voice turns cold. I want to know what you people are thinking. Do you think this is a game? Inside, the C-rank rift activates. The announcer states, for this challenge, defeat the orc soldiers within the time limit. The monsters are finally released. Hanjong smiles excitedly. It's finally starting. Yedji quickly raises her sword. Minhyuk speaks up again. Our guild can turn her into a real hunter. Looking at Du Jun, he says, if you want her to survive in this dog-eat-dog hunter world, hand her over to us. Minhyuk steps closer, if you truly care about her. But Du Jun seems uninterested. He mumbles something to brush him off. Du Jun then says, first, whether she joins your guild or not is her decision. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Want to make a bet with me? Minhyuk seems wary. He stares silently at Du Jun. The scene changes to the C-rank rift area. Hanjong roars. Come on, my pretties. He commands the person behind him. Cha Yedji, get ready. She replies firmly. Right. A huge orc soldier growls at them. Hanjong tightens his grip on his weapon. Are you trying to challenge a C-rank hunter? The next second, the orc soldier swings its massive club at them. A sudden flash of light appears. Hanjong instinctively raises his weapon to block, startled. Ha! The orc soldier continues to slam down heavy blows. Hanjong struggles to defend. He panics internally. How can this be? It's much stronger than me. The attacks rain down relentlessly. Hanjong's knees quickly buckle. He trembles, shouting, I can't hold on anymore. The orc soldier brutally punches Hanjong in the face. He stumbles and falls to the ground, crying out in pain. It's too strong. Even the weapon in his hand is knocked away. Hanjong is terrified. My hammer. The orc soldier closes in, preparing to swing a final blow. Hanjong screams, stop. His face turns pale. Hey, wait a minute. Just then, Yedji suddenly leaps onto the orc soldier's back. Take this. Losing her balance, she stumbles to the ground. Hanjong is frozen in place. Cha Yedji. She quickly gets back up, turning to reassure him. Stay put. I'll handle this one. Hanjong is utterly confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Across from them, the orc soldier growls at Yedji. It attacks with all its might, swinging its heavy club down. Yedji dodges skillfully, time and time again. She calculates silently. I understand its attack pattern. In that case, Yedji has made her decision. Let's do this. Her figure flickers in and out of sight. She moves around the orc soldier. Flashes of sword light appear continuously. The orc soldier roars in pain. It anxiously looks around for Yedji. The orc's eyes widen in terror. Yedji is spun in mid-air, preparing an attack from above. She tightens her grip on the sword. A sharp sword stroke runs down the orc soldier's body. Yedji unleashes her skill. Scholar's swordsmanship, first skill, Scholar's strike. She lands steadily, smiling as the two halves of flesh split before her. The onlookers gasp in astonishment. The people inside the rift also freeze. Hanjiang's eyes widen in disbelief. As if expecting this result, Du Jun nods slightly in satisfaction. Min Hyuk exclaims excitedly, impossible. Du Jun smirks and asks his opponent, something interesting? Every hunter has 3 ways to use mana. One is to channel mana into a weapon to strengthen it, called weapon enhancement. The second is releasing mana through a weapon, known as mana emission. The third is replacing mana with other elements, mana substitution. Channeling mana into a weapon isn't hard, but controlling it is. Min Hyuk is still in shock. She used weapon enhancement. It was perfect. At that moment, an announcement is made. The test has ended. Hunters who have completed the test may leave the examination room. Everyone sighs in relief. That was tough. Someone agrees, yeah, I almost died. Only Hanjiang remains frozen in place. Why does something feel wrong? He looks up at the results screen. At the top is Cha Yedji with 8 kills. At the bottom is Na Hanjiang with a big 0. Hanjiang curses, damn it, it's her. On the other side, Yedji happily calls out as she exits, manager. Her voice is filled with excitement. I really did it. Du Jun replies softly. Yeah, you practiced very hard. Yedji quickly shakes her head. No, it was all thanks to you, manager. She suddenly makes eye contact with Min Hyuk standing there. Wait, what? He gives a friendly smile and praises her. That was a truly amazing fight. Yedji scratches her cheek shyly. Not at all, for an S-rank hunter. Min Hyuk interrupts her. You used the weapon enhancement skill. It was perfect. Did someone teach you? Yedji looks at Du Jun in confusion, and he steps in. Yedji trained on her own. Min Hyuk looks doubtful. Really? Yedji glances around and quickly admits. Yes. She scratches her head and laughs awkwardly. I didn't know it was that amazing. Min Hyuk suddenly calls out, Hunter Cha Yedji. She blurts out, yes. His expression is very serious. I'll get straight to the point. I hope you'll join the Icarus Guild. Min Hyuk tries his best to persuade her. If there's anything you desire, as long as it's within my power, I'll get it for you. Before he can finish, Yedji smiles apologetically. That's a really great offer, but I must decline. Min Hyuk asks in disbelief. Ma'am? Du Jun cuts into the conversation. Let's go. Yedji turns to look at him. Yes, manager. Seeing this, Min Hyuk panics. Wait, please reconsider. Opportunities like this don't come often. We can offer you much more than Seoul City Hall. Yedji looks uncomfortable. I'm sorry. I prefer working at Seoul City Hall. She says this and leaves, not forgetting to bow politely. Goodbye. Du Jun turns back. Don't forget to contact us. Min Hyuk is confused for a moment, then he remembers something and can't help but laugh. Backtracking to earlier, Du Jun had proposed the bet. Want to bet with me? I bet Yedji will kill at least 5 orc soldiers. If I lose, I'll tell Yedji to join the Icarus Guild. He emphasized, but if I win, you give me a set of A-rank gear. Okay? Min Hyuk had readily agreed. All right, you're on. The scene changes to Seoul City Hall, where joyful shouts erupt. Yedji excitedly holds her card. I'm a C-rank hunter now. Cheonsu claps in appreciation. Wow, jumping from F-rank to C-rank in one go. Ukshu gives a thumbs up. Amazing. He then looks at his phone worriedly. But is Miss Yedji really okay? A lot of people are talking about her now. Cheonsu asks curiously. Why? They read the recent headlines. Hunter Cha Yedji refused to join the Icarus Guild. Even though Kang Min Hyuk wanted her, Hunter Cha Yedji, what's her personality like? Ukshu exclaims, Icarus is one of the best guilds in Korea. Cheonsu laughs dismissively. But our city hall is the biggest in Korea, isn't it? The other person strokes his chin and mutters. Honestly, if I were her, I'd reconsider and join the Icarus Guild. He continues nonchalantly. Of course, all your decisions will be supported, because we care about you. Ukshu then adds his honest opinion. However, it's a real waste to refuse the Icarus Guild. This is a rare opportunity for a talent like you. Cheonsu starts to get annoyed. Why do you keep? Yedji just smiles and turns to Du Jun. Manager, what do you think of my decision? He replies with a confident smile. Of course, you won't regret it. With that confirmation, Yedji grins. An answer like that is more than enough. Cheonsu is very pleased with this reaction, happily making a heart shape with his hands. Just then, Du Jun suddenly announces, Hunter Cha Yedji and I will be going to the workshop for a bit. A brief introduction. The workshop, the largest hunter equipment store in Korea, is located inside the Hunter Bureau. This is where hunters buy and sell gear, weapons, and other miscellaneous items. Hearing the name, Ukshu waves his hand with a strange smile. Du Jun, I know equipment is important, but you don't have enough money to buy even one thing. I think it would be better if you save up for a few more years before buying anything. Du Jun casually says, don't worry, I'm not going to buy anything. I'm going to pick something up. The scene changes to the workshop. Du Jun looks around. It's bigger than I thought. Yedji nods in agreement. Yes, because the workshop sells so many things. Their eyes fall on the combat gear displayed along the way. The whole space exudes a sense of splendor. A staff member approaches with a welcoming smile. Welcome. Du Jun gets straight to the point. I'm Lee Du Jun from the Seoul Unit Rift Management Department. Hunter Kangmin Hayek probably mentioned me. The employee smiles and confirms, yes, ma'am. She bows deeply. Please take your time looking around and call me if you need anything. Yedji nods slightly. Thank you. A set of golden armor catches their eyes. Yedji sighs in disappointment. It seems there's nothing here that suits me. Just as she says that, she notices something. Yedji's eyes immediately light up. She exclaims happily, Manager, look. A set of silver-winged armor. Yedji runs over excitedly, constantly admiring it. I think this suits me. I heard it's made from the wings of a queen ant. Du Jun asks only one question. Do you want this? Yedji's eyes fill with regretful tears. No, it's too expensive. Du Jun brushes it off. Then let's look at something else. Soon, the evening twilight appears outside. Du Jun grumbles to himself. Man, why have we been wandering around here for 4 hours? He stops for a moment, his gaze falling on a bin of items. A sign on it clearly states, Super Sale. 1 day only. 50% off. Du Jun asks directly, what's this? The store manager explains they are E-rank weapons, but still very usable. He enthusiastically offers, take a few. They're all super cheap, only 1,000,000 each. Hearing the price, Du Jun is startled. What? 1,000,000 each? Yedji can only force a smile. Hunter weapons are expensive, even if they're E-rank. The manager keeps trying to persuade him. This stuff is super cheap because it's all E-rank. Du Jun resolutely turns and walks away. Never mind then. After a few steps, he stops. He feels something special in that sale bin. Du Jun hurriedly turns back to rummage through it. Seeing his reaction, Yedji calls out in confusion. Manager? Du Jun finally finds the item, his eyes widening in shock. He wonders in amazement, why is this here? Du Jun picks up the old sword, suddenly lost in thought. Why is an item that should be in the Murum world here? The sword I used to conquer Murum. His eyes fall on the sword's price tag. 50,000 won. The manager hurries over with a forced smile. Oh no, how did this get mixed in here? Sorry, I put it in by mistake. Du Jun asks directly. Boss, is this really 50,000 won? The manager sweats nervously and confirms. Ah, yes, I put it in by mistake. Yedji asks Du Jun, a bit confused. Manager, are you going to buy it? He admits frankly, yes, I'll buy it. The manager is surprised. Oh, you really want to buy it? It's just a piece of scrap iron with only the hilt left. Du Jun replies with a cool tone. It doesn't matter. Night has fallen. The scene changes to Guryong-san. Du Jun silently admires the object in his hand. He whispers sadly, it's like my treasured sword is only worth 50,000 won. Du Jun grips the sword hilt tightly. A flash of dark energy immediately appears. The power it emits is terrifyingly strong. In an instant, all the oppressive energy is suddenly withdrawn. Du Jun sheathes his sword, remembering something. Oh shoot, I forgot. Junhi said she'd make dinner. He quickly takes out his phone. I need to find the nearest subway station. Soon, Du Jun's figure vanishes. Arriving home, he says softly, sorry, Dad's a bit late. The voice of a news anchor echoes in the room. Regular programming will be temporarily suspended for the latest breaking news. At around 7:20 p.m. today, a large rift was detected around the Guryong-san area and it has disappeared. Du Jun takes off his jacket, looking around. Where did she go with the TV still on? He notices a slightly ajar door behind him. Du Jun decides to check. In here? Junhi is anxiously looking at the tuition notice. I didn't think about tuition when I moved. Equipment, rental fees, teacher fees, facility maintenance fees. The more she lists, the more anxious she gets. Why is it so expensive? Is it because it's the National Hunter Academy? The total is over 50 million won. Junhi hesitates, wondering if she should ask her dad. No, this isn't part of the contract. Thinking about it gives her a headache. It's already enough that he's letting me stay here. If I ask for tuition money too, I'll just be bothering him more. Just then, Du Jun walks in. What are you doing? Junhi is startled. Dad, when did you get in? She quickly hides the notice. Ah, it's nothing. I was just tidying up my desk. Du Jun pretends not to see and just asks, ready for dinner? Let's eat. Junhi replies hesitantly, I don't want to eat right now. You can go ahead and eat first. Du Jun doesn't push it. Okay. Seeing he hasn't left, Junhi pretends to be busy. Time to clean. Time to clean. Du Jun squints slightly, his expression thoughtful. A moment later, his voice comes from the other room. Junhi, where's the sesame oil? She calls back. In the cabinet below the stove. Junhi then wonders, Dad, what are you using sesame oil for? Du Jun replies, just to add some flavor. Junhi comes out of her room, sighing in resignation. Whatever. She comes out and asks, can we just have fried eggs? Du Jun replies firmly, sure, just go watch TV. Junhi obediently listens. Okay, a little later, Du Jun quietly enters Junhi's room. He picks up the paper on her desk and reads it. Tuition fees. Seeing something, he is startled. It's late at night. Du Jun is lying in bed. A pile of worries keeps him from sleeping. If the admission fee is already 50 million, how much will 3 years of tuition be? Thinking this, Du Jun immediately sits up in bed. He looks at his meager account balance and sighs. Du Jun starts calculating carefully. I think I should go to an A-rank rift to get some A-rank mana stones. Then I can sell them for easy money. But I need to ask Yedji about the price first. He decides to act immediately. Du Jun dials a number on his phone, but then he hesitates. Is it too late? The other end quickly picks up. Yes, manager? What are you doing? Du Jun is surprised. Yedji, why are you still awake? Don't you have anything to do tomorrow? Yedji, who just woke up to answer the phone, is a bit speechless. No, I don't. Du Jun remembers what he wanted to ask. Oh, by the way, how much is an A-rank mana stone? The other end replies. A-rank? I don't know. Although it varies depending on the size of the stone, I heard that 1 mana stone. An A-rank one usually sells for 100 to 200 million. Du Jun's eyes immediately light up. 100 to 200 million won. He thinks to himself, then I'll go on Saturday. No more hesitation. Yedji is sat up, saying hesitantly, Manager, thank you for your concern, but I don't think I'm skilled enough to enter an A-rank rift yet. I just became a C-rank hunter. Du Jun wonders what she's talking about, but he replies calmly, I understand. Get some rest now. Yedji smiles softly. Okay, manager. Thank you for the gear. After that, she lies back down and puts on her eye mask. The scene changes to the next day, just as dawn is breaking. Du Jun checks the items in his backpack. Hat, sunglasses, mask, and gloves. That's enough, and a fake ID card. I'm ready. Before leaving, he leaves a note, muttering to himself. This should be enough to get to the top of Guryeongshan, then enter a rift for 2 hours. Let's go. The note simply says, Dad's going out for some exercise. The scene changes to Guryeongshan. Du Jun adjusts his sunglasses, his face completely covered. After that, he dashes into the forest ahead. He moves quickly and agilely, covering a long distance in no time. He stops in front of the rift area. Du Jun scans the fake ID. A mechanical voice announces, Identity of Hunter Kim Hyun-woo confirmed. Warning, the current rift level is much higher than your rank. The system reminds him, if you still wish to enter, please scan your card again. Du Jun does so without hesitation. The announcement rings out, confirmed. He quickly enters the A-rank rift. Du Jun moves while calculating, I only have 1 to 2 hours for this trip. It's the weekend, so I need to finish quickly and go home. Hearing footsteps, he instinctively looks back. It's a group of 3 hunters. One of them is surprised to see Du Jun. Who's that? The young man next to him is also stunned. What? Du Jun doesn't answer, thinking to himself, this is bad luck. The woman opposite them exclaims excitedly, so you can still wear normal clothes like this. He's not even wearing combat gear. Dong Ho can only force a smile. Miza, don't say that in front of someone. Keep your voice down. Dong Huel frowns tightly. He's not carrying any weapons or gear into the rift. Dong Ho mutters, maybe he doesn't know this is an A rank. He reminds his teammate, be polite. Dong Huel walks straight ahead, replying perfunctorily. He introduces himself. I'm Han Jong-yoon from the Mezai Guild. What's your name? Seeing Du Jun not answering, Jong-yoon pretends to understand. You mean you don't want to reveal your identity. But do you know how dangerous this place is? Du Jun replies casually. Yes. Jong-yoon snaps critically. Are you even a hunter? Coming here dressed like that is like asking for death. Du Jun's tone softens slightly. Thanks for your concern, but you don't have to worry. I don't need any gear or weapons. Then, he bluntly expresses his attitude. I'm out of here. Jong-yoon immediately snaps. Hey, buddy. Just then, the ground suddenly shakes. He blurts out, what's happening? Du Jun himself is also suspicious. An announcement is made. Rift transformation process initiated. An orc lord is about to appear. The exit will be locked until the warriors inside defeat it. An angry curse is heard. Damn it, the mechanical voice continues to echo. Or the rift will open on its own when all challengers are dead. The group is a bit panicked. Oh no, Dong Huel quickly regains his composure and commands, everyone, turn on your emergency cameras. Dong Ho immediately follows. Roger. The scene changes to another side. Ian Chan, the director of the Hunter Bureau, is watching the screen with his arms crossed. Min Hoen reports from the side. After checking, there are a total of 4 hunters inside. 3 A-rank hunters from the Mezai Guild and 1 F-rank hunter. Ian Cheon frowns slightly. F-rank? The other person confirms, yes, it's Hunter Kim Hyun-woo. According to him, due to the function of the emergency camera, we can't hear any sound. It seems they are trying to deal with the small monsters by attacking from behind. Min Hoen assesses that the members of the Mezai Guild are all top A-rank hunters, and they are also equipped with weapons. So if they're lucky, this strategy is worth a try. Ian Xian strokes his chin thoughtfully and asks, which one is the boss? Min Hoen informs him, the Orc Lord. Ian Xian's face immediately becomes serious. Then that's impossible. goes straight to the control room. Inside the A-rank rift, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes endlessly, along with shouts. No breaks, keep running, speed is life. Drink all your stamina potions. Dong Hyul commands. Misa, keep locating the monsters around here with Eagle Eye. The other person agrees. Okay. In Dong Hyul's calculation, Misa is an excellent long-range attacker, capable of shooting down enemies from a kilometer away. Dong Ho is the best medic he knows, and he himself is strong in defense. He tells himself, we're strong enough. We just need to do as we always do and be luckier than usual. Just then, Du Jun suddenly speaks up. I think I should split off and go a different way. Dong Hyul snaps back. Shut up. Do you want to die and get eaten? Just pay attention and follow us. If you keep talking, we'll all die. Du Jun is truly speechless. Dong Ho tries to mediate. Sorry, he's a good person, just a bit hot-headed right now. Please understand. Misa is a bit worried. Can we really survive? Only an S-rank hunter can defeat an orc lord. Dong Hyul immediately reassures her. Don't think about anything. Just focus on the mission at hand. He suddenly crouches down and signals with his hand. Stop for a moment. Dong Hyul assesses the situation. There's a shadow work ahead. Let's deal with it first. He gives an order to the person behind him. Misa, look around and see if there are any others. The other person immediately gets ready. Right. In a flash, her eyes glow golden. Dong Hyul turns to look at Dong Ho. Misa and Dong Ho provide support from behind. I'll go first. He nods in agreement. Okay. Dong Hyul doesn't forget to remind Du Jun. And you, stay put, and don't do anything on your own. With that, he charges forward. Let's go. Dong Ho. Misa suddenly stops him. Wait. The two of them look back at her questioningly. Misa mutters, something strange. As she speaks, her whole body trembles. These creatures are all moving to the same place. Just as Misa said, the shadow orcs are heading in the same direction. They're gathering near the orc lord. Du Jun looks at the three of them and feels weary. It'll be hard for this group to defeat the orc lord. 20 of the boss's minions have gathered around it, and more are coming. Misa suddenly pinches her nose. Did you just fart? Dong Ho replies sheepishly. Sorry, I was nervous. Seeing this, Du Jun is even more certain. There's no way these guys can defeat the orc lord. He can't help but feel a headache coming on. This is a real pain, but I have no choice. Just as Du Jun stands up, someone grabs his collar. Dong Hyul pulls him down, whispering a reminder. Buddy, I told you to stay put. Du Jun sighs. I know, but the other person cuts him off. If an orc sees you, it'll tear you apart. So, hide here, Du Jun says again, but Dong Hyul glares at him warningly. No buts. Just stay here and watch us from behind. Du Jun sits down defeatedly. Okay, have it your way. On the other side, Dong Hyul starts discussing strategy. If they've gathered in one place, we don't have time to hesitate. I'll distract them, and you guys attack the orcs from behind. He gives the command. Everyone, in position. Let the battle begin. Dong Hyul stands in front of an orc, while the other two circle behind it. The shadow orc growls at them. Dong Hyul grips his weapon and charges forward. He swings his sword down decisively. Take this. The next second, Dong Hyul's pupils immediately shrink. The orc easily catches his greatsword. It even uses its strength to squeeze the blade. At the same time, countless arrows shoot straight into the orc's back. It's Misa's attack. And that's not all. Countless bullets are fired in rapid succession. The orc furiously turns and roars loudly. Dong Ho attacks it relentlessly. He quickly urges, Han Dong Hyul, hurry up. Dong Hyul quickly gets behind the orc. I know. He swings his sword across the orc's ankle. I'm trying to finish it now. It roars in pain. The orc falls to its knees. Dong Hyul seizes the opportunity to deliver the final blow. A precise sword strike lands, and the smell of blood fills the air. The orc's body collapses heavily to the ground. Dong Hyul wipes the sweat from his forehead. Great. Where's the next one? Misa informs him. Not far from here. Dong Hyul decides. Okay, let's go now. Just then, Dong Ho notices something. Where's that guy? Wow, Du Jun has disappeared. Dong Hyul curses in frustration. That crazy guy. The scene changes. Countless flashes of sword light appear in an instant. It doesn't take long. Many orcs have been defeated by him, lying scattered on the ground. Du Jun pins a large orc under his foot, searching for something. Du Jun looks at the mana stone he just harvested, delighted. Perfect. He puts them in his backpack and mutters, I think this is enough. Combined with the earlier announcement, Du Jun knows well. But I can't go back without killing the orc lord. The exit will be locked until the warriors inside defeat it. Thinking this, he immediately makes a decision. I can't waste any more time here. I have to go kill that orc right now. Du Jun remembers Dong Hyul's anxious expression. And you, stay put and don't do anything on your own. He lies down on the ground, telling himself, whatever, I'll do what I have to do. In another corner, the sound of growls and clashing weapons echoes endlessly. Dong Hyul struggles to control an orc, urging his teammates, do it. As soon as he speaks, sharp arrows pierce the orc's head. The group finally takes down another orc. Dong Ho sits down on the ground, exhausted. Misa is out of breath. I don't think I can keep this up. Her face is covered in sweat as she mutters in frustration. Why are the orcs gathering so close together? Dong Hyul's condition is no better. He thinks to himself, we've only killed 7 of them, and we're already reaching our limit. It would be better if the orc lord was separated from the pack. That thought is immediately dismissed by Dong Hyul himself. No, even then. He grits his teeth in frustration and curses. Damn it. Just then, Dong Ho calls out frantically, Han Dong Hyul, look over here. He immediately turns back, his eyes gradually filling with fear. The sight that meets their eyes shocks all 3 of them. The orc lord and its minions are aggressively approaching. Their own voices tremble. The orc lord is here. Dong Hyul's eyes widen in panic. How are they here already? He quickly regains his composure and raises his weapon. Everyone, get ready to fight. Dong Hyul seriously instructs his teammates. Be careful not to get hit by them as much as possible. I'll hold them off, and you guys provide support from behind. He chokes on his words, only able to repeat the word and. In his heart, Dong Hyul knows well. How can we beat them? No matter how much I think about it, it's useless. Just then, a swift attack comes at them. Dong Ho is sent flying, his back hitting a tree. Dong Hyul turns back in panic. Dong Ho. The orc bares its teeth and growls. A shadow falls over them. Misa whispers, is this the end for us? Dong Hyul recklessly stands in front of her. I'll hold them off. You run while I do. Misa forces a smile. I don't have the strength to run anymore. Dong Hyul frowns and charges forward, stubbornly instructing, damn it, go take care of Dong Ho, and you have to support me from behind. With that, he charges forward without hesitation. 2 large orcs step out to block his path. They keep coming, surrounding Dong Hyul's attack route. Just at this dangerous moment, countless flashes of light suddenly appear. In an instant, those orcs are defeated, screaming horribly. Dong Hyul stands frozen in place. What's happening? Misa supports Dong Ho, her eyes wide in amazement. Opposite her, a figure slowly emerges. Du Jun appears from nowhere, leaving Dong Hyul with a strong, steady back. He finds it hard to believe. Were you the one who just did that? Du Jun suddenly waves his hand, kindly reminding, don't come over here. Dong Hyul looks around in bewilderment. This is a barrier. He can't help but be stunned. But who could create such a massive barrier? Before he can say much, an orc targets Du Jun. He simply picks up a dry branch. With a flick of his wrist, Du Jun throws the branch at the orc. Its body is immediately torn apart. Dong Ho struggles to open his eyes. What's going on? Misa gasps in awe. The branch he threw pierced the orc. The orcs are still swarming this location. He quickly draws his treasured sword. I should end this. Du Jun casually tosses his sword hilt into the air. A stream of dark energy instantly appears. It forms into sharp blades. The next second, countless golden lightning bolts flash. The ground shakes violently. The group of 3 stumbles. Dong Hyun is confused. What is this earthquake? Mija struggles to speak. I don't think this is a normal tremor. Dong Hyun feels dizzy and nauseous. This time, even Dong Hyun collapses. The shaking is getting stronger. The camera on his shoulder shatters into pieces. Du Jun finally makes his move. A blade of light slashes down in an instant. The orc horde can't escape. They scream in agony. Dong Hyun's eyes widen in shock. Is that a piece of metal? That blade of light shoots towards the orc lord. In the blink of an eye, its body is torn apart by countless slashes. It lets out a horrifying scream. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. When it's over, Du Jun calmly retrieves his sword. He wiped out the massive orc horde without even moving. At that moment, a notification sounds. The orc lord has been successfully defeated. Challengers may now exit the rift. Du Jun sighs in relief. Finally, I can go home. Dong Hyun is still stunned. He killed all of them in an instant. Beside him, Mija clutches his head and groans. Dong Hyun excitedly approaches Du Jun. Hey, what did you just do? Du Jun replies casually. I just killed the orc lord. Besides, you guys can have the remaining mana stones. Dong Hyun is speechless. Du Jun adds another sentence. It's good for your careers. Selling these stones will make you a lot of money. The other man shakes his head frantically. No, that's not what I want. Du Jun says nonchalantly. You want to repay me for saving your life? Don't worry about it. I'm a good person. Before Dong Hyun can even speak, Du Jun vanishes. I'm leaving now. Mija freezes for a few seconds. He's gone? Dong Hyun sighs in frustration. I should have given him my card. Misa bursts out laughing at this. Hey, didn't you say you were going to protect him from the orcs? The other man snaps angrily. Shut up. Meanwhile, in a room at the Hunter Bureau, everyone is staring intently at a screen. Min Hoen suddenly becomes tense. Suddenly, Ian Xian speaks up. Rewind it for me. Back to when the Orc Lord appeared. The video is quickly rewound. In the video, a voice shouts, "There's the Orc Lord." A voice in the video reminds them, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Be careful. Avoid getting hit as much as possible." Ian Xian watches closely. A voice from the video says, "Don't come over here." Then, he quickly says, "Stop." Ian Xian looks at the frozen image on the screen. There's a young man in a hoodie. He's holding something. He exclaims, "Is that a sword?" A voice replies, "No, that sword is just a hilt." He says loudly. Again, the audio from the video plays. What is this tremor? I don't think this is a normal one. Ian Xian closes his eyes, concentrating. A roar comes from the video. Min Hoen quickly says, The other cameras also cut off at this point. Ian Cheon asks, "What's his name?" He answers, "Kim Hyun-woo." He wonders, "Is there any other information about him?" Min-hoon hesitates. Ian Cheon shouts, "Speak up." He quickly replies, "We can't find any information." Hearing this, he blurts out tensely, "What?" Min-hoon explains, "All of his social security and address information is fake." Then, he adds, "And his registration date was last year." Immediately, Ian Cheon's voice is firm. "Are there any witnesses? Someone must have seen him exit the rift. Didn't you call Kang Min-yuk and Han Minji there? They must have seen him." Min-hoon quickly answers, "No, they said they didn't see the man." At this, he thinks aloud. No one saw him? A few minutes later, Ian Cheon thinks to himself, "Needless to say, he must be an S-rank hunter, or even higher. And I've never seen anyone use weapon enhancement so skillfully. Not to mention, he created a giant barrier." He concludes, "As far as I know, no S-rank hunter has skills like his." Then Ian Cheon says decisively, "Regardless, if he's that skilled, he'll show up sooner or later." He gives an order. "Just wait until then." Min-hoon replies, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on the other side, the sound of a door opening gets Du Jun's attention. He asks, "Where did you just go?" Junhee says cheerfully, "Dad, you're back." Then, she explains, "I just went to the market for a bit." Du Jun says immediately, "That must have been heavy. You did a good job." Afterwards, Junhee says softly, "Have you had lunch, Dad? If not, I'll go prepare it now." But Du Jun refuses. "No need. It's already evening." Then, he says, "I'm going to clean my room." She replies, "Okay." Du Jun enters his room and sighs. Next, he lies down on his bed and wonders, "What's there to clean in my room?" A minute later, he thinks to himself, "I've been working since dawn. Now I don't feel like doing anything." Suddenly, he sits up. That's right. Du Jun pulls out a box from the drawer. There are many mana stones inside. Then, he takes out a notebook, flipping quickly through the pages. Du Jun exclaims, "I made a lot of money from the Hunter Workshop after selling just one mana stone." He recalls when he sold the stone. The clerk said, "This mana stone is worth 250 million won." Now, Du Jun blurts out, "I only sold one. The price was much higher than I expected." Then, he looks at the box. He wonders, "And what should I do with the 9 remaining stones?" Du Jun takes them out and tosses them in the air. He decides to keep them for future emergencies. Afterwards, he lies on the bed, surrounded by scattered mana stones. The night deepens. Lights from the windows shine like bright eyes in the dark. Junhee says, "By the way, if the portion is too small, Dad, just let me know. I'll cook more right away." At this moment, Du Jun holds out a stack of papers. He says, "This." Seeing this, she seems worried. "You read it, Dad." Then, he exclaims, "Why didn't you tell me?" Silent for a few seconds, Junhee explains, "Because you letting me stay here is more than enough. If I asked you to pay my tuition too, it would be too much." Then, she adds, "And it's 50 million won. So I didn't want to pressure you any further." She bows her head slightly. Du Jun quickly says, "Don't worry. Besides, if it's not included in the contract," he continues, "I can just add it in." She's surprised. "What?" And seeing him scribbling, Junhee exclaims, "When did you get the contract out?" In an instant, the new clause is written into the contract. He says, "You sign it too." Junhee is hesitant, but he doesn't let her finish. Du Jun says immediately, "I'll wait for you to sign, but I'm in a hurry, so please do it quickly." At this moment, Junhee holds the contract with tears in her eyes. He sighs in relief. Du Jun urges her, "Sign it as soon as possible." With a tear-streaked face, Junhee exclaims, "Thank you, Dad." He quickly hands her a box of tissues. "Here, wipe your tears." His voice echoes outside the building. "Don't cry anymore. Eat." Soon, it was the next day. Right now, Du Jun is putting on his coat. His voice rings out, "I'm leaving." Junhee calls out, "Oh, wait a minute, Dad." She comes closer. "Your tie is crooked, Dad." Du Jun exclaims, "Ah, thank you." Then, Junhee hands her dad a bag. She says, "And take this with you, too. I made it." Du Jun quickly takes it. He says softly, "Thank you." "Well, I'm off." Junhee smiles brightly. She exclaims, "Okay, and be careful." And he steps outside. Du Jun tightens his grip on the bag's strap. He stops with a bewildered look. He wonders, is this the power of 50 million won? At the Rift Management Department, Ki Wook-soo speaks up. "The Meizai Guild has been doing well lately." Du Jun just arrived. He says, "Good morning, Sunbae." He replies, "Good morning." Then, Ki Wook-soo mentions, "Hey, have you read the news? 3 A-rank hunters from the Meizai Guild took down the boss monster of an A-rank rift." He seems surprised. "Oh, really? I didn't know that." Suddenly, he ponders. If it's an A-rank rift, the boss should be S-rank, yet 3 A-rank hunters managed to kill it. Then, Ki Wook-soo exclaims, "I don't get it." Well, there was an F-ranker in there too, but it wouldn't have made a difference. Du Jun, standing nearby, looks flustered. Then, he turns and asks, "Du Jun, what do you think?" Right now, Du Jun is sweating bullets. He gives a vague answer. "Well, it's the Meizai Guild, so it's not impossible." Ki Wook-soo seems unsatisfied with the answer. he thinks to himself. Right, the Mizai Guild is that big. They must equip their hunters with high-level gear and tools. Then, Ki Wooksu turns to talk to Du Jun. I think you should learn more about rifts from C rank and up. Considering Yedji's progress, it's only a matter of time before she reaches B rank, he adds. Our team has never had a B rank hunter before, so I'm not sure what preparations are needed. Suddenly, Ki Wooksu holds out a file. Oh, right, I forgot to give you this, he asks. What is it? He replies. Documents about the new rift in Iloku. Pausing for a moment, Ki Wooksu adds. I went there on a business trip last time. I got to go inside for a bit. I saw a few orcs, he explains. The estimated rank is C. Now that Yedji has reached C rank, you two should go there at least once. Then, Ki Wooksu smiles slightly and says, It's an order from the boss. You can't get out of it. Hearing this, Du Jun bows slightly. He says softly, Not at all. I should be thanking everyone for trusting me. Right after, Ki Wooksu says worriedly, I'm glad you think so. But, aren't you taking on too much work? He quickly replies. Don't worry. It's just a little bit. Then, he stands up, looking cheerful. If there's anything you don't know, just ask me. I'll answer everything to the best of my knowledge. He replies, Okay, thank you. Suddenly, a voice calls out urgently, I'm sorry, I'm late. Ki Wooksu says with a confused face, Hunter Chai Yedji, you don't have to come here every day. We'll call you when we need you. Cheon-su interjects, she can come whenever she wants. Yedji wonders, when did you get here? Then, he says loudly, and you too should welcome hunters if they visit. Hearing this, Ki Wooksu immediately says, Ah, welcome, Miss Yedji. Please come whenever you'd like. Yedji smiles brightly and replies, Yes, thank you. A few minutes later, Du Jun blurts out, Sunbae, can I leave early today? Ki Wooksu asks back, Why? He replies, Yedji and I are going to check out that C-rank rift. He answers, Ask the boss first. Cheon-su immediately speaks up, Of course, I approve. You can go right now. Yedji jumps for joy, thinking, Thank you, Chief. Suddenly, he says loudly, Wait. Cheon-su holds out a stack of money and says, Take this. You have to feed your hunter well. Outside, the sky is clear blue, with a few clouds drifting lazily. Yedji says, This is delicious. Du Jun quickly replies, It's all thanks to the chief. Then, he says cheerfully, It seems the chief is getting nicer to us. She replies, Really? Then, Yedji says with a puzzled look, I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to encourage us a bit. At this, Du Jun looks skeptical. Unfortunately, that's not it. Even for the chief, 150,000 won is a large sum of money. Then, he thinks to himself, But it's not like I need it. I have 200 million. A minute later, Du Jun says, Let's go. The rift is right in the middle of that area. Yedji politely replies, Okay. She is suddenly surprised. There are a lot of people here. Yedji observes intently and says, There's a Hunter Bureau staff member, and a few famous B-rank hunters. Du Jun repeats, B-rank? As soon as he asks, Yedji explains, People usually hunt in rifts one rank below them to ensure safety. Then, she falls into thought. He asks, Are you worried? Yedji is truly flustered. She answers, Yes, this is my first time in a C-rank rift. In her heart, she thinks, and I have to protect someone else, too. She remembers the image of the goblin that attacked Du Jun in the past, and she reminds herself, This time, I won't make any foolish mistakes. He suddenly speaks up, If you're worried about me, don't be. I can take care of myself. Yedji says decisively, Manager, if I'm in danger, you have to run. Du Jun replies, Not a chance, with your current skills. He bows his head slightly and says confidently, I'm sure you can take down an orc easily. If we're careful, how can we be in danger? He encourages her, So just believe in yourself, she says softly. Yes, then, Du Jun points ahead. It looks like parties are recruiting new members. Can we join one? Yedji immediately chimes in. Of course. Just wait a bit. He suddenly remembers Dong Hyun, Mija, and Dong Ho. He thinks to himself, Come to think of it, those guys had good teamwork. But, he reminds himself again, except for their personalities. At this moment, after changing her clothes, Yedji speaks up. What are you thinking about so seriously? He replies, Oh, you're back. Then, he stares at her intently. Yedji feels embarrassed. She asks immediately, Why are you looking at me like that? Does it not suit me? He calls out, Yedji. She replies, Yes, manager. Then, Du Jun asks, Suppose you wanted to recruit members for your team. What kind would you look for? He explains, Like an artilleryman to distract monsters, or snipers to support you from a distance. Yedji is listening. However, she has a pouting face. She reminds him, Have you forgotten what you told me? He is very surprised. He exclaims, Huh, Yedji confides, I will be your only hunter. So that was a lie? He freezes. She asks again with a displeased look, Or are you planning to find someone else? Hearing this, Du Jun says immediately, Wait, signing with another hunter doesn't mean my contract with you is voided. She says sternly, Manager. He replies, Yeah. Yedji looks away and says, I don't need it. Then, she turns and walks away, saying simply, Let's go. Then turns back to urge him, What are you standing there for? Didn't we come here to work? Nearby, Taesik, an intern at the Hunter Bureau's rift management team, is picking his nose. Then, he flicks it away, exclaiming, "That's weird." Taesik thinks to himself, the hunters who entered the rift on the second day haven't come back yet. He's rechecking. The first team on day 1 came out after 8 hours. Taesik calculates. 32 hunters entered right after. More than 8 hours have passed. No sign of them coming out, he analyzes. Usually, hunters return after 8 hours of hunting. Not to mention, there's no place to eat or rest in this rift. And he wonders, are they still hunting without any rest? Then, Taesik exclaims, should I report this to the bureau? But he stays silent and thinks. Then, he bursts out laughing. Nah, no need. I'll let the next shift handle it. Besides, who would believe an intern? Just then, Du Jun speaks up. Hello, I'm Lee Do Jun from the Seoul Rift Management Department. He introduces. This is Yedji, my contracted hunter. Taesik exclaims. Ah, hello. He scratches his head and says, I guess you're here for the Rift expedition today. He replies, yes. A voice announces. Lee Do Jun, Seoul Rift Management Department, confirmed. Taesik turns to Yedji. He says, ah, you're the one who rejected the Icarus Guild's offer. She lightly scratches her cheek and replies, yes. At this moment, Du Jun cuts in. Can I go in now? He replies, of course. Then, Du Jun turns and asks, you're like a celebrity. Yedji replies, stop it. It's embarrassing. Suddenly, Taesik calls out, ah, wait. I forgot to tell you something important, but it was too late. Taesik exclaims, they're already in. Will they be okay? Du Jun turns his head back. He asks, I think he was trying to say something. Yedji asks back, what? Then, Do Jun replies, oh, it's nothing. A notification sounds from his phone. Lee Do Jun, welcome to the Rift Management System. He makes a selection. The notification sounds again. Rift registered. Then, Du Jun looks ahead and says, let's start mapping. Suddenly, Yedji speaks up. Wait, look at those people over there. They see a group of people in the distance. They look exhausted. A male hunter with messy hair lies unconscious. Nearby, 2 other hunters are slumped over. Their bodies look completely drained. Yedji exclaims, what happened to them? He calmly replies, let's go over there first. Seeing the 2 approach from a distance, a hunter speaks up. More victims. It's Taeyang, he speaks slowly. One of you isn't even a hunter. What are you doing here? He introduces himself. I'm Lee Do Jun from the Seoul Rift Management Department. Taeyang exclaims, oh, you're a civil servant from Rift Management? Then I guess she's your contracted hunter. Du Jun replies, yes. If you don't mind, can you tell me what's happening in here? He looks around and asks, I see many people in bad shape. Why aren't they leaving? He points in another direction. Well, we can't leave, even if we want to. Look over there. Yedji and Du Jun both look in that direction. He freezes, his eyes wide. Du Jun wonders. The rift is closed. Then, he thinks to himself, is this a changed rift? No. If it were, we wouldn't have been able to get in. Yedji exclaims, it might be a rift trap. He's surprised. Huh. Then, she explains, I don't think it's a changed rift. That would be B rank or higher. So it's probably a rift trap. Those can appear at any rank. He reasons. A rift trap. A phenomenon that occurs when a rift meets special conditions. Now, Yedji asks Taeyang, can you show us the mission? He replies, sure. Then, he opens a screen. The screen displays, mission. Current challengers, 25. Eliminate all remaining normal monsters in the rift. Kill the boss monster and its support monsters. The second piece of information quickly appears. Cannot leave the area until the mission is complete. Reward. Increase strength, dexterity, and stamina stats by 5. Sub-reward, B rank, weapon, or higher. Randomly awarded to the one who defeats the boss and support monsters. Final information on status. Normal monsters remaining, 280. Support monsters remaining, 3. Boss monster remaining, 1. Yedji exclaims, 280 of them. Taeyang coughs a few times. He whispers, it would be best if we could wait for the support team. Then, he confides, we've been trapped here for a few days. Sooner or later, the Hunter Bureau will send people. Du Jun is surprised. Can't you guys kill 280 monsters even if you work together? Hearing this, Taeyang says seriously, you'd be right if they were just C-rank monsters. But do you know what kind they are? He blurts out, orcs? He nods. Correct, they're orcs. Then, Taeyang exclaims, but that's only near the entrance. At this, both Du Jun and Yedji are extremely surprised. Taeyang says loudly, go a little deeper. You'll find some B-rank trolls. Yedji exclaims, trolls? I'm pretty confident against orcs, but trolls. Taeyang quickly adds, yeah, trolls are many times stronger than orcs. Now you know why we're sitting here. Yedji thinks to herself, a troll can't be killed by small, consecutive wounds. It has rapid regeneration. You have to finish it in one blow. Suddenly, she pauses. And the biggest problem is... Then, she looks towards Du Jun. Yedji reminds herself, I don't know if I can keep the manager safe. Now, she agrees. Yes, you're right. It's too dangerous. Du Jun is also thinking, waiting here is just a waste of time. This is a good opportunity for her to get a new weapon. He recalls the provided information. Sub-reward. B, rank weapon or higher, will be randomly awarded to the one who kills the boss and its support monsters. He glances over at Yedji. At that moment, Du Jun speaks up. Yedji, if my safety is guaranteed, will you hunt trolls? She replies. Of course. I have no objection to that. Suddenly, there's a sound. Yedji spins around. It's a group of 3 hunters. Seong Min, Ho Jun, and Tae Sung. He speaks up. Hello. Seong Min is excited. Do you two want to join us for a troll hunt? Ho Jun chimes in. If you want, just follow me closely. I guarantee no one will die. The sky is a fiery red. The clouds are stained as if with blood. Ho Jun speaks up. By the way, why are you so close? He cocks his head, eyes wide. Ho Jun hesitates. Do you know of someone? At this moment, he isn't paying much attention. He says, there are 30 trolls ahead. Get ready to fight. The man asks again. Huh, he says. What are you talking about? I don't see any trolls here. Instantly, 3 trolls appear behind them. Ho Jun yells. They're real. Du Jun is activating his phone, less than 5% complete, continuing setup. Ho Jun quickly raises his shield to block. He yells, come at me, you ugly trolls. The trolls look towards the sound. One troll lunges to attack Ho Jun. At this, Yedji exclaims, provocation skill. The trolls attack Ho Jun all at once. He yells loudly. These things are so annoying. Then, Ho Jun charges with his shield. He attacks a troll. He violently knocks it into the air. Then, he shouts, Seong Min, focus on the one on the right. He quickly draws his bow. Seong Min replies decisively. Got it. A seal is launched towards the troll. It's the striker's mark. A skill that significantly weakens the enemy's defense and increases damage by 50%. Next, Seong Min fires another shot. The arrow flies through the air at an incredible speed. It pierces one of the trolls. It staggers. Then, it roars and breaks the arrow. Many seals are launched towards the troll. Now, Seong Min says firmly, by the way, this is going to hurt a little, because you're about to get hit 20 times in a row. As soon as he finishes, multiple arrows fly forward at once. They rain down, piercing the troll's body, but it's unfazed. It pulls out each arrow. Seong Min is stunned. He exclaims, huh, how is it still alive? Was my attack too weak? Immediately, the troll charges after him. He yells, oh crap, I've got to run. At that moment, a foot flashes forward. It's Yedji. She dashes past a troll. Then, she unleashes an attack on it. A series of explosions sends dust and smoke everywhere. In that moment, Yedji lunges towards the troll. She sends a troll flying. After that, she sighs. Seong Min cheers. We make a great team, Tae Sung exclaims. Great team? You didn't do anything, Ho Jun says loudly. Thanks. Hearing this, Seong Min reacts. Didn't you see me attack that troll? Tae Sung replies. Yeah, but your attack was weak as hell, Seong Min yells. You, what nonsense are you talking? Tae Sung teases him. Don't be ashamed. At this moment, Yedji quickly asks, Manager, are you okay? Du Jun is cold. How could I get hurt? I'm not fighting trolls like you guys. Yedji says with a sad look. I was just worried about you, he exclaims. Yedji, she immediately replies. Yes. Yedji tightens her grip on her sword. She dashes forward like a flash of lightning. With a determined face, she only looks ahead. Yedji draws her sword. The troll is terrified. Then, she lands multiple slashes on its chest, and Yedji quickly backs away. It clutches its chest, groaning. Its eyes grow dim. It opens its mouth wide, roaring in pain. Du Jun carefully observes the situation. Ho Jun is surprised. Why is it suddenly roaring like that? Then, he reasons. Don't tell me. It can't be what I think it is. Then, he senses something in the distance. A minute later, many trolls are approaching. Ho Jun screams. Damn it, that's exactly what I was thinking. The horde of trolls aggressively charges forward. At this moment, Tae Sung exclaims, there are so many of them. Ho Jun shouts while running away. Run. We can't stop them. Now, Yedji is observing intently. She mutters, there are only 9 of them. Then, she exclaims, none of you are getting out of here alive. Hearing this, Seong Min glances back. Seong Min says loudly, wait. Tae Sung asks back, what's wrong? He's worried. She's not running. Tae Sung yells. Is she crazy? Then, Tae Sung asks, what should we do? Ho Jun replies, I think we should just keep running. If we go back, we might die with her. Seong Min is sweating profusely. He suddenly exclaims, look at her sword. A few seconds later, Seong Min says loudly, it's radiating a lot of mana. At that time, Du Jun is hiding behind a large rock. He comments, your weapon enhancement has improved a lot, though you're still a novice. Ho Jun urges, hey, keep running. Do you want to die here? Look how many trolls there are. Seong Min shouts, shut up and follow me. He's annoyed. What? On this side, Yedji is preparing for the clash. The trolls are charging forward very fast. They roar as they run. Yedji squints her eyes. She waits in silence. The trolls have reached her position. The trolls lunge, baring their ferocious teeth. Yedji charges too, yelling. Then, a loud explosion. Dust and smoke fill the air. Witnessing the situation, Ho Jun yells. She's insane. Taesung is dumbfounded. That's the first time I've ever seen someone that crazy. Then, he shouts, "Come on, you guys, let's go." The light blue sky stretches out. A few clouds drift lazily above. The apartment building stands tall. At this moment, Junhi is busy by the refrigerator. She looks into the fridge and exclaims, "I made a lot of side dishes. Dad will surely be happy." Then, Junhi says cheerfully, "Now, time to clean the house." She vacuums the entire house. She folds the dry laundry. Then, Junhi opens a door. She exclaims, "I'll clean Dad's room too." She diligently vacuums his room. Suddenly, Junhi notices something. She looks at a book. She exclaims, "This book looks strange." Then, she picks up the book and says, "It seems Dad is trying to remember things he's forgotten. Amnesia is scary." Junhi quickly picks up the book and starts reading quietly. She is surprised by the information she reads. She says, "Dad even marked a lot of words." Then, she remembers, "This isn't the time for reading. I'm cleaning." "Hurry," she says aloud to herself. "I have to graduate quickly, then become a hunter to repay Dad 10, no, 20 times over. But I have to clean the house first." At this moment, Junhi spots a garbage bag on the floor. She quickly picks it up, but she seems to have discovered something. Now, what Junhi is holding is, she exclaims, "This is a mana stone." A minute later, Junhi exclaims, "No matter how long I look at it, it's definitely a mana stone." Then, she says to herself, "It looks quite expensive. Did it fall out of the drawer?" Immediately, Junhi pulls the drawer open. She is completely shocked by what she sees. She screams, "What is this?" Now, Junhi is lying on the bed in astonishment. She holds a mana stone. She says, "There are 9 of them. How much would all of these sell for?" Then, she discovers a long object. She exclaims, "Why is this handle mixed in here? Should I throw it away?" Next, Junhi finds a card. She wonders, is this a hunter's ID card? It's a temporary entry card for Kim Hyun-woo. At this moment, in another space, Yedji is attacking with all her might. She lunges forward, slashing at a troll. Instantly, 2 trolls appear behind her, attacking her. Where their hands strike, the ground shatters. Luckily, Yedji dodged in time. She exclaims, "That was close." Then, Yedji charges in to attack the troll again. She continuously slashes at it. At this moment, Seong-min is being pinned to the ground by a troll. He screams, "Ho-jun, save me." He replies, "Hold on, I'm coming." Seong-min urges, "Hurry up." Now, Ho-jun is struggling to hold back the troll attacking Seong-min. He yells, "Damn this thing, why are you so strong?" He yells loudly, "Do something, quick." Seong-min screams, "Hey, you're stepping on my foot." At this moment, Yedji is exhausted. She thinks to herself, "I'm out of strength." Facing 2 trolls, she thinks, "Am I going to die here?" Yedji remembers an image of Du Jun. She exclaims, "Manager." Then, she tightens her grip on her sword hilt, silently reminding herself, "No, not yet." And then she charges forward, shouting, "I can't die here." Yedji dives down from the air, yelling, "Take this." Then, she swings her sword forward with great force. A loud explosion rings out, dust flying everywhere. The attack hits one of the troll's arms. It stumbles. Yedji's eyes are wide open, her gaze piercing through everything. The troll roars as it charges forward. Suddenly, its eyes roll back. Its whole body trembles. It freezes, then staggers, and it collapses to the ground. It was a long-range attack from Du Jun. Then, he quickly hides behind the rock, whispering, "Time to hide again." At this moment, Yedji quickly attacks the remaining troll. On the other side, Taesung and Ho-jun are still struggling with the troll. At that moment, Yedji kneels down. She pants, thinking, "That was close. If not for that last attack, I might have died." Just then, Du Jun walks over to check on her. "Are you okay?" Yedji immediately perks up. "Yes, I'm not hurt." Then, he says, "Luckily, it's over. You should rest for a bit." It seems those guys are resting too. The 3 of them finally defeated the troll. Time flies. 2 hours later, everyone is still fighting the remaining trolls. Ho-jun looks at the information screen. Rift Trap. Current normal monsters remaining, 171. Support monsters remaining, 3. Boss monster remaining, 1. Then, he thinks to himself, "We're making good progress." He thinks to himself, "It's all thanks to her." Then, Ho-jun glances at Yedji. He thinks, "We're the same rank, but she's so strong." He analyzes, "If my hunch is right, she has the potential to reach S rank in the future." And he notices, it seems Seong-min has realized it too. He started hitting on her again. At this moment, Seong-min says, "Do you have any plans after this? If you're free, let's have dinner." Hearing this, Yedji politely declines. "I'm sorry, but I have something to do at City Hall." Immediately, Ho-jun cuts in. "Hunter Cha, don't listen to this guy. Let me treat you to dinner as thanks for saving my life." Seong-min shouts, "You bastard." Right now, he is busy with his phone. A voice comes from the phone. "Rift map 60% complete." Du Jun comments, "At this rate, I'll finish it today." Then, he thinks to himself, and Yedji has improved again. Her mana has doubled since last time. He looks towards Yedji, a thought crossing his mind. I wonder how strong she can become in the future. Then, he reminds himself, I'll just have to wait and see. Du Jun says loudly, Everyone, get ready to fight. Ho Jun quickly replies, let's rest a bit to recover our strength. Du Jun immediately warns, no time to rest. There are enemies 200 meters ahead, and among them is a very strong monster. Just as Du Jun finishes speaking, everyone feels a tremor. Ho Jun and Taesung both feel it. Their faces show terror. Before Ho Jun and Taesung is a troll chieftain. Taesung can't believe his eyes. A troll chieftain? Ho Jun isn't sure either. Maybe. Yedji seems a bit scared. Before Du Jun's group is a ferocious, three-headed troll chieftain. From its 3 heads, the troll chieftain shoots 3 beams of light. Then the troll chieftain takes aim, straight at Yedji. Yedji is a little surprised. Du Jun thinks grimly, that attack is too powerful. If it hits Yedji, she'll die. Du Jun moves swiftly towards Yedji. Then Du Jun shields Yedji. A massive surge of power surrounds Yedji. It seems Yedji is struggling to stand within this power surge. Suddenly, Yedji looks ahead and notices something shocking. Yedji calls out loudly, Manager. Yedji frantically searches for Du Jun. Manager, Seong Min and Taesung are hiding far away. Hearing the loud noise, one speaks up. Hey, what was that? Who got hit? Seeing this, Ho Jun shoves Seong Min's head down. Keep your head down, you idiot. If one of us is spotted, we're all dead. But Yedji is still looking for Du Jun. Manager, where are you? It seems Yedji has found something. Yedji has found Du Jun. Yedji worriedly approaches Du Jun. Manager. Yedji uses all her strength to shake Du Jun. Wake up! Seong Min seems worried about Yedji. He shouts a warning. Cha Yedji, it's dangerous there. Run. Yedji stands there, frozen. She has discovered a devastating truth. He's not breathing anymore. Yedji gently lays Du Jun down. Yedji cries as she speaks to Du Jun. Manager, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you until the end. Then Yedji embraces Du Jun tightly. She doesn't realize she's being attacked. I'm so sorry. Indeed, an attack is heading towards Yedji and Du Jun. Seong Min sees this and gets worried. Cha Yedji. Seong Min can't hold back any longer. He runs to save Yedji. Damn it. Ho Jun sees this and asks, Seong Min, what are you doing? But Seong Min is determined. Just do as I say. Seong Min lays out a plan. There will surely be a pause before its next attack. During that time, you engage it in close combat, and I'll attack from the side. Ho Jun has no other choice. He calls for Taesung to join in. Let's go. Ho Jun yells loudly. I'll take the front. You two take the sides. Then Ho Jun wields his mace and prepares to strike the troll chieftain head-on. The troll chieftain unleashes its light power again. Seeing this, Ho Jun freezes. I'm screwed. I thought it would be a while before its next attack. Then Ho Jun is hit by the troll chieftain's blast and sent flying. Ho Jun falls hard, his armor completely destroyed. Suddenly, the troll chieftain raises its hands to block. It seems to be under attack. It turns out Seong Min, from a distance, shot an arrow into the troll chieftain's head. Seong Min laughs from afar. I'm your opponent now. Better protect those eyes, or you might lose them before you know it. Yedji remembers her moments with Du Jun, back when they first met. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Lee Du Jun. Even in a dangerous battle, Du Jun protected Yedji. We're in the middle of a fight. Focus on the enemy. And in daily life, Du Jun treated Yedji very well. This is delicious. Yedji remembers his smile and his sigh. Du Jun once told Yedji, Yedji, you are my only hunter, so I'm counting on you. Thinking this, Yedji lets go of Du Jun. I thought I had finally found a place to belong. Suddenly, Yedji sees the system screen appear. Yedji doesn't know what's happening. The system announces, conditions met, unlocking new skill. Skill received, oath. On the other side, the battle between Seong Min and the troll chieftain is intense. Seong Min aims an arrow straight at the troll chieftain's head and fires. The troll chieftain lets out a few fierce roars. Seong Min yells loudly, Is that all you've got? As if in response, the troll chieftain fires a blast at him. Seong Min has no choice but to run. Luckily, Seong Min managed to dodge the attack, but Seong Min is still stunned by the power of the attack. The attack's destructive force is immense. The blast directly injures Seong Min. Seong Min collapses after taking the hit from the troll chieftain. Seong Min screams in pain. Ho Jun, you idiot, save me. Ho Jun is no better off than Seong Min. Just die, dude. Don't ask me to save you. It's your fault. Who else can you blame? Serves you right. You die for being stupid, so stop complaining. It's your fault. Taesung sees this and asks Han Seong Min, are you okay? Seong Min is on the ground crying, damn it, I couldn't do anything. The system announces, skill, oath, rank S, type, passive. Yedji hears the system announcement. Designate a target as your sovereign and pledge loyalty to them. If your sovereign is within a 500 meter radius, the blessing of the oath effect will be activated. The system's voice rings out again. However, if your sovereign is killed by an enemy attack, you will suffer a terrible penalty. The system continues to provide information. Blessing of the Oath. Increases all stats by 100%. Reduces damage from enemies by 50%. Grants immunity to all adverse effects. Penalty. Rank and skills reset to initial state. Sovereign. None. Then the system asks, are you sure you want to choose Lee Du Jun as your sovereign? You will not be able to change this choice. Hearing this, Yedji seems overjoyed. Manager, you're still alive? Yedji seems to have realized something. Yedji takes Du Jun's hand. Suddenly, a glowing ring appears on both of their hands. The system's voice rings out again. Sovereign confirmed. If the chosen sovereign is within a 500-meter radius, Yedji clenches her fist. The blessing of the oath will take effect. On the other side, Ho-jun is running for his life. Seeing he can't escape, Ho-jun lies down. Hey you! Wake up and save me. Seong-min, am I really going to die here? Behind a rock, Seong-min is still recovering. Hold on, I'm still tired. Calm down, Taesung adds. May lightning strike you down. Suddenly, Yedji jumps out. She says loudly, Hunter Kang Taesung, please protect my manager. He's still alive. Seong-min was injured, but he leaped to the top to follow her. Yedji, it's dangerous to go alone. Wait for me. Ho-jun froze when he saw this. Ho-jun pointed at Seong-min. He muttered to himself, that bastard is abandoning his friends for a girl. While he was distracted, Ho-jun was hit by the Horned Chief's attack. Ho-jun was taken behind a rock. Taesung came to heal him. He looked him over and said, you actually look pretty okay. When Taesung was about to join Seong-min's group, Ho-jun grabbed his arm. Just sit here. Let them handle that thing first. Ho-jun begged him, don't leave me all alone. Just heal me. Taesung just shuddered. You're giving me the creeps. Let go of my hand. Just then, Du Jun woke up. He didn't know what was happening. What just happened? A system window appeared before him. Yedji has designated you as her master. Du Jun thought to himself, did Yedji just get a little stronger? Wait, did her power just double? Du Jun fiddled with some stones. He wondered, isn't it weird that I'm completely fine? In the distance, Yedji and the Horned Chief were facing off. Yedji prepared to attack. Yedji dodged all of the Horned Chief's attacks. The Horned Chief seemed to know how strong she was. The Horned Chief spewed stronger flames, right at Yedji. Yedji dodged to the side, but she couldn't avoid getting injured. Suddenly, Yedji sensed something. The Horned Chief was about to crush her. Suddenly, something struck the Horned Chief's head. It was Seong-min's arrow. Go, Yedji. Go, Yedji. I'm always rooting for you. The Horned Chief attacked Seong-min, but he managed to dodge it. This beast. At that moment, Yedji gripped her sword. She moved behind the Horned Chief for a sneak attack. This is my chance to strike. Yedji struck the Horned Chief's arm with all her might. The Horned Chief felt the pain. It turned around, looked at Yedji, and growled. Then, the Horned Chief launched an attack at Yedji. Yedji was sent flying. Then she stared in shock at the scene before her. It was an incredibly powerful attack from the Horned Chief. Yedji prepared to block the attack with her sword. Yedji charged forward. Die. She stabbed directly into the Horned Chief's weak spot. Yedji flew behind the Horned Chief. She unleashed a barrage of slashes on its head. Yedji used all her strength. The Horned Chief could only defend itself passively. Suddenly, the Horned Chief raised its hand high. It was about to do something. It tried to swat Yedji away, but she dodged. Yedji took the initiative, attacking its head. The Horned Chief was so wounded that its teeth shattered. Then the Horned Chief collapsed. Yedji landed another blow on its head. This time, the Horned Chief truly hit the ground. Yedji panted heavily. She breathed out. The battle. Then Yedji raised her sword before her. It's over. A brilliant light tore through the sky. Yedji had defeated the Horned Chief. Seong-min had witnessed the entire fight. Seong-min cautiously returned behind the rock. He updated Ho-jun. Phew, we're alive, man. Ho-jun shot back. Thanks to you, I almost died. Du Jun had also witnessed Yedji's fight. Du Jun stroked his chin. Her swordsmanship is getting better. Then Du Jun looked at his clothes. I need to change before I go home. Otherwise, someone's bound to notice. Du Jun imagined Junhi holding his shirt and complaining. Dad, are you getting pushed around at work? Should I go shoot them for you? Du Jun picked up his shoes. They were full of sand and gravel. Just then, Taesung noticed Du Jun. Oh, you're awake. Hearing this, Yedji quickly turned around. Crying, Yedji ran towards Du Jun. Manager, she threw her arms around him. Seong-min didn't look too happy. He took a hit like that and he's still alive? Taesung asked thoughtfully. Are you really okay? Du Jun replied, I'm not sure. Ho-jun was still in shock. I thought you were a goner for sure. Let me try using my healing skill. Then Taesung suddenly stopped. Seong-min asked from behind, what's wrong? Taesung was completely bewildered. I can't use my skill on him. Yedji asked worriedly, Manager, are you hurt anywhere? Du Jun wasn't sure. I don't know. Probably. Seong-min still seemed displeased. He's still alive. He'll be fine. Ho-jun spoke seriously. Let's just stop here. Okay? Du Jun agreed. That would be better. Ho-jun's group started discussing the loot. So how should we split the mana stones and monster corpses? There are 4 of us, so let's split it 4 ways. Ho-jun saw Du Jun wasn't paying attention. What about you? Du Jun replied, if I earn money here, it's considered illegal. Ho-jun chuckled. That's a pretty good law, isn't it? Ho-jun laughed louder. So it only applies to civil servants? Du Jun confirmed. Yeah. Then Du Jun made a request. Also, instead of giving Yedji her share of the money, can we make a trade? Ho-jun asked in surprise. Sure. What did you have in mind? Du Jun pointed in a direction. That. Over there was a sword. It was a bonus reward for killing the Horned Chief. Give it to Hunter Che. The three of them looked at each other. Then Ho-jun smiled. Go ahead and take it. After all, we couldn't have defeated it without Hunter Che Yedji. Yedji took the sword, feeling grateful. Thank you, everyone. Seongmin chimed in with praise. None of us can wield a sword like you. It's only right that you take it. Suddenly, Du Jun sensed someone approaching. Indeed, two people were coming. It was Minji and Minhyuk. Hello, everyone. Minhyuk spoke up. I didn't expect to see Hunter Che Yedji and Mr. Lee Du Jun here. Then Minhyuk looked at the Horned Chief. Minhyuk praised Yedji. You've gotten stronger, Yedji. That's remarkable progress. Yedji was embarrassed. Thank you. Du Jun also added, Ah, and thank you for the gear you gave her, Hunter Kang Minhyuk. Minhyuk seemed a bit bitter. Well, I lost a bet, so I had to. Minji stepped in. Senior, let's go. You still have a lot of work to do. Minhyuk turned to leave. See you later. I'm busy today. Minji politely offered a business card. If you change your mind, please contact us. Du Jun didn't seem to understand what she meant. Minji explained, about recruiting Hunter Che Yedji into our guild. Du Jun calmly said, Oh, is that so? Let me tell you something. Du Jun tore the business card. I'm just like anyone else. Seeing this, Minji was a bit surprised. He usually doesn't care about others. He doesn't care who gets transferred or sold. Ho-jun's group stared with their mouths open. Then Du Jun threw the torn pieces to the ground. But if that person belongs to me, it's a different story. Minji's face turned pale. Why am I suddenly so scared? Du Jun gritted his teeth. This is my final warning. Don't cross the line again. Du Jun warned her. It's very unpleasant. On a city street, Du Jun was declining an invitation over the phone. Sorry, everyone. I can't make it to dinner. I have to go home early. Cheon-su seemed to understand. It's okay. You must be tired today. Yedji, a little drunk, was telling the story excitedly. And then the manager, Cheon-su, said to Du Jun over the phone, It's fine even if you just drop a bomb on us and run. The more Yedji drank, the more animated she got. But if that person belongs to me, it's a different story. Hyuk-soo was very enthusiastic hearing Yedji's story. Cheon-su added his praise. With such an amazing hunter, it's fine even if you leave her at a police station. It's fine. Then Hyuk-soo snatched the phone from Cheon-su. Hey, Du Jun. Hyuk-soo chided him. Tearing up someone's business card like that isn't right, you know. Du Jun replied, I feel a little bad about it. Hyuk-soo admitted, but I actually enjoyed it. Du Jun couldn't seem to believe his ears. What? Hyuk-soo explained, Du Jun, what I want to say is, bow when you need to bow. But if you're angry, you don't have to hold it in. Hyuk-soo continued, Icarus is a big guild. That's true. But that doesn't mean we have to bow down to them, right? Hyuk-soo seemed a bit drunk and was getting worked up. Who the hell are they to demand we transfer Hunter Yedji to them? Yedji strongly agreed. That's right. Hyuk-soo praised her for agreeing. Well said. Hyuk-soo spoke loudly into the phone. I don't know if Yedji herself wants to leave, but I trust you won't let that happen. Yedji got even more fired up. Never. Cheon-soo also chimed in. Exactly, my brother. Those S-rank hunters are nothing. Hyuk-soo agreed. That's right. Hyuk-soo's voice suddenly softened. Hey, Du Jun. Du Jun replied, curious. Then Hyuk-soo looked up smugly. Am I on your list of my people? His words left Du Jun speechless. Hyuk-soo changed the subject. All right, let's forget that bastard who ran home early. Let's drink, everyone. 1, 2, 3, go. Seeing everyone having fun, Du Jun spoke up. See you all tomorrow. Du Jun hung up the phone. He let out a sigh. Then Du Jun walked home. Soon, he reached his familiar neighborhood. Junhi greeted him politely. Dad, you're home. Hearing this, Du Jun asked kindly, Have you eaten yet? Seemingly surprised, Junhi's eyes widened. Yes. Junhi asked, Did you buy new clothes? Hearing this, Du Jun stammered. They were on sale, and I was a little cold. Plus, the old lady selling them looked like she needed the business. Junhi found this a bit illogical. An old lady selling suits? This made Du Jun freeze. He didn't know how to explain. Du Jun quickly changed the subject. Make me a cup of tea, will you? Junhi obediently complied. Yes, Dad. As she walked away, Junhi thought worriedly. I want to ask him. While getting water for tea, she wondered, does Dad work at the office during the day and as a hunter at night? Junhi imagined a strange scene in her head. An assistant was reminding Du Jun, Master, it's time. And Du Jun was about to start a mission. Let's move out. Then Junhi remembered something else. That's right. Yedji is a hunter, too. An image of Du Jun and Yedji fighting side by side appeared in her mind. Yedji said coolly, Can I wipe out this whole mob, comrade? Du Jun worked in perfect sync with her. It was just too awesome. Junhi imagined an even stranger scene where Yedji was taking aim. We make a perfect pair, don't we, comrade? Du Jun seemed very pleased with his partner. I know, comrade, but no, just call me Appa. Du Jun didn't object to this. Okay, Appa. Thinking about this, Junhi became furious. Only one thought was in her head. Nonsense. Junhi clenched her fist angrily. Next to her, a pot of water was boiling. Du Jun noticed and called out, Junhi, the water's boiling. Junhi snapped out of it. Oops. As Junhi reached to turn off the kettle, she accidentally knocked it over. Du Jun reacted instantly to the situation. He caught the boiling kettle with his bare hands. Then Du Jun reminded Junhi, "Be careful, you almost got hurt." Junhi said worriedly, "Dad, what are you holding in your hand?" As if Du Jun didn't realize how hot it was, he said, "Huh?" Then he looked down at the kettle in his hand. Du Jun placed the kettle on the table and said casually, "It's not that hot. The water has cooled down a bit." Junhi wasn't convinced. "But it's so hot. It's practically boiling." Then Junhi told Du Jun to use cold water. "Dad, put your hand here." Du Jun remained calm. "It's nothing." Seeing this, Junhi seemed regretful. "Your hand really looks fine." Junhi bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry. I was too careless." Du Jun dried his hands with a towel and asked, "Not at all. But what were you worried about?" Junhi wrung her hands and denied it. "Nothing. It's nothing." As if suddenly remembering something, Junhi said, "Oh, right." Yunhei ran into her room. When she came out, she was holding an envelope. Junhi politely handed the envelope to Du Jun. "Here." After reading the letter, Du Jun was very surprised. "An acceptance letter." Junhi explained, "I just wanted to let you know. You have to remember this day." Junhi waved her hand. "I'm not forcing you to come. You're busy with work, and it's a weekday." Du Jun rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Next Monday, huh?" Then Du Jun made a decision. "I think I can make it." Hearing this made Junhi very happy. "Really?" Junhi smiled brightly. "Thank you, Dad." Meanwhile, Seongmin was retelling the story to Minhyuk. He really tore up the business card right in front of Hunter Han Minji. Minhyuk acted indifferent. "Are you still surprised by Lee Do-jun's personality?" Seongmin exclaimed. "Everyone knows that." Minhyuk then asked the real question. "But why are you complaining to me about him?" Han Minji didn't say anything. Seongmin was silent for a moment. A moment later, tears streamed down Seongmin's face. "Don't let that Do-jun guy get away with it. He's so annoying." At the headquarters, Do-jun was settled at his desk. But it seemed like he was about to do something. Du-jun walked over to the section chief, Cheon-soo. Du-jun made a request. "Next Monday, can you write the welcome speech yourself?" Cheon-soo asked curiously. "What's up?" Du-jun said simply, "It's a personal matter." Cheon-soo looked displeased. "You can't be more specific?" Du-jun nodded. "No." Cheon-soo rubbed his chin, thinking, "This is a problem. Both Hyuk-soo and I have a business trip next Monday." Du-jun asked, "A business trip?" Cheon-soo confirmed. "There's an event scheduled for next Monday." Cheon-soo explained. "An official request came in. They want to cooperate with our affiliated agency. We can't just not go." Cheon-soo continued. "So Hyuk-soo will attend the Hunter Academy's opening ceremony." Cheon-soo explained, "I'm sending Hyuk-soo to focus on Hunter Che Yedji, as you suggested." "I see. Can you send someone else?" Cheon-soo crossed his arms. "If you're in a hurry, you can take the day off. The department won't collapse if you two are gone for a day." Cheon-soo thought to himself, "Look at him getting all flustered." Du-jun's face suddenly paled. "No, it's okay. It's okay." Cheon-soo concluded, "Then just come to work." At a coffee shop, Hyuk-soo, seemingly being treated, wasn't holding back. "I'm going to drink until I'm full." Du-jun spoke first. "Are you attending the Hunter Academy's opening ceremony next Monday?" Hyuk-soo asked curiously. "How did you know?" Hyuk-soo added, "From 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'll be back after lunch." Du-jun asked, "Can I go with you?" Hyuk-soo, not knowing what was making Du-jun so urgent, asked, "So suddenly, what's going on?" Hearing this, Du-jun suddenly didn't know what to say. That morning, Du-jun had told Hyuk-soo everything. After hearing the story, Hyuk-soo was in complete shock. A daughter. Du-jun looked troubled. "It's a long story, but it was due to circumstances. Please don't tell anyone." Hyuk-soo asked Du-jun, as if to confirm, "How old are you this year?" Du-jun answered, 26. Hyuk-soo continued, looking astonished. "And your daughter is 17. Are you married?" Du-jun shook his head. "No, and she's not my biological daughter." Hyuk-soo suddenly didn't know what to say about the situation. After they finished their drinks, Hyuk-soo asked as they walked, "Does Yedji know about this?" Du-jun confirmed, "Yes." "Why?" Du-jun explained further. "Yedji has been to my house, so they know each other." Hearing this, Hyuk-soo let out a sigh of relief. Then Hyuk-soo asked, "She didn't say anything?" Du-jun replied, "Like what?" Then Hyuk-soo was incredibly generous and accommodating. "If that's the case, you should go. I'll talk to the chief." Hyuk-soo promised, "Of course, I'll keep this a secret." This made Du-jun very grateful. "Thank you, senior." Monday arrived. Warmly welcoming the new students of the National Academy, Du-jun had arrived at the school. Du-jun thought to himself, "It's a prestigious school. So many people came." Hearing a commotion, Du-jun looked behind him. In the distance, a crowd was shouting, "It's Han Minji." A mother, holding a pen and paper, eagerly approached Minji. "Could you give my child an autograph?" Minji waved her off. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Seeing this, Du-jun wondered, "Why is she here too?" Du-jun quickly turned away. "I don't want to be seen with her." Minji had already spotted Du-jun. She called out, "Mr. Lee, Du-jun." Du-jun did not like this at all. "Damn it." Minji greeted him. "Manager, you came too?" Du Jun replied politely, hello. Minji bowed her head. I apologize for last time. Minji explained, I was a bit agitated and acted thoughtlessly. The surrounding crowd buzzed. What's that? Is he even better than Han Minji? Is he an S rank? Minji didn't stop. Manager, you were right. Minji continued to apologize. I sincerely apologize for what I said. Seeing this, Du Jun had to stop her. Hey, please stop bowing. Everyone's watching. Then Du Jun took the blame himself. I think I was a bit too harsh as well. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Minji suddenly stood up straight. Okay then. Du Jun froze. Du Jun felt something was wrong. Why do I feel like I just got tricked? Then Minji offered her business card again. Here. One more time. Seeing the business card, Du Jun asked, what do you mean? Minji explained, consider this a token of our reconciliation. Minji added, this isn't about recruiting Yedji, this is personal. Du Jun calmly asked, does it matter? Minji said generously, please take it. If you ever have a problem, we'll be happy to help. Minji added, like I said, it's to commemorate our reconciliation. Du Jun sensed her sincerity and smiled, thank you. Then Minji said goodbye. Well, shall we go in? It's almost time. Du Jun also said his farewells. All right, see you later. An announcement echoed through the hall. The opening ceremony will begin shortly. Everyone, please gather in the auditorium. The speaker's voice grew clearer. New students, please line up in your assigned positions. Junhi was also lining up with her peers. In the auditorium seats, Minji rested a hand on the railing. Her eyes were fixed on the people below. Her lips were pressed tightly together. She looked down, deep in thought. Could that be? Lost in her memories, an image of Du Jun appeared. She thought to herself, the power I felt that day, it's not something an ordinary person could have. She spotted Du Jun in the crowd below. She was certain. He's definitely hiding his identity, but fearing Du Jun would see her, Minji quickly turned away. She closed her eyes and whispered, I'll have to wait. Sooner or later, he'll be exposed. Meanwhile, Du Jun was still on the floor. He looked around, searching for Junhi. Where is Junhi? He thought. As he searched, he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as he looked in one direction. He saw Junhi's familiar figure up ahead. She was just a few steps away from him. There she is, he thought, but he didn't run over to her. Instead, his face fell. He covered his mouth, thinking miserably, trying so hard to find her. I'm acting like a real dad. On the stage, an old man was bowing. The MC's voice rang out. First, I would like to introduce a representative who, despite his busy schedule, has taken the time to attend today's ceremony. Please welcome Mr. Dongyi Angqian, the director of the Hunter Bureau, along with Miss Han Minji from the Icarus Guild. Du Jun checked his phone. It was probably a message from Junhi. He thought, Junhi wants to eat ribs. Huh, I should find a clean restaurant. A voice cut through his thoughts. It made him look up. I promise. It was a girl with long blue hair, raising one hand to make a vow. As a student of the Hunter Academy. Next to Du Jun, two girls were whispering. Isn't that the Swordmaster's sister, the top student of the S class? The other replied. I heard she's already achieved A rank, so she's already a hunter, then? Hearing this, Du Jun looked blankly at the girl speaking eloquently on stage. Yes, we will always uphold this honor, as well as honesty in our friendships. He thought, huh? She's that good? He sighed and closed his eyes. He remembered what Junhi had once told him. So Dad, you better treat me well, because I plan on becoming super famous. The sun was high above the academy building. The MC's voice echoed, concluding the day's opening ceremony. A large crowd poured out of the auditorium doors. Some were relieved, as if escaping torture. Others worried about their stiff bodies from sitting too long. To his left, Du Jun was checking his phone. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn around. Dad. Junhi grinned, her hands clenched in excitement. She looked at Du Jun happily. I'm so glad you're still here. Du Jun looked back at her. Yeah. Why was that ceremony 2 hours long? Then, from somewhere, he produced a bouquet of fresh flowers. They were wrapped in pink cellophane. Congratulations. Seeing the bright red flowers, Junhi's eyebrows shot up. Her eyes widened, glistening with tears. She opened her mouth and stammered, D-Dad. She held the bouquet, her face falling as she spoke dejectedly. I accept. Thinking about the flowers, she sobbed in front of Du Jun. He stared, his mouth agape in surprise. He heard her say emotionally, You're too kind, Dad, but I can't even eat these. Hearing that, Du Jun asked, So, do you like them? She replied, Yes, I do. Du Jun and Junhi started walking. He turned to her and asked, So when do you start classes? She looked at him and answered, Right away, Dad. My class placement is already done. Hearing about class placement, Du Jun casually asked, So which class are you in this year? Junhi's cheeks puffed out. Sweat dripped down her forehead. She stammered, Class. She shyly tapped her fingers together. She held the bouquet up to hide her face and spoke weakly. There are 5 colors for classes, A through F. I'll try my best to get into class A. Seeing her expression, Du Jun understood. He replied, Ah, so you're. He patted her head, encouraging her. Junhi's eyes widened in surprise. Just study hard. If you study hard, You'll move up to Class A in no time. Encouraged by her dad, Junhi seemed re-energized. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. Dad, are you hungry? Let's go eat, Du Jun suggested, pointing in one direction. Ah, Sion B. Before he could finish his sentence, Junhi shouted excitedly and started running in another direction. I heard the bakery restaurant nearby is really good. Du Jun could only stand there silently. Suddenly, Junhi saw something. She exclaimed, "Oh!" She and her dad stood at a distance. She looked at the crowd ahead and asked, "What's wrong?" A pair of black trousers appeared. The person made their way through the crowd, saying, "Let me through." Junhi stared at the crowd and shouted, "Over there!" In the crowd, she saw an old man and a young woman. They were protected by men in black suits. She yelled, "It's the director of the Hunter Bureau." Junhi looked at the girl wearing a scarf, walking behind the old man. She was waving to everyone. Junhi continued, "And Han Minji from the Icarus Guild is there too." To the side, Junhi saw one more person. A cool, tall young man with blue hair. The young man looked up. The sharp features of his face became clearer. After seeing his face clearly, her eyes widened in amazement. She exclaimed, "It's the Swordmaster, Lee Kang-hyul." In the group of people, Minji suddenly turned her head. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes widening in surprise. It turned out she had spotted Du Jun and a little girl hiding behind him. She approached him and asked politely, "Have you eaten yet?" He replied, "I was just about to go." Hearing their conversation, Junhi turned pale. It felt like a bolt from the blue. She screamed internally, "Dad and Han Minji know each other?" Knowing Du Jun hadn't eaten, Minji made an offer. "That's good. Then let's go together." Then she smiled sweetly, looking down at Junhi. She asked her, "Is that okay with you?" Junhi was frozen, reacting awkwardly. Yes, it's okay, right?" Seeing Minji talking to someone, director Ian Cheon walked closer. He looked at Du Jun and his daughter and asked Minji, "Who is this?" Minji friendly introduced Du Jun to Ian Cheon. "This is an employee of the Soul Hunter Management Department. It's Lee Du Jun. I thought I mentioned him." Mr. Ian Cheon said in surprise, "Oh my." He looked at Du Jun and continued matter-of-factly, "The manager of that hunter." Then he extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself. "Hello. I'm Dongyi Eng Cheon, the director of the Hunter Bureau." Du Jun bowed politely and shook his hand. He replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Lee Du Jun, an employee of the Soul Hunter Management Department." Minji, smiling brightly, started a friendly conversation with Junhi, who had been standing stiffly with a pale face. "Is this your sister?" Du Jun broke out in a cold sweat. He pointed a hand at his own face and slowly said, "No, this is my daughter." Hearing Du Jun say that, Minji kept giggling. She looked at Junhi, who was smiling reluctantly. She was silent for a few seconds. Minji grinned, leaning forward to get a better look at Junhi. She asked in a low voice, "Are you kidding?" Junhi reacted, refuting Minji's words. "No, I'm son Junhi." Hearing this, Minji could only laugh awkwardly. She didn't know what else to say. Du Jun, with a helpless and resigned expression, slowly said, "It was due to circumstances." After hearing his explanation, Junhi and Minji looked down at the ground, feeling speechless. Director Ian Cheon was no exception. He looked as if he heard something so unbelievable he was at a loss for words. Behind him, a voice was heard. It was Kang-hyul, turning to talk to Yoon-ju. "Hurry up, everyone's been waiting." Yoon-ju's high, sharp voice replied, "Why me? I hate you." Kang-hyul was approaching. Mr. Yang Chon took the opportunity to introduce him to Du Jun. Let me introduce you. This is the Swordmaster, Lee Kang-hyul." Seeing that the person approaching was Kang-hyul, Du Jun's eyes widened in shock. Kang-hyul was the same. His mouth fell open as he looked at Du Jun in astonishment. Then Kang-hyul smiled gently, looking into Du Jun's eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. A glint appeared in his eyes. Du Jun snapped out of his surprise. He and Junhi bowed. "Hello, I'm Lee Du Jun from the Soul Unit." Kang-hyul bowed back carefully. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Ian Cheon patted Yoonju's head, making her squirm and yell. "And this is his sister, Lee Yoonju." She said irritably, "Uncle, my hair." Junhi was stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief. Her face went blank as she thought, Lee Kang-hyul is the top hunter? A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. Her eyes widened as she remembered the person who created the Shik, Chul, and Naeom sword styles. Junhi was petrified, as if in a dream. She thought to herself, "The Sword Emperor, Lee Kang-hyul, is standing right in front of me." Kang-hyul, with a sly look, put a hand under his chin. He asked Du Jun excitedly, "You're a hunter, right? You look pretty tough." Du Jun calmly replied, "No." Hearing that, Kang-hyul closed his eyes and sighed regretfully. "Oh, what a shame. If you were a hunter, you'd definitely be a monster." Du Jun's face tensed. He closed his eyes and slowly replied, "Thanks. But I'm satisfied with my current life." At the same time, he thought, he actually believed me. Kang-hyul turned to look at Yoon-ju, who was standing with her arms crossed arrogantly. He called out, "Yoon-ju, come say hello." Yoon-ju, with a cold, indifferent expression, replied, I'm not interested in people weaker than me. Hearing that, Kang Hyul quickly turned his head. He looked straight at his sister and warned her in a low voice, Lee Eun-ju. She trembled, and a cold sweat broke out. She had to obey her brother's command immediately. She stepped forward and bowed repeatedly. Hello, hello. Then she turned to the side, biting her lip resentfully, and muttered, Don't think this means you're accepted. Du Jun and Junhee laughed awkwardly. Du Jun replied reluctantly, All right, it's nice to meet you. Ian Cheon, standing beside them, closed his eyes and let out a relieved sigh. He said, Well, that should do it. Let's go eat, everyone. Inside a skyscraper, a voice rang out. Everyone, the food at this VIP restaurant is delicious. In a beautifully decorated room, exquisite dishes were neatly arranged on the table. Minji, sitting next to Kang Hyul, spoke up. It's quite famous among hunters. I've only eaten here a few times myself. Ian Cheon added, I just had breakfast here this morning. Junhee, sitting opposite, laughed politely. Yoonju pouted and mumbled, Whatever, uncle. She muttered to herself, Nobody asked. Minji sat across from Du Jun, making conversation. I just remembered. The first time you and I met was also in this building, wasn't it? Du Jun looked blank. He didn't remember. Minji laughed cheerfully, reminding him. It was when you were talking to my senior before the ranking evaluation. As if his memory was jogged, Du Jun replied, Oh, right. Hearing this conversation, Junie's eyes widened. She stared at a single point, deep in thought. Dad said he's a rift manager. Does that mean he's been inside one before? Suddenly, Junhee looked up in amazement, holding her spoon, and exclaimed happily. She stirred her food with her spoon, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. She praised, This is so good. Mr. Ian Cheon, on the side, clasped his hands and acknowledged with his eyes half closed. Go ahead and eat as much as you like, he thought to himself. I eat here all the time, so there's no question about the quality. Ah, Yoonju, sitting to the side, rolled her eyes and sighed contemptuously. Oh, please. Seeing Eunju's rudeness, Minji could only give a weak laugh. Kang Hyul's face stiffened, and he gave his sister a warning look. Ahem. Only when her brother spoke did Yoonju get scared. She quickly said, Sorry, okay? Yoonju sat with her arms crossed, looking away. She pouted and whined. You're never gentle with me. Being an older brother is hard. Kang Hyul had to apologize on his sister's behalf. I'm sorry. I wish Yoonju was half as good as Junhee. Junhee, sitting opposite, felt shy. She waved her hands and said with a bright smile, Not at all. I should be thanking you all for this delicious food. She smiled until her eyes crinkled and turned to Du Jun, who was busy eating. Dad? Du Jun, lost in his food, replied, This is really good. To Junhee's amazement, Du Jun gently placed his empty bowl on top of a tall stack of other empty bowls. Watching her dad eat so heartily, Junhee said gently with a smile, Dad, I'll learn to cook more delicious dishes in the future. Du Jun, chewing away, said, Munch munch, that would be great. Suddenly, Minji looked at Junhee with a thoughtful expression. Her face grew serious as she slowly made a suggestion. Junhee, since we're here anyway, would you like to take a preliminary evaluation? She asked carefully. Ah, have you ever done one before? Du Jun, sitting next to an awkwardly smiling Junhee, looked blank and repeated her words. A preliminary evaluation? Yoonju arrogantly pointed and explained to Du Jun. She's talking about evaluating potential skills, etc., with a special machine. She squinted, smirking. With a hand on her chin, she said unkindly, It's fine if you're not a hunter, but it's a bit expensive, so not just anyone can do it. Her brother's eyes widened in a silent warning from across the table. This made her throw up her hands helplessly and snap. What now? I was just explaining it to them. Understanding the situation, Junhee smiled brightly. She touched her face and said hesitantly, Ah, thank you for the offer. But Mr. Ian Cheon, who had been listening, suddenly spoke up. We'll cover the fee. He silently thought, It's free. This made Junhee much more confident. She clenched her fist. She said cheerfully, I'll do it. Junhee grinned as if she'd found a treasure. She added, I've never been measured before. Yoonju, sitting to the side, propped up her chin and thought about Junhee's luck. So lucky. Taking the opportunity, Kang Hyul encouraged Du Jun to participate too. That's even better. Mr. Du Jun, you should do it too. Du Jun sighed, closed his eyes, and looked down, refusing. I'll pass. Minji was surprised by his refusal. She tried to persuade him. Why? If you get a good evaluation, you could become a hunter. But Du Jun was firm in his decision. I'm not interested. Mr. Ian Cheon spoke up, gently coaxing him. Just give it a try. You don't always get an opportunity like this. Kang Hyul chimed in from beside him. I'm also very curious. With everyone urging him on, Du Jun couldn't refuse any longer. He closed his eyes helplessly and agreed. All right, fine. A device shot a pink beam of light from above Junhee's head. It made a catching sound. Junhee was positioned neatly on the device. The machine beeped, ting. The results will be available shortly. Du Jun stood nearby, watching Minji. She seemed very anxious, eagerly awaiting the results. She stepped forward to the result dispenser and said, Let's see. Holding the results, Minji read aloud in surprise. A rank potential. Predicted skills post-awakening are also A rank. Hearing the good results, Junhi quickly stepped off the device. Her face lit up as she asked, A rank? Kang Hyul fell silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke as if with a deeper meaning, alluding to her hidden power. Oh, this is very rare. You must be hiding an incredible power. Minji also turned to look at Du Jun meaningfully. She offered her congratulations. Mr. Du Jun, you're going to live a life of luxury with endless money. Hearing them go on, Du Jun just said, to move things along. Yoonju saw Junhi approaching. Her arrogant expression faltered for a moment. She instinctively turned her head aside, realizing she had underestimated her, but she still forced a cool tone. Not bad. Junhi didn't think anything of it. She was still beaming, laughing happily about her latent power. She said innocently, thank you. Faced with a grinning Junhi, Yoonju turned her head away. Her cheeks blushed in embarrassment. She pouted, thinking, why does she keep smiling like she's crazy? Minji turned to Du Jun and reminded him, it's your turn. Mr. Du Jun. Junhi was still floating on air. She held her results, examining them carefully. Yoonju stood beside her. With her hands in her pockets, she puffed out her cheeks and complained, this is such a waste of time. Why don't we go get coffee or something? As soon as she said that, she saw the death glares from Mr. Ian Cheon and her brother. She panicked and yelped, geez. What about me? Du Jun quickly stepped onto the device. A stream of light flowed over his body. A kaching sound echoed around him. His eyes opened slightly, he thought. Everything was going just fine. The machine's sound grew more intense with each passing second. Du Jun wondered, why did I agree to this stupid thing? If they see the results, it'll be a headache. Looking at the serious, expectant faces of the other three, Du Jun had a feeling. It seems like they already suspect something. Suddenly, Du Jun felt something unusual. Small particles of light floated around, then seemed to enter his hand. He raised his hand to get a closer look. He guessed. It's entering my body. It's trying to scan me with mana. Realizing the danger, he pressed his lips together. His eyes darkened as he thought, not a chance. He laid flat on the device. He used a stream of his own power to suppress the machine's intrusion. This prevented the device from gathering any data from his body. A signal from the device sounded quickly, to Minji's surprise. Scan complete. Minji had expected something unusual to happen. She didn't think it would be this simple. A big question mark formed in her mind. That's it? Du Jun slowly stepped off the device. He walked towards Minji and asked, are there results yet? Minji was holding the printout. Her face was blank as she answered, yes, here. But a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. Minji stammered, the stats are strange. Mr. Ian Chang broke out in a sweat. He closed his eyes, silent behind Kang Hyul. Seeing this, Kang Hyul asked, has a case like this ever happened before? Then he suggested to Ian Cheon, let's do it again. Mr. Ian Cheon sighed deeply, scratching his forehead. He spoke his mind, no, I don't think that's necessary. Yoonju, on the side, sneered. She put her hands behind her head and said mischievously, I told you. What a waste of time. Minji was still staring at the results. Her eyes were wide. She couldn't believe it was real. She screamed internally, impossible. While thinking, she bit her fingertip. Even if he really has no power, he should be at least E rank or F rank. This is impossible. A case like this is almost unheard of. With her convictions, Minji was determined to prove her suspicions right. She pleaded with Du Jun, please, let's test you again. The machine must be malfunctioning. Mr. Ian Chien, resting his eyes, gently shook his head. He advised, no, consecutive tests aren't good for the subject. Hearing this, Minji was despondent. She covered her face. Kang Hyul also voiced his thoughts. I don't believe it either. He turned to Du Jun and said with a friendly smile, next time, if we have time, let's do it again. Maybe the result will be different. Ian Cheon, standing beside them, added thoughtfully, there have been a few cases like this. Kang Hyul also chimed in, as if to comfort him, don't be discouraged. Minji stood nearby, still in shock, lost in her thoughts. The power I felt that day was a hunter's. There's no mistake, but she quickly snapped out of it. She calmly said to Du Jun, I'm sorry. Everyone was taking turns speaking. Du Jun stood there with a blank face and said, hey everyone, can we go now? A few days later, under a starry sky, the clock on the office wall pointed to 9:25 p.m. The weary face of the office manager, Cheon Soo, frowned. He sighed. His fingers tapped away furiously. He stared at the computer screen, muttering, this is killing me. In another corner, Hyuk Soo had his back turned. He was focused on reading a report. He suddenly heard his boss's sigh. He turned around and suggested, do you want to go to the sauna? Cheon Soo held up his trembling hands. He said with his mouth wide open, I don't even have the strength to go there. I just want to rest. Hyuk Soo still held the report. He rested his eyes behind his glasses. He said softly, you two should rest too. Cheon Soo replied, all right, let's keep each other warm in this cold room. At home, Junhi called her dad. She asked gently, aren't you coming home today? Du Jun answered, yeah. His eyes fell on the thick pile of unprocessed documents on his desk. He said over the phone, I'm not sure. If I finish this pile, then. On the other end, Junhee's brow furrowed with worry. Should I bring you a late-night meal, Dad? Du Jun replied, don't. If I get hungry, I can buy something myself. Her eyes sparkled with concern. Then do you need a change of clothes? Du Jun refused again. I don't need any. Junhee didn't give up. She tried to find more options. What about other things? Socks. She didn't hear her dad's reply. Just a beeping sound. She fell silent, holding the phone and closing her eyes. Seeing Du Jun hang up, Cheon-soo, sitting opposite, asked, who was that? Yedji? Du Jun quickly denied it. No, sir. But Cheon-soo wasn't listening. He continued, what's there to hide? We know everything. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo turned to Cheon-soo. Sir, about the rift at Imgwang-san. Are you sure? Cheon-soo glanced back at him. Yes. What's wrong? Then he turned back, his face falling. He mumbled to himself. This is so annoying. After speaking, he pressed his lips together and closed his eyes. He stretched. The visit from the Hunter Academy. Why did I agree to this? Hyuk-soo stood with his hands in his pockets. He smiled politely and asked his boss. So what do we do now, sir? Cheon-soo looked up at the ceiling. He pouted. What can we do? Just get someone else to do it. Hearing their conversation, Du Jun couldn't help but think. Is Junhee going? Should I tell her? Du Jun's brow relaxed. His head felt swollen. He thought to himself, she already knows I work for the Rift Management Department. Later that night, high-rise lights were sparse. Junhee's voice echoed. Dad. She closed her eyes and smiled. So I was worried for nothing. Next time you're late, tell me first. Junhee held her phone in one hand and a pillow in the other. Her eyes were squeezed shut. She emphasized, okay? Du Jun sweated, answering awkwardly. Yeah, I'm sorry. Junhee remembered something. Her eyes flew open, bright with excitement. Oh, right. I'm going on a field trip next Wednesday. Du Jun looked at Junhee and said, okay. She replied excitedly. Even though it's just Class F, it's my first time going into a rift. I'm so excited. Then she remembered something else. She turned sharply and asked, you work at the Rift Management Department, right? What did you say you do again? Hearing his daughter's question, Du Jun turned pale. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he answered weakly. I manage rift regulations and some other minor things. Junhee's eyes lit up. She quickly fired off questions. So that means you've been inside one, right? Du Jun stood there under his daughter's intense gaze. He answered, yes. She said thoughtfully, so, you've even been inside a rift. She continued to press him, making him break out in a cold sweat. So what do you do in there? Du Jun waved his hands, talking nonstop. I go around to survey the situation. I count the number of monsters, determine the rift's rank, and then write a report. Teams are forbidden from entering on their own. It's a rule. They can only enter with a hunter who has a contract with the city hall. And if there's danger, I have to run immediately and call for backup. The more her dad talked, the more Junhee's face swelled with worry. Her eyebrows knitted together. Seeing this, Du Jun tried to reassure her. You don't need to worry. That just made it worse. Junhee was fuming. She shouted, how can I not worry? You're so thin and weak, and you have to work in a rift. Junhee's voice got even louder. Do you know how many hunters have died in there? Du Jun pleaded from the side. You're bursting my eardrums. Calm down, calm down. Hearing that, she yelled again, making Du Jun's face go blank and his eyes glaze over. How can I possibly stay calm? Then she got serious. She raised a finger and made a solemn proposal. Dad, you need some special training. Du Jun didn't understand. He looked at Junhee blankly. He thought about it. He pointed at her. He asked for confirmation. You, his other hand pointed to himself. He said the rest of the sentence in disbelief. Are going to teach me? Junhee clenched her fists, her face determined. She yelled at her dad. I might look like this now, but who knows about the future? She thought to herself. The machine predicted I'd be A rank, after all. Du Jun pressed his lips together, watching Junhee talk non-stop. She clenched her fists and decisively set a schedule for him. From now on, you have to train with me every weekend. I'll teach you everything from A to Z. She squinted her eyes sternly and laid out her conditions. And next Monday, you have to go to the Hunter Bureau and register for physical enhancement to get mana. Hearing this, Du Jun's face tensed. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He didn't dare speak. He worried. If Hyuk-soo finds out, this will be a problem. Not waiting for her dad's reply, Junhee quickly put on her jacket and bag. She rushed to the door, calling to him. Let's go. Dad? Du Jun helplessly asked. Go where at this hour? Can't we just go to sleep? Under the tall trees, a streetlight glowed. Junhee's voice rang out. First, I'm going to check your stats. Open your status window. Junhee stood to the side, quietly observing Du Jun. He shouted, Open sesame. The status window faintly appeared. All his stats were maxed out at 999. His skills were also at a high level. Junhee's voice rang out again. Read them to me. Looking at the status window, Du Jun was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, He turned his back to Junhee and decided to make things up. Characteristic level 1. Strength 5, Agility 6, Stamina 9, Internal Energy 0, no skills. This made Junhee exclaim, Huh? She looked shocked and amazed. She ran closer to Du Jun and said loudly, "What? Your total is 25? Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Dad, you're on par with an E-rank hunter. Seeing Junhee's reaction, Du Jun thought helplessly, is that considered high? Junhee's head felt huge. Sweat dripped down as she touched her face, mumbling sadly, "Your strength and stamina are even higher than mine." She thought, can a normal person have stats like that? Then she convinced herself. Well, it does make some sense, but not overlooking a small detail, Junhee raised a hand to her mouth and asked her dad curiously, "But what's internal energy? I didn't know that stat existed." Du Jun's face went pale, his mind raced. He waved his hands and gave Junhee a deceptive answer. "Ah, my mistake. I meant mana. Mana is 0. She didn't let him off the hook. Junhee smiled innocently and said matter-of-factly, making Du Jun's heart sink. "That's normal for an ordinary person, but your other stats are a little strange." Under the streetlights, Junhee's voice droned on. "Niam is the easiest to use, but you need the skill for it, so you can't do it." She raised a finger, excitedly sharing a secret. "Another one that's easy to use and also the safest is Shik. You can use it to attack from a distance." Then she took out a gun. Du Jun stared at the gun, his lips pursed and his eyes wide. Junhee said enthusiastically, "You don't have mana yet, so you can't use it right away, but watch how I do it." She held the gun firmly with both hands, aimed straight ahead, and shouted, "Haya." A blue stream of light slowly appeared in the gun's barrel. Junhee smugly pressed the gun to her cheek. Under Du Jun's thoughtful gaze, she pouted. "This method requires concentrating the mana in your body and channeling it into the weapon. It's called weapon enhancement." Then she turned her head quickly to look at Du Jun and continued excitedly, "If you can do this, you're already halfway there. Do you want to try?" Junhee held out the gun. She said encouragingly, "Your status window shows 0, but everyone actually has a little bit." Holding the gun, Du Jun stared at it intently, remaining silent. Junhee's voice droned on. "First, close your eyes. Try to feel if there's a weak energy source inside your body." Following Junhee's instructions, Du Jun's body was gradually surrounded by a blue light. He replied softly, Junhee also closed her eyes. She held her hands out in front of her and continued her instructions. Now imagine that energy being transferred into the mana gun. Du Jun was panicking inside. He wondered, is this okay? Just a little bit like this. Du Jun held the gun straight out in front of him. His eyes were shut tight. A tiny stream of blue light silently emerged from the barrel. Junhee, witnessing this, jumped up in shock. Her eyes widened in amazement. She shouted in disbelief, "How did you do that on your first try?" Junhee's reaction was so strong that Du Jun, still holding the gun, turned pale and fell backward. He was in turmoil. What the hell? What was that? Completely surprised, Junhee touched her face as if in a dream. She said quietly, "Dad, I think you really have potential." She placed both hands on her chest, as if trying to calm herself. Du Jun waved the gun around, as if denying the compliment. He said, Yeah, it was just luck. I tried again, but it didn't work." Hearing her dad say that, Junhee looked miserable. She shut her eyes tightly, her hands on her stomach, and said weakly, "It took me a whole month to do that." But she was still adamant about not letting him become a hunter. She worried for his safety. "But I still object to you becoming a hunter. It's too dangerous." Du Jun agreed, reassuring her. "I don't have any intention of doing that anyway." It was late, and only the two of them were out. Du Jun said softly, "I'm tired. Let's go home." He thought, this kind of training is a bit boring. Junhee obediently replied, "Ah, yes." The sun was high in the office. The clock struck 9 a.m. Hyuk-soo, hands in his pockets, walked towards Du Jun's desk. Du Jun was engrossed in his computer, unaware of what was behind him. Passing by Du Jun's desk, Hyuk-soo curiously glanced at the computer screen. He was stunned. His eyes widened, and he froze on the spot. Seeing the words, "Physical Strength Enhancement Results" on the screen, Hyuk-soo jumped. He yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Du Jun continued to click the stamp. The hunter's office seal. Hyuk-soo panicked and yelled again, "Do you want to go to jail?" Du Jun kept staring at the screen, ignoring Hyuk-soo's screaming. He replied, "Not a chance." Hyuk-soo didn't think so. He said frantically, "What do you mean, not a chance? You're going for sure." He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He asked Du Jun with his mouth agape, "Wait, why are you doing this?" Du Jun fell into thought. He remained silent. Standing under the building, Du Jun stood next to Hyuk-soo, who had his arms crossed. He lamented, "Why is life so cruel?" He suddenly turned around and asked Du Jun with wide eyes, "Your daughter is going on the field trip too, right?" Du Jun replied thoughtfully, "Yes." Hyuk-soo asked again, "Aren't you going to hide it from her? The section chief and the two of us all have to go." Du Jun's face fell helplessly. He felt like there was nothing he could do. "I'm not planning on hiding it from her." Then he thought silently, "And I think she already knows." Hyuk-soo breathed a sigh of relief. He grinned and said, "Oh, is that right? Then we have nothing to worry about." Then he added something that made Du Jun turn curiously. "Oh, by the way, something important is happening next week." Hyuk-soo continued, "It's the Hunter Bureau's comprehensive inspection. I might get a chance to manage a B-rank rift." He closed his eyes tightly and looked down at the road. He said wearily, I hope I get a good evaluation. He thought to himself, I'm so worried. He then remembered his boss, Cheon-soo, who was very determined. He revealed, the boss is trying really hard for this. If he succeeds, he'll get a promotion. Du Jun stood to the side listening. He held a can, his face tense and silent. He thought, I think that'll be difficult. He then asked, what if it doesn't work out? Hyuk-soo replied, then we'll have to disappear for a while. Amidst the green trees and clear white clouds, a teacher's voice called out, students, gather here. A young man clapped his hands together. He shouted loudly, gather round, gather round. Once the students had assembled, looking curious and confused, the young man turned and made an introduction. These are the representatives from Seoul City Hall. They will be leading our group today. The lead guy was Cheon-soo, along with Hyuk-soo and Du Jun. He spoke up to greet them. Hello, I'm Cheon-soo. Standing before the diverse group of students, he continued his speech. Let me introduce you. This is an F-rank rift. It's mostly inhabited by goblins. They shouldn't be too difficult for you, but I want you all to know, we can never predict what might happen inside a rift. He continued without pause. First is safety. Second is caution. We must ensure everyone's safety. This prompted a student standing next to Junhi to whisper, why would City Hall send a department head for this? After explaining the details, Cheon-soo stood before the students. He raised his hand and asked, are there any questions? The students remained silent. He then concluded, all right, shall we head in? Eunju stood to the side with her arms crossed, her lips pursed in annoyance. She looked at Du Jun and thought, why is this weakling allowed in a rift? Cheon-soo, on the other hand, was boasting smugly. Hyuk-soo, did you see how their eyes widened after my speech? Hyuk-soo replied tiredly, not at all, boss. It was a clear, sunny day. Everyone was laughing and having fun. They were toying with the goblins, treating them like playthings. The students laughed as they kicked and punched, terrifying the goblins. The smiles on their faces were losing their humanity. Witnessing this scene, Cheon-soo remarked, the old saying is true. Rookie hunters are the scariest creatures on Earth. Hyuk-soo replied, indeed. He looked bored and continued, do you think any of them will join us after graduation? Hyuk-soo answered gently, I don't know. I hope so. Nearby, Du Jun asked, Eunju, aren't you joining them? She just replied coldly, hunting goblins won't teach me anything new. Just a bunch of weaklings. Then Eunju asked flatly, are you in charge of us? Du Jun calmly replied, no, I'm just an assistant. Eunju turned her head away and said mockingly, is there anything else you can do? Hearing their conversation, Cheon-soo glanced over curiously. Du Jun replied to Eunju, ask yourself that. Cheon-soo smiled kindly, thinking to himself that she was cute. He said, are you scared? Is this your first field exercise? A gentle and kind expression appeared on Cheon-soo's face. He tried to comfort her. There, don't be scared. We'll be supporting you from behind. Just give it a try. In response to Cheon-soo's kindness, Eunju just said coldly, with a hint of disdain, I wonder who's protecting whom. I doubt you have the strength to even run. Her words made Cheon-soo's blood boil. He shouted angrily, you little brat, go play with your friends. Don't bother the adults while we're working. Hyuk-soo, standing behind him, quickly tried to calm Cheon-soo down. Boss, he whispered fearfully into Cheon-soo's ear. That's Eunju, Lai Eunju, the Sword King Lai Kang-hyun's younger sister. A look of panic crossed Cheon-soo's face. Hearing this, Cheon-soo immediately ran after Eunju. He began to flatter her. Eunju, so you're that Eunju. Huh, would you like some jujube tea? Looking at Cheon-soo, Hyuk-soo forced a worried smile. He said, the boss is going to have a tough day. Seeing this, Du Jun commented, sucking up to that kid again. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo turned to ask, Du Jun, by the way, which one is your daughter? Du Jun pointed in a direction and said, over there. Upon seeing Junhi, Hyuk-soo praised her. She's so pretty. She seems quite popular with her friends. From a distance, Junhi suddenly noticed Du Jun. She turned and waved happily. Du Jun waved back at Junhi. Suddenly, the instructor announced, you can now hunt freely, but remember to be back at the assembly point in 1 hour. You can work in groups. Hearing this, Hyuk-soo turned and said, go be with your daughter. Du Jun was surprised. Huh? Then Du Jun hurried off. He called out, yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Hyuk-soo replied, okay. Watching Du Jun disappear, Hyuk-soo said to himself, it's been a while since I've seen Du Jun run like that. A massive explosion erupted from deep within the forest. Junhi decisively took down a goblin. Seeing this, Du Jun praised her. You're pretty good with a gun. Junhi turned and smiled modestly. Not really. Goblins are easy. Du Jun couldn't help but applaud. He said with a proud voice, but you've been practicing on your own. Very good. At that moment, Du Jun was startled. His eyes turned sharp. He looked up as the clear blue sky suddenly turned pitch black. Junhi asked in confusion, why did the sky suddenly get so dark? The goblin Junhi had just defeated suddenly stood up. Its face became ferocious, its eyes filled with evil energy. Junhi exclaimed in shock, it's a goblin. But, she continued in amazement, its skin color is strange. It looks different, too. Junhi gripped her gun tightly, her gaze determined. She stepped in front of Du Jun. Dad, get back. She aimed the gun at the goblin. Junhi pulled the trigger without hesitation. The magic bullet shot out as fast as an arrow. The bullet hit the goblin straight in the head. She asked, confused. Huh? That's it? She looked at the goblin. It showed no signs of movement. Junhi said happily, It's over, Dad. It's safe. Suddenly, a blood-red light emanated from behind her. Seeing this, Du Jun shouted in horror. Junhi. A rift appeared behind Junhi. A voice emerged from it. You have defeated the Rift Guardian. The voice continued. The conditions to start the event have been met. The rift slowly began to pull Junhi in. The rift's difficulty will be chosen at random. Du Jun shouted in panic. Junhi, come back. The wind around her was too loud for her to hear clearly. Junhi looked up and asked, What, Dad? She screamed in terror, calling for her father. Junhi was sucked into the rift. She reached out her hand, calling for Du Jun's help. Du Jun was stunned. He ran towards Junhi, shouting her name. Junhi. Without hesitation, Du Jun leaped into the rift. The rift slowly closed. It flashed brightly and then vanished completely. The sky was as dark as ink. Everyone was bewildered, unsure of what had just happened. They began to murmur. What's with this weather? What the hell? At that moment, Cheon-su was lying on the ground. His jujube tea had spilled all over his face and clothes. Cheon-su shouted, Hyuk-su, let's go home. In a strange land, the space was dyed a blood-red color. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Junhi was kneeling on the ground. Du Jun stood calmly beside her. A look of shock filled Junhi's eyes. She knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Du Jun gazed into the distance. He wondered, a rift trap? A voice rang out. You are in Isis's lair. Du Jun looked up in the direction of the voice. The voice continued. Objective. Survive for 30 minutes. Defeat the monster Isis if possible. Suddenly, the massive dragon Isis appeared before Du Jun. Junhi squeezed her eyes shut, shaking with fear. Seeing her like this, he thought she must be in shock. Then Du Jun let out a sigh. He said, I guess it's time to stop hiding my skills. He picked up the gun from the ground. Du Jun spoke. Junhi, Dad's borrowing your gun. He turned back and reminded her gently. Just stay put. Dad will be back in a minute. Junhi was still terrified. Seeing Du Jun walk towards Isis, she reached out to stop him. Dad, wait. Isis looked at him with contempt. Then it roared loudly. Where did this little brat come from? Flames burned fiercely in its mouth. It was scorching hot. Isis spat fire at Du Jun. It roared. Get lost. Now. Seeing this, Junhi screamed in terror. Dad. Facing the scorching, swirling flames, Du Jun's expression remained unchanged. He let out a cold breath. Then Du Jun coolly waved his hand, splitting the flames in two. Witnessing this incredible sight, Junhi sat behind him in awe. Her mouth hung open, unable to speak. She thought to herself, the flames. They parted. How? Junhi looked towards the dragon Azaz. She thought, could it be because of that dragon? To her surprise, it was even more shocked and terrified than she was. Seeing this, Junhi thought, no way. She turned to look at a silent Du Jun. Junhi guessed, that means Dad. Seeing him point the gun at Isaiah's, she thought, but Dad doesn't know how to use a gun. Du Jun spoke to Azaz in a cold voice. You just shot at me. It's only fair if I shoot back, okay? Hearing this, Isis froze in fear. Then Du Jun began to act. A huge, blinding blue energy orb appeared at the gun's muzzle. Seeing this, Azaz was horrified, its eyes wide. It pleaded in panic. Don't be rash. Time's up. Time's up. In the same cold tone, Du Jun replied, if you have something to say it quick. Don't make me use force. Hearing this, Isaiah stammered, Can I ask you something? Just one question. It asked, trembling. You're sparing me for a reason, right? Du Jun replied flatly, What a stupid question. Your life is mine now. Then Du Jun aimed straight at his eyes. He decisively launched the energy orb. The orb flew out, cutting through the wind. Isis panicked and shouted, Oh, my God. It scrambled to run away. Save me. The energy orb collided with the ground, creating a powerful tremor. A giant column of smoke rose from the impact site. The ground cracked. Izaz was stunned, frozen solid. It trembled and wondered, what the hell was that terrifying power? Izaz turned in a panic and asked Du Jun, Are you human or something else to be able to do that? At that moment, Du Jun was only thinking. It didn't break. Du Jun looked up at Izaz and asked, You want to know why I spared you? It answered fearfully. Yes, sir. Du Jun's face darkened. He said, Is that all? Suddenly, Du Jun leaped up from the ground. He announced, All right. Let's warm up a little. Du Jun clenched his fist and charged towards Izaz. It broke out in a cold sweat of fear. Izaz stood frozen, its face blank. It barely managed to utter, Sir. Du Jun delivered a powerful blow to Isaiah's head. It sent its face crashing into the ground. His punch seemed to carry an immense magical force, as if it could shatter anything. After the attack, smoke rose from Izaz's head. It clutched its head and cried out in pain. My head, a lump the size of an apple formed where he'd been hit. Du Jun said without mercy, Now I have to teach you some manners. Isis held its head and asked, What are you going to do to me? Du Jun replied coolly, If you're good, you'll get hurt. If you're bad, you'll be punished. Looking up at the sky, Junhi recalled, because 3 years ago, when the Marsalis appeared, squads of warriors marched towards the giant dragon. She thought, countless people went to defeat it. Among them, 3 S-rank hunters lost their lives. Junhi said in disbelief, that's what I heard. She knelt on the ground, looking at Du Jun. She said, it can't be wrong. Seeing the once mighty dragon now obediently listening to Du Jun, he began to discipline it. What is this? Bend your arms, chest lower. Du Jun stepped on Izaz's back. He said, again, you punk. It answered in a panic. Huh, no sir. Du Jun continued to drill Izaz. 1. Spirit. 2. Unity. Seeing this, Junhi thought in astonishment, who is my dad? Really? He looked at Izaz and asked, you're an A-rank, stronger than an orc? Izaz immediately retorted, you're kidding. I'm actually quite useful. Du Jun replied coldly, really? But in his mind, he was calculating. This one could work as a guard. He looked at Izaz and thought, this guy might be a little slow, but he seems obedient. I'd feel safe leaving him at home with Junhi. Junhi called out, Dad, can we go home now? Du Jun jumped down and replied, yeah, let's go. He approached Junhi and said, Dad needs to tell you something. Junhi looked at him with a worried expression. Du Jun began, Junhi, about this. Junhi cut him off. She nodded and said, it's a secret. As if she had read his mind, Junhi said cheerfully, that's what you mean, right? She assured him, I won't tell anyone about this. Du Jun replied, yeah, He pointed at Junhi and said, you catch on quick. She replied shyly, you must have a reason for hiding it. We're family. I support you, Dad. Looking at Junhi, he said, thank you. Let's go home. Du Jun turned to look at Izaz standing there. He asked, so, are you coming or not? Izaz obediently replied, yes, in its giant form. Du Jun said, can you transform? This form is way too eye-catching. He warned sternly, if you dare act up outside, I'll wring your neck. Izaz said politely, yes, I remember. I'll transform now. It began to transform. From a giant dragon, it became tiny before Du Jun and Junhi's eyes. Izaz appeared as small as a stuffed animal. Junhi couldn't help but exclaim, oh my gosh, it's so cute. Hearing that, Du Jun said confusedly, what the heck? Cute? Izaz put on a sulky face. Junhi saw this and quickly said, I'm sorry, little guy. Du Jun raised his fist and warned, what's with that attitude? Izaz said in a panic, I'm sorry. Du Jun continued, Junhi likes cute things, so you always have to act cute, got it? Hearing this, it started rolling on the ground, acting spoiled. Yes, I remember. Seeing Junhi's sparkling eyes, Du Jun said gently, do you want to pet him? He's softer than you think. Junhi's face lit up with excitement. She immediately ran over to pet Izaz. Although Izaz was annoyed, it had to endure because of Du Jun's threat. The sky had now returned to its clear blue state. Su said, the weather is back to normal. He looked at the kids still playing. The class seems fine, too. Su asked coolly, where has Du Jun been? I haven't seen him. Su replied, I don't know. I just saw him wandering around here. Then Du Jun stepped out of the rift. Su and Su looked back in surprise. Seeing Du Jun, Su yelled angrily, where have you been? He calmly replied, sorry, boss. I had something to do. Su grumbled. He then said, get ready to head back. Seeing Du Jun with Junhi, he asked curiously, hey, do you know this student? Du Jun answered, she's my daughter. Su replied, oh, so she's your daughter? Su was startled. He said in disbelief. What? Du Jun explained. For certain reasons, I can't explain in detail. I hope you understand, sir. Hearing this, Su patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. He smiled and said, oh, it's okay. It's normal. We were all young once. Junhi bowed politely. Hello, sir. I'm Sun Junhi. Su smiled warmly and thought, nice to meet you. I'm Section Chief Kang Su from the City Hall Rift Management Department, he said aloud. Sun. Suddenly, Du Jun cut him off. I said I can't give details. Hearing that, Su turned away, looking dejected. Su introduced himself. I'm Su, Du Jun Sr. Junhi replied cheerfully, I've heard a lot about you. Dad said you help him out a lot. Su turned to eavesdrop. Junhi expressed her gratitude. My dad and I are very thankful. Su waved his hand. Not at all. Actually, Du Jun is the one who helps me more. Su saw Izaz and asked, where'd you get this puppy? He continued, hey, why did you dye its fur? How can you tell the breed after dyeing it? Are you abusing your pet? Izaz looked fearfully at a threatening Du Jun. Su curiously pinched Izaz's cheek. Wait, why is it so shapeless? Hey, take this dog to the vet. He picked it up. Izaz panicked and barked. Being held by Su, Izaz struggled fiercely. He said, flustered, hey, it's trying to bite me. Why is it so aggressive? Su hesitantly replied, I don't think that's a dog, boss. Du Jun, standing to the side, spoke up calmly. This pet will be my left hand from now on. I've awakened and just tamed it. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Su approached in disbelief and asked loudly, Really? You awakened? Hyuk-soo continued. Hey Du Jun, are you planning to become a hunter? Du Jun scratched his head. No, but it could be useful when exploring rifts. Hearing him say that, Chi-In-soo let out a sigh of relief. I was just worried you'd leave us. Our department is already short-staffed. Chi-In-soo said, this won't do. Let's go for a few drinks after work today. We need to butter Du Jun up or he might leave. He dropped his ass to the ground, saying, go chew on some grass, kid. Chi-In-soo turned to invite Junhee. Junhee, want to come with us? We can talk about career paths. Do you know what the rift management department does? She hesitated. Well, he said, there's beef. I'm talking quality beef. Hearing that, Junhee agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll switch my career path right now. Suddenly, a voice called out, wait. Eunju pointed at Isis and asked curiously, what is this? She looked at the cute Isis on the ground. She was shocked. No way. A sense of panic started to grow inside Azaz. Eunju picked him up and couldn't help but shout, is this yours? Damn, it's illegally cute. Junhee saw this and panicked. Eunju, don't pick him up like that. Du Jun approached and said, this is my pet. Eunju replied, pet? He continued, I just awakened. Eunju was shocked. She exclaimed, awakened? Are you going to be a hunter? This is super rare. Du Jun replied, my preliminary evaluation results aren't out yet, but what if I am? Hearing this, Azaz looked dejected. She asked again, are you planning to become a hunter? No, he replied. I have no intention of doing that. Eunju asked inquisitively, why not? If you become a hunter, any guild would treat you like royalty. Du Jun replied flatly, I'll only use it when I enter rifts. She said with a bored tone, is that all? You have no ambition. Then the instructor cut in, you have to become a hunter. It's a chance to get paid without working. Chi-In-soo stepped forward to stop everyone. He patted Du Jun's shoulder and said soothingly, all right. Why do you guys keep bothering him when he's already said he doesn't want to? Let's go, Du Jun. Everyone has their own path in life, right? Du Jun said coolly, I won't quit my job. Why do you care? Is that what I should say? Hearing him say that, Chi-In-soo was overwhelmed with emotion. He hugged Du Jun tightly and said, Du Jun, I love you, man. Du Jun ran away in fear, saying, let go of me. This is so damn uncomfortable. Chi-In-soo refused to let go. I don't want to. Don't be so cold. Seeing this, Eunju exclaimed, wow, so cringe. Azaz covered its face and thought, I knew it. The world outside the rift is dangerous. On the way home, everyone was talking excitedly. Let's go to the company for dinner. We have to buy Junhee some delicious food. Eunju spoke up. Hey, mister. Can I have this pet? Du Jun immediately refused. No, I needed to guard my house. The next day, at Du Jun's company, Chi-In-soo and Hyuk-soo were working intently. Du Jun said coolly, why should I apologize? Yedji sat next to Du Jun. She slumped over the table, looking annoyed. Yedji said resentfully, you're all terrible. She shot up from her seat, her voice filled with hurt. How could you all go without me? You didn't even call. She continued angrily, I got here a while ago, and I've been waiting for a long time. Du Jun said, you really didn't have to. Hearing Du Jun say that, Yedji became even more furious. She shouted, why shouldn't I be here? I'm part of this team too. Du Jun covered his ears, his expression unchanged. She said tearfully, I heard you all went for pork BBQ and soju. Huh? Pork. Yedji's voice echoed through the office. BBQ drinks. I want to go too. I spent the whole day here cleaning the entire office. Hearing this, Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo flinched. Du Jun tried to explain. That's not right. Yedji, we had beef. Hearing him say that, Yedji looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. Terrified, Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo came over and patted Du Jun on the shoulder, saying suggestively, what are you talking about, Du Jun? We just said it was pork from a pig fed acorns, so it tasted like beef. Hyuk-soo added, that's right. We had pork, remember? Du Jun didn't seem to get their hint. He replied matter-of-factly, no, it was hanwoo, the special grade. You cried when you paid the bill, remember the chef? Du Jun asked, were you too drunk yesterday? Cheon-soo panicked. He forced a laugh and said, I think I gave you too much to drink yesterday, so you're a little confused, right? A murderous aura surrounded Yedji. She growled, liars. You all said you were eating pork. Cheon-soo broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to calm her down. Miss Yedji, please calm down. We'll have a pork BBQ at the company tonight. Yedji turned and walked away angrily. She said, fine, I'll go eat special hanwoo by myself. Cheon-soo tried to stop her. Miss Yedji. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo pulled a piece of candy from his pocket. He said, seriously, I think this will work. Hyuk-soo chased after Yedji under the watchful eyes of Du Jun and Cheon-soo. He called out loudly, Miss Yedji, we didn't want to leave you out. It's just that yesterday. In the office, Yedji said in an annoyed tone, long story short, she continued while chewing the candy. Don't forget that I'm also part of the rift management team. Hyuk-soo smiled and rubbed his hands together, flattering her. Of course. He kept whispering sweet nothings in Yedji's ear. We're really counting on your help for next week's inspection. She replied, I'll do my best. Suddenly, Cheon-soo yelled. What? Don't tell me I've lost everything. After all that sweat and tears. Hyuk-soo and Yedji were startled and turned to look at him. Cheon-soo angrily shouted into the phone, why are you suddenly bringing up this B-rank hunter or that B-rank hunter? Everything was already settled. He questioned in a panic. Huh? Don't meet the requirements? Hey? The person on the other end suddenly hung up. He yelled, hey! Cheon-soo angrily hung up the phone and cursed, those bastards. He hurried out the door. Cheon-soo said to the others, sorry. Everyone, get back to work. I need to step out for a bit. The three of them stood there in thoughtful silence. Du Jun asked, didn't we request special cooperation for this project? Hyuk-soo thought for a moment and then replied, well, this isn't the first time, he said, and they still couldn't do it? Hyuk-soo sighed and replied, they always act like they're the boss. At that moment, Izaz was angrily questioning someone. Hey, do you think you're the boss or something? Why do you always decide everything yourself? Junhi explained, flustered. That's not it. Young, I just said I was busy cleaning the house, so we can't go out. Junhi tried to reassure it. Besides, who knows what could happen if we go out? Hearing that, Izaz said dejectedly, what's there to worry about when you're with me? She said gently, I'm more worried about you. I can't manage you on my own. Izaz sighed in frustration. Bro, you say that like I'm going to cause a bunch of trouble if I go out. Junhi tried to comfort it. We'll go out when Dad gets home, okay? Izaz refused to listen. It threw a tantrum on the floor. I don't want to. I want to go out now. Junhi cheerfully greeted her dad as he came home. Hearing this, Izaz was startled and sat up straight. Du Jun grabbed Izaz by the head and warned, I told you Junhi likes cute things. It said fearfully, my prince, please forgive this cursed dragon. Du Jun tightened his grip on Izaz's head. He growled, I've been too soft on you, so you've gotten spoiled, haven't you? Du Jun strictly disciplined it. Hands up, face the wall. Izaz obediently replied, yes sir. It fearfully faced the wall. Then Du Jun called out, time to eat, Junhi. She replied, okay. Junhi asked, what about Young? Hearing this, Izaz sneakily glanced over. Du Jun replied, I bought something for it. And so, Izaz obediently faced the wall again. Junhi remembered what happened, what had unfolded in the world inside the rift. She wondered if she could just pretend nothing happened. Suddenly, a memory flashed back. In the past, Junhi had told Du Jun, when I become a hunter, I'll protect you. She had told him loudly, this won't do. From now on, you have to train with me on weekends. Thinking back, Junhi felt a wave of panic. Oh man. She covered her face. I'll teach you everything from A to Z. Junhi lamented in embarrassment. Oh my god. Seeing her scratching her head in confusion, Du Jun thought, is she okay? A voice from the TV caught his attention. How could you do this? Even Izaz, who was being punished facing the wall, couldn't help but eavesdrop. Let's break up. I'm too tired of this. The voice from the TV continued. I was the one who took care of you and supported you while you were studying for your exams. And now that you've passed, you're leaving me for another woman. Izaz said in disgust. Wow, what a scumbag. Then Du Jun called out to Izaz. Hey. It flinched upon hearing him. Du Jun asked angrily, did I tell you to face the wall or stare at the TV? Izaz said fearfully, I'm sorry. He asked sternly, sorry for what? Izaz bowed its head and said profusely, I won't do it again. Du Jun's voice remained cold. Do what again? It replied, I promise to be obedient. Izaz's stomach growled loudly. It trembled, trying to hold on. I'm at my limit. Du Jun commanded coldly, stand up. Junhi approached and said gently, Dad, Young hasn't eaten since this afternoon. She continued, by the door. Izaz looked longingly at the black plastic bag by the front door. Junhi picked up the bag to look. She said, Dad, this is. Junhi took a bowl out of the bag. She said, it's a dog bowl. Hearing this, Izaz exclaimed in shock. What? Seeing Izaz's reaction, Du Jun said sternly, what? You got a problem? Were you planning on sitting at the table? At this, it fell silent. Its tail drooped in fear. Izaz couldn't help but say resentfully, I have rights too. Dragon rights, that is. Du Jun replied coldly. Not a chance. Eat out of that. He poured food into the bowl for Izaz. I bought dog food, so eat up. Then Du Jun took off his jacket and turned to take a shower. He said, Junhi, I'm taking a shower. Make sure it doesn't get near the fridge. Izaz stared thoughtfully at the bowl of dog food. It picked up a kibble and bit into it. Suddenly, Junhi snatched the bowl away. She stopped it. Don't eat that. Izaz's eyes welled up with tears. You want to take this from me too? Junhi gestured for it to be quiet. Shh. Izaz cheered up. Spare ribs. Izaz grabbed a rib and started eating voraciously. Junhi gently reminded it, eat quickly before Dad finishes his shower. Because Izaz was eating too fast, it started to choke. It kept patting its chest. Junhi handed it a glass of water and smiled. Here, drink some water. Izaz held the glass in its hands, suddenly feeling touched. It looked up at Junhi and said emotionally, Junhi. Du Jun was happily showering, while outside, Izaz declared, I will protect you. Junhi said in surprise. What? So suddenly? Thanks. At the Rift Management Department, people were talking excitedly. A B-rank hunter is signing with us. Everyone gathered around Hyuk-soo, praising him endlessly. Wow. He accepted a salary of 300 million won a year? Hyuk-soo's friend is really something, he said modestly. He was my high school classmate. We were pretty close. Hyuk-soo continued. He said he's earned enough money and wants to sign the contract to help me out. A female colleague said cheerfully. Chief Kang has been smiling since this morning. A male employee replied, of course. We finally secured management rights for a B-rank rift. Cheon-soo ran excitedly towards Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo, my man. He leaned on his shoulder and asked, you two went to high school together, right? Hyuk-soo replied, yes. We lost touch after he became a hunter. I never expected to meet him again like this. Du Jun walked over. Hyuk-soo continued, we're meeting up to talk today. Cheon-soo exclaimed, that's wonderful. Hyuk-soo continued, he said he's planning to buy something expensive. Boss, you should come with me. Suddenly, Du Jun quickly cut them off. He said, I'll go. Du Jun explained, I think it'd be less awkward for him to meet a junior than the department chief. You shouldn't go, sir. Cheon-soo replied, disappointed. I know, I was thinking the same thing. Inside the elevator, Hyuk-soo commented, this place is so high up. Du Jun said flatly, going to a bar this early in the morning. Hyuk-soo smiled and replied, it's not so bad. When will we get another chance to come here? He continued, we're just friends having a drink. It's not like it's a bribe or anything. Du Jun replied coldly, right. In his mind, he thought, just friends? A beautiful woman greeted them warmly. She asked, are you with someone? Hyuk-soo replied, has Choi Ian-hun arrived yet? Hearing that, she happily showed them the way. Oh, you're friends of Mr. Choi Ian-hun. Follow me. I'll show you the way. Du Jun hesitated. Okay, they walked through a noisy hallway. Du Jun glanced around thoughtfully. Hyuk-soo wondered what those guys inside were doing. The woman opened the door and said, this way. Enjoy yourselves. Hyuk-soo replied, thank you. Someone in the room saw them and called out, they're here. They said, Hyuk-soo, were you busy? What took you so long? Ian-hun spoke with a smug look on his face. Long time no see. The atmosphere in the private room was extremely awkward. A man named Baek-hyun smirked slyly. Du Jun looked at them without saying a word. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo spoke up, breaking the tension. Sorry, I should have taken a taxi. Ian-hun asked curiously, who's that? Your junior? Hyuk-soo turned to introduce him. Yeah, this is Du Jun. He's been working with me for a year now. The guy patted the seat next to him. Have a seat first. Come on, sit here. Ian-hun pointed at Eugene. Make way for the government officials. Hyuk-soo said, thanks. The guy replied, no problem. Ian-hun quickly poured drinks into their glasses. Here, have a drink. Looking at Du Jun, he said, you'll have a glass too, right? He replied coolly, thanks. Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers. Drink up. Ian-hun crudely wiped his mouth with his hand. He said, how long has it been? It must be about 11 years. Ian-hun asked Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo, we lost touch after you moved to Seoul, right? You've been well? He forced a smile and replied, yeah, my colleagues are great. The job is great too. Hyuk-soo cheerfully asked back, so, Ian-hun, what about you? You're a B-rank hunter, right? You're so successful. Coming to places like this. He replied sarcastically, it's nothing special, just average. Oh right, since you're a salaried worker, this must seem like a big deal, huh? Hyuk-soo said awkwardly, come on, man, what public servant's salary? The guy snorted and continued, yeah, right. And you took the subway because you were afraid of wasting money on a taxi. Hearing this, Hyuk-soo could only manage a forced smile. Then Ian-hun began his introductions. He pointed at Baek-hyun and said, these are the B-rank hunters from our guild. Hyuk-soo greeted them cheerfully, nice to meet you. I'm Hyuk-soo. Baek-hyun said indifferently, hi, nice to meet you. Eugene, sitting next to him, looked uninterested and said, skip the introductions. Ian-hun laughed contemptuously. Don't mess with government officials. Du Jun's face darkened as he glared at them. Eugene, sitting opposite him, also started to notice him. Then Hyuk-soo said hesitantly, about the contract. When can you come to City Hall? The guy replied flatly, huh. Hyuk-soo eagerly continued, my boss wants to meet you. He wants to get to know you and say hello. Suddenly, they burst out laughing disdainfully. Oh, right. Du Jun stared at them coldly. Hyuk-soo thought with a grim face, as expected. A bunch of drunks. He couldn't stop thinking. The average income of a B-rank hunter is already 4.7 billion won. Why would he need to come to us? Suddenly, Ian-hun interrupted his thoughts. Hyuk-soo, I'll go to City Hall tomorrow to sign the contract. Hyuk-soo asked in surprise, really? The guy looked at him with a sinister expression. Yeah, but first. Ian-hun dropped his half-smoked cigarette into the glass of alcohol. He said smugly, you have to chug this whole glass. Baek-hyun and Eugene couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ian-hun, you're going too far. Eugene added, you gotta have some class. He smirked and continued, weren't you high school classmates? Go easy on him, or the director might start crying. Hearing this, Hyuk-soo trembled with anger. He clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions. Seeing the situation escalate, Du Jun hid his phone in his jacket. he silently called Minji. Get over here. They didn't stop their charade. Ian Hun continued to taunt him. What's wrong, Hyuk-soo? Drink up, and I'll sign. Du Jun stood up. Senior, let's go. He added, we're changing the meeting location. Hyuk-soo asked, bewildered, huh? Du Jun lifted his head high and said, so. He looked at them and said in a cold voice, with trash like this, why should we even waste our breath? Hearing that, Ian Hun gritted his teeth in anger. What did you just say? Hyuk-soo looked at Du Jun and hesitated. Du Jun. Du Jun replied, Senior. Han Minji, the one you met before, she agreed to sign the contract. He exclaimed in shock. What? Du Jun continued. She's nearby, so she's on her way. Hearing this, Ian Hun held his head and laughed mockingly. What the hell? An A-rank hunter signing with you guys? He replied flatly. Yeah, that's what I heard, Eugene shouted. Bullshit. Hyuk-soo said, flustered. Du Jun. About that. Du Jun said, you told me before that you were in the middle of negotiations with Han Minji. Suddenly, there was a sound from outside the door. Minji stood at the entrance. She spoke, panting slightly. What are you doing, director? Are you going to keep me waiting? Or should I just leave? Looking at the group, Minji said, what's this? You told me to wait so you could meet with these scumbags. She continued, shouldn't I be the priority over them? Each of them was stunned. Eugene stammered, it's really Han Minji. Du Jun turned and praised Hyuk-soo endlessly, as expected of my respected senior. How did you get Hunter Han Minji to agree to the contract? Hyuk-soo stood beside him, dumbfounded, his jaw hanging open. She said cheerfully to Hyuk-soo, there's a great coffee shop nearby. Let's go there. He replied, okay. She turned and said reproachfully, you're not planning to stay here, are you? Because I'm not. Hearing this, Hyuk-soo scrambled to follow her. I'm so sorry. Du Jun said casually, get me an Americano. I'll be out in a bit. Hyuk-soo exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Minji nodded cheerfully. Okay. The sound of the door slamming shut was like a warning bell. Du Jun stood in thought for a moment. He looked at the glass of alcohol on the table and said, Ian Hun, drink this. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Du Jun glared at them angrily. He threatened in a low voice, and I'll spare you, at a small coffee shop. Hyuk-soo and Minji sat at a table by the window. He nervously tapped his foot non-stop. Hyuk-soo thought fearfully, is he going to get revenge? Du Jun already tore up his business card, and they argued. Minji looked at Hyuk-soo and thought, he looks so gloomy. Well, I guess his pride took a huge hit. She looked at Hyuk-soo, her mind racing with speculation. Should I try to comfort him? No, it's better to act like I don't know. But what is there to talk about now? She bowed her head. Oh my god, both of them were silently screaming inside. I want to get out of here. Then a buzzer rang, shattering the awkward silence. Hyuk-soo stood up and said, I'll get it. But Minji was faster. She dashed off, much to his surprise. The employee said cheerfully, here are your 3 Americanos. Minji replied, thank you. She silently screamed to herself. This is so awkward. Hyuk-soo was stunned watching Minji. He thought, did she just fly? Du Jun, get out of there. She tried to reassure Hyuk-soo. Mr. Du Jun will be fine. Don't worry too much, he replied, flustered. Thank you for forgiving me. Minji asked, confused. Sorry? Hyuk-soo exclaimed. Huh? She asked, what do you mean? Hyuk-soo rubbed his head, looking worried. Those guys are all B-rank hunters. If something happens, Minji forced a smile. Mr. Du Jun against some B-rank guys? Actually, they're the ones you should feel sorry for. Hyuk-soo asked in disbelief. Huh? Minji's eyes gradually turned cold. Never. Du Jun stood before them without a trace of fear. Ian Hun demanded, what did you just say? Looking into his eyes, Du Jun slowly repeated, drink this glass, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Ian Hun got closer and challenged him. And what if I don't? What are you going to do about it? He gritted his teeth. Huh. What can you do to me? Du Jun coolly executed a technique. He struck so fast that the man had no time to react. Ian Hun's body trembled. His mouth hung open. His eyes rolled back. He tried to move, but couldn't. Ian Hun thought, what's happening? Why can't I move? Du Jun leaned in close to his ear. Ian Hun, you really should drink it, right? A surge of red lightning crackled from his hand. The electric current made the man scream in agony. Seeing this, Eugene shouted angrily, what the hell are you doing? He charged forward aggressively, intending to attack from behind. With just a single glance, he sent Eugene flying. Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. He slammed hard against the wall in pain. Baekhyun stood frozen in fear. Du Jun turned and glared at him. Anyone who gets in my way will die. He broke out in a cold sweat of terror. He silently looked at Ian Hun. Du Jun grabbed his face and warned, everything has its limits, Ian Hun. Then he executed another technique, and without mercy, he aimed straight for his stomach. Ian Hun's eyes widened in pain. His body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, Ian Hun collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back. Looking at him, he said sternly, I've destroyed your energy core. You should find a new profession. Looking at Eugene, who had also been taken down, Du Jun continued, if you know what's good for you, keep your mouth shut. He continued his warning. Remember, if you cause any trouble in the future, I will cut out your tongues. Baekhyun answered in fear. Yes, Yes. Du Jun slammed the door shut, leaving them inside. He walked away proudly without looking back. Hyun called out from inside the room. Ian Hun. Hyuk-soo asked, so, do you really want to sign a contract with us? Minji replied shyly. Actually, Mr. Du Jun asked for my help because he was stuck with some jerks. Hearing this, Hyuk-soo immediately stood up to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Minji waved her hands dismissively. It's okay, it wasn't your fault. Du Jun stood outside the door, silently listening to their conversation. Hyuk-soo said, I'm sorry, it's because of me. Minji replied, flustered, it's okay. Du Jun peeked inside. Minji said comfortingly, it wasn't your fault. Hyuk-soo replied sadly, but I was too thoughtless. I troubled so many people. She forced a smile and said, no, it's really okay. Du Jun stood outside, secretly making a phone call. Junhee's clear voice came through. Yes, Dad. He asked gently, Junhee, when you're sad, does eating make you feel better? She replied cheerfully, well, if the food is delicious, it probably helps. Du Jun said, you're a good cook. This left Junhee speechless. She asked, did something happen to you, Dad? He replied, no, not to me. To Uncle Hyuk-soo. Hearing this, Junhee immediately sat up straight. Really? Do you know what his favorite food is? Du Jun replied calmly, no, just make whatever you're best at. Hearing this, Junhee was at a loss for words. He continued, oh, and Hunter Han Minji is coming too. Junhee was startled and asked, Hunter Han Minji? At that, Junhee rushed out the door. She said, 2 hours. Give me exactly 2 hours. Dad, I'll do my best. Du Jun replied, okay, thanks, sweetheart, see you later. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Junhee called out, just a minute. She politely greeted them. Hello, uncle. Hi, Dad. Hello, big sister. Minji replied cheerfully, hi. We meet again. Suddenly, Isis appeared in the middle of the house. Minji saw it and asked curiously, what is that, manager? Isis looked at them with a bored expression. Du Jun replied, oh, it's a dog. No, a partner. Hyuk-soo explained to Minji, during the last Rift tour for students, Du Jun awakened, a taming or summoning skill. I'm not really sure, she exclaimed in shock. What? Oh my god. Minji thought to herself. Only people with a special skill or lifestyle can awaken on their own. Summoning skills usually come with enhanced physical abilities. An image of a man taming a panda appeared. Taming skills usually belong to pet owners or zookeepers. Looking at Du Jun, Minji thought, I know a little about him, but I never imagined he was this special. She turned her head to look at Izaz. Minji suddenly noticed the number on its forehead. That mark? The dragon in Busan 3 years ago also had the number 10 on its forehead. She looked at Izaz scratching its belly and thought, that S-rank hunter was brutally killed by it. Minji tried to reassure herself. This thing can't be a dragon. Hyuk-soo stepped aside to take a call. I'm really embarrassed, boss. Cheon-soo's voice came from the phone. It's okay. Don't get discouraged by those bastards. He continued, it's the weekend. Just rest up and we'll see each other on Monday. He replied, yes sir, good night, boss. Du Jun said, come and eat. Hyuk-soo replied shyly, oh, okay. Sorry. Hyuk-soo was endlessly amazed. Looking at the lavish feast before him, he exclaimed, do you always eat like this, Du Jun? Du Jun looked at Junhee, who was shyly scratching her head, and replied, yes, there's nothing Junhee can't do. At the dinner table, Hyuk-soo expressed his thanks. Anyway, thank you all so much for today. He was moved to tears. Thank you all so much. Du Jun said gently, no, I'm the one who should always be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my job at the department. Minji smiled and said, Director, you have a great subordinate. Hyuk-soo beamed like a flower. He replied, yeah, what could be better? Du Jun said, let's eat before the food gets cold. Junhee worked really hard on this. Isis stood outside, only able to watch silently. It was a happy evening. Thanks for the meal. Please come again next time. Du Jun was sitting in thought. He was browsing his computer when he saw a notice. Seeking attack, type hunters for a new B-rank rift. This Sunday. Du Jun thought and clicked to see more. Hello. I am Hunter Choi Q of the Solomon Guild. The Hunter Bureau has information about finding attack-type hunters for a B-rank rift expedition. He read on, since it hasn't been publicly announced, the location is still confidential. 2 healers and 1 tank are waiting. He continued scrolling. Newcomers are very welcome. Contact 010-1234-5678. Du Jun asked, confused, welcome newcomers? He wondered, does that mean C-rank hunters can participate too? Du Jun pondered, but it's an aquatic monster type. From what I know, hunters usually try to avoid them. Du Jun picked up his phone to call. He thought, but this would be a great way to gain experience. My department is full of C-rank rift experts. Du Jun spoke into the phone. Hello. Yes, sorry to call so late. I just saw your notice. Are you accepting C-rank hunters? The person on the other end replied, of course. All new hunters are welcome. The tank is an A rank, so the attacking part will be easy. The person continued. Besides, there are 2 healers, including myself, so it's very safe. You don't need to worry. Du Jun looked at his phone, confused. He thought, in the hunter world, there's no shortage of attack-type hunters. The phone screen displayed the words, newcomers are very welcome. Contact 010-123-4-5-6-7-8. Du Jun mused, but healers and tanks are extremely rare. He considered it. An A rank and 2 HL party, still accepting a C rank. After a moment, Du Jun spoke. I'll join. What time and where do we meet? The voice on the other end replied. Can you get to Seo Bin Gao Station before 10 a.m.? Du Jun agreed. Then I'll see you there. He tapped the table thoughtfully. It was too easy. There wasn't even an interview like with other teams. Du Jun thought about the deadly hunts inside rifts. The ground was stained red with blood. He thought it didn't matter where or when he died. It wasn't a big deal. An image of 2 teammates fighting flashed in his mind. He was confused. Knowing your team's skills is the top priority. You need an interview to assess them. Du Jun thought it over again. But why didn't they ask anything? Izaz was sleeping, his stomach rumbling. Du Jun stared at his computer, thinking. The Solomon Guild. Only 3 members. He pondered. Is something strange here? Then Du Jun made another call. The voice on the other end answered. Manager? Du Jun spoke. Miss Yedji, sorry for calling on a Friday night, but are you free to talk? Yedji cheerfully replied. Yes, I am. Go ahead. I'm free. He asked. Can you be at Seo Bin Gao Station tomorrow at 4:30? Hearing this, Yedji beamed. She happily agreed. Yes, I'll be there. Rain or shine, day or night, I'll be there. He hung up the phone. Okay, thanks. See you tomorrow. Yedji replied excitedly. Okay, manager. Du Jun thought for a long time. He got dressed and geared up. He said, just in case, I should go in first, to be safe. Yedji excitedly tossed her clothes around. I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven. Time for a date. The night was quiet. A warm streetlight lit a corner of the street. Du Jun quickly jumped over a fence. He said, it's best to get in and out quickly, before I'm discovered. Du Jun skidded to a halt. He seemed to have discovered something. An aura radiated from somewhere. It caught his attention. A deep, dark cave appeared before him. He walked forward and said, a dungeon? This is probably going to take a while. Suddenly, a notification appeared on Du Jun's phone. You have successfully registered a rift in Seoul City, Yongsan District, Yongsan Thang Area 6001. He looked down at his feet. A strange liquid flowed from deep within the cave. Du Jun wondered, slime? He touched it and took a small sample to examine. It's probably poison. It's not lethal, but it would be dangerous in a wound. Du Jun remembered something. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's a merman race that secretes this poison. A figure appeared in the distance. A merman slowly approached. Spotting Du Jun, it opened its mouth and cried out. He looked at it, thinking, this is the first time I've seen one outside of a book. Suddenly, Du Jun noticed something. Looking at the merman's tail, he spoke. So you're the source of this slime? The merman opened its mouth threateningly. Du Jun looked up with a cold gaze. The creature trembled in fear. He spoke. Hey, kid. Take one more step, and you'll go meet your ancestors. Du Jun stared intently at the merman. His stare made it whimper weakly in fear. Suddenly, he grabbed its face. Du Jun began to examine it. He ordered it, open your mouth. Looking at the saliva in its mouth, he thought, the paralyzing poison doesn't seem to be the same as the slime. Du Jun thought, the problem is removing the slime from the skin. But that would be difficult for anyone less than a B-rank hunter. He began to examine it carefully. There must be a specific part that secretes the slime, right? The merman cried out continuously. Du Jun shouted in annoyance. If you don't stay still, I'll shut you up myself. He looked at its hands and thought, so that's where it comes from. Du Jun considered his options. All I have to do is cut off its hands, and it's game over. He gave the merman a swift, painful kick and said, we're done here. It ran away in fear. Du Jun shouted after it. If you want to live, you better hide deep in the cave. Don't even think about coming out. He turned to leave, saying quietly, now I have to find the final point on the map. His phone suddenly lit up. You have become a target of the merman race. Du Jun was intrigued. He said, they already smelled me. The phone displayed a warning. If detected by a merman within 50 meters, your stats will decrease by 30%. Du Jun went deeper into the cave. His phone announced, 99% of the rift has been mapped. He looked up and said, so, this is the only place left, huh? Before Du Jun stood a giant stone gate. The gate slowly opened. He stepped inside. Du Jun looked up. A giant cactus appeared before his eyes. Its pitch-black eyes glinted with a blood-red light. Du Jun looked at it without a hint of emotion. The cactus's teeth were incredibly sharp. Du Jun let out a breath. The screen displayed, Special Mission, Sacrifice. A red line appeared at his feet. A notification popped up. The cactus will attack if you cross the red line. The notification continued. 5 minutes after you cross the red line, the sacrifice index will be calculated. When the target index is met, the cactus will be sealed for 1 hour. The notification added that he would receive the cactus's treasure chest. The screen displayed, Target, 9 out of 10. Du Jun thought to himself, who could possibly last 5 minutes against that thing? 9 people have already been sacrificed. He looked ahead, thinking, so that's how it is? That's why they didn't ask for my rank, skills, or even my name. All they needed was for me to show up. Du Jun strode in boldly. Where did that trash go? The sactus suddenly charged forward. Du Jun looked at it and yelled, I'm not in the mood, Judge. The sactus was startled and stopped in its tracks. The sactus fled in panic. Du Jun sat on the treasure chest to rest. He took out his phone and tapped on it. Since there's time, I might as well gather some data. His phone announced, you have completed the special mission, Sacrifice. The treasure chest popped open. The sactus sighed and began to disappear. The phone still displayed a notification. The sactus will be sealed for 1 hour. The boundary line will disappear forever. You may claim your loot. Du Jun received a sword. His phone identified it. Sactus Bone Sword, A rank. He swung the sword and said, Yedji will probably like this. Du Jun swung the sword in his hand and said, time to go home first. Back at his house, seeing Azaz sleeping soundly, he sighed in frustration. Didn't I tell him to stay in his room? Du Jun nudged him with his foot. Hey, get up and sleep in a corner. You're such an eyesore. Azaz, half asleep, started talking in his sleep. Junhi, use some other food to hide the meat. If we get caught, I'll get in trouble. Du Jun stared at Azaz for a long time. He returned to his room and said, my God, what a waste of oxygen. Du Jun's voice came from the room. Maybe I should just throw him out. Azaz groggily stood up. So cold. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? He started fumbling around. Junhi? Azaz crawled into Junhi's bed. He must have turned off the heater in the living room. He buried his face in the blankets, saying in a sleepy voice, is this animal abuse? Then Azaz crawled under the covers and fell fast asleep. In a bustling neighborhood, Yedji walked down the street with a radiant smile. She admired her reflection in a shop window. Yedji couldn't help but exclaim, who could be so beautiful? A child inside the house saw her and cried out in fear. Mommy, help! Du Jun called out. Miss Yedji, you're early. Yedji replied shyly. Manager, why are you so early? He said, I still have to organize the data on the rift. She replied cheerfully. Oh, what's that? Du Jun looked at her, confused. He thought, is she really here for work? Then Du Jun presented the sword to Yedji. He said, oh, this. It's better than your old one. Yedji was stunned as she took it. She asked, A rank. Manager, where did you get this? He replied, that's a secret. Du Jun said, in short, it will make you stronger. Du Jun pointed in a direction. Can we find a place to sit? While we wait for the other hunters, I'll give you a brief on this rift. Yedji froze for 5 seconds. She said sadly, I knew it. We're not here for a date today. Du Jun began to observe Yedji. He noticed every little detail about Yedji. This is the first time I've seen her wear designer earrings. Du Jun's gaze moved from her ears to her neck. And a necklace too. He looked at Yedji's outfit. Du Jun thought, she's not dressed for a fight at all. He looked at the woven basket in her hand and thought to himself, and that, who brings something like that into a rift? Then he seemed to realize everything. Yedji called out, Manager. Du Jun was startled and replied, yes, Miss Yedji. Yedji was seething with anger, but she still forced a smile. She said, this is entirely your fault, Manager, isn't it? Yedji said angrily, as a contract hunter, I have the right to be notified about overtime like this, but you didn't say anything, making Dojin break out in a cold sweat. Yedji smiled brightly, emphasizing, isn't this a breach of contract? Yedji looked at Dojin with disappointment and said, you have to take responsibility for this. Dojin said in confusion, I'm sorry, I should have told you in advance. He affirmed, I guarantee you'll still get overtime pay. She gripped the woven basket in her hand and said, no, I don't need the pay. Du Jun replied. Then Yedji let out a sigh. She said, in that case, Manager, you should treat me to dinner next time. He was surprised and replied, what, that? She shyly reminded him, just the two of us. Du Jun said, I know. Hearing that, Yedji immediately cheered up. She said, you promised. She turned and started walking. She urged Du Jun, let's go. Under a clear blue sky, Du Jun and Yedji sat under a canopy, eating sandwiches. He said while eating, it would be a waste to throw all this away. You went through a lot of trouble to prepare it. She forced a smile and replied, but you'll be late for your appointment. Du Jun calmly said, I've already messaged them. It's fine. We'll meet them in front of the rift. Du Jun looked at Yedji and said, I want to tell you a few things about the merman race. The merman's characteristic is the poisonous slime it secretes. He took a bite of his sandwich and continued. So it uses its teeth to inject a paralyzing poison into hunters, rendering them unable to move. Are you listening to me? Yedji replied excitedly, yes, of course. But what do you think of the sandwich? He answered, it's delicious. Du Jun continued, anyway, for this type of merman that paralyzes hunters. She cut him off. Would you like another one? Looking at the sandwich in Yedji's hand, Du Jun said, I'm full. Her face darkened as she said, how can that be? I didn't know I would be working this weekend, so I worked hard to prepare these sandwiches. I don't want to throw away the leftovers. Hearing her say that, Du Jun immediately replied, okay. She said, hurry up and eat. We'll go after you finish. Under a clear blue sky, Du Jun and Yedji approached the rift. He greeted them. Hello everyone. He handed out his business card and introduced himself. I'm Lee Du Jun, the one who contacted you. Jia On looked at him and replied, ah, Just the two of you? He asked. I thought only one person was coming. Judging by your clothes, you're a civilian. He explained. She is Hunter Cha Yedji, and I'm the hunter's manager. Hearing this, Gain and Isu exchanged suspicious glances. Jia-on looked at the business card and said, Rift Management Department, City Hall. Do civil servants do this kind of work these days? Du Jun said, Our management department was established 5 years ago. We currently manage rifts below D rank. The man replied with a skeptical look. Is that so? But the place we're going to is a B rank rift. He said calmly, Don't worry, my hunter is also B rank. He continued. Furthermore, I will also be entering the rift with you. Hearing this, all three of them were stunned. Jia-on exclaimed in disbelief, What? The man tried to stop him. But ordinary people can't enter rifts. Du Jun just looked at his watch and said, Management staff can enter. You don't need to worry about it. Jia-on said, Sorry, but we think. Then Gain interrupted. Then we'll be counting on you today, manager. He put his arm around Jia-on's shoulder and said, Come on, let's go. The man replied uncomfortably. Hey, wait a minute. Gain whispered, Don't complicate things. We can kill them both. Jia-on replied reluctantly, But I'm so annoyed. Everyone passed through the rift into a cave. Suddenly, Yedji's bracelet lit up with a notification. A boss has appeared within a 500-meter radius. The blessing of the vow effect is being activated. She smiled gently. Yedji turned to look at Do Jun. He was startled and asked, What's wrong? She quickly waved her hand, smiled, and said, Oh, it's nothing. Du Jun called out, Hey, Miss Yedji. Yedji replied in confusion, Yes, what is it? He leaned in and whispered in her ear, The merman race I mentioned earlier. When I was talking about the merman, you didn't seem to be paying attention at all. Yedji quickly explained, How could that be? The wrist, right? She swung her sword and continued, Don't worry. I'm very confident. Du Jun looked at her with suspicion. He replied, Okay. After looking around, Isu asked, How is it? Jia-on replied, I don't see any mermen. Everyone said, We've been in this rift for a while now. It would be normal for 20 mermen to appear by now. Suddenly, Du Jun interrupted. There are 5 mermen 10 meters ahead. Gain turned to him in confusion and asked, What did you say? Suddenly, several mermen appeared. They charged fiercely towards them. Jia-on shouted, Prepare for battle. Yedji dashed towards the mermen as fast as lightning. To Jia-on's astonishment, he said, Wait a minute. She powerfully swung her sword at the merman, her blade seeming to tear through space itself. Jia-on thought in panic, If they die before we reach the boss, we're in big trouble. He shouted, Everyone, follow me. Gain and Isu got into a ready stance, shouting loudly, Hey. They charged into the group of mermen, delivering decisive blows. Jia-on swung his sword with determination. Du Jun stood on a high point, observing everything. He thought to himself, The way he holds his weapon doesn't look like a healer at all. Du Jun called out a warning. There are 7 mermen 15 meters ahead. Jia-on turned around, confused. What? Hearing that, Yedji immediately dashed off, saying, Yes. Jia-on tried to stop her. Hey, wait a minute, Miss Cha Yedji. There are 7 of them up ahead. It's dangerous. Like a warrior princess, she charged into the group of mermen. Every stroke of her sword was sharp and decisive. All the mermen fell under her blade. Gain witnessed the scene in disbelief. He exclaimed, What? How is that possible? Du Jun spoke up. Miss Yedji, there are no more nearby. Catch your breath and then let's move on. Yedji replied cheerfully, Yes. Gain looked at the two of them, wondering to himself who they were. He angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it, everything's a mess now. Then, Yedji summoned all her strength and let out a loud shout. She swung her sword high. Yedji tensed up and delivered a powerful slash to the merman. Then, she performed a powerful jump from the ground. Now, she was hovering over the merman's head, mustering all her strength and shouting, Die. Immediately after, a barrage of slashes were unleashed relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Yedji had finished off the group of mermen. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground, writhing in pain. After the strenuous battle, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Yedji panted heavily. Jia-on was speechless with amazement. Isu standing beside him had to admit, her swordsmanship is incredible. Gain's jaw dropped. He looked on in disbelief and wondered, is she really a C-rank hunter? Then, he furrowed his brows, his face turning grim as he realized, no, she's at least a B-rank hunter. Her abilities might even be on par with an A-rank hunter. He looked at her back and assessed. A B-rank hunter who can continuously deliver such clean attacks like her is truly rare. Gain's eyes widened in disbelief. He bitterly accepted that she was too strong. Damn it. Du Jun walked over to Yedji and gently encouraged her. You worked hard. You look exhausted. She smiled and said cheerfully, I think I've grown a little, he said. Yes. They moved to the city. Jia-on and Isu also approached, still in shock. He timidly exclaimed, You're amazing. She turned and replied, Thank you. Then, she humbly told him, But I don't think it's anything special. As long as you know their weakness, they're easy to defeat. Jia-on asked in amazement, Weakness? A radiant smile appeared on Yedji's face. She showed him, If you cut the mermen's wrists, they'll lose all their strength. The manager told me that. Hearing this, the two men looked at her in astonishment, their jaws dropping, thinking to themselves, Is there really such a method? Then, Du Jun spoke up. Let's get going. Yedji obediently ran back to his side. The cave fell silent. Jia-on hesitantly approached the merman's body to investigate. Gain looked at the scene and said, the number of mermen is clearly less than usual. There are only a few strong ones at key points. Isu's eyes showed a hint of boredom. He said, let's just take our time. It'll be fine. Then, he suddenly glanced to his left. Yedji still hadn't left. Isu asked, are you wearing high heels? She waved her hand and said, oh, it's fine. Yedji smiled at him and said, please protect the manager for me. He needs to be taken care of. Standing behind her, he heard and glared at her. Isu asked, are you injured anywhere? Du Jun replied, of course not. I was just observing from behind. Gain stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the rock wall, watching them talk. He thought with boredom, unexpected things keep happening. I'm sure there will be more headaches to come. Then, he looked at Yedji, who was talking cheerfully, and calculated in his head. First, that hunter girl. The three of us can handle her, but Gain's face showed a scheming expression. He thought to himself, in this situation, I might be at a disadvantage. If so, then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Du Jun's attention was caught. He glanced over. He looked at Gain and asked, aren't you going? He replied, sorry. In the vast and dark cave, their voices echoed. They walked together to a cliff, deep and dark. Someone's voice said, there are two paths here. Jia-on pointed to the right and said, this way. Du Jun turned to look to the left and then said, it's better to go left. Hearing this, Jia-on exclaimed, manager, I know this place very well. Before he could finish, Yedji agreed with Du Jun, saying, okay. Then, Jia-on still tried to argue, Hunter-cha, you should go right. She turned back and casually replied, if the manager says go left, I'll go left. Hearing that, Jia-on froze, speechless. He started to feel annoyed, his voice lowering as he said, hey, manager and Hunter-cha Yedji, this is your first time here. We've been here several times. Who do you think you should listen to? Yedji, with an innocent and carefree expression, replied, then you guys go right. The manager and I will go left. Jia-on was furious, but helpless, unable to speak. Gain, standing beside him, smiled and said, then you two lead the way. We'll follow. His face showed a bitter expression. Jia-on told Ishu, let me finish this. I'll kill them with my own hands. He could only nod in agreement. Then, they decided to go to the left. 10 minutes later, Gain, Jia-on, and Isu looked up with horrified expressions at something. At this moment, they were standing in front of a giant door, someone's voice filled with disbelief. Impossible. A question arose. Are we near the boss room? Sweat trickled down Jia-on's confused face as he thought. Normally, it takes us 2 hours to get here. Now it only took 10 minutes. Then, his attitude quickly shifted to annoyance as he saw Yedji's innocent, smiling face. Gain turned to Du Jun and asked, now that only the boss is left, what should we do? Yedji looked at him and said gently, manager, it might be dangerous. Should we go in? He replied nonchalantly, let's give it a try. She obeyed him without question, immediately preparing to enter and exclaiming, then let's go in. Don't you leave my side. Suddenly, her whole body felt strange. A pair of hands were using magic on her. It was a spell, a curse armor, that reduced the opponent's skills by 30%. It turned out to be Jia-on. His face wore a vile smile, his thoughts just as vile. Even if you have near A-rank abilities, in this situation, you can't fight the three of us. Suddenly, he received a notification that, thanks to the blessing effect of the vow, his eyes widened. Jia-on's eyes went wide and his mouth hung open when he received the notification. The effect of the curse on the opponent has been nullified. He exclaimed, it was blocked? Then, a gentle voice came from Yedji's lips. You guys don't seem to be in a good mood. As expected, she raised her sword, her face serious, and said, you guys are the ones who specialize in backstabbing others. Immediately after, Jian and Aizhu became fearful. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to fight back, and exclaimed, damn it, kill them. Suddenly, a powerful voice came from behind Yedji, making her turn around. Don't move. Her face immediately turned panicked. At some point, Gain had put a knife to Du Jun's neck. He threatened, if you don't want to see this guy's head come off, stay still. Yedji exclaimed in panic, manager. She silently blamed herself. I was too careless. I should have protected the manager first. However, Du Jun's face remained incredibly calm. He asked, what are you planning to do? Gain smiled at him and replied, because we have a use for you. He held Du Jun's neck tightly and threatened Yedji. If you want to save this guy, stay right there and wait. Worry flickered in her eyes. Yedji didn't dare to do anything in response. Then, they led Du Jun through the door, leaving her kneeling outside. Yedji was worried, crying out in helplessness. Oh no, manager. The four of them walked together through the cave. Suddenly, something caught Gain's eye, and he glanced over. It was the Sactus, opening its large mouth full of sharp teeth. He thought it would attack him, but it closed its mouth instead. This made Gain feel confused and wonder, what? Why is it reacting like that? Suddenly, hearing Jia-on cry out, he turned and asked, what's wrong now? The man's eyes widened in horror. The red line. It's gone. Hearing that, Gain's face also became stunned. Isu rushed over to see. He exclaimed, "What? How is that possible?" Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of Jia-on's bewildered face. A line of golden text was displayed on it. The special sacrifice mission has already been completed. He was confused, his voice questioning, "How did this happen?" Then, Isu ran to a chest. His jaw dropped, and he cried out, "The chest has been opened too. Damn it." Gain's voice was filled with confusion. What on earth is going on? Du Jun, standing behind him, smiled faintly and said, "You must be very curious. After all, you went to the trouble of offering 9 sacrifices here." Hearing those words from his mouth, he was completely shocked and turned his head, shouting, "What? You? This?" Du Jun's face was unchanging. He explained, "You saw the item in the box. It's now being used by Hunter Cha Yedji." At this moment, a big question mark appeared in Gain's mind. He froze on the spot. He continued, "I came here yesterday after talking to you." Then, anger appeared on his face. He growled, "This is a big rift. It's not a place you can just walk into whenever you want." He sighed and calmly replied, "I thought so too." Gain gradually lost control. He grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "You bastard, stop talking nonsense." A provocative smile appeared on Du Jun's face. He said, "I don't have time to argue with you. Haven't you forgotten something?" His eyes darkened, a cold light shining from them. He said, "The only things that have disappeared are the red line on the ground and the loot. The Sactus is still here." Hearing that name, Gain froze for a moment. Suddenly, from behind him, the Sactus's giant mouth with its sharp teeth appeared, ready to swallow him. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't react. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the cave, accompanied by a shower of blood. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Jia-on and Isu were terrified, their mouths agape, exclaiming, "Impossible." Then Du Jun slowly walked away and told the Sactus, "Take care of the rest. I'll spare your life." The Sactus with its terrifying body stared at them, a growl rumbling from its mouth. Immediately after, it lunged towards the 2 terrified men, opening its deathly maw. Du Jun walked away with an expressionless face amidst their blood-curdling screams. At this moment, outside the door, Yedji had collapsed to the ground, crying out sadly, "Manager." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yedji was racked with guilt. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." She slammed her hands on the ground, her voice choked with sobs. "I should have protected you." Suddenly, a glowing red magic circle appeared on her wrist. Immediately after, Yedji lost consciousness. She said, "I must protect." "I." Her hand slammed hard onto the ground, her voice becoming heavy. "I." Her face darkened. She seemed on the verge of madness as she exclaimed, "I will kill them all." Just then, Du Jun came out. Seeing her sitting there, he called out, "Miss Cha Yedji." Seeing that she didn't respond, he bent down, tapped her on the shoulder, and asked, "Miss Cha Yedji, are you okay? Why are you under a spell?" To his surprise, she returned to her normal state. Yedji looked up and said, Manager," he replied. "Yes, it's me." Immediately after, she hugged Du Jun tightly and burst into tears. Yedji cried out, "Manager." Seeing this, he gently patted her head and said, "Are you okay?" Yedji whimpered, "Yes." She rested her head on Du Jun's chest and cried. He comforted her, "I'm fine. Don't cry anymore." Then, they stood up. He gently told Yedji, "Let's go outside." She said sullenly, "I'm sorry." He placed his hands on her shoulders and said, clearly, "No, you've had a long and hard day today. I'll buy you some delicious food." Yedji rubbed her wet eyes and replied, "Okay." In his mind, he thought, but that power from before. Du Jun thought of the image of Yedji losing control just now. Her whole body emanated a fierce, purple energy. He wondered, what was that ferocious power? Du Jun looked at the palm of his hand. He wondered, does she have some other ability? The scene changes. It's now night in the city. The lights of the buildings are shining brightly. Junhi was cleaning the house when she suddenly saw something strange. She wondered, do we have a robot vacuum? Isis was standing majestically on a robot vacuum and replied, "No." He turned his head and gave an adorable answer. "He is my soulmate. We had a fateful encounter." She asked helplessly, "Where did you bring him from this time?" Junhi forced a smile and said, "I'm sure his owner isn't frantically looking for him, right?" He replied, "He has decided to work with me." She said, as if, when no one knows. Isis angrily ordered the robot to turn towards her and said, "This is the bad guy who is preventing our unity. Attack." He raised his short arms and exclaimed, "Attack." Junhi laughed and pretended to run away. She exclaimed, "Ah, I know. You have to manage him now." Junhi's voice echoed in the spacious room. "But what's that smell on you? Did you take a bath today?" Isis casually replied, "Yeah, I used the dog soap you bought me." Junhi immediately dragged Isis into the bathroom, scrubbing and bathing him. She said gently, Long. "The smell coming from you is really bad." He sulked in the tub and said, "My sister is bathing me." She coaxed him. "I'll clean the vacuum cleaner in a bit. Let's get you bathed first." A while later, Junhi came out with the vacuum cleaner and met Jo Jun, who had returned. He asked, "What happened? Are you busy?" She walked over to him and answered politely, "It's nothing. I'm just bathing, long. Du Jun sighed and said, How old is he that he can't bathe himself? Then, he said harshly, throw him out. He's useless. Isis, hearing this from the bathroom, became dejected and shed a tear. Junhi said, Dad, Long can hear you. Then, as Du Jun was about to leave, she stopped him. Oh, that's right, Dad. Junhi gave an awkward smile and said, if you're free tomorrow, Dad, let's go to the Hunter Festival. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Hunter Festival? She said, this festival is held every year. Junhi looked excited, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him and said, they'll be displaying and selling hunter equipment. There are items, performances, and competitions too, and veteran hunters will be giving advice. Du Jun put his hand to his mouth, looking thoughtful. Seeing this, she said, if you're tired, Dad, you don't have to go. You had a long day at work today. Du Jun smiled and replied, let's go. Hearing this, she was very surprised. Really? It turned out to be from 50 methods to be a good dad. Du Jun thought to himself, to develop the father-daughter bond. It's best to have shared interests and experience cultural life together. Junhi was overjoyed, making a heart with her hands and saying, thank you, Dad. Suddenly, Izaz ran out of the bathroom, soaking wet, and eagerly cried out, me too. I want to go too. I've been saving up every penny to go there. Seeing this, he got angry, gave Izaz a smack, and said, you're getting water all over the place. His whiny voice echoed throughout the apartment. My money. The scene changes to a cold morning in the city center. Junhi and Du Jun stood amidst the bustling crowd. She exclaimed, there are so many people. He agreed. That's right, this event is bigger than I thought. Izaz clung tightly to Junhi's head. He said in a bored tone, Junhi, I can walk on my own. She insisted, no, there are too many people here. You could get trampled. Junhi guessed Izaz's thoughts and said, and also, Long, you were planning to go buy food, weren't you? She had him wrapped around her little finger. She cheerfully looked up and said, I know you've been picking up spare change lately. You even picked up the vacuum cleaner, didn't you? A small, tightly tied money bag hung on Izaz's back. He thought, I worked hard to save up for today. Then, the three of them went to the festival together. Junhi said cheerfully, if you behave, I'll buy you something. Save your money. Hearing this, Izaz was overjoyed. Really? Du Jun turned and said, Junhi, that must be heavy. Give him to me. I'll carry Long. Junhi smiled brightly and replied, no, it's not heavy at all. Izaz held up his hand to stop him, feigning reluctance. He said, no, master, she's fine. A while later, the three of them were sitting at a dining table. On the table were 2 plates of appetizing ribs. Du Jun looked at them and said, you want to eat this? Junhi asked, what's wrong? Izaz held 2 forks, excitedly exclaiming, goblin spare ribs, so delicious. His eyes full of anticipation, and his mouth watering, he exclaimed, I find these to eat sometimes, but this is the first time I've had them cooked like this. Then, he opened his mouth wide as Junhi fed him. She said kindly, you try it first. As soon as the piece of rib entered his mouth, Izaz's expression changed. While chewing, he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Seeing Du Jun hesitate, she said, Dad, try some. Suddenly, a small, wrinkled, ugly dog appeared, barking loudly. This made the three of them turn to look. She said, it seems like this dog has lost its owner. Izaz looked at it with a bored expression and said, what is that? A monster? It continued to bark non-stop. He got angry, raised his fist, and yelled, hey, aren't you going to get lost? Izaz's shouting terrified it into silence. What are you barking at? Do you want a scolding? Then, the dog immediately ran away. Junhi laughed and teased him. Should we put a collar on Long? I see a lot of pets wearing them on the street. Hearing this, Izaz said in panic, hey, wait a minute, I'm not a pet. He climbed onto the table, patting his stomach with one hand in a proud gesture, and said, seriously speaking, I am a professional bodyguard hired to protect the assets and safety of my master and Junhi. Isn't that right? She yelled, get off the table. Du Jun brought the rib close to his mouth, then stopped and said, wait a minute, you came to my house. Besides eating everything in the fridge, what else have you done? He looked at him with an unchanging expression and said, Junhi bathes you, plays with you, lulls you to sleep, and feeds you every day. Who's protecting whom? Izaz was speechless and couldn't argue. Du Jun returned to the main topic and told everyone, eat quickly. We have to go see other places too. He replied, yes, master. He walked ahead, with Junhi and Izaz following, making their way through the crowd. Just kidding. It turns out she really did it to Izaz. A black collar was tied around his neck. Izaz said helplessly, I can tolerate wearing a collar, but I will absolutely not wear cheap things. She replied, I know. They passed by 2 people playing a game. The brown-haired guy holding a toy gun sadly exclaimed, it's no use. The orange-haired guy next to him laughed heartily and said, move aside, I'll play. Then, he took the gun and fired a shot. The bullet ricocheted off. Then, both of them left sadly. The stall owner saw her and invited her, student, would you like to try? Just use the mana gun to hit 10 targets and you're good. This mana gun can shoot 3 times at once. Izaz was ready, holding out his money bag. Junhi asked, how much is it? The owner, Mr. Troy, exclaimed excitedly, 1,000,001. Hearing the large number, she and Izaz immediately backed away. He said, let's go. Let's go. She declined. Oh, I'm leaving now. He reached out, his voice pleading. Why? The grand prize is an elder elf ring, worth 800 million. Seeing someone else approaching, he ran out and said persuasively, oh my, 2 hunters have already passed this challenge. The prize also includes a bottle of muscle potion worth 3,000,001. The other person was hesitant and asked, this isn't a scam, is it? Mr. Choi laughed and said, of course not. I'm not a scammer. We do completely legitimate business. After those fine words, a cunning look and smile appeared on his face. He rejoiced inwardly. No, I am a scammer. These are specially made targets. The last target is even made from the bones of an S-class monster. His eyes gradually lost their humanity. He thought to himself, half a month ago, the person who shot the most only got 5 targets. Even if Sword Saint like Kang Hyun came here, he couldn't break them all. Then, despite Junhee's protests that, Dad, Du Jun gave the money to Mr. Choi and said, let's play. The man took it with both hands and replied gently, yes, sir. Izaz felt bitter. He thought, there, another waste of money. He tells me to save money and only feeds people dog food, and now he's splurging like this. He pulled Junhee's hair in anger and exclaimed, he's really living it up. It's so frustrating. She said in a panic, isn't that too expensive? Du Jun pretended not to hear and fired a shot. Then, the bullet disappeared on the blue target. Izaz said in annoyance, I'm speechless. What did the master shoot? Du Jun remained calm. The owner, Choi, came over and pretended to comfort him. Oh dear, you didn't hit a single one. I'll give you a teddy bear. Wait here, I'll pick a nice one for you. Immediately after, he went inside to look. He wondered where he had put the teddy bears. Suddenly, his face froze. All the targets he had prepared behind him shattered. Mr. Choi cried out in confusion. This. Why did it all break? Du Jun smiled kindly and said, sir, my child doesn't need a teddy bear. The owner's face suddenly changed color. He was terrified. Wait, according to the script, what's the prize for this? He stood silently in the room, panicking that he had only paid off half of the loan he took to buy the Elder Elf ring. I'm so screwed. Du Jun walked over to him, his voice startling him. How about I take the lesser dexterity ring? Hearing those words, Mr. Choi was overjoyed. His eyes glistened as if about to shed tears of emotion. He exclaimed, really? Then, Du Jun gave the ring to Junhee. She happily put it on and said, can I really have this? He calmly replied, just say thank you. Junhee exclaimed gratefully. Thank you, Dad. Izaz held out his hand demanding in frustration. He muttered, give me one too. After that, the 3 of them continued on, while the owner, Troy, and the brown-haired guy from before stood behind, watching them silently. The guy's name was Sung In. He was still obsessed with the game and told him, hey, let me try again. Why didn't I get the ring? He replied coldly, we're closed. Hearing that, his face showed a look of disbelief. Mr. Choi said again, go away. If that guy comes back again, I'm quitting this business. Then, he handed him a pink teddy bear and said, take this and go play with it. Sung In had no choice but to accept. He asked, do you have any other colors? At this time, Junhee was still admiring the ring on her hand. They arrived at a hall where a large number of people were listening to a person on stage say, as you all know, the rifts appeared 10 years ago. And what you see here. Izaz spoke up, Dad, this is like a history museum. Do you want to go see it? Du Jun turned and asked, why? Junhee smiled brightly and explained, it's about hunters. If you listen, maybe you can recover your memories. Suddenly, she asked a question that made him freeze, but your memory still hasn't really recovered yet, has it, Dad? Then, Du Jun put his hand on his head and pretended to say, still nothing. I've been too focused on work. While the 3 of them were listening to the lecture, he said, but you're the only one who does the housework, right? Like cleaning, laundry, cooking, and budgeting. Du Jun expressed, I really feel at ease because you're here. Hearing that, Izaz turned to him and said, I thought Junhee was a maid, so she's helping out? The comment made him feel annoyed. So after that, Izaz had a bump on his head. That was probably karma for his careless words. In the middle of the large hall, the host exclaimed, now for the first question. The first rift to appear in our country was on Mount Yam Yam, in the city of Busan. A clear voice rang out from below. I know the answer. First break. The host concluded that it was absolutely correct. Please accept this gift, Junhee exclaimed. So lucky. Izaz tilted his head down and asked her, can we go get something to eat? It's boring here. She replied, okay, can you wait a little bit? The program's voice continued. A rift appeared in an apartment in Busan 3 years ago. Since it's a pretty famous story, Junhee turned to Du Jun and said, it seems like they're talking about Masalisny. On the stage now was a large box, inside of which was a giant claw. The host said. A level 5 monster appeared, causing 857 deaths and 1,494 injuries. As you can see, this is its claw. Junhee immediately glared at Izaz and asked, Long, do you do things like that often? He said bluntly, no, only idiots do that. Just watch. It can happen like that. But, suddenly, Aziz became dejected, his eyes slightly teary. He said in a sad voice, I miss home so much. I want to go home. Du Jun immediately teased him, oh, you miss it enough to give up Junhee's stewed ribs. This made him lose his mood and exclaim, not that much, and it's pretty fun being with Junhee. Junhee was happy to hear that. She replied, I like being with Long Long too. He said gently, that's right, let's go see other places. Du Jun pointed to the right and said, it looks like there's an event over there. Want to go see it? Isis raised both hands in readiness and said, let's go. Then, the three of them headed in that direction. In front of them was a lively crowd of people. Du Jun looked over and wondered. That is, it was Misa, Jonghyun, and Jongho talking. He thought to himself, where have I met them before? Junhee saw this and exclaimed excitedly, those people from the Maji Guild. At this moment, he realized, Maji. He asked her, so, you want to take a picture with them? She said, yes, please. Du Jun gently agreed. Go ahead. It's only for today. Immediately after, she dashed off like a flash of lightning but didn't forget to say, thank you, Dad. Junhee nervously said to Jonghyun, can I take a picture with you? He friendly agreed and turned to call his teammates. Of course, Mija, Jongho, come here. Then, Junhee turned to urge Du Jun. Dad, hurry up, take a picture with us. He reluctantly agreed. Okay, his face was full of contemplation. He thought, they might thank me again. Should I take the picture? I'm extremely dissatisfied. But then, he still went to take the picture with them. The six of them stood close together, someone's voice calling out, Kimchi. After taking the picture, Junhee politely told them, thank you very much. Misa happily waved and said, bye. Donghyun said, no, we're also very grateful that you're interested in Maji. She replied with a nod, I'm a huge fan. Du Jun stood watching and judged, no way, that poor guy isn't that kind of person. Then he asked her, where else do you want to go, Junhee? Or do you want to eat something and rest for a bit? He watched their backs as they left. Isis excitedly shouted, Goblin, goblin dumplings. Over there, he said, say another word and I'll smack you. Seeing Jonghyun staring after them, Misa asked, what's wrong? Then, he spoke with a puzzled tone, that voice. Immediately after, Jonghyun ran after them. She hurriedly called out, hey, where are you going? He exclaimed, wait a minute, causing Du Jun and Junhee to turn around. Du Jun said in a cold voice, can I help you? Jonghyun's face was extremely serious. He asked, are you Kim Hyun-woo? Hearing this, Jongho's eyes widened. He exclaimed, Kim Hyun-woo? He's Kim Hyun-woo? Mira was stunned. Junhee was also surprised. She thought of the business card from before. She thought to herself, Kim Hyun-woo. Isis leaned into her ear and said, we don't have time for this, Junhee. There's a restaurant downstairs. Immediately, Junhee covered his mouth with her hand and reminded him, shh, be quiet. She turned to him and asked, is something wrong, Dad? He still replied calmly, I'm not sure. Then, Du Jun said, I'm sorry, but I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Kim Hyun-woo. This made Jonghyun freeze. He bowed his head slightly, looking a little disappointed, and said, I'm sorry. I must have been mistaken. Then, Du Jun cheerfully turned to leave and replied, it's okay. Now then. Junhee politely bowed one last time. Behind them, Misa exclaimed, you said he was Kim Hyun-woo, Jongho said. He said he wasn't. She said, he's wearing a mask precisely because he doesn't want to reveal his identity. You idiot. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Jonghyun turn around. Can you take a picture with my kids? He sighed and smiled, replying, of course. After that, they took another picture together with two children. Jonghyun watched their retreating figures, thinking to himself, I'm sure we'll meet again, if it's meant to be. On the TV, a conversation was playing out. Mother, Donggu is not my son. What? You slut. What do you mean by that? Junhee watched, stunned. Oh my god, over here. Du Jun approached, his voice interrogating. Where did you pick up this piece of trash? Izaz held his head high. This precious body of mine can't always be walking. His face was emotionless, his hand pointing forward. At home, I have this guy. Outside, I have Junhee. Perfect. After saying that, he saw him clench his fist. Is Junhee your private car? Isis quickly ran away. He was very caring and protective of her. Junhee was watching a movie. We have to be quiet. The character in the movie spoke. You slut. Actually, Donggu is my son. Out here. He quickly gobbled down the food. What? What is this? This is too cold. It doesn't taste good at all. Izaz's review confused her. Huh, it's delicious. The character's voice continued. Kimchi, bring the kimchi here. I'll kill them all. Junhee suddenly glanced over. Huh, why are you wearing a suit, Dad? Du Jun was a bit awkward and tried to explain. No, it's just that I have some work to do. Suddenly on the TV, the news interrupted. Breaking news, a giant rift has appeared in the Gumian Mountains. Junhee looked at her interrupted movie, her voice choked with tears. What? They interrupted my show. Izaz remembered something. Master, if it's Mount Gumian, isn't that near that place? The question made him sigh wearily. Yeah, it's a pain. Over here, she gazed into the distance. Junhee, and he moved to the window. Suddenly, Du Jun's phone rang loudly. He silently turned around and answered the phone. Yes, senior. Yes, I'll be right there. Seeing his retreating figure, she became worried. In another place, a strange red light emanated from the giant rift. Minji stood outside, observing. Her mind was racing. Every half hour, this gate doubles in size. Without hesitation, Minji quickly opened the system. The information stunned her. The numbers were increasing relentlessly. The measurement index is rising continuously. It's over 2,000. The rift wave index, 2,083. Please. The Marsala's incident was only at 2,200. As if she had a sixth sense, Minji looked back. At some point, a whole crowd of people had appeared. The maximum number of hunters we can gather right now is only about 100, and most of them are A rank. B. Jinwoo in the group, sweating, said, "We have an S rank too, Senior Minhai. We're lucky." Also, including Hunter, KVKF, AKI, and Ho, that's a total of 7 people. He observed the gathered crowd. However, everyone's morale was severely low. They were all overwhelmed by the scale of the rift before the conquest had even begun. An idea flashed in his mind. Jinwoo said, "Just when the Behemoth Guild of Sword Emperor Kanghyun isn't here, a rift with such a huge index appears." But his face suddenly darkened. "First, I have to give my bank account password to my mom." That night, at a large base, the temporary command center near Mount Gumian. From the computer, a voice asked, "What's the situation?" Min-hyuk immediately stepped forward and replied, "We've finished deploying our forces. We're currently waiting at the temporary strategic area." The person on the line is Ian Chehan. "You already know, don't you? This is a very dangerous operation. We will evacuate the civilians and contain the fissure." He presses the issue relentlessly. "We have to prepare for the worst." "I know. This puts him in a difficult spot. I will consider the matter." An image of the fissure appears. According to Ian Cheon, the Marcellus Guild can't help us this time. Your Icarus Guild is playing the key role, so you absolutely must succeed. Ian Chan continues to emphasize the point. "Inside the fissure, you'll be the sole commander-in-chief. Can you handle that?" But he's met with only silence from Min-hyuk. Outside, a strange sound echoes. A citywide alert is issued. "We are the Hunter Management Bureau's fissure monitoring room. We have observed a new fissure and are issuing a warning." The broadcast echoes through the streets. "If you hear this warning, please evacuate to the nearest underground shelter. Follow the instructions of the authorities." The news reaches Min-hyuk. He makes his decision. "I'll do everything I can." Minzy overheard the entire conversation. She looks incredibly worried for him. On the screen, Ian Cheon continues. "According to my intel, this fissure ruptured over 2 hours ago. The accuracy of that report is 70%. His eyes narrow. "If we can't contain this fissure breach, monsters will flood all of Seoul." Ian Cheon's voice is grim. "This could be a disaster even worse than the Marsala's incident. We must stop this fissure, no matter the sacrifice." Minji hides outside, listening. "I'll send you the signal to enter. Wait for it." In the end, he has to accept. "Yes, I understand." Leaning against the wall, she quickly pulls out a card. Minji's eyes widen in absolute shock. Back at Du Jun's house. "Dad's going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Junhai speaks seriously from behind. "Dad, are you going because of the news?" He takes a step. "I have to go to the office first. I'll know more when I get there." The news report suddenly blares. The fissure's energy index has now surpassed 2,000. After the Marsala's incident, which had an index of 2,200, this is the highest index we've ever recorded. Izaz points to his chest and declares, "Master isn't going to the office. You're going straight to the fissure, right? If I go, I'll handle everything in a flash." He looks dejected. "Or can I not go?" Du Jun is startled by the thought. He strokes his chin with a wicked look. "That's a great idea." But looking at Izaz, Du Jun refuses. "No, you can't. You'll just make things more chaotic." He walks to the door alone. "Besides, Hunter Lee Kang, Un will be there. I have to go to City Hall. Your job is to protect Junhai." Du Jun looks back to emphasize his point. "I'm coming straight home when this is over. If the house is damaged or Junhai gets hurt." He freezes for a moment. "You know what will happen next, don't you?" As he leaves, Du Jun gives a final order. "Lock the door." Izaz waves goodbye. "Yes, master." Junhai calls out with concern, "Dad, be careful." On the busy street, he answers his phone. Du Jun speaks politely. "Yes, Hunter Han Minzy." On the other end, her head is bowed in sadness. "Manager, I need to ask you for a favor. Can you do it?" But he's already hung up on her. "I'm on my way." Inside the abandoned headquarters, down the hallway. "You must already know, manager. The S-class fissure in Gumiel has opened." Minji walks ahead hurriedly. "If it bursts, all the monsters inside will pour out. We only have 2 hours until that happens." She lowers her head and explains the plan. "We intend to go inside to stop them from within." Du Jun listens quietly. "Yes." In the dim hallway, Minji whispers. Normally, fissures larger than S-class are commanded by Commander-in-Chief Lee Kang-hyung. On the other end of the line, he listens in silence. But he's currently deep inside another fissure. He won't be back for about 3 weeks. Du Jun strides forward. On Director Jong Il and Cheol's orders, Senior Kang Min-hyuk has been appointed as the acting commander-in-chief for this raid. The sky is now dark. We have 11 strike teams. 7 of the team leaders are S-class hunters. A diagram of the hunters appears as Minji speaks. The rest are A-class hunters. The lowest rank is B-class. She stands in the middle of the hall. If we maintain peak concentration, it's not impossible for us to clear an S-class fissure. But Minji stares into the void. This isn't like the Marsalis incident. I think many people will die. She whispers sadly, Mr. Du Jun. On the other side, he asks sharply, yes. What is it? Du Jun remains silent on the line. Street lights illuminate the area. He sits on a park bench. Du Jun's gaze is lost in thought. After a moment, he stands up abruptly. Du Jun walks away from the park. He calls someone back. What is it? Du Jun gets straight to the point. Senior, I'm sorry. I can't make it there right now. Hyuk-soo holds a stack of papers. I know. I heard from the department head. Du Jun quickly explains his schedule. I'll be there as soon as I'm done. Standing by the printer, the man nods. All right, see you later. But his mind is elsewhere. We are the situation monitoring room. This is a live situation for all personnel. After the call, Du Jun puts his phone away. He looks up at the moon. You must have a reason for hiding your power. But just this once. I need to ask you for a favor. Minji's voice echoes in his ears as Du Jun walks forward. Du Jun, be our commander-in-chief. Please protect my colleagues. At that moment, back at the headquarters, Min-hyuk leans against the wall. He covers his face in frustration. A voice startles him. Senior Kang Min-hyuk. Minji approaches. The director appointed you as commander-in-chief, didn't he? He knows she heard. Min-hyuk asks sharply. You heard? Minji speaks with conviction. If you'll allow it, Senior. I'd like to nominate someone else for commander-in-chief. Her words shock him. What did you say? Min-hyuk's voice echoes. What? Lee Du Jun. He glares at her. Han Minji, are you kidding me? Minji bows her head slightly. I'm completely serious. He presses on. And you think the other hunters will believe this? Her gaze is resolute. No, they won't. That's why you and I have to get our story straight. Minji makes a suggestion. Just say it's an order from director Yang Jian. Min-hyuk snaps at her. Do you have any idea what you're saying right now? And how could he possibly do this? Minji delivers the news. He'll be here shortly. His face shows panic. No. What's going on today? Her mind is made up, despite Min-hyuk's protests. It's already done. A voice rings out. Hello. The third person's arrival leaves him stunned. He actually came. Du Jun flashes a smile. Yes, Min-hyuk rushes over. Thank you for making time for me, manager. He suddenly stands tall. But I have to ask you one thing. His eyes are full of judgment. Did you really come here to be the commander-in-chief? Du Jun just points behind him. If I'm not needed, I'll just go back to City Hall. Minji immediately snaps at Min-hyuk. Senior. Her expression startles him. You. How dare you yell at me? Du Jun approaches Minji. When do we enter the fissure? She gives him the update. According to the director's orders, we're going in now. Minji continues. We have to enter the fissure before the monsters break out. We'll go in about 90 minutes. A sound puts all 3 of them on alert. Who's there? From outside, Jinwoo steps in. This is a restricted area for civilians. Minji introduces him. This is Lee Du Jun, the fissure manager from Seoul City Hall. He'll be leading this operation. Jinwoo is taken aback. What? A moment later, with Du Jun outside, Jinwoo explodes. Are you kidding me right now? His voice makes Du Jun thoughtful. Even S-class hunters can't command this. We're all going to die, but Minji remains firm. This is an order from the director. The more she insists, the louder he yells. Has the director lost his mind? The other hunters will never agree. Their morale is already at rock bottom. In the room, Min-hyuk slams the table. He's absolutely right. I want to know too. He grits his teeth. Why would he give such an order? She can only remain silent. Suddenly, Du Jun pokes his head in. Hunter Han, Minji. I need to go prepare something. Minji is confused. Huh? Leaving the headquarters, he speaks. You all can discuss it. I'll be right back. Du Jun's actions leave the 3 of them speechless. What? He's just doing whatever he wants. Unbelievable. Min-hyuk's face twists in frustration. Damn it. Back at the massive fissure, he stands outside for a moment. First, I need to scout the inside of this fissure. With that, Du Jun dives straight in. A brilliant red sky appears, with floating rock formations stretching into the distance. Du Jun moves forward. He leaps over the heads of the goblins. Then he stands on a peak to let them find him. Du Jun takes out his phone. The number of monsters in an S-class fissure is pretty high, but that doesn't mean they're all S-class. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Huh? Du Jun observes a particular goblin closely. That one, an exploding goblin, catches his eye. Isn't that just a normal goblin? He throws a rock at its head. It looks so stupid. Hit by the rock, the exploding goblin cries out in pain. It turns its head and sees Du Jun. Oh, it spotted me. The exploding goblin immediately starts climbing the mountain. It scrambles up to settle the score. You can't climb up here, you idiot. Suddenly, the exploding goblin's eyes bulge. Du Jun is caught off guard. A massive explosion rips through the air. Luckily, he was quick enough to jump away. When the smoke clears, there's a huge crater in the ground. Du Jun breaks into a sweat and sighs in relief. What was that? An explosion like this, the other hunters would be in real danger. He turns and sprints away. I have to get out of here. Du Jun leaps directly over the goblins' heads. I'll go somewhere else. Suddenly, a club swings at him. He narrowly escapes danger. An attack from a giant goblin. It purses its lips and turns to look for him, but Du Jun has already made a swift escape. As expected, these are the only monsters not in the encyclopedia. If they were, they'd be extremely dangerous. He runs for a moment, then plants his feet. Du Jun's eyes widen at an unusual sight. What now? A pink light glows from behind a cliff. An explosion erupts. Luckily, he holds his ground. Du Jun covers his face and scoffs, as expected of an S-class. This is tough. That night, at the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters, Director Ian Cheon asks, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Min Hoan shakes his head slightly. "No, it's not that." He gets straight to the point. A short while ago, the fissure's wave index began to decrease. The breach has been delayed by another 15 minutes. The director is puzzled. So what? Min Hoan explains honestly. There are two possibilities. An image of the fissure and its monsters appears. 1. The fissure is self-destructing. 2. The number of monsters inside the fissure is decreasing. He emphasizes his point. If it's the first possibility, all the fissure's wave indices would drop sharply. Ian Cheon understands. I see. He suggests they proceed with the operation as planned. But Min Hoan seems hesitant. But the current commander-in-chief. Seeing this, Ian Cheon asks, "What? Is something wrong?" But he shakes his head. "It's nothing." Then, "As you command, we'll begin the operation in 30 minutes. Later, in the room. The operation starts in 30 minutes? Minji nods. Yes. Annoyed by Du Jun's absence, Min Hyuk gets angry. But where on earth did Lee Du Jun go? He's been gone for an hour. His complaining irritates Minji. Du Jun needs to grasp the situation. He probably ran away. She explodes. The manager is not that kind of person. If he was, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. This makes Min Hyuk complain. Why are you always yelling at me? He points a finger straight at Minzi's face. And besides, how would you know? Are you that close to him? Min Hyuk screams. No, from the very beginning, the fact that you called him here. Suddenly, Du Jun appears. Thanks for your concern, but I didn't run away. Hearing his voice, he freezes. I didn't sense his presence behind me at all. Min Hyuk stands to the side as Du Jun hands over a document. Miss Minzy, we don't have much time, so I couldn't print many of these. Please give this to the team leaders. She nods. Okay. Huddled in a corner, his lip trembles. I, Kang Min Hyuk, have been a professional hunter for 8 years. Rank 7th. Min Hyuk is stunned. I couldn't sense him behind me. Is it because I'm too stressed? No, that can't be it. He looks at Du Jun sheepishly. Who is this guy? Du Jun asks. When do we enter the fissure? Minji reports the situation. In about 30 minutes. A suggestion is made. I'll give a brief summary. Please gather everyone for me. She's surprised. Huh? A short while later, Du Jun stands before a crowd of people. Junhi wonders aloud. I heard he's the commander. Another person mumbles. Eon Ho continues, so they're sending us to our deaths. Junhi keeps complaining. It's the director's order. Damn it. That old man. Suddenly, they start shouting. Stop messing with us. Get Hunter Kang Min Hyuk over here. Minji is startled. He's just going to speak briefly. Please focus. Du Jun listens in silence. What the hell is there to say in this situation? Where is Hunter Kang Min Hyuk? Without any preamble, he speaks. Everyone. Du Jun's voice booms across the area. Focus. His command startles everyone into silence. He holds his head high, his voice cold. I will begin the briefing. Du Jun's powerful presence startles Minji. Min Hyuk's jaw drops, completely stunned. Ian Ho has been controlled. My defensive skill was activated against my will. Seeing that things have settled down, he speaks. Thank you for your attention. Du Jun looks back. Please distribute these printouts to each team leader. Minji quickly nods. Yes. She hurriedly hands out the papers. Here you go. He begins to explain the details. What I've given you is a map of the fissure's interior. The crowd is horrified. What did he say? With a bag on his shoulder, Du Jun continues. I've divided the operation area into 9 sections. They are ordered from A1, A2, to the final area, A9. He states clearly the order of attack. Ian Ho interrupts. I have a question. Du Jun nods politely. Yes, go ahead. He gets to the point. What proof do you have that this is a map of this fissure? Du Jun calmly emphasizes his point. You wouldn't believe me if I said I've already been inside, would you? Any other questions? Ignored. Ian Ho is shocked. What? Min Hyuk steps in. Manager Lee Du Jun. You need to give a proper answer. He looks down, his voice firm. Let us be the judge of whether we believe you or not. Min Hyuk approaches. And I'm also very curious about who you really are. But Du Jun deflects him. I'll tell you that later, if there's a chance. Changing the subject, he looks up. Civil servants of the Fissure Management Bureau can use an app called the Fissure Management System. Du Jun's face is calm. This app can find information on registered fissures. Of course, that includes information on the S-class fissure at Mount Gusen. It's all on this tablet I'm holding. Seeing him make things up, the man is enraged. You think we'll believe that? Du Jun nods cheerfully. Yes. Du Jun's attitude infuriates Min Hyuk. Don't joke around. We're putting our lives on the line for this mission. Now, everyone is glaring at him with anger. Understanding their feelings, he speaks. I understand. It seems everyone is very confused. This is the most difficult fissure since the Marcellus incident. Du Jun puts his hand in his pocket. An ordinary civil servant has been made commander and is briefing you with a few pages of a fissure map. He takes out a few sheets of paper. This map hasn't even been authenticated yet. Entrusting your lives to me is unfair to all of you. Du Jun speaks. But no one here can guarantee success in this operation. Not a single one. On top of that, some have already concluded that we're going to die. Minji seems lost in thought. After speaking for a while, Du Jun falls silent. He looks up, his eyes fixed on the fissure. But even so, if you will just trust me, I can help you win this battle. A tremor shakes the ground. It's happening again. Standing among the crowd, he declares. As long as you trust me, I will. Du Jun's eyes become sharp as steel. Take responsibility for all of your lives. Back at the fissure, everyone has assembled. Jinwoo holds the paper, startled. This is real. The terrain, the monsters, it's all accurate. On Min Hyuk's comms, he hears. Team A, consisting of teams 1 and 5, will operate in Area A7. Minji's comms crackle as well. Team B, consisting of teams 6 and 10, will be responsible for Area A9. Standing in the middle, Du Jun commands, I want Team 11, the supply team, to follow Team A. Report to me immediately if anything happens. A moment later, he leads a team. Team A, move out. Jinwoo leads another team. Team B, move out. Full of energy, Min Hyuk glances at Minzy. He suddenly stops to observe. Seeing Min Hyuk motionless, a team member signals. Team leader, aren't you going? Everyone's waiting. Minji's voice comes over his comms. Senior, that's her voice. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Moving deep into the fissure from above, Min Hyuk, wielding his staff, dives toward a goblin. His action stuns Ian Ho. You madman. Are you trying a surprise attack? Are you out of your mind? At that moment, an update comes in. Team A has engaged the enemy. Jinwoo is surprised. What? Kang Min Hyuk is already fired up. He's determined to win. We can't lose. Team B. Leading Team B, everyone forward. Send them to hell. Kill them all. Standing on a high point, Du Jun sighs. It'd be nice to get off work early. Elsewhere, Ian Cheon is astonished. What is this? Who on earth is commanding them? The battle is fierce. Min Hyuk attacks. Everyone fights with vigor. Die. Charge. Ian Ho throws a punch. His power explodes wildly. The situation is chaotic. Min Hyuk unleashes a flurry of strikes. Die for me. His destructive power impresses Ian Ho, as expected of Kang Min Hyuk. A moment later, he spits on the ground. So tired. Looks like everything's taken care of. The two leave victorious. Team A has cleared Area A7. Du Jun receives the report. Good work, everyone. Return to Area A8. They nod in agreement, yes. As they walk, Ian Ho looks at Min Hyuk. If I were the director, I'd have made you the commander. That old man has no idea what it's like here, but he is rebuked. Cut the crap. Focus on the battle. He just grits his teeth and sighs. Geez, you have no heart. But inwardly, Min Hyuk is overjoyed, thinking of her words. Senior, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Du Jun's voice rings out. Below you are exploding goblins. Everyone stop. I'll brief you on the next points of caution. He points to a goblin below. That black goblin down there, it will attack us with explosive bombs. Du Jun emphasizes. Even with protective armor, a close-range blast can be fatal. Everyone must remember this. Jinwoo, it's the largest goblin. After speaking, he turns away. Luckily, it won't attack first. Just be mindful of this point. There won't be any problems. Let's move on. Du Jun leads the long line of people to a glowing line on the ground. He signals. This line is a trap. If you step on it, you'll die instantly. Please be careful. Ian Ho is still skeptical. Is this really a trap? How do you know if no one has stepped on it? Understanding, Du Jun throws a stone. You don't need to step on it to find out. A terrifying explosion erupts before them. Two people in the group look at each other. Touching that is certain death. Even an S-class would die. Now, even he has to accept it. Du Jun continues. But the biggest problem isn't the exploding goblin or the traps. Not far away, a dark shadow lurks. Up ahead, a 7Z goblin has appeared. That one-eyed monster. Du Jun recognizes it instantly. It's S-class. I want everyone to kill it in one shot. He speaks with hope. Its attack power is high, but its movements are slow. It's worth a try. Worth a try? It will be, if we coordinate well. After speaking, Du Jun turns to search. Does anyone have a skill that can hinder it? A young man steps forward. It's not exactly a skill, but I have a steel net gun. The case for the steel net gun opens wide. You, fire a sticky net. This can slow its movement. Du Jun instructs, that's all I need you to do. How many do you have? The young man replies, I have 6. Du Jun nods. That's enough. He looks ahead. Well then, the back of the 7Z goblin eclipses Du Jun. Let the hunt begin. Within the vast space of the fissure, Min Hyuk and Ian Ho take cover behind a rock. The front is assigned to Team A. Elsewhere, Jinwoo is ready. The sides and rear are assigned to Team B. We have elite snipers. The snipers will block the giant's vision and take out any monsters drawn by the noise. Confirmed. A plan to conquer the 7Z goblin is drawn up. The 3 o'clock direction is surrounded by traps, so we must maintain our defense. The top priority is the exploding goblin approaching the frontline hunters. Confirmed. Standing apart, he declares. Finally, I will directly command the members of Team 11, except for the one with the net gun. Let's begin. On command, Min-hyuk charges. The 7Z goblin senses him and swings its club down. From the side, the snipers pull their triggers. Bullets rain down on the 7Z goblin. Seizing the opportunity, he strikes. Keep pinning it down. Dozens of slashes cover its body. Next, it's his turn to show off. A continuous barrage of punches is unleashed. The 7Z goblin's eyes bulge in pain. Its glare terrifies Ian Ho. All right. Was I too arrogant? A backhand swat sends him flying. Ian Ho clings to the cliff in fear. Damn it, how do we catch this monster? Green nets fly through the air. They all wrap around its legs. Min-hyuk is surprised. Good job. We've tied its legs. He grits his teeth, thinking for a moment. Now's the time. He lunges straight at the 7Z goblin. Min-hyuk gets into position. He raises his sword, aiming for its eye. If I take out its vision, we can win. This is the deciding blow. The unexpected happens. The 7Z goblin swings its hand to grab him, but Minji rushes in. We just need to focus on the target. She slices her blade across the 7Z goblin's hand. Min-hyuk smirks. Who's teaching who? He brings his sword down in a single slash. Its eye is destroyed. The roar of the 7Z goblin makes Ian Ho's face turn pale. What is that? A horde of exploding goblins charges forward. All of them are taken down by gunfire. Damn it, more and more monsters are coming. A complaint comes over the comms. We can't hold them back any longer. Du Jun gives the signal. Team 11, a line of advanced equipment appears. All our supplies are depleted. Don't save anything. Fire everything. Bullets fly towards the exploding goblins. A chaotic assault begins. Screams fill the air. After a moment, the screaming stops. Min-hyuk and the man emerge, exhausted. He pants heavily. No one died. Can we really complete this mission? From a distance, Du Jun's voice rings out. Everyone, just a little more. The mission is almost complete. He approaches calmly. Now we just need to eliminate one more, and this fissure will be cleared. A massive, sharp-bladed axe appears. Everyone freezes, looking up at it. A masked young man trembles. From the very beginning, we were never meant to clear this fissure. Du Jun watches with a cold expression. It is Manhwa. Its eyes open wide. Its gaze is fixed on his group. An announcement appears. Choose the first challenger to face Titan Manhwa. Only 5 people are allowed to enter the boss area. Jinwoo and Ian Ho are stunned. Impossible. If one person in the group falls, the rest will be forcibly ejected from the fissure. The information is emphasized word by word. In the case of a failed attack or inability to defeat Manhwa within 1 hour, the result is clearly stated. The hunters will be forcibly removed from the fissure by Manhwa's army. The same man's eyes widen in terror. It's over. 5 people, 100 people. It doesn't matter. We can't beat this thing. Stabbing his sword into the ground, Min-hyuk lists them off. Right now, all the S-class hunters, including me, Lee Jinwoo, Yang Ho, Han Minji, and the last one is. From a distance, Du Jun steps forward. Me. He looks at the other 3. Hunter Lee Jinwoo, Hunter Yang Ho, Hunter Han Minji. Prepare to attack. Minji's eyes light up as she nods immediately. All right, Du Jun's method makes him question it. Lee Du Jun, do you have a plan? Standing by the cliff, he looks forward. The entrance is inside this yellow line. All 5 are ready. The challenge team has been selected. The remaining people vanish. The remaining individuals will be forcibly ejected from the fissure. Jinwoo is surprised. He clenches his fist. Our goal is to buy time. The rest is up to you, manager. The man pretends to be calm. You think so too? I have no regrets living a life of dedication. I also believe we will win. Afterwards, we have to go eat gukbap and have a few drinks. Ian Ho forces a smile. Why do you have to be so dramatic? You're not even a frontline hunter. Du Jun begins to speak. Because no matter how I think about it, I can't find a way. Du Jun's expression is ice cold. For 5 people to defeat that giant without me. His demeanor makes Min-hyuk worried. Is he hiding his abilities? Manhwa is getting closer. Now we have to face him. The announcement is clear. Titan Manhwa has been unsealed. Jinwoo swallows hard. It's starting. Tears stream down the man's face. Goodbye, beautiful life. The system updates. You have been affected by Manhwa's authority. The unexpected happens. You have entered a state of paralysis. Min-hyuk is horrified. What? The system reports continuously. You cannot use your skills. Ian Ho grits his teeth and screams. This is clearly a cheat. How are we supposed to fight if we're paralyzed? Manhwa's weapon swings down. The axe blade is about to crush them all. Minji closes her eyes and waits. A void-like space appears. After a long moment, she trembles and opens her eyes. Du Jun has saved them with his bare hands. Manager, the sight stuns Manhwa. He doesn't stop there. Du Jun crushes the axe blade. He throws it far away. Mananuj is completely dumbfounded. Mananuj's authority has been broken. Everyone can move again. Skill usage has been restored. Min Hyuk stares at him in disbelief. How is that possible? Du Jun glances back. He focuses on Ian Ho's shoulder. Du Jun asks loudly, "Are you recording?" "Delete it." Minzy runs up from behind. "This is the only time, Hunter Han Minzy." With that, Du Jun stomps his foot on the ground. Power radiates from his body. Then, Du Jun raises his hand high. A stream of purple energy flies through the air. Mananui is startled. Ian Ho and Jinwoo are speechless. Minji stands frozen like a statue. But he is utterly amazed. How is this possible? In his next move, he thrusts his hand forward. A single slash splits Mananui in two. It lets out a final, agonizing scream. In the end, only a pool of blood remains. Everyone watches in awe. You have successfully conquered the fissure. Minji is also stunned. The fissure has been destroyed. The challengers will be removed from the fissure. She suddenly remembers. The manager. Ian Ho guesses. What? Did he just leave by himself? Jinwoo agrees. Looks like it. Without hesitation, Min Hyuk closes his eyes. He cleared this place. That's good enough. Let's go back too. He looks at the other three. Hurry up. We have a lot to report. The chatter is lively. Miss Minzy, let's go for a drink after work. But Minzy refuses. I'm sorry. I have prior plans. This saddens them, but only Min Hyuk is happy. What a shame. In the city, that evening. Yeah, Junhai, Dad's off work. Is there anything you want to eat? Isis happily suggests pizza, but Du Jun reminds him, Long, be quiet for a minute. On the street, the news blares. The government has just lifted the state of emergency. Through the phone, he sounds pleased. Kimchi stew? Sounds good. Do we have any canned tuna at home? The sky is now quite late. Yeah, okay. I'll be home right away. At Du Jun's apartment building. Long, time to eat. Isis wags his tail continuously. His eyes sparkle as he looks at the bowl of food. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Isis takes a small bite of meat. Junhee's cooking is always the best. Ignoring him, Junhai looks sad. I wonder when Dad will be home. A suggestion from Izaz annoys Junhee. Master probably won't be home today. Can I eat all of this? She picks up the bowl. No way. Long, you've already eaten your share. He holds on tight. I was just kidding. And you don't need to worry. Master is invincible. She narrows her eyes slightly. Really? Izaz looks innocent. Of course. You've seen it too. That crazy. He gestures with his hand. You know how terrifying Master's power is, right? Junhee's face lights up. I know. There's a lot of spicy braised chicken left. You can have more. And so, Isis claims the whole bowl. Really? You really mean it? Don't go back on your word. Suddenly, a slight tremor shakes the room. She is startled. What was that tremor just now? He hugs the bowl and complains. I almost lost my food. A news update flashes on the screen. Breaking news from the Bangbi district. A dragon has appeared. This is a dragon similar to the Marsala's dragon that appeared in Busan 3 years ago. Another earthquake occurs. The braised chicken stew flies everywhere. In the end, it all spills on him. Isis trembles with anger. My spicy braised chicken stew. His hands clench into fists. Damn you. You don't mess with a man's meal. He smashes through the door and flies out. You're dead. Junhee calls after him. Long, where are you going? Seeing the situation, she chases after him. Why do these things always happen when Dad isn't here? At that moment, in the city, Casio appears. It scans the area with its eyes. Cheon-su and Hyuk-su see it. The Misa Guild has arrived on the scene. He's quite surprised. That was fast. The Heel Dragon group is present. From now on, the Mesa Guild will seal off the scene and handle everything. Jeong-ho stands to the side. What's the index? Similar to Marsala's. The police report back. Yes, currently. Mi-ra and her companion. Jeong-ho is bewildered. What do you think you're doing? She declares boldly. Destroying it. What else? Now that I've encountered it, I believe this will be resolved easily. Hyuk-su runs over. Hunter Mi-ra, it's too big. Why are you so worked up all of a sudden? Do you know how many civilians live in this area? His reasoning makes him nod. Hunter Han Dongyan is right. Hyuk-su smiles faintly. I understand your feelings, but attacking now is a bit. From afar, Casio approaches. It leaves everyone stunned. Hyuk-su jumps back, realizing. Is there something else over there? High above, 2 large figures appear. Isis dives down furiously from the sky. His body grows larger, aiming straight for it. In a few seconds, Izaz is face-to-face with Casio. Its appearance surprises Jeong-ho, another dragon. Cheon-su recognizes it immediately. Hyuk-su, I think I've seen that new dragon somewhere before. He swallows nervously. Section Chief, that's impossible. On the side, Mi-ra realizes. Wait, isn't that serial number the one that Du Jun was raising? An image of his passwords flashes back. This will be my pet to assist me later. I've already tamed it. Back in the present, he elbows Casio. He shoves it into the fissure. What is this? Suddenly, a foot stomps the ground. Junhee appears. Long. Hyuk-su recognizes her immediately. Junhee. She stoops down to look inside the fissure. Casio is surprised. It expresses its attitude openly. How dare you? Who are you? A deep voice rings out. It's me. Casio recognizes it immediately. This voice is not unfamiliar. Before it stands Izaz, burning with rage. Lord Izaz. Izaz emphasizes, you have committed 2 grave sins. This makes Casio tremble. 2 grave sins, he continues. A punch sends it flying. Why did you dare leave the nest without my permission? Then Izaz waves his hand. Come here. Casio hastily kneels on the ground. Do you know what spicy braised chicken is? It lowers its voice in fear. No, sir, I do not. He crosses his arms and stresses the point. Of course you don't know. That is your 2nd grave sin. Another punch sends Casio flying. What? Looking at it, Izaz is furious. You're dead today. Suddenly, Junhi's voice echoes. Long, long. She has entered the fissure. Long, long. He looks visibly annoyed. Why did you come here? Junhi points an accusing finger. Of course, I was afraid you'd cause trouble, so I followed you. What else? He quickly interrupts. But, for you to follow me all the way here, if Master finds out, I'm dead. Seeing Izaz like this, Castle gets angry. A mere human dares to speak so rudely to Lord Izaz? Luckily, he covers its mouth in time. What do you think you're doing to my master's family? The identity surprises Casio. Family, master. Izaz looks at Junhi. This is the master's daughter, the one who makes my spicy braised chicken. And you dare to threaten her? I'll beat you to death. He even clenches his fist. You've been getting too bold lately. Come here. I'm only going to hit you 5 times. This makes it stammer. 5 times. A while later, Izaz sits on Casio. Now, watch your posture. It whispers tremulously. Lord Izaz, how long do I have to do this? But he ignores it. Chatterbox. Junhi feels a bit of pity. Long. He looks so pathetic. Stop now and let's go home. But he thinks differently. He needs a taste of the real world to grow up. The next words make Izaz joyful. I'll make more spicy braised chicken for you, so let's just go home. In an instant, the giant form disappears. He shrinks down. You're lucky this time. If you leave the nest on your own again, don't blame me for being merciless. Casio trembles and promises. Yes, sir. I will carve your teachings into my very soul. Standing outside, she looks at it affectionately. He looks so pitiful. You can stop now. Junhi looks around. Or maybe you had nowhere else to go, so you came here? She gently suggests. You can come to our house, but I have to ask Dad first. But Izaz is not pleased. I object. Our house is not an orphanage. Ignoring him, Junhi looks at Cassie. He'll be as gentle as Long. It is overjoyed. Yes, ma'am. In a flash, Casio shrinks down. Its size makes her adore it. All right, oh my, you look so gentle and cute. Junhi smiles brightly and suggests. First, just follow me home. But if Dad objects, there's nothing I can do. Do you understand? The way she treats him moves Cassia. The master's daughter is truly an angel on earth. Jiang Hyun's group is blocked. Why on earth are we not allowed in there? I clearly saw you let a civilian in just a moment ago. Hyuk-soo explains with a smile. Hunter, our top priority right now is to protect this place. His face is full of annoyance. Stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, Mira's eyes widen. From inside the fissure, Junhi steps out. The student from earlier came out. He's overjoyed. Junhi-un is surprised. What? How did she get out of there? Hyuk-soo rushes over. Are you hurt anywhere? He looks at her in amazement. She went in there with her physical body. How did she come out completely unharmed, without a single scratch? Junhi touches her face lightly. Yes. He mumbles to himself. Thank goodness. Hyuk-soo is still pondering. In any case, I'm glad she's safe. But there's something more important I need to check. As he speaks, he leans in close to her ear and whispers. About those kids. I mean, the dragons. Junhi smiles faintly. It's Casio and Izaz. You've seen them before, uncle. Hyuk-soo's expression confuses Junhi. What? He doesn't know anything. I thought he knew, but was just pretending not to. Mira approaches from somewhere. Impossible. No matter how you look at it, it looks like. She asks, this is a dragon, isn't it? Hyuk-soo adjusts his glasses with an air of authority. A pet. It's just a pet. It's the pet of employee Lee Do-jun from our department. He pulls its face hard. Look at their adorable faces. How could they possibly be dragons? Hyuk-soo calmly concludes. They're clearly dogs, just look. Izaz's face is distorted by his grip. Are you crazy? Junhi stomps her foot to remind him. Long, you can't be rude to Dad's colleague. If you do that, I won't cook for you anymore. He lets out a long sigh. Suddenly, Mira remembers. No, I clearly saw the number on their foreheads. Luckily, Hyuk-soo interrupts. Oh right, Junhi, if you're late getting home, Du Jun will be very worried. Junhi is confused. Huh? He signals with his hand. Please leave quickly. He reasons in his head. If these kids are discovered to be dragons, not just South Korea, but the whole world will be in an uproar. Fortunately, Junhi is smart. Oh, I thought everyone already knew. Hyuk-soo guesses. If this gets out, it's over. Du Jun will be in a lot of trouble. So she stages an exit. Right, Dad is waiting for us. I have to go home right now, but she is still called back. Wait, Misa speaks up. No matter how you look at them, they're dragons. Hyuk-soo argues back. I already said they're dogs. His words infuriate her. How can you look at them and see dogs? He quickly grabs them. Junhi dashes off. I'll be going now. But Mira keeps shouting after her. Hey, wait a minute. Dong Hyun ponders on the side. The person Kim Hoing-gu fought in the dungeon. Lee Do-jun. He has two pets like that? His eyes widen in thought, but then he scratches his head and lets it go. I don't know. On the other side, Mira questions Hyuk-soo. Hey old man, you tell me. They look like that and you call them dogs? Back at Do-jun's apartment, Junhi reminds him, you're not allowed to bully your friend, but Isa still shouts. It's your fault my chicken bone stew spilled. How is it my fault? She has to give an order. Long. You should clean up the house before Dad gets home. He clenches both hands. I was just about to clean. Junhi asks gently. You can do it, right? Isis holds a feather duster, determined to clean up neatly. The two of them coordinate quite well. This is fun. Suddenly, her phone rings loudly. Is that Dad calling? On the other end of the line is Du Jun. Junhi, I'm off work. Is there anything you want to eat? Junhi quickly refuses. No, Dad. Just come home and eat kimchi stew. He asks again. Kimchi stew, all right? Is there still canned tuna? A voice interrupts. Master, I want pizza. But he gets ignored by Du Jun. I wasn't asking you. She asks again. Are you almost home? Dad, he nods. Yes, I'm almost there. Tears stream down Azaz's face. Why does Master discriminate like this? The call is ended. Du Jun stands at an intersection. Breaking news. The news anchor reads aloud. Another dragon has appeared in the Bangbi district and has disappeared into a fissure. That concludes this news report. He freezes. A dragon. The screen shows a picture of it with him. A purple dragon and a red dragon went inside a fissure. This infuriates Du Jun. Long, you caused trouble again, didn't you? Arriving home, Du Jun walks in. I'm home. Junhi immediately runs out. Dad, are you hurt anywhere? He gives a slight smile. I'm fine. Thanks for worrying about me. Suddenly, Isis rushes over to hug his leg. Master is home. You worked so hard, my beloved master. He immediately checks her over. Junhi isn't hurt anywhere. Du Jun's face is full of schemes. Long. It's a good thing your lifespan has been extended by a few more days, isn't it? Cassia, standing behind, sees him turn to stone. This man makes Isis freeze in fear like this. She starts to worry. If Izaz calls this person master, he must be a very great being. Cassia hesitates. The monarch I must bow to is this one. Junhi covers her mouth. That's right. She bows her head respectfully. Greetings, great monarch. I am Dragon, number 9. My name is Cassiel. She pleads shyly. Daddy. Can we adopt this child? Junhi's expression makes him freeze. She had to live alone in a very bad place. It's so sad. Long is also very lonely by himself. In the end, Du Jun agrees. All right, she is ecstatic. As long as Junhi is happy. He looks at Cassio. Yes, your name is Cassio, right? The little one bows her head. Yes, sir. Du Jun smiles faintly. That's a nice name. Let's all live happily together from now on. Cassia is full of gratitude. Thank you, master. Ignoring Isis, he moves. All right. I'm going to take a shower first. He looks at Junhi. Are you preparing dinner? It looks like it will be delicious tonight. A moment later, he tugs on her clothes. Sister. Junhi is confused. Huh. What is it? Long. His ass looks sad. Why won't you give him a nickname? Junhi quickly grabs some seaweed. Dad said that name is good enough. She picked him up. Your name is great too. Yes, that's right. Long. Izaz sat in the chair. No, my name is Izaz. Junhi nodded. I know. Long. Go watch TV. I'm going to make dinner. He hung his head, feeling hurt. A moment later, Du Jun looked quite annoyed. He glared at the broken glass door. He turned his head to look at Izaz. You're the one who broke the balcony window, right? Du Jun announced, no pizza today. Izaz was devastated. No way. A while later, the lights were out. Junhi called out, good night, Dad. Du Jun smiled. Good night. Kasha followed, good night, Master and Little Master. Only Izaz remained silent. He drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Junhi nudged Izaz's arm. He sat up groggily. What's wrong? A huge pizza appeared before his eyes. Izaz jumped into her arms. Junhi, he ate ravenously. You're truly an angel. In his room, Du Jun smiled to himself. His phone received a text message. She had made 80 calls and sent 281 texts. News of the incident hit the papers. A silhouette of Du Jun appeared. What happened to the legendary civil servant after that? The phone vibrated again. The news had an update. Last night, 2 dragons appeared in the Bangbi district. Kasha and Izaz watched the news from the Emergency Incident Response Agency. Du Jun turned off his phone. Sitting at the table, Junhi praised him. Dad, you're famous. He sighed. Luckily, they haven't tracked us to our house. The doorbell rang throughout the house. I'll go see who it is. Don't open the door. Just check who it is first. If it's someone you don't know, pretend we're not home. A moment later, the bell rang again. I think I've seen this person somewhere before. She recognized the person and gasped. Junhi rushed to tell him. Dad, the director of the Hunter Management Bureau is here. It was none other than Ian Cheon. Inside, Kasha called out. His ass followed. Master, is it time for lunch yet? Du Jun ordered. An important guest is on their way. You two need to hide in your room. Isis was annoyed by the girl's dramatic reaction. You're overdoing it. You're just asking for a smack. Kasha's respectful expression made him laugh. Clasping hands in reverence, it's been a long time since I've seen that. Du Jun's gesture made his ass jealous. What? Why isn't Master angry with Kasha? I only broke a window, and I didn't get any pizza, he motioned. You two, hurry up and go inside. The little girl quickly hid. Yes, Master. A pair of feet stepped inside. The man bowed respectfully. Hello, Manager Lee Du Jun. Du Jun wondered, how did you find my address? Ian Cheon bowed his head slightly, admitting fault. I know it's rude, but I used personal connections to find out about you. Without hesitation, Du Jun turned. It is indeed rude, but since you've come all this way, please come in first. Junhi was surprised. Dad, a cup of red tea was served. He smiled at Junhi. I dropped by so suddenly, yet you still offer me tea. Thank you, young lady. She was a bit flustered. Oh, it's nothing. If I'd known you were coming, I would have prepared some snacks. Du Jun got straight to the point. Why are you here? Ian Cheon stammered. Well, about that. But he quickly stated his purpose. First, I'd like to thank you. Thanks to you, the hunters were able to return alive. An image of him commanding the hunters replayed. I've reviewed the dashcam footage, and the more I watch, the more I'm in awe of what you've done. Ian Cheon continued. If it weren't for you, manager. Du Jun set down his cup. Director. He clasped his hands together. I have to go to work soon. Can you get to the main point? Seeing this, the man quickly pulled out some documents. Ah, of course. I'll get straight to the point. A series of images of Du Jun were shown. While reviewing the dashcam footage from the Meza Guild's A-rank dungeon raid, I discovered something. The man who saved the Meza Guild members. Was that you, Lee Seo-jun? Du Jun was surprised. So they found out? He didn't hide it. And what if it was? Is there a problem? Minwan fumbled through his documents. We're not here to accuse you of anything. Actually, he pulled out a contract. Do you want to make you an offer? Would you like to become an official hunter? Minwan began his pitch. If you become an official hunter. But Du Jun cut him off. I refuse. His firm refusal left the two men stunned. Huh. They quickly tried to persuade him. Please, just hear the terms before you decide. But he remained resolute. I'm not the type to be ambitious about money or fame. His eyes fell on Junhi. The director himself is making this proposal. In the end, Du Jun emphasized, what I have now is enough for me. She could only stay silent, not trying to persuade him. Du Jun recalled a memory. A man who once reeked of blood, rampaging across the land. He stood alone amidst a pile of corpses. I was ambitious and lived fiercely, but when I could have stepped on everything to reach the peak of fame. Du Jun's eyes were filled with contemplation. What remained in me wasn't money or fame. It was just emptiness. Those thoughts solidified his resolve. Money and fame can't be exchanged for the peace I have now. Finally, Du Jun declared, I don't care about money, but he gave Ian Cheon an opportunity. However, if the director can show me some sincerity, I might reconsider. Du Jun remembered Cheon Su and Hyuk Su. Allow our Seoul City Hall Fissure Management Division to manage the B-rank fissure. Is that possible? His condition put the man in a difficult position. This is a bit against the law. Seeing this, Du Jun stood firm. Then I have no other choice. To achieve his goal, Ian Cheon took a risk. If you can meet our condition, I can grant management rights to the fissure as you requested. I will meet that condition, no matter what. He paused, frowning. So, about the proposal I made. However, he refused again. I won't be a hunter. Civil servants can't hold multiple jobs. Minwan whispered, Director, the reason so many fissures are appearing is likely because of the central zone. If we want to break through it, we absolutely need Mr. Du Jun. This made Ian Cheon hesitate. I know that, but now's not the time to say it. While they were confused, Du Jun spoke up. But if the director truly needs my strength, every word he said made the man ecstatic. I will agree, because the director has shown great sincerity. Ian Cheon was so happy he jumped to his feet. I was waiting for you to say that. His eyes lit up. Then, to not waste any time, let's start our discussion right away. At the management office. What? Are you serious? Hyuk-su's eyes widened in surprise. So the Mesa Guild agreed to sign a contract with us. Turning to him, he announced, yes. And with that, we now have the management rights to the B-rank fissure. This made the man jump for joy. We're celebrating tonight, right? This is great. Absolutely great. Cheon Su immediately spoke up. Let's have a party tonight, everyone. We're eating beef. Of course. Round 2 will be tuna. He quickly answered the phone. My dear Du Jun, when are you coming? Hurry up. We're going to celebrate. But Du Jun hesitated. Well. Du Jun looked up at the meeting room. I'll be there right after I finish this meeting. Cheon Su replied, all right, we'll wait for you to start the party, so get here quick. Minwan overheard the conversation. It sounds like your team is in high spirits. He chuckled softly. Yes, all the members are very kind and good-natured. He quickly led Du Jun. Shall we go in? The hunters we invited from overseas have arrived at the airport. They'll be here soon. Elsewhere, a slow footstep. A man in black sunglasses chewed gum. He walked through the bustling airport. So this is the country the Sword Emperor protects. Pretty peaceful, huh? Everyone's just walking around normally. Spitting out his gum, he thought. Looks like getting rid of the world's #1 hunter will be easier than I thought. He smirked. I hope you can put up a bit of a fight, first hunter, Lee Kang-hyun. Taking off his sunglasses, he declared, I have arrived. Jin Woo shot to his feet. What? Lee Kang-hyun isn't here, just these weaklings? His action was immediately judged. Is he crazy? He laughed and waved. I thought Lee Kang-hyun would be here, so I was just kidding. No need for everyone to panic. He stared blankly at him. This lunatic. Jin Woo scratched his head in confusion. What did you say? This left Minji and Minhyuk speechless. I'm at a loss for words. Seeing the problem, he checked his pocket. Ah, it seems my translation device wasn't on. He turned the device back on. Can everyone hear me now? Chaki greeted them. Hey, I'm Ian Chaki. Minhyuk immediately judged him. So rude from the moment we meet. Looking around, Chaki thought, even though no one's as good as Lee Kang-hyun, I guess the rest of them can't be that bad. His attitude made Minji uncomfortable. What? Why is he staring at me like that? Minhyuk suggested, I really want to fight him right now. Meanwhile, while observing non-stop, what's he smiling about? This confused him. How should I know? Suddenly, Chaki bumped straight into Du Jun. What's with this guy in his suit? I can tell he's not an S rank. He observed him for a long time. Aren't we here to fight? Why did the Korean government bring a civil servant? Then, he sat down silently beside him. They should have at least called someone who can fight. Looks like I'll have to carry the team again. Sensing the quiet atmosphere, Ian Chian broke out in a sweat. It seems everyone has introduced themselves. In that case, I'll begin the meeting now. Flashing back to the past. I'm sure everyone here already knows. A black hole in the forest. But allow me to briefly explain the current situation once more. A group of people discovered it 10 years ago. A large hole appeared on Mount Sode. In other words, a central zone had appeared in Korea. Led by Kang-hyun, their goal was to conquer it. Hunter Lee Kang-hyun joined the Behemoth Guild. He was incredibly strong. Let's go. With a determined face, Kang-hyun alone achieved a great miracle within 3 years. He and his team fiercely entered the central zone no less than 20 times. However, he was also exhausted. But each time we enter, the difficulty and dimensions change, making the conquest of the central zone impossible until now. During one of Kang-hyun's team's conquests, they encountered a problem. Du Jun was stunned. Below them were countless monsters, big and small. He complained constantly. Damn it, another dimensional shift. Suddenly, from above, a monster appeared. Above us. Everyone, be careful. Du Jun and Kang-hyun entered combat mode. He lunged forward, clashing with it. He delivered a critical blow. But in the end, the news reported, this central zone is rated as unconquerable, even after 100 years. Minhyuk's group fell silent. Therefore, with a smile, he said, So, the Behemoth Guild has failed? I've gathered you all here this time because I want. Du Jun listened intently. You all to act as reserve members in this battle. Minhyuk raised his hand. How does this central zone compare to Malanuhu? Ian Chian bowed his head slightly. We have some projected figures. The information made their faces turn pale. But truthfully, Malanuhu is just a mosquito in comparison. Minji looked at him pleadingly. So, Mr. Lee Seo-jun will be coming with us, right? But the director interjected. His participation hasn't been decided yet. His words were like a splash of cold water. Meanwhile, someone was annoyed. I came all the way to Korea, and no one pays me any attention. Who is this guy in a suit that's not on the list, that everyone's so concerned about? Ian Sheen continued. More detailed information will be provided after the Behemoth Guild returns. He was interrupted. Wait a minute. He pointed at Du Jun. Who is this guy? His attitude worried Minhyuk. If he keeps this up, he's going to cause trouble. Ian Xian quickly wiped his face with a towel. You can just call him Manager Lee Se-jun. He was the commander who accompanied the hunters in the last S-rank fissure. In his eyes, the man looked arrogant. Commander? The type with some kind of command skill, right? The kind who wears a suit, hides in the back, and barks orders at me. Thinking this, Chaki smirked. Just a light tap would break his bones. If he dares to talk too much, I might just kill him. His words enraged Minhyuk. What did you just say? He stood up to confront him. Oh, you heard that? Good. Maybe I should give him a little warning too. He got close to Du Jun's face. I've seen plenty of weak commanders. They act arrogant just because of their title, even backstabbing their teammates. He pointed to his own forehead. A guy like you better get lost if you don't want a hole in your head. Despite Chaki's threats, he just smiled. Du Jun stood up and adjusted his tie. This annoyed him. You dare to smile? He calmly retorted. It seems like all you know is how to run your mouth. This triggered Chaki's anger. You arrogant bastard. He grabbed Du Jun's shirt and lunged forward. You dare to look down on me? He was still holding onto Du Jun's collar. Minji saw this and was horrified. She stepped forward to stop Chaki. Stop it. He didn't understand. What's so great about this guy that everyone respects him so much? Minji said, This is just a normal meeting room. If you keep this up, the ordinary people around here could get hurt. She continued, There's a training ground in the basement of this building. You can go all out there. How about you two go down there and have a proper duel? Chaki asked in surprise. What? He laughed arrogantly. I don't think this guy can withstand a single light touch from me. We don't need to move somewhere else for this. He pointed at the secretary and ordered, "Hey, you, lead the way." The secretary nervously asked Ian Cheon, "Director, what if Mr. Ian Chalky gets seriously injured?" Ian Cheon glanced at Du Jun for his opinion. "Manager Lee, are you okay with this?" Du Jun gave a nod. The director stood up and said, "I understand." The secretary beside him panicked. "What, director?" Ian Cheon started walking. "I'll lead the way." The secretary hurried after him. "Director, is this for real?" He said confidently, "I don't have a habit of bullying the weak, but he needs to show some character." The group arrived at the location. This is the Hunter Association training ground. Ian Cheon glanced at his secretary and said, "Are you going to keep worrying like this?" Manager Lee knows how to control himself. The secretary couldn't calm down, but even so, what if? The secretary worried, if the training ground gets damaged, the operations team leader will kill me. He imagined the deadly scene. Why did the training ground end up like this? Write a detailed report of the incident and submit it to me immediately. Ian Cheon cleared his throat awkwardly. He became more aggressive. "Hey, suit guy, it's not too late. If you kneel and beg, I'll consider going easy on you." Du Jun thought to himself, he talks too much. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, "How long are you going to keep spewing that nonsense?" In a rage, he yelled, "You still don't know your place? Don't anyone interfere. This guy is going to die by my hand." Du Jun paused. He wondered, all talk? Chalky charged forward. "You arrogant bastard." He threw a punch at Du Jun and screamed, "Die." Seeing Du Jun easily dodge it, he was stunned. "He dodged my punch?" Du Jun looked at Chalky with a contemptuous gaze. Chalky couldn't keep his composure anymore. He attacked and cursed. "You bastard," he shouted. "Are you just going to keep dodging? If just one punch lands, your life is over." Du Jun calmly dodged. He thought, do I really have to fight? Du Jun sidestepped slightly. Chalky couldn't react in time and stumbled forward. He took the opportunity from behind Chalky. Du Jun's hand struck down as fast as lightning. Minji gasped and called out, "Manager." Du Jun struck Chalky on the back of his neck. His body immediately fell forward. He was hit but still didn't understand. What was that? Chalky was taken down in a single blow. Du Jun spoke in a calm voice. "I hit him lightly. He should wake up in a few minutes." The secretary rushed to check and announced, "He doesn't have any broken bones." A voice called from the side. "Director." Minyuk thought to himself. As expected, he assessed, he's on a completely different level. Du Jun ignored everyone's shocked faces and said, "I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." In a bustling neighborhood. Cheers. This is the taste. Hyuksu hugged a bottle of liquor. The beef the section chief buys is always the best. Hansen raised his glass. "Excellent." She asked, "Oh, by the way, why was the Hunter Management Bureau looking for you, Du Jun? Were they trying to recruit you?" Du Jun replied, "No, they just needed my help with something." Cheon-su and Hyuksu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a relief." Cheon-su quickly added, "Du Jun, don't you dare leave us." He replied, "Of course not." Hyuksu wondered, "But it's strange. The Mesa Guild is an A-rank guild. Why would they sign a contract with us?" Cheon-su agreed. "Although this is a good thing, I'm honestly quite curious myself." He continued, "A-rank hunters usually don't even talk to us. They're not just messing with us, are they?" Hansen said. "If it's the Mesa Guild, that's a real possibility. They have the right to be arrogant." Cheon-su scratched his head. "That's true." He asked, "Anyway, Du Jun, you'll be in charge of the Mesa Guild, along with Yedji, right?" Du Jun replied, "Yes." Cheon-su advised, "Remember not to let Yedji feel left out. Starting tomorrow, she'll be fighting alongside the Mesa Guild. She must be very happy." Everyone raised their glasses. "All right, let's have one more round." That was the end of the day. The next day, at Seoul City Hall, Yedji stated bluntly, "I don't like it." Hyuksu was surprised. Did I hear that correctly? Cheon-su, beside him, was just as shocked. "I think there's something wrong with my ears today." Hyuksu asked, "But why don't you like it?" Yedji crossed her arms and replied, "I will protect the manager. I don't need any more team members." Hyuksu said worriedly, "No matter how strong you are, one arm can't block 10 hands." He analyzed, what if monsters appear from behind? What would Mr. Du Jun do then? Yedji thought to herself. Thinking about last time, Manager Hyuksu isn't wrong. She hesitated, but Du Jun diffused the awkward situation. "I'll be fine. Yedji is not that different from an A-rank hunter now." Cheon-su glanced at him and said, "You brat, you're taking her side too?" Du Jun smiled and asked, "Isn't that right, Yedji?" She replied shyly, "Yes." He thought, she's acting childish, but she's still young, so I can let it slide. Hyuksu sighed. "Well, if Mr. Du Jun says it's fine, then I guess it is." Just then, there was a loud noise outside the door. An employee told Cheon-su, "Section Chief, the Mesa Guild is here. Should I bring them in?" He was startled. "They are? Really?" Hyuksu hurried. "I'll go make some tea." Cheon-su raised his hand. "All Fissure Management staff, assemble." He instructed, "Although signing a contract with the Mesa Guild is a great achievement, we can't let ourselves look cheap." Cheon-su spoke in a strong voice. "If they try to overwhelm us, let me handle it. He said, I will bear all the humiliation alone. Hyuksu heard this and was filled with admiration. Section Chief. Just as he finished speaking, the 3 members of the Misa Guild walked in. Cheon-su whispered, keep your eyes strong. Don't be nervous. Hyuksu was also trembling. Yes, yes. Du Jun looked at him and thought, he's the most nervous one here. Jong-hyun and Mira had serious expressions. Cheon-su and Hyuksu were also unfazed. Jong-hyun spoke up. You must be the section chief, right? Yes, I am Section Chief Kang Cheon-su. Suddenly, the 3 of them bowed deeply and said loudly, greetings. We are the Mesa Guild. Cheon-su and Hyuksu were stunned. The 3 Mesa members bowed in unison. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the Mesa Guild. Cheon-su wondered, what's wrong with them? Hyuksu was completely shocked. That scared me. Cheon-su carefully whispered to Du Jun. Why are they being so formal? He whispered back. I don't know either. Jong-hyun was calming himself down. Don't make any mistakes. If I mess this up, I'm dead for sure. He remembered Ian Cheon's serious words. You all know what kind of person Manager Lee Seo-jun is, right? Then he ordered, therefore, all of you must put your full passion and strength into doing a good job. Jong-hyun was under immense pressure. I think I cursed at them last time. Damn it. Why did we lose our tempers like that? Ian Cheon threatened. If my relationship with Manager Lee sours because of this, it will be all your fault. His words still rang in Jong-hyun's ears. Remember, don't do anything to anger Manager Lee Du Jun. Please, Ian Cheon said. Remember what I told you. Du Jun said, first, please have a seat. I'll get some tea for everyone. Jong-hyun froze. Let me make the tea. Du Jun was surprised. Huh? Jong-hyun raised his hand and said, if you need, I can make tea for you. Oh no, I'll go make tea right away. Du Jun turned and said seriously, you are our guests. Acting like this will make things difficult for me. Jong-hyun froze stiff. Difficult? Then what should we do? Seeing this, Du Jun thought, the director must have said something to them before they came here. He said, just read the contract carefully, check the terms, and then sign it for me. Jong-hyun was startled. In that case, he shouted, everyone, attention. The 3 sat upright, raised their pens together, and signed. Cheon-su panicked. You have to read the contract carefully before signing, but the 3 of them said in unison, we've already checked it. Hyuksu turned to ask Du Jun, what's going on? Night had fallen. Du Jun returned home. Junhi, I'm home. Junhi was happy. Dad's home, Isis said joyfully. You've returned, beloved master. He ran to the door. Master, do you know how long I've waited for you? Du Jun showed his concern. Oh, so you guys haven't had dinner yet? If you're hungry, you should have eaten first. Isis blushed. Is that really okay, master? Then from now on, I will. Before he could finish, Junhi stepped forward. Long, why are you like this? Isis quickly backtracked. I was just kidding. Du Jun sat at the dinner table. I'm going to eat now. Thank you, honey. Isis glanced over, thinking, can I eat now, master? Junhi gave permission. You can eat. Isis was overjoyed. Then, let's eat, everyone. Du Jun glanced at Isis and said, the more I look, the more amazing it is. I don't know if he's the strange one. Then he looked over at Kasha, or if Kasha is the special one. Junhi said, of course, Long is the strange one. At that moment, Isis choked and yelled, Junhi, water. Get me some water. Junhi was flustered. Dad? Du Jun asked. Huh. She said, do you have time tomorrow? Junhi said shyly, tomorrow at 10, there's a parent-teacher visit. I was wondering if you could attend. Junhi looked flustered. You probably can't, right, Dad? It's a weekday, so you must have to work. Du Jun immediately said, I'll go. He continued, I'll try to finish everything and take a half day off to be there. Junhi was overjoyed. Really, Dad? This observation is related to the fissure that appeared suddenly 2 weeks ago, so there won't be any monsters. Du Jun thought, she seems really excited for this trip. Seeing her like this, how could I not go? Isis chimed in, I want to go too. Du Jun scolded Isis, swallow your food before you talk. You're being messy. The scene changed. The next day, inside the fissure, the streets were bustling, with vendors calling out, buy 2 or more and get a big discount. Folks, hot grilled corn here. Junhi happily made a purchase. Sir, can I have 3, please? The vendor was enthusiastic. Yes, coming right up. Junhi handed 1 to each dragon. 1 for you, Long, and 1 for Kasha. Kasha politely refused. I won't eat it, Junhi asked. You don't like sweets? Kasha explained. Thank you for buying it for me, but this kind of food doesn't really suit my palate. Du Jun worried. Junhi is completely changing Long's eating habits. Isis, at that moment, had a look of pure satisfaction. Oh my god, this is so delicious, a loud voice called out. All right, everyone, gather around. The event host explained, this is the Malanuhu fissure. It has been cleared, so there are no monsters. And this place has been renovated into a training ground for you to become more proficient in using mana. Your mission is simply to find this missing map piece. He continued, the parents will stand on the observation deck to watch over and help the students. The host gave the mission. The The students will search for the map piece and place it in the cup in the middle of the empty lot. Then, there's a reward for participating. In addition, each parent will receive a commemorative acetone. Du Jun asked curiously, "What is this?" Junhi explained, "This is an artifact that was discovered, Dad. It's very useful, and if you add mana to it, you can change its shape according to your will. Its color also changes depending on the amount of mana. The ranks increase from red to purple." Du Jun thought to himself, "If I add too much mana, I wonder if it will break." Junhi's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Du Jun had transformed the sphere into a black knife. "This is amazing." Junhi was astonished. "Black? I've never heard of this thing being able to turn black." The host announced, "All right, all students, you may now begin." Junhi wondered, "Is it time already? I'll ask the teacher about this later." Junhi waved goodbye. "I'm going, Dad." Du Jun also reminded her, "Okay, be careful." Suddenly, his whole body froze. Because Du Jun felt a strange sensation. "I just felt a very intense power source from deep within that area." Du Jun guessed, "Is the power coming from that cup?" He immediately ran over. "I can't let Junhi be in danger. I have to go check it out." But the cup was strange. It seemed to be sucking something inside. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. A surge of power was being released. Du Jun wondered, is it absorbing energy from within? The parents outside were extremely worried. What is this? Junhi? Where are you? Zijin. They rushed to the host and yelled, "How dare you train my daughter in such a dangerous place? Are you crazy?" The host quickly tried to calm them. "No, that's not it. Everyone, please calm down." Suddenly, everything around them stopped. A parent said, "It's stopped. We need to get the kids out of there. What are you people still standing there for?" Outside, Du Jun speculated, "Is it absorbing energy from within?" Isis was angry. "Damn it, I haven't even finished my food here yet." It seemed Du Jun's speculation was wrong. No, it's the opposite. The thing spewing out of that cup is getting stronger. Suddenly, a system screen appeared with a notification. "Nerds is staring at you intently." The notification board continued, "Nerds is staring at you intently. Special mission, Central Zone. To protect the Central Zone. The administrator, Nerds, has violated the Central Zone's laws. They massacred the challenge participants and were sealed. Your mission is to find all the pieces of the participation ticket. If you succeed, you will break Nerds' seal and receive recognition from them. Accumulated progress, 9,934 out of 10,000. Reward, Central Zone participation ticket. Unlocking the land of Tutoria. You cannot leave the fissure for a limited time. Time remaining, 21 hours, 38 minutes, 2 seconds. Du Jun thought, what is this? That cup is the key to the Central Zone? Is it safe to leave Junhi here? He wondered. So, does this mean everything the Behemoth Guild has done so far was all in vain? The strange event happened, making the parents outside furious. Who's in charge here? Should we report this to the Ministry of Education? They yelled from the outside, "Get our children out of there." Oh my god, what's going to happen to our Junhi and Jun? Isis was annoyed. It's not a big deal, but they're making a huge fuss. Kasha calmly commented, "Besides the master, humans are really weak." Du Jun thought, the gatekeeper to the Central Zone is watching me. If he's the one who killed the participants, I can't let him get near Junhi. He was a little worried. There isn't much time left until the seal is broken. The notification board appeared again. Nerds is staring at you intently. Special mission, Central Zone. To protect the Central Zone. The administrator, Nursk, has violated the Central Zone's laws. They massacred the challenge participants and were sealed. Your mission is to find all the pieces of the participation ticket. If you succeed, you will break Nerds' seal and receive recognition from them. Accumulated progress, 9,934 out of 10,000. Reward, Central Zone participation ticket. Unlocking the land of Tutoria. You cannot leave the fissure for a limited time. Time remaining, 21 hours, 38 minutes, 2 seconds. Du Jun was determined. I need to collect some map pieces first. Du Jun asked Izaz, Long, can you find Junhi? Izaz replied, yes. Du Jun confidently gave the mission. Okay, go follow Junhi for me. Izaz wondered, but is it just me and Kasha going? Du Jun replied, yes, I have other things to take care of. You too, go ahead. Izaz thought excitedly. I need to take this chance to finish all the food I didn't get to eat earlier. Kasha clasped her hands. As you command, I will protect the little master with my life. Izaz started to tempt Kasha. Let's stop by here for a moment. Kasha was a little worried. Okay, but it was clear. Just for a moment. Just a moment. If neither of us says anything, who's going to know? Du Jun thought. Long will know when to stop playing and go to Junhi. I heard you can find the map pieces with this. I should go look for some myself. Over here, Junhi was searching frantically. Where are all the map pieces? I don't want Dad to be embarrassed in front of my friends. Please, just appear. She looked around and suddenly saw it. Is that it? Junhi was a bit worried. I hope it's not nothing again this time. Holding the bone in her hand, Junhi sighed. What is this? Not again? There aren't even any monsters here. I wonder who brought this here. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind her. Yunyu emerged from the bushes. Son Junhi. She brushed leaves off her head and asked, What are you doing sitting there? Are you hurt? Junhi quickly explained. No, I'm just looking for map pieces. Yunyu frowned. Is that so? You confused me. Junhi was surprised. Are you worried about me right now? Yunyu blushed. Who would worry about someone like you? If you got hurt, your uncle would be worried. No, it's nothing. Talented people just tend to look after the weak, she yelled, so don't make him worry. Yunyu was surprised. What was that? I think something just flew by. Isis and Cassia were charging forward at the speed of light. A huge explosion. Yunyu pushed Junhi's head down. She fired her gun repeatedly. Two large black shadows appeared. Isis was hit by a bullet and asked, what was that? What kind of bug bite is so ticklish? Yunyu was stunned. That is, I think it's the pet I saw last time. Junhi covered her ears. Oh my god, I almost lost an eardrum. Izas called out. Yune. He came over and asked, why are you lying on the ground? Junhi was surprised. Long, what are you doing here? Izas was furious. What is this, you long-haired person? You dare to harm my Junhi? Today, I will dig up your grave. That sharp, murderous gaze was aimed at Yunyu. You're dead today. Yunyu was terrified. What is happening? I can't move. Junhi touched Izaz and said gently, stop it. This girl is my friend. Izaz was surprised. Friend? Junhi replied, that's right. She even called you cute last time, remember? Then she scolded Izaz. Apologize to Yunyu right now. Izaz was angry. I didn't do anything wrong, Junhi threatened. Then from now on, you and Keisha can eat dog food. Izaz was horrified. What? Izaz quickly knelt. I'm sorry. I've committed a deadly sin. I promise it won't happen again. Yunyu was scared by his formal apology. Kasha teased. From now on, you need to know your place. Isa was angry. This kid, really. Junhi called out, long. Izaz was furious. But Kasha was clearly showing off to me. Junhi said, he's right. If you keep this up, I won't make dinner for you anymore. Yunyu was surprised. What is this? How can this girl treat a monster like a pet? Du Jun appeared at that moment. What's going on? Junhi called, Dad. Izaz and Kaja quickly tried to look innocent. My master. Yunyu called, Uncle. Junhi asked, why did you come all the way here? Du Jun said, I just came to see if you were doing okay. Izaz thought to himself, I hope today isn't the last day I see my master. If he finds out I just got here, the master found out I just got here. The master found out I attacked Junhi's friend. If that's the case, I'm definitely dead. Junhi said happily, really? Du Jun asked. Yes. Is Long protecting you well? Junhi said, about that. Izaz covered her mouth. Of course. Izaz broke out in a sweat and made up a story. Me and Junhi's friend are getting along great. Du Jun then looked over at Yunyu. Yunyu hugged Izaz and said, that's right, Uncle. Du Jun was relieved. From now on, please get along well with everyone in my family. Junhi looked at the lifeless Izaz with some concern. Long, you. Du Jun mentally calculated. The number of pieces I found totals 66. That should be enough. He looked at the system panel. I'll sneak back here tonight to break the seal. Junhi was angry. Long, you get over here. Izaz screamed. Junhi, please forgive me just this once. Du Jun put his things away and called out, Junhi. He said, it's time to gather. Let's go. But Junhi was a little disappointed. But I haven't found a single piece yet. Du Jun comforted her. It's just bad luck. I'm sure you'll do better next time. Du Jun said, you've worked hard all day. Let's go eat something delicious tonight. Isa's face lit up. How about beef? Du Jun asked. I saw you eating quite a bit earlier. Izaz blushed. Oh, you knew? Du Jun said sarcastically. Yeah. Wipe your mouth. The scene changed. After returning home, Du Jun was in a hurry. Junhi, I have something to do. I'll be out for a bit. Junhi was surprised. Okay, she asked. Right now? It's already 10 p.m. Dad. Du Jun was still leaving. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Junhi was a little worried. But Du Jun said, you don't have to wait up, just go to sleep. Junhi called out loudly, Dad, can't you stay home today? Junhi called, Dad, can't you stay? Du Jun said, Junhi, see you later. Junhi was trembling. Du Jun said, so you can't watch a horror movie alone. Du Jun felt helpless as Junhi and Izaz clung to his leg. Junhi felt sorry for herself. Please don't go, Dad. Izaz was cunning. Master, save Long. Du Jun realized something. Wait a minute. Du Jun asked Izaz with a deadly expression. Tell me the truth. You're not scared at all, are you? Izaz quickly explained. No, that's not it, Master. Du Jun said, you're coming outside with me. Izaz looked out and asked, but it's raining heavily outside, Master. Junhi raised her hand to volunteer. I'll go with you, Dad. Izaz sighed. I hate getting wet. Du Jun refused Junhi. It's dangerous, you can't go. I'll be quick. Junhi asked pitifully, how quick is quick? Du Jun replied, it takes an hour by taxi, so about 2 hours round trip. Junhi was horrified. No way, Dad. That's 2 whole hours. I might actually faint. Du Jun was helpless. So how long can I be gone? Junhi held up her fingers. 30 minutes. No, 20 minutes. Isis sneered. It takes 2 hours, but you want to shorten it to 20 minutes. Where's your conscience? Hearing that, Junhi's face darkened. She was furious. Long, you. Isis was scared. Is it possible, master? Long will risk his life on this. Du Jun stroked Junhi's head and said, I'll be as fast as I can. Du Jun reassured her, you have Cassia with you, so you don't have to be too scared. I'm leaving now, Junhi replied. Okay, Dad. Hurry back. It's so scary. Junhi hugged Cassia in fear. The girl asked, can we watch something else? The rain was pouring down. Isis asked, Master, are you treating me like an object? No, like luggage and just carrying me like this. Du Jun replied, I have no other choice. We have to hurry. Isis pouted. In that case, it would be better if you just rode me. Du Jun refused. That would be too conspicuous. We can't do that. Isis quickly said, Master, wait a minute. I have a bad feeling about this. Isis asked, where are we even going? Du Jun calmly replied, to the fissure from this morning. We need to deal with a monster there. Du Jun said, Junhi seems really scared, so we need to catch it within 5 minutes. I wonder if that'll be okay. Isis thought to himself, if there's anyone who can withstand you for 5 minutes, they're a god, not a monster. The scene changed. They arrived. Inside the fissure, Isis was disappointed. No pubs are open. I was looking forward to it. Du Jun replied, of course, they've all gone home by now. Du Jun approached the cup. Isis looked around and said, I don't see any monsters either. Du Jun took out the paper. Just wait a little longer. Isis was surprised to see it. This cup. There's something about it that's making me uneasy. The ground beneath the cup began to rise. Isis, while hugging Du Jun's leg, said, I've seen this scene in a movie before. Now all it needs to do is glow, and it'll be exactly the same. The ground cracked open, revealing a sliver of light that blinded Isis. My eyes, a figure appeared. She opened her eyes and asked, Who are you? She flew up and said, Oh, you who have awakened me from my seal. Nerdist introduced herself. I am the administrator of this tutorial territory in the Central Zone, Nerdist. Thank you for waking me after an endless time. It is my duty to test your qualifications. Isis asked, Hey, who are you? Nerdist was angry. You brat. Who are you to interrupt me like that? Isis smirked. Why are you here? Weren't all the dragon clans supposed to be in eternal slumber? Isis cursed. You lizard. Isis immediately said to Du Jun, Master, if we just catch this one, we can go home, right? Isis quickly cracked his knuckles and asked, See this? Nerds panicked. Wait, hold on, she asked in shock. Aren't you a great dragon born in the Central Zone? How did you end up under the command of a human? Isis waved his hand and replied, What does that have to do with anything? Nerdist was surprised. Huh? Isis asked her, Can you eat the dignity and pride of the dragon clan? Can you make beef rib soup and ginseng chicken soup out of it? Nerds was shocked by this answer. What? Du Jun looked at his phone's clock and asked, Do you have any last words? Then he raised the sphere and said, I really don't have time for this. The sphere transformed into a black sword. The place was filled with terror. Wait. Hold on. She quickly threatened, If you kill me, you won't be able to attack the Central Zone. Du Jun stopped. Can't attack? Nerds continued, If I die, the tutorial area will have no administrator, and the path to the next levels will be closed. Now you know. I'm a very important person. Du Jun didn't care. So what? I just need the participation ticket. Nerds was surprised. No, why do you need that ticket? She quickly said, If that's the case, I have an idea. She quickly flew down. Is it okay if I kneel and apologize? I sincerely apologize for being arrogant. Please spare my life. A system notification appeared. You have received recognition from Nerdist. Du Jun asked, This is the participation ticket, right? Isis was drooling. Food. The system announced, You have obtained a bag of participation tickets. The tutorial land of the Central Zone has been opened. Du Jun stuck his sword in the ground, scaring Nerdist to death. Isis licked the ticket. So it's not edible. Nerdist frowned. Will they spare me? Probably not. Once they have the ticket, they'll kill me right away. How can I survive this? She opened her eyes. But why is it so quiet? Nerds was surprised to see Du Jun picking up Isis and leaving. What? They're just leaving? Du Jun thought, once I hand over these tickets, my job is done. The other hunters will know how to handle the rest. Isis was annoyed. I'm being carried like luggage again. The scene changed. At that moment, at the entrance to the Central Zone on Mount Sode, a very annoyed voice spoke. Damn it. When are we finally going to get through the entrance of this place? Junhi was losing patience. What's the point of going around in circles like this? The real entrance is nowhere to be found. Kang Hyun said, All right, for now, let's go back and report to the association president. Du Jun was surprised. What? We have to go now? We need a break too. Brother, calm down. Kang Hyun reassured him. There will be new members joining, so we'll have more time to rest later. Just hang in there a little longer, Junhi. Du Jun was surprised. New members? Kang Hyun explained. Not new people, but new members. They're from another guild. Don't think of them lightly. Junhi looked tired. You talk too much. Junhi said, even my mom doesn't talk as much as you. A. E. Q retorted, is that why your personality is like this? Junhi got angry. What? Are you insulting my mom now? I'll sue you for slander. The man felt helpless. Where did you learn to talk like that? This is torture. Seriously. During work hours, Hyuksu was on the phone. Yes, Hyuksu from the Fissure Management Department speaking. Yes. I'll pass the message to manager Lee Du Jun right away. He then turned to Du Jun. Du Jun, I just got a call from HR. You haven't attended the Fissure training session yet, have you? Hearing this, he replied, no. At this point, Hyuksu announced, then next Monday, you'll go to the Hunter Management Bureau for the training event. Du Jun replied, yes, I understand. This actually worked out perfectly for him. Good timing. I was planning to go there to hand over the participation tickets anyway. Suddenly, Yedji eagerly raised her hand. On Monday, there's a B rank assessment. Du Jun smiled at her. Of course I know that. We can go together? Hearing this, a mischievous glint appeared in Yedji's eyes. Then, I wonder if we could have dinner together. At this, Du Jun remembered what Yedji had said before. Next time, let's have dinner together. My treat, just the two of us. Remembering that, Du Jun nodded. Of course. Yedji cheered enthusiastically. Really? Then I'll see you at the main gate when we're done. Time passed. Monday, at the Hunter Management Bureau, a clear voice echoed inside the building. Thank you all for being here today. That concludes the morning training session. The professor at the board gestured to everyone. Everyone, go have lunch. Remember to be back here when the afternoon training session begins. Du Jun tightened the cloth bag on his shoulder, thinking, it's time to hand over these participation tickets. Just as he was about to step inside, an annoyed voice came from within. I told you, I'm really tired. Please. This made Du Jun pause. It seems there's a guest inside. Should I just leave it outside the door? At that moment, someone called his name loudly. Manager Lee So-jun. The employee saw Du Jun and rushed over. What brings you all the way to the director's office? If you needed anything, you could have just called me, he replied casually. Oh, I was just here for the Fissure training, so I decided to stop by. But this surprised the man. What? Training? Du Jun asked back, is there a problem? The employee stammered, oh, no. After a moment of thought, Du Jun handed the bag to him. Then, please give this to the director for me. While the man was still confused, manager, the door is open. Du Jun had already left. The class is about to start. I have to get back. Manhwa quickly called out, manager, but then he sighed as there was no reply. What is this? As soon as he opened the bag, his eyes widened. In Manhwa's hand was the participation ticket, glowing with a faint light. Back with Du Jun, the professor told everyone, all right, I will now begin the afternoon training session. Du Jun seriously read the report in his hand. Everyone, please take your seats. Seeing him so serious, Nazim was very curious. What has he been writing so diligently this whole time? Then, she began to complain. Hey, this is just a class about things everyone already knows. We're just here for attendance. Why have you been writing so much? Du Jun replied, I was hospitalized and only recently returned to work, so I'm not very familiar with these things yet. Plus, I don't have a great memory, so if I don't write it down, I'll forget. Nazim slumped onto the table. What's the point of working so hard? We're not manager Lee Du Jun, after all. Du Jun was puzzled. Who? Nazim unexpectedly shot up with a look of disbelief. What? You're a civil servant and you don't know manager Lee Du Jun? Seriously. Then, she immediately gave Du Jun a crash course. The legend of the civil service world. The person who deserves the respect of every employee in the industry. He led a raid on an F-rank dungeon with a 99% mortality rate and achieved a 0% death rate. He deserves the title Legend of Legends. Du Green was stunned. A legend in the industry? At this point, Nazim's face was full of excitement. In other words, he's a superstar. I absolutely have to get his autograph. Suddenly, Manhwa entered again. This is the room. Following him was Ian Cheon. He's really here. So it's true he came here for training. Even the professor was surprised. Director, why have you come to the training room? Ian Cheon's voice was low. I'm sorry for not giving notice. An urgent matter brought me here. Du Jun remained calm. He knew I hated being the center of attention. I thought he was smarter than this. Then, Ian Cheon walked straight to Du Jun's desk. The crowd began to whisper. What's going on? Did that guy do something wrong? Facing Du Jun, Ian Cheon spoke softly. Manager Lee Du Jun. First, I apologize for this sudden visit. His words caused a stir in the room. Lee Du Jun? He's Lee Du Jun? He's the legendary civil servant, the one who commanded the S-rank dungeon raid. I have to get his autograph. Du Jun closed his eyes in frustration. It looked like he couldn't attend the lecture anymore. Knowing this, he asked the professor for permission. Excuse me, sir, may I be absent for a moment? The professor didn't dare refuse. Ah, yes, of course. Du Jun quickly stepped outside. Shall we go to the director's office? Ian Cheon replied, that would be great. The professor watched, confused. What is happening? Meanwhile, Nazim was still in shock. I just thought he was a handsome weirdo. Turns out he's manager Lee Du Jun. Elsewhere, a door shut tightly. Du Jun spoke first. If you keep showing up like this, our cooperation will be difficult. Ian Xian bowed his head. I'm sorry, but the Central Zone entry pass is crucial. I had no other choice. Hearing this, Du Jun made a demand. Then you'll properly apologize to the class later. Ian Xian didn't argue. Of course, thank you for understanding. Du Jun's anger subsided a bit. He seems reasonable. At the same time, he thought to himself, but I have to be firm, so this doesn't happen again. Du Jun followed Ian Xian. I know this is inconvenient, but your presence is essential for this matter. A group was already waiting in the room. The Behemoth Guild just returned. Someone wondered, is he coming here now? As two figures appeared, Kang Yun and Akyung fixed their gazes on them. A normal person. Junel narrowed his eyes. What? All this fuss over him? Kang Yun recognized Du Jun first. Manager, Lee Du Jun. He stepped forward to shake Du Jun's hand. I can't believe it. The one who found the Central Zone pass is manager Lee Du Jun. Junel watched them talk with a confused look. We never thought the pass would be found outside. I was just lucky. Akyung sternly called out to Ryu Junel. Aren't you going to stand up and greet him properly? Junel picked up the pass. You're telling me this is the entry pass? It's obviously a fake. Even Ian Xian couldn't hold back. Ryu Junel, that's enough. Apologize to Du Jun right now. Junel arrogantly called out, Hey, you. He raised his voice threateningly. If you dare trick me, don't blame me for what happens. Witnessing this, Ian Xian was furious. Ryu Junel, I told you to stop. Akyung turned and snapped. Control your team member. Who says something like that to someone they just met? Kang Yun quickly explained, I'm truly sorry. He's not a bad person, just bad with words. But Du Jun wasn't bothered. He looks just like the riffraff I used to see, so he calmly said, It's fine. However, Junel was the one who got angry. I'm talking and you dare to smile? Do you know the trouble a fake pass can cause? He then slapped his forehead and laughed. Oh, right. Civil servants just hide behind hunters. You've never been hit, so you don't know what pain is. Then I'll show you myself. After speaking, Junel took out his weapon. Countless lightning bolts shot out. Just how terrifying I can be. Seeing this, Akyung and Kang Yun yelled out, Ryu Junil, but Du Jun's expression didn't change at all. Junel gloated. How is it? Feeling anything yet? Who do you think you are to deceive me? Thinking Du Jun was frozen in fear, Junel walked over. He patted his shoulder. Scared? Why are you standing so still? Anyway, I don't hit ordinary citizens. Don't be so tense. He didn't know Ian Xian was sweating profusely. Junel continued to complain. The state even trains scammers like this. It's a crime. Du Jun's voice was low. Director. Called upon, Ian Xian flinched. Yes. In front of him, Du Jun maintained a gentle smile. He won't mind, will he? Now, he placed a hand on Junel's shoulder. This dog has no manners. This time, Akyung and Kang Yun were speechless. Junel was so angry his veins bulged. A dog? He pointed at Du Jun's face. Do you want to die by this dog's hand? Du Jun's lips curled into a cold smirk. This dog has no manners. Ian Xian turned pale. Oh, my neck. Someone behind had to support him. Director. Hearing that, Junel was furious. A dog? An oppressive aura radiated from his body. Do you want to die by this dog's hand? But Du Jun was as calm as ever. You. He used his gaze, flooding Junel with killing intent. Instantly, Junel was paralyzed on the spot. What? What is this? My body. I can't move. Akyung and Kang Yun called out Junel's name in confusion. This time, Du Jun wasted no words. He directly forced Junel to his knees. After doing so, Du Jun's expression remained unchanged. Only Junel was trembling. Please spare me. I was wrong. Now, Du Jun warned him in a loud voice. I'll let you go this time, but remember, there won't be a second time. As soon as he finished, Junel clutched his neck, gasping for air. A moment later, Akyung went to check on him. Junel, are you okay? Kang Yun was still stunned. What the hell was that? He took down Junel with just his aura, his eyes filled with caution. He's not a human, he's a monster. Du Jun got straight to the point. Why did you call me here? Is it important enough for me to be here right now? Ian Xian finally spoke. I'll be direct. Please join us in conquering the Central Zone. Du Jun flatly refused. I will not join the attack team. Ian Xian reassured him. I know. Just helping us find the entry pass is more than enough. Then, he offered a folded paper. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please, feel free to accept it. But Du Jun didn't take it. Director. Ian Xian looked at Du Jun expectantly. Yes, manager? Du Jun feigned hesitation. I'm a civil servant. Accepting a bribe like this is a bit. Hearing this, Ian Xian quickly explained. This is absolutely not a bribe. It's just a small token to show our gratitude. Du Jun interrupted. But where I'm from, this is a bribe. He paused, feigning deep thought. However, his next words were, since the director is so sincere, I also want to maintain a good relationship with the Hunter Management Bureau. Ian Xian was overjoyed. Really, that's wonderful. At the same time, Du Jun made a demand. In the future, if I have any requests, Du Jun declared, The director is only allowed to agree. No one noticed Junul sulking in a corner. Kang Yoon silently wondered. Doesn't that mean he wants to become the head of the Hunter Management Bureau? However, Ian Cheon readily agreed. I understand. Aekyung was astonished. Director, on the other hand, Ian Cheon had a favor to ask. But can you promise me one thing? Du Jun replied, go ahead. Ian Cheon explained the situation. Many hunters have died in the rift. The central zone is unlike any other rift. Its difficulty is on another level. His voice grew softer. So, I hope you can prevent the hunters entering the central zone from dying in vain. Du Jun replied gravely, I will do my best. That was all he needed to hear. Ian Cheon smiled brightly. Then I will keep my promise, no matter what. When he opened his eyes, Du Jun was already at the door. We'll discuss the other matters later. I have to get back to my training session. Before leaving, he added a warning. Also, please don't disturb unrelated people in the future. Ian Cheon nodded. I understand. Du Jun continued, then I'll be leaving. A moment later, the three in the office finally relaxed. Ian Cheon leaned back. He sighed. Ryu Junil, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. Don't you two know anything yet? Facing their skeptical gazes, Ian Cheon revealed an unbelievable truth. Manager Lee Du-jun was the commander of the S-rank dungeon raid. It's true that he defeated the boss by himself, and not only that, he didn't just kill the S-rank boss. The scary part is that it took him less than a minute. Aekyung asked cautiously, is he even human? Ian Cheon had the same thought. Could it be? Kang Yoon was silently regretting his earlier actions. You're not a hunter, are you? You have quite an aura. I didn't know anything. I even gave him advice during our first meeting. Don't lose hope. Am I a complete idiot? Unlike Kang Yoon, Du-jun just wanted to return to class. I have to get back to the lecture quickly. He wasn't thinking about what just happened. However, the room was empty. Is it over already? He looked around, annoyed. I'll have to attend the next session. The professor saw Du-jun and approached him. I thought you left because of an emergency. Du-jun's voice was apologetic. Ah, about that. I'm really sorry. Sir. Hearing this, the professor scratched his head. You have the director's backing. No need to apologize. I'll mark you as having completed the training, so don't worry. Du-jun was confused. But I only attended half the session. The professor reassured him. I heard you had more important matters to attend to. It was the director's order, so you don't need to worry. Only then did Du-jun stop worrying. Thank you for understanding, sir. Suddenly, the professor presented a mysterious box. Also, this is a random box for the training participants. He also reminded him, most people only get F-rank items. So don't get your hopes up. Du-jun took it. Thank you, sir. Then he turned to leave. The professor organized his materials. There's no way a good item would come from that. As soon as he stepped out, Yedji was waiting. Manager, Du-jun asked, you finished early and waited here? Have you been waiting long? Yedji replied, I just finished too. Ah, then, she showed him her honor certificate. Like you, I've become a B-rank hunter. Seizing the moment, Du-jun suggested, then shall we go get something to eat? Yedji enthusiastically quickened her pace. Let's go get something to eat. Du-jun followed happily. Let's go. In a flash, the sky grew dark. They parted ways. I'm done eating. Do you want dessert? It's time to go home. Let's do it another time. Okay, back at Du-jun's house. Everyone gathered around the mysterious box. What is this, master? It's a random box. A gift from the training. Wouldn't delicious food have been better? Du-jun suddenly asked, Junhee, do you want to open it? Junhee waved her hands. No, thanks. I've tried a few times. But I have bad luck and never get anything good. Only F-rank items. Hearing this, Izaz covered his mouth and laughed. Bad luck? That sounds dirty. Junhee snapped at him. That's not what it means. But Izaz kept teasing Junhee. So dirty. She chased after him. Bad luck. My foot. Du-jun thought to himself. Then I'll open it. Unexpectedly, the box emitted a deep red light. Junhee seemed to have expected this. Shouldn't it at least be a yellow light? Dad's luck isn't any better. Du-jun replied, I guess so. But then, the box in Du-jun's hand turned yellow. Junhee approached in amazement. I've never heard of these things changing color. Then, Junhee saw it turn purple. Du-jun asked curiously, is this a good thing? Junhee explained, they say a blue light can change your life, but a purple light from a random box. I've only heard about it on the 9 o'clock news. Du-jun was surprised. Is that so? The purple light grew stronger. Junhee said, isn't this a little too strange? Du-jun calmly watched the glowing box. Really? It seems good. In Du-jun's hand was a golden box, emitting a mysterious light. A voice came from within. Congratulations. You have discovered a mental artifact. Yet, Du-jun was skeptical. Is this really a good item? I don't feel any special power from it. Then, stats appeared. Analyst Stone, Ataraxia. Level, Mental Artifact. Completion, 0%. Magic Power, 10. Note, known by the mental traveler, Epicurus. Compiled an encyclopedia on the central zone. If you press the display button on each blank page, it will display the target and record it on that page. Completion and magic power will then increase. Du-jun wondered, Is this a mental artifact about the central zone? This reminded him of Notice's words. Aren't you a great dragon born from the central zone? If it's the central zone. Du Jun's face grew thoughtful. Notice did say the dragon tribe was born there. After some thought, he asked, "Hey, do you know what this is?" Izas answered lazily, "I don't know." Seeing Du Jun's stare, he argued back, "Hey, what's with that look? What's so strange about me not knowing?" Then, Du Jun looked at Kazuya. Artifact class. "Kazuya, how about you? I am the king of the dragon tribe, after all." The little girl also didn't know. "I don't know anything about the central zone either. Although the dragon tribe was born in the central zone, we have no memories of it." Hearing this, Du Jun grew more curious. Is that so? A moment later, he decided to ask, "Junhi, what does artifact class mean?" Junhi replied, "I don't know. Usually, the highest item rank is S rank. This is the first time I've heard of artifact class." Kash's gaze fell on Du Jun. This is the first time I've seen Master so interested in something. Suddenly, she had a thought. Could it be? He's planning to go to the central zone? Meanwhile, Izaz was stretching. It's not even food. This is taking too long. It's time for bed, everyone. Seeing this, Junhi quickly chased after him. Long, I told you to brush your teeth before bed." Unexpectedly, Du Jun stood up. "Today, I'll brush his teeth." Junhi was surprised. "You will, Dad?" Hearing this, Izaz panicked and grabbed Junhi's leg. "Junhi, I was just kidding. I'm all done. Please brush my teeth." Long wants Junhi to do it, but he couldn't escape Du Jun's grasp. "Let's go." Izaz turned pale. "Wait, Master." Junhi could only cheer him on. Long, be a good boy and brush your teeth, then go to bed." Keisha's eyes sparkled. Master's actions are so cool. Only Izaz was in misery. Help me. The next morning, Izaz was lying on the couch, bored. "So boring. Why are all the dramas these days the same?" he complained irritably. "There's nothing new. Have the writers run out of ideas?" Just then, there was a knock on the door. Kasia calmly took another bite of food. "Didn't young Master say she had school and would be back tonight?" Master went to work. He wouldn't be back at this hour. Izaz suddenly had a thought. Could it be? A thief? Then, he smiled wickedly. "Good, you're finished. I was just wondering how to vent my frustration from yesterday, and you showed up." Just then, the door opened. Izaz eagerly rushed forward. "In the name of justice, thief, die." Before he could do anything, a hand caught him. Du Jun looked at Izaz suspiciously. "What are you doing?" Izaz was confused. "Master?" Du Jun had heard his previous words. Frustration from yesterday? Izaz quickly denied it. "No, that's not it. It's really not." Kasia remained as obedient as ever. "Master, you're back?" Du Jun nodded. "Yeah." A moment later, Izaz was released. "Master, you're off work early today?" Du Jun replied, "Not exactly." Izaz's mind raced. "Not exactly? Could it be Master got fired?" Considering his personality, that's possible. Thinking this, tears streamed down his face. Now that Master is unemployed, does this mean I'll never get to eat meat again? Du Jun quickly reassured him. "That's not it. I have a business trip to Gangwon-do tonight, so I came back to pack, and to cook a meal for everyone." Only then did the two kids stop whining. What a relief. Master is going to cook himself? Only Kasia showed a strange expression. Gangwon-do. Amidst Izaz's protests, "Master, it's better to let Junhi cook, okay?" Du Jun was lost in thought. Should I clean up first? But Junhi had already finished. It was spotless. Seeing this, Du Jun thought, then I'll do the laundry. Then he froze again, not knowing what to do, because it was clear Junhi had also cleaned this. This is done too. When on earth did she do all this? Kasia then explained. After you leave for work, young Master cleans everything before going to school. An indescribable emotion welled up in Do Jun. I know Junhi is different from other girls her age, but this is. Setting that aside, he decided to return to the kitchen. Then I'll cook. Izaz was horrified. "Master, you're not really going to cook, are you?" Not long after, the fragrant smell from the stew pot made Izaz drool. "It smells good, but can you let Junhi make the meat side dish?" Kasia looked at the door. "I think young Master is back." Du Jun turned around. Just in time. Seeing him, Junhi was surprised. "Dad, when did you get back?" Du Jun explained. "I have a business trip to Gangwon-do tonight, so I stopped by." Then, Du Jun brought the stew to the table. "Come on, sit down." Junhi happily sat down. "I'll enjoy the meal." Du Jun replied, "Good, eat up. But why do you never ask for allowance?" Hearing this, Junhi exclaimed, "Allowance? I already have it. You gave me 720,000 won last month." Du Jun was stunned. Huh. Not only that, Junhi listed her expenses. 250,000 won for the vacuum cleaner, 240,000 won for the dryer, groceries, canned herring, kimchi. Du Jun quickly interrupted her. "That's for living expenses. I'm talking about money for your personal things." Junhi's face lit up as if she just remembered. "Oh, I used 30,000 won for transportation. And also," Du Jun repeated himself. "No, I mean allowance. You need money when you go out with your friends." Junhi was understanding. "It's okay, Dad. I prefer staying home and playing with Long. Du Jun dismissed that. You need to go out with friends to build social relationships. Anyway, just tell me when you need it. Junhi obediently replied. Okay, Isis took out a dumpling. Dumplings in soybean paste stew. After eating, Du Jun got up first. I'm going to get ready. Izaz was absorbed in his food. So delicious. Junhi spoke up. You have to leave already, Dad? Du Jun said as he walked. Yes, this is a bit urgent. Junhi was worried. Be careful, Dad. Izaz coughed. Be careful, Master. Then he returned to the table, drooling. So Master's portion is all mine now. All mine. Cassia, you only eat animal food. You really don't know how to enjoy life. But then, Izaz noticed Kasia was gone. Hey, he looked around. Kasia? Junhi was sad. Dad is so busy. He doesn't even have time to eat. Outside, as Du Jun was walking, he heard a voice. Master. Even the people around them noticed. Did I just mishear something? No, I heard it too. Hearing it clearly, Du Jun stopped. Wait, Master, please wait a moment. Kasia had transformed into a little girl. Can we go together, Master? The loud voice drew the neighbor's attention. Master? In broad daylight? Did you hear what that child said? This is crazy. We have to call the police. Hey, thug, say something. Did you do something to that child? Don't worry. Calm down. And hey, old lady, who are you calling a thug? Those words reached Du Jun's ears. What? Old lady? Kasia caught up to him. Good, you haven't gone far. But Du Jun still didn't recognize her. Who are you? Kasia quickly introduced herself. Master, you don't recognize me? It's me, Kasia. Hearing this, Du Jun was very surprised. Kasia? Kasia explained. This form is a bit inconvenient, but it helps me attract less attention. So, not far away, passers-by continued to whisper. She's still calling him Master. Now, Du Jun noticed the stairs. This is really strange. He patted Kasia's shoulder. But first, we should move. She nodded. Yes. Just then, a hand landed on Du Jun's shoulder. Hey kid, where do you think you're going? A righteous-looking man ordered. You piece of trash. You're coming with me to the police station. Du Jun didn't want to cause a scene. I understand why you're doing this, but it's not what you think. But the man didn't listen. Not what I think? Don't make me hit you in front of a child. So be smart and follow me. Du Jun didn't know what to do. This is a natural reaction. I don't know what to say. The man's voice got louder. I'm holding back because the kid is here. Otherwise, you'd already be dead by my hand. You bastard. Du Jun was flustered. How do I explain this? His voice faltered. That's because... Just then, Kasia grabbed the man by the collar. You bastard. Her actions contrasted with her appearance. A lowly human like you dares to speak so rudely to my master? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Du Jun quickly stopped her. Kasia, stop. Kasia growled. Master, I cannot let this human go. Du Jun closed his eyes in frustration. If we stay here, it'll only get more troublesome. First, we need to get away. With that, he picked up Kasia. She looked at him, confused. Master? Now, Du Jun raised a hand to the crowd. I know the situation looks strange and is easy to misunderstand, but it's not what you think. Please rest assured. Even if they didn't believe him, they were scared by Kasia's actions. Master, why did you let that arrogant human go? Du Jun reminded her. Now, be quiet. He then hailed a cab. Taxi. Kasia was still angry. Just you wait, lowly human. They finally got in the car. Driver, take me to Mount Sode. The friendly driver said, Are you going there on a trip with your daughter? Soon. Du Jun arrived at Mount Sode. We're here. The taxi fare seems a bit high. Here's the money. Thank you for your hard work. Kasia watched the car leave. It moved at a snail's pace, and it cost 350,000 won. Not only that, she calculated on her fingers. Unbelievable. 350,000 won. With that money, I could buy 7 bags of 2-star food. Then, Kasia caught up and complained to Du Jun. Master, if I had flown, it would have only taken about 10 minutes. Why did you ride that expensive piece of junk? He answered. Doing that would attract too much attention. Money is just an external object. Don't worry about it. At the same time, Du Jun emphasized. Also, from now on, when you're in this form, calling me master is forbidden. Understood? Kasia didn't understand. Then what should I do? Are you going to kick me out of your nest? Du Jun replied, That's a possibility. Nearby, a father and son were playing. Dad, can we have sausages and noodles? My son can have whatever he wants. Hearing this, Du Jun suddenly got an idea. My dad is the best. Then, he requested, In this form, call me Dad. Kasia pointed to herself. Me? She hesitated. Is it really okay to do that? Du Jun closed his eyes, giving his silent permission. We have to do this to avoid more misunderstandings. That was all she needed. Kasia called out loudly. Yes, Dad. Du Jun patted her head. Let's go eat. Kasia refused. I didn't bring my food. Hearing this, Du Jun was a bit troubled. If you eat that kind of food in this form, we might actually have to go to the police station. Later, they went to a noodle shop. It was Kasia's first time seeing it, so she was curious. What is this? Du Jun answered. Noodles. As he fed Kasia, he explained. At home, Junhi's health isn't great, so we don't get to eat this unless it's a special occasion. Seeing her expression, Du Jun said, since you only like dog food, you might not like the taste. To Du Jun's surprise, Kasha complimented it. It's delicious. He smiled lightly. Really? Then, Du Jun asked. Things were a bit rushed, so I didn't ask. Why did you follow me? Kasha looked down. Dad, you were planning to go to the central zone alone, right? She looked up, her eyes filled with worry. That place, even for you, it will be dangerous. Du Jun calmly said. And? Hearing that, Kasha became more agitated. What do you mean, and? I told you it's dangerous. I don't remember exactly, but the feeling that place gives me is definitely not wrong. Du Jun patted her head, reassuring her. Thank you for worrying about me. I'll be fine on my own. Kasha clenched her fists. Dad, if something dangerous happens to you, everyone will be very sad. That's why I'll go with you to protect you. Du Jun smiled. If it's Kasha, she can probably protect herself. He said gently, then, just to be safe, come with me. I'm counting on you. Instantly, Kasha's eyes showed determination. Yes. In a flash, it was night. They were at the entrance to the central zone on Mount Sode. Du Jun assessed it. It's huge. Let's go in. Kasha nodded. Yes. At the same time, she thought, young master, just rest at home. I will definitely protect master. Then, they both jumped into the entrance. They landed on a flat, grassy area. Is this really the place we're supposed to be before the actual entrance? He found it strange. Compared to what the guild said, this place seems quite peaceful. Now, Du Jun searched his pocket. To get through the gate, you'll need this. Kasha was surprised. What is this? Du Jun explained, it's one of the entry passes. But it seems the part about countless monsters is true. As he said that, an enemy appeared behind them. A giant monster. Yes? Kasha panicked. Master, please get behind me. Saying that, she gathered magic in her hand. Leave this one to me. Unexpectedly, Du Jun stopped her. Wait a moment. Kasha was confused. Yes, master? Du Jun warned. If you do that, you'll get knocked out. Kasha cried out in panic. Let go of my hand, master. She worried. Oh, is your hand okay? Du Jun replied calmly. I'm fine. Now, a dense black aura appeared in Du Jun's hand. Also, Kasha, you don't need to worry about the monsters. He had already planned it. I have to take care of everything this weekend, so it's better if I handle it myself. With that, the monster in front of them was sliced in half. This way, I can go to work on Monday. With that single blow, the monster was dealt with cleanly. Even so, Du Jun spoke with a hint of regret. Oh, I think I overdid it a little. His words immediately made Kasha turn pale. In an instant, a huge flame erupted from the spot. But this is good. The small fry will know to stay away. When the flames subsided, the sky became clear. At that moment, Tuxatala noticed something unusual. A tremor. Did someone new enter the central zone? She cautiously probed. I can feel his power even from here. Has a strong one arrived? Tuxatala's lips curled. Well, I was getting bored. Finally, a worthy toy has appeared. I hope you get here quickly. Back with Du Jun, the two continued deeper. Master, where is the entrance? He spoke. Based on the aura I feel, we should be close. Suddenly, Kasha saw a patch of red sky. Isn't that the entrance over there? Du Jun said. Probably. Kasha was eager. Then I will go ahead and scout. Suddenly, she stopped unnaturally. In front of Kasha was a person being squeezed by thorny vines. Master, there's someone in trouble at the entrance. They seem to be seriously injured. She immediately suggested, I'll carry them. Du Jun opened his book. Let's see. If it's a human, we must save them. Then he discovered something. But it says in here that this being is not human. A voice came from the book. Please specify the target for identification. Just as Du Jun suspected, Hellman recorded. Then, the book announced. Ataraxia analyst completion has increased. Classification. Plant type. Explanation. After luring the target with its human-like form, it approaches and launches a surprise attack. If you get close without knowing, your face will be peeled off. Be careful. Danger level. 1 star. You have obtained a title, Mental Traveler. On top of that, Du Jun also collected magic power. Your magic power has been replenished. Seeing this, he felt a little regret. It would be nice if I could read this whole book. But time is short right now. I have to keep moving. Below, Kasha, who was hugging Du Jun's leg, had her eyes light up. The red light seemed to be inviting them. However, Kasha didn't dare to move forward on her own. A moment later, she whispered, Master. Kasha's whole body was trembling. Master, aren't you scared? Du Jun patted her head. You're scared, aren't you? Kasha hesitated. Well, Du Jun offered, if you're scared, just say so. I'll take you home. But Kasha was still stubborn. If I go in with you, will you hold my hand, Master? Du Jun affirmed with certainty. Of course, Kasha. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. He held out his hand. Then let's go together. Kasha was a little less scared. Yes, she reassured herself. If I'm with Master, it'll be fine. However, as soon as they entered, Kasha felt something was strange. She put a hand to her head. I feel my body getting heavier. Du Jun was surprised. Really? Kasha's consciousness became hazy. Yes, a little. No, I have to stay awake. Du Jun caught Kasia as she fainted. Kasia, so he had to put her on his back. I'll have to carry her. Soon, Du Jun reached the first floor of the central zone. Tutorial. Now, Kasia let out a soft sound. She was enveloped in the atmosphere. So warm. Should I sleep a little longer? With that thought, Kasia closed her eyes again. But then, she shot up. No, I can't. I'm inside the central zone. Du Jun spoke. You're awake. Hearing his voice, Kasia turned. Master. She was surprised to see Du Jun. What are you doing? He was calm. I'm fishing. I heard this rod can catch artifacts. Kasia stirred the water with a stick. Fishing? What bastard dared to order you to do this? Hearing this, Du Jun closed his eyes. It's not an order. It's more like a test. By the way, you seem much better. Not only that, Du Jun realized it's not just that. Her condition is much better than usual. Is it because she was born in the central zone that her energy increased so suddenly? Kasia spoke up. Yes, I don't know why either. I feel strangely at peace. Then, she ran to Du Jun's side. But master, wouldn't it be faster to just go down there and catch them yourself? Du Jun explained. They say the artifact will disappear if I do that. So I was waiting for you to wake up. Kasia still didn't understand. Huh? What do you mean? A few wisps of magic appeared around Du Jun's hand. Because I didn't want to make noise while you were sleeping soundly. But Kasia was puzzled. It's just fishing. How can that make noise? It can, Du Jun replied. It can. Just then, Kasia noticed. Master, the water surface is suddenly moving. Du Jun ordered. Kasia, step back quickly. The water is going to splash. In front of them, a golden catfish leaped out of the water. Master, you can do this too? This is too fast. As it fell into his hand, Kasia was still bewildered. The fish. Aren't we breaking the rules? Du Jun calmly picked up the clock. I used a magic fishing rod. It's not against the rules. Then, the rod in Du Jun's hand began to disappear. This rod disappears after catching an artifact? Is the mission over? Then, he looked at the screen. What's the next mission? Unexpectedly, it announced that Du Jun had obtained a profession. He was confused. This doesn't seem like a mission. You have caught 3 artifacts. You have obtained a profession. Your magic power has increased by 0.5. Do you want to combine the obtained artifacts to summon a higher grade artifact? What is this? There's no reason to refuse. So, Du Jun quickly agreed. Okay, then, the surrounding light became blinding. Combination starting. Combination result, you have obtained the Sorcerer's Bracelet, and the exquisite bracelet appeared. Sorcerer's Bracelet. Classification. Jewelry. Level 3. Explanation, increases damage of all skills by 30%. Reduces mana consumption of all skills by 10%. This is the bracelet used by the Sorcerer Lo. Du Jun smiled slightly. This will suit Junhi well. As he took it, Kasia threw the golden fish away. Is this good, master? Du Jun patted her head. We were pretty lucky. Kasia cheered excitedly. Congratulations, master. Then, Du Jun adjusted the strap. What should I do now? Suddenly, a sound echoed, catching his attention. In the middle of the sky, a black crack was growing larger. From it, a demonic hand reached out. Sensing danger, Kasia dashed in front of Du Jun. Master, please get behind me. An excited laugh echoed from above. You arrived sooner than I thought. Du Jun probed softly. Who are you? Tuxitala spoke up. She pouted her lips cutely. The most reliable assistant for adventurers in this tutorial land. I am Tuxitala. On top of that, Tuxitala blew a kiss. I look forward to your help. But Du Jun remained silent. Tuxitala irritably tapped his head with her staff. My dear adventurer, why aren't you reacting at all? The more she talked, the more Du Jun disliked her. Hey, Kasia seemed to see something. What is that? Tuxitala's dangerous smile was now clear. What is this strange aura? Do you want to play a little? Kasia let out a continuous growl from her throat. Du Jun stood in front of her. Get behind me, Kasia. Kasia's face showed clear worry. Master. Suddenly, Tuxitala covered her face. Wait, no. It's been a long time since I got a new toy. If they die right away, it won't be fun. Thinking that, she turned away. Oh, what's this? Everyone, can you feel the terrifying aura pouring out nearby? As if that wasn't enough, Tuxitala hugged Du Jun's head. I'm so scared, adventurer. You must be scared too. She was lost in her own act. You must already know how terrifying this place is, right? Seeing Du Jun's silence, Tuxitala revealed a triumphant smile. Without me, you would die instantly. She didn't know that Du Jun was silently observing her, and he had realized she seemed stronger than the other monsters. Knowing this, Du Jun calmly watched her act. But she's probably just so-so. Seeing Du Jun's expression, Tuxitala was furious. I'm talking, how dare you smile? She didn't want to pretend anymore. Maybe I should just kill him now. After a moment's thought, Tuxitala swallowed her anger. No, I have to endure. I must make the fun last as long as possible. Then, she spread her arms in a welcoming gesture. Then, the friendly Tuxitala will now begin introducing the central zone to you. At the same time, Tuxitala revealed more. This place has a high concentration of magic power. Therefore, the adventurer's strength will be neutralized, gradually leading them to their deaths. Amidst the gloomy scene she painted, Tuxitala became the only light. So, the most important thing here is, she put her hands on her hips, head held high. Magic resistance. Magic resistance is the power that protects the body from the invasion of magic power. This power is neutral and unpredictable. It can be good for your vitality, or it might not be. Raising magic resistance is very, very difficult. I've highlighted the key point, haven't I? Oh, I'm so friendly. Then, Tuxitala looked down. Also, the deeper you go, the denser the magic concentration becomes. Have you accumulated enough magic resistance? You need a lot, a whole lot. Tuxitala answered her own question. It seems my dear adventurer is prepared. Saying that, she gave a cunning smile. But even so, without my help, how would you know how to get to the deeper floors? The surrounding silence almost made Tuxitala lose her patience. This is the last time. I'll only help this much. But she held back. Each floor has a challenge. The challenge on this floor is to catch the G-Beast. You must complete it to reach the next floor. Tuxitala's voice became urgent. The G-Beast is very scary, isn't it? You could also jump from here, but you'll 100% die. At this point, Du Jun finally spoke. It seems running down wouldn't be a problem either. Tuxitala gritted her teeth. I'm so angry. A gloomy expression appeared on her face. It's been a long time since I had a toy, so I've been nice to you. So why are you so arrogant and clueless? But Du Jun only remembered, what the analyst wrote in the book is very accurate. For now, I'll trust the information in this book. Kasha whispered. Master, it's too dangerous. In front of them, Tuxitala took out her weapon. That's enough. Don't make me deal with you. Seeing this, Du Jun revealed his true power. Are you mistaken about something? The one who needs to adjust. With that, he opened his eyes wide as if judging her. Is you. Then, a loud sound echoed through the space. Tuxitala wailed and sobbed. I'm sorry, adventurer. I'm truly sorry. Du Jun spoke. Stop it. Just cut the act. She replied softly. A moment later, Tuxitala opened her eyes. That bird is the G-Beast. Seizing the moment, she asked, Now, can you let me go, adventurer? But Du Jun flatly refused. No. Seeing her cry harder, Kasha smirked. Serves you right. Now, Du Jun asked again, catch that bird and I can go to the second floor of the tutorial. Is that right? Tuxitala was too angry to speak. Why would I lie to you? In the end, she still had to be polite. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, Tuxitala noticed the ancient book. Is that an analyst's book? It's a fake, right? Du Jun confirmed, it's real. Hearing this, Tuxitala was even more shocked. Huh? How did this fall into your hands? Isn't an old man supposed to have this? Du Jun held up the tablet-like book and answered calmly, I got it from a gacha. Tuxitala immediately asked, Gacha? What's a gacha? Du Jun was assessing. The information on the rift is okay at this level. He also complained, you talk too much. Tuxitala raised her voice, playing hard to get. Anyway, you have to wait 5 minutes to open the barrier. During that time, can you explain it to me in detail? Without hesitation, Du Jun grabbed the bars of the cage. No, I don't have time. Tuxitala tried to coax him. Anyway, because of the barrier, everything you do is useless. However, Du Jun's power was enough for him to be arrogant. What barrier? Witnessing that, Tuxitala was speechless. In an instant, what she called a barrier collapsed. Tuxitala was still in shock. The barrier hasn't opened yet. How could you? At that moment, the system notification was like a slap in her face. Du Jun was also considering his options. Random artifact from stage 3? This is good stuff. Each item has its own use, and Du Jun made his decision. I choose the traveler's memory. Tuxitala immediately questioned him. Goodness, why did you choose that? The random box and stage 3 artifact are very valuable here, but Du Jun's reason was very simple. Because I have to go to work next week. Even Kasha was confused. But when we come back, we just have to run, master. Du Jun explained, I need to prepare something before Monday, so I have to be quick. The little girl was about to ask something else, but this only made Tuxitala respect Du Jun more. This guy is insane. How can he be this crazy? At that moment, Du Jun called out, You. Tuxitala flinched. Yes? I didn't say anything bad. It turned out he just wanted to say, wait for me here. I'll be back next week. With that, Du Jun and Kasha's figures vanished into thin air. Tuxitala just wanted to scream, Don't come back, please. Back at home, Junhi was doing her usual chores. Behind her, Izez had lost all patience. Junhi replied, Yes. He complained about the bowl of white rice in front of him. Why isn't there any meat? Junhi walked over and pointed at Izaz's stomach. You have to eat vegetables too. You can't eat meat every day. But he wouldn't give up. Is it because master isn't home that you're not giving me meat? Junhi froze, hit a nerve. No, that's not it. She didn't dare face Izaz. I'm doing this for your health. Hearing this, he started wailing again. You're stingy. You're petty. You're a cheapskate. I'm your family too. Why do you treat me differently? It seemed Junhi was used to this. Just bear with it for a bit. When Dad gets back, I'll make you lots of meat. With resentful tears in his eyes, Izaz pouted and didn't pick up his chopsticks. Seeing him leave, Junhi asked, Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat? Izaz grumbled, I don't know. Then, he went to the window and cried out to the sky. Mr. Moon, can you hear my prayer? The full moon, of course, replied, no, I can't hear anything. Isis cried out, please bring master home. Even the moon was annoyed. I told you I can't hear you. Seeing no response, Isis sat down in a huff. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. Could it be? Sure enough, it was Du Jun. I'm back. And Kasha, I'm back, sis. As if seeing his savior, Isis turned around emotionally. Master. He joyfully rushed towards Du Jun. Master. With tears and drool all over his face, Isis looked pathetic. But Du Jun showed no emotion. Then, he tilted his head, letting Isis slam his face into the wall. Junhi approached. Didn't you say you'd be gone until Sunday? Du Jun replied, yeah, but work finished early, so I came back early. Junhi asked worriedly, have you eaten? Du Jun told her, don't worry about it. It's late. I'll find something to eat later. But Junhi took Du Jun's hand. That won't do. She pushed Du Jun into the bathroom. Go take a bath first. Take your time. At the same time, she pushed Kaja too. Kaja, you go take a bath too. The little girl was surprised. Yes, I have to take a bath too? The lively voices of the three of them filled the house. Take your time in the bath, okay? Yeah, I know. Yes, young master. In the bathroom, Du Jun was relaxing, but Azaz didn't look well. It got to the point where Du Jun started to feel annoyed. How long are you going to be like this? He said gently, I didn't do it on purpose. Azaz sulked, facing the wall. That's just an excuse. Seeing this, Du Jun said, Keisha, just ignore him. Come in the bath with me. Keisha replied, yes, master. Then, Azaz used a strange tone. Hey, think carefully. Are you choosing me or master? Suddenly putting Kaja in a difficult position. I am a tyrant, the king of dragons. Hearing that, Kasia walked straight into the bathtub. Azaz wailed, You could at least pretend to think about it. Kasia spoke up, why think? The result won't change. Du Jun said, you get in here too. Although he got in, Azaz still looked grumpy. A moment later, he couldn't hold it in and exclaimed happily, so warm, this is heaven. Kasia was also enjoying it. Yes, it is, sir. Unexpectedly, Du Jun spoke again. Hurry up and eat so I can brush your teeth. Azaz's joy vanished instantly. Huh? A while later, Junhi called them. Are you all done with your bath? The three of them came out and were stunned by the sight. Junhi, she replied, yes. Du Jun stared at the lavish meal on the table. What day is it today? The food is glowing. Junhi smiled brightly. You worked hard this weekend, Dad. I just wanted to cheer you on. Du Jun didn't quite understand, but he sat down at the table. Suddenly, Azaz called out, Master. Du Jun turned. Huh? Now? Azaz pleaded earnestly. Please don't go anywhere anymore. Please, Master. Du Jun was a little surprised. Why? Knowing what he was about to tattle, Junhi shot a warning glance. Long, you better eat quietly. Azaz immediately covered his mouth. Yes. During the meal, Junhi asked, what did you have for lunch, Dad? Du Jun was flustered. I. Kasia quickly answered, we had noodles. On top of that, she even praised it. It was delicious, sis. Azaz's eyes widened with curiosity. Noodles? The kind that's on TV? This time, Azaz jumped up in anger. You got to eat something I've never had before? Du Jun knew he couldn't hide it anymore. I'm sorry. Junhi smiled lightly. It's okay. Eating it once is fine. Du Jun was surprised she wasn't angry. Really? Azaz's eyes lit up. I have to ask her to make it for me. Before they could celebrate, they had to listen to Junhi's lecture. But I think you should limit eating those kinds of foods, Dad. Noodles contain excessive amounts of sodium. Regularly eating high cholesterol foods is not good. It increases the risk of high blood pressure, heart diseases like heart failure, heart attack, angina, and bone diseases like osteoporosis. It's really dangerous. Kasia obediently took notes. Also, it's not just noodles. We have to limit fast food because it's high in sodium. We must eat foods with fruits and vegetables. Azaz didn't dare say anything. Forget it. Definitely, no noodles. In a flash, the food on the table was gone. Junhi, I'm done. Junhi asked, did you enjoy the meal, Dad? Du Jun nodded. It was delicious. Then, he left the table. I'll get up first. I have something to do. Junhi was curious. But it's the weekend, Dad. Azaz put down his bowl, satisfied. Oh man, I'm so full, Du Jun explained. Second, I have to attend an auction. It's held in room 05 at Korean Airlines. Hearing this, Junhi asked, is there anything I can do to help? Azaz rubbed his belly, overjoyed. Du Jun continued, the item information is revealed after the auction, so there's nothing to prepare. Suddenly, Junhi blurted out, it's not a scam, is it, Dad? Du Jun was also thinking about it. It did seem a little strange. The next day, the auction was getting intense. Second, I will now begin with item number 34. The starting price is 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Someone unexpectedly bid 10 million. The allowed increment was only 5,000. 10 million, 5,000, 20 million, 30 million. The bid increment was raised to 10 million, 40 million, 50 million from number 83. The price kept climbing. Number 83 bid 50 million. Cheon-soo grew anxious. Shouldn't we join in too? Hyuk-soo thought the same. Maybe we should. They both turned to Du Jun. What do you think? Du Jun replied, I don't see anything special about it. We should just watch for now. Hearing this, Cheon-soo was confused. You think that's ordinary? It looks so magnificent. He urged them on. I really think we should bid. However, the auctioneer slammed his gavel. This item is sold for 50 million. Then, he gestured to the side. We will now reveal the item's information. It was an E-rank item, decorative bow. Type, weapon, bow. Rank, E, description. A craftsman made this bow as a gift for his wife. This item has no combat use and very low attack power. Seeing this, the person who bid 50 million cried out, not S-rank, but E-rank? He burned 50 million on an E-rank item. Oh, my 50 million. Cheon-soo sighed in relief. That was a close call. Du Jun, how did you know? Du Jun answered calmly. I just had a feeling. Cheon-soo narrowed his eyes, probing. A feeling? A hunch? Is that all? Hyuk-soo spoke up. Chief, you have to trust Du Jun. He always completes his missions perfectly. Then, their eyes turned back to the stage. I will now begin the auction for the next item. It was a wooden plank with red characters. This item's starting price is 1 million won. This time, Cheon-soo wasn't interested at all. Who would want to buy this rotten piece of wood? Just as he looked over. Right. Du Jun? Who would buy a wooden plank? He saw Du Jun raising his paddle. Cheon-soo was horrified. Du Jun. Cheon-soo yelled, Stop him, Chief. Hyuk-soo had to hold him back. You have to trust Du Jun. As for Du Jun, why did he make that decision? I can feel a powerful energy inside that plank. It's the same energy from the Central District, a place not of this earth. The number quickly rose to 50 million won. Someone had bid 50 million. The auctioneer called out, Does anyone want to bid higher? 5, 4, 3. Paddle number 82 was raised again. 100 million. The entire room erupted. 100 million. Someone bid 100 million. Cheon-soo became more frantic. Du Jun. That's clearly just an antique. Du Jun. Hey, Lee Du Jun. Du Jun held his paddle firmly. The current bid is 100 million. Any higher bids? In the end, Du Jun won. Congratulations, sold for 100 million. The item's information appeared on the big screen. We will now reveal the product details. Old wooden plank. Classification, talisman, preservation. Rank, F. Description. A wooden plank of unknown origin. When possessed, your stamina increases by 1. Whispers filled Cheon-soo's ears. It's just an F-rank item. They used 100 million to buy an item worth 100,000 won. But Korean Airlines isn't to blame for this. Spending 100 million like it's play money. Yeah, this isn't some gotcha game. Seeing him completely still, Hyuk-soo panicked. Chief, are you okay? Du Jun took out his card. Chief, I'll use my personal funds to buy it. Now, Cheon-soo finally spoke. 100 million for an F-rank item. No matter what, I will protect my team members. Then he forced a bright smile. It's okay, Du Jun. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't worry about it. We can buy it and list it as a heritage item. If not, I'll just consider my pension gone. They didn't have to wait long. The next item was on stage. I will now begin the auction for the next item. We'll start at 1 million won. Seeing Du Jun raise his paddle again, Hyuk-soo panicked. Chief, please. Cheon-soo nearly collapsed. You have to listen to your superior. On top of that, whispers surrounded them. Is that guy bidding again? Cheon-soo fell back in his seat. My pension. At this rate, I'm a dead man. Du Jun thought, then I won't buy it. It doesn't look good anyway. The price this time wasn't going up. 2 million won. Any other bids? If not, the item will be sold. Will it stop at 2 million won? The auctioneer tried to persuade them. When the information is revealed, this could be a masterpiece. Ladies and gentlemen, does no one else want to bid on this item? But in the end, he had to declare it. 2 million won. Sold. We will now reveal the item's information. Unexpectedly, it was an A-rank item. Macarong's robe. Classification. Mantle. Rank. A. Description. The robe frequently used by Macarong. This item excels in magic resistance, physical resistance, and super durability. The auction hall erupted into chaos once more. What? An A-rank item? Damn it. I should have bid. Isn't an A-rank item worth around 3 billion won? Hyuk-soo and Cheon-soo were speechless. Du Jun. Hyuk-soo burst into tears. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I can't believe it. The two of them embraced tearfully. Chief, Hyuk-soo. At the end of the day, the three went to the Korean Airlines cashier. We were amazing. How would you like to pay? Cheon-soo announced proudly. We'll pay under the name of the Crack Management Bureau. The cashier sadly handed over the papers. Yes, please sign here. Their sadness was Cheon-soo's joy. Du Jun, I love you. You knew I always trusted you, right? When they received the auctioned items, Cheon-soo was even more excited. For only 1.4 billion won, we got 2 A-rank items and 2 B-rank items. It's unbelievable. The Bureau has made history at this auction. We're the first ones to ever do this. Hyuk-soo was just as thrilled. The A rank items alone are worth over 3 billion. If we add the B rank items, we've acquired about 7.5 billion worth. Cheon-su turned to Du Jun. You found items worth a fortune that no one else even glanced at. I never knew you had such prophetic abilities. He also didn't forget to praise Hyuk-su. You worked hard too. Oh no, I didn't do anything. A moment later, Du Jun looked at the first item he bought. He thought, we have to eat something delicious tonight. He spoke up. As for the red wooden plank, please draw up a separate contract in my name. His words shocked the other two. Huh? Hyuk-su asked. Du Jun, we've already achieved so much. Why are you still doing this? This is even better than winning big at a casino, Du Jun reassured them. I'm really okay. Suddenly, Cheon-su became suspicious. Done. Yeah, Hyuk-su, he quickly explained. You're not a gambler, are you? What? No, that's not it. I was just saying. At that moment, the auction staff asked again, what should I do with this? Du Jun replied, just do as I said. I will pay for the wooden plank. Hearing that, the staffer stopped hesitating. Yes, I'll confirm the information then. Meanwhile, Hyuk-su was still trying to explain. It's really not like that. Du Jun examined the wooden plank in his hand. My feeling wasn't wrong. Now, he was even more certain. This is exactly what I felt inside the central district. In an instant, the world around Du Jun plunged into darkness. He observed carefully. What is this? Am I the only one who can see it? Is this like the illusion from the Zhug family? Or do I need to break this thing with my power? In that moment, a voice spoke. You! A girl in ancient clothing raised her sword. You're not ready yet. Go back and prepare thoroughly. Then return. As she spoke, the mana in Du Jun's hand surged violently. He looked down at his hand in surprise. At the same time, Du Jun discovered something more terrifying. Huh? My body. It can't move. The mysterious girl's voice rang out again. For now, I will send you back, but if you were real, Du Jun was suddenly pushed into a blinding light. You would surely. The mysterious girl spoke again. The flow in the central district. Du Jun couldn't understand. The central district. The flow. What does that mean? Then, the sounds of the real world reached his ears. This guy. If you dare to gamble, I'll fire you immediately. Understand? You'll be fired. Hyuk-su was still pleading his case. Chief, I really don't gamble. Cheon-su was skeptical. Is that true? Hyuk-su affirmed. Of course it's true. Du Jun's gaze focused on the wooden plank. When the second floor of the central district opens, I have to go there. Meanwhile, Tuxitala was trying to remove the chain from her neck, but Tuxitala failed again. What did that bastard do? I can't get this collar off. She grew furious. This isn't even an S-rank item. It's just made of mana. But no matter what I do, it won't budge. As she spoke, Tuxitala thought, in this tutorial, I've never met a traveler this strong. She lowered her voice. With this power, I might have to return to that ruined central district. Not even Cecilia could be saved. Just as Du Jun arrived, Tuxitala was cursing. But that demon, there's no way he'd listen to me. He coldly repeated, what? A demon? Tuxitala shrieked as if she'd seen a ghost. Cassio timidly spoke up. Master, this one truly deserves to be dismembered. But Tuxitala quickly bowed. Sir, since when? You've arrived. Setting that aside, Du Jun got straight to the point. All right, what did you mean earlier by the flow of the central district? Tuxitala was confused. The flow? The mysterious girl's words echoed in Du Jun's mind. The flow in the central district. He wondered, is it related to that wooden plank? Du Jun spoke. Hey, you! Tuxitala dropped to the ground. Please don't kill me, she pleaded desperately. Please, spare my life. Du Jun replied, why would I suddenly kill you? Du Jun spoke calmly. I'm not going to kill you, so tell me quickly. What happened in the central district? Hearing this, Tuxitala's eyes lit up. She eagerly asked, where should I start? Du Jun replied, from the beginning to the end. Everything. Tuxitala's expression turned serious. Then I'll start with this. The central district is currently in a state of crisis. Her gaze shifted to Du Jun. It's all because of travelers like you, Du Jun. Then, Tuxitala recounted the whole story. Although I've only heard rumors myself, if the central district continues to decline, one day it will reach the core. The closer to the core, the greater the power you receive. Except for a few travelers, most who approach the core will perish. But there were 7 people who reached the core and adapted to it. They are known as the Transcendent Seats. Her voice grew grave. The problem began from here. In the process of those Transcendent Seats heading to the core, the central district was destroyed. Du Jun seemed to realize something. The flow in the central district. Was that woman's message asking me to restore this place? After hearing this, he suggested, I'll know for sure if I go down there. But Tuxitala was terrified. You can't think about it so lightly. Before you entered, you must have seen some S-rank monsters, right? Down there are beings who have defeated even those S-rank monsters. But Du Jun's steps didn't falter. There's no need to worry. He was calm. Sooner or later, I have to go. This is my destiny. Tuxitala froze. For a moment, she grew suspicious. How can he say something so dramatic? However, Tuxitala had faith. But if it's him, maybe he'll succeed. He might be able to restore the central district and save you, Cecilia. Du Jun had already advanced deeper inside. You have reached stage 2 of the central district. Tutorial. Recommended magic resistance 1. Du Jun step before the Cyclops cage. Your magic resistance is higher than recommended. If you receive a blessing from the core, all your stats will increase dramatically. He still didn't understand. What does this mean? Armament? In the book was a picture of a Cyclops. Cyclops. Classification, monster. Description, a boss monster that uses armament with both hands. Warning, if you think this is just an ordinary Cyclops, you might take a special trip to the afterlife. Danger, 3 stars. Then, Tuxitala's voice rang out. This is the place to learn armament. It's one of the 3 most important skills in the central district. Why can't I get out of here? Simply put, it's a skill that enhances your body. She pointed into the distance. You see that subway station over there? If you take the train, monsters will appear at each stop. Every time you defeat a monster, your armament proficiency will increase. Then Tuxitala showed Du Jun. Now, the Cyclops' hands are turning red. That's the armament skill. Finished, she excitedly approached Du Jun. Is what I just said in that book? He nodded. But you shouldn't look. You might get hurt. Tuxitala smiled with excitement. Hearing you say that makes me want to see it even more. Du Jun generously tossed her the book. All right, then have a look. Tuxitala quickly caught it. Okay, the more she read, the prouder she felt. Does it say I'm the strongest guide in the core? If so, that's a bit embarrassing. However, she read the description line. Liar, psychopath, orphan. After reading just that far, Tuxitala's face darkened. She closed the book. Now, Du Jun spoke teasingly. I told you not to look. So, Tuxitala carried on her guide duties in a gloomy mood. Shall we go down to the station? At that moment, the train car made an announcement. The doors are opening. Please board the train. Information about the vehicle was also explained. Subway. Classification. Support. Explanation. A place to learn armament. Monsters appear at each stop. If you kill a monster, you will receive an armament book. The further you go, the stronger the monsters become. But you will also find armament books with higher proficiency. If you are skilled, you should get off at stop 2. Cassia suddenly spoke. Master, if the first floor is like this, what is your plan? Du Jun was calm. I'm only here to gather information. The attack team will come in later. Hearing this, Cassia was stunned. What? Could it be? Tuxitala wondered. Are there other people on Earth stronger than Lord Du Jun? Du Jun's expression remained calm. I don't know. Cassia, let's go. Cassia followed behind, carrying the book. Yes, master. As the little girl stepped onto the train, an announcement rang out. Only those who have passed the first floor tutorial may board. Tuxitala explained. Only Lord Du Jun can board the train. If this child wants to learn armament, she must complete the first floor. Hearing that, Cassia obediently stepped back. Then, I will stay here, master. Du Jun asked, will you be all right? The little girl nodded. Yes. Then, Du Jun turned to Tuxitala. How many stops are there? She replied. I don't know. Isn't it in that book? Du Jun closed the book. It seems the author never experienced this, so it's not written. It only mentions up to stop 2. Tuxitala turned away. I don't know either, so I have nothing to say. But I advise you not to go too far. Even for you, Du Jun, finishing the entire route will be difficult. But the doors were closing. Tuxitala tried to warn him. Remember what I said? Don't go too far. For now, just go to the next stop, kill the monster, and come back. Du Jun waved the book. Got it. Seeing this, Cassia reassured her. You don't need to worry. My master is the absolute, undefeated champion of the world. Time passed. 2 hours later, Cassia grew impatient. How long does it usually take? Tuxitala rested her chin on her hand, bored. Probably about 2 hours. He should be back soon. Another 2 hours passed. 4 hours later, Cassia was worried. It seems a bit late. Tuxitala agreed. It is. Meanwhile, Du Jun had decided to linger. Wait, I need to gather information here. He was curious about the person in front of him. I wonder what that guy is doing. As if remembering something, Du Jun opened the book. If I finish collecting information, will it appear in this analysis book? The page was still blank. It seems not. There's more information to gather than I thought, a deep voice echoed. You little brat, are you toying with me? I can't take it anymore. What the hell are you doing? Du Jun replied, I'm done here now. Then, he pointed at him. It seems you don't have a weapon either. Then let's see how you handle my fist. Hearing this, Inge Kai burst out laughing. Very well, he introduced himself. I am Inge Kai. No, you should call me the first Grandmaster. In fact, the name Martial God is not an exaggeration. Inge Kai spoke. I've had a lot of fun, but Du Jun, having finished his work, bowed his farewell. Finally, an announcement was made. The next station is the final station of this trip, now arriving at Square Station. Thank you for riding with us today. Please exit through the doors on your right. We wish you a safe journey. Cassia rushed forward joyfully. Master, Tuxitala was just as happy. Du Jun, she quickly asked, which stop did you go to? I thought you were done for. Cassia hastily checked Du Jun over. Master, are you hurt anywhere? Seeing their concern, Du Jun had to explain. I went to the last stop before coming back. Tuxatala was astonished. The last stop? Du Jun didn't forget the main reason. Ah, quickly give me the armament skill book you mentioned. At that moment, Tuxatala remembered something. Wait, armament gets stronger in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Because the further you go, the higher the proficiency increases. Did you really reach the violet level? A guess formed in her mind. Normally, only the strongest beings near the core can achieve the color violet. Thinking this, Tuxatala's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, the Cyclops began to act strangely. It was because of Du Jun's attack. This so-called armament is quite something. A notification appeared. In 168 hours, you can proceed to stage 3 of the tutorial. Witnessing this, Tuxatala was horrified. Black? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen a force of that color. At this point, Du Jun was struggling with the reward. I haven't chosen the Traveler's Memory yet. Tuxatala hastily stopped him. Wait, what level is your armament skill proficiency? Could it be 100%? Now, she became excited again. 0%? Ah, no, it's definitely not 1%. Then the color of the force should be red, right? You went to the final stop. There's no way the proficiency is 0%. Du Jun suggested, you can just check the skill status window. This startled Tuxatala. Huh. Unexpectedly, Du Jun actually brought up the window. Skill, status window. Armament, true. Classification. Skill proficiency, 0.14%. Explanation. This is a high-level armament skill. When used, a part of or the entire body is enhanced. The higher the proficiency, the longer the duration. The intensity also increases accordingly. A new day had dawned. Monday morning. Hyuk-soo was already complaining. When is it the weekend again? Cheon-soo knew setting a record at the auction was good, but when you can't do it, you long for it. Once you've done it, you lose all motivation to work. Right, guys? Just then, Mi-sang appeared at the door. Long time no see, everyone. He cheerfully greeted the room. How is everyone doing? But Cheon-soo lowered his head. Oh no, that guy's here again. Hyuk-soo also pretended to be busy. Yeah. Du Jun was curious. Who is that? Hyuk-soo explained. Ah, right. You don't know because of your amnesia. That's Representative Mi-sang from a small broadcasting station. Cheon-soo turned away in disgust. Why are you here again? City Hall isn't an amusement park. Mi-sang flattered him. I came all the way from Busan just to see our incredibly handsome chief. But Cheon-soo knew better. Of course, as soon as you open your mouth, lies just pour out. Mi-sang spoke. You're hurting my feelings. Do you have any budget left to buy equipment? Cheon-soo flatly refused. There's nothing left. I spent it all at the auction, so you can leave. Mi-sang quickly asked, What? You bought equipment at the auction? Is that even allowed? Cheon-soo rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. I did it because it was allowed. Hearing that, Mi-sang looked regretful. You should have bought from our broadcasting station. I was going to give you a cheap price. Cheon-soo snapped. Anyway, I don't have any money now, so go home. Mi-sang then turned his attention. Manager Kwon. He was immediately cut off. I'm not buying. Yet Mi-sang kept his smile. What a loss. But that's what makes Deputy Chief Kwon so charming. Seeing he couldn't persuade them, he intentionally praised Du Jun. Who is this handsome, model-like person? Hyuk-soo introduced him. Representative, you two have met before. This is Lee Du Jun, an employee in our department. Mi-sang was startled. What? This is Manager Du Jun? He used to look so nerdy. He circled Du Jun as if examining a strange creature. Can a person change this much in just a few months? Are you filming something? Manager, do you remember me? Suddenly, Mi-sang asked. The Mana nutritional supplement you bought last time, was it good? Du Jun replied coldly. Sorry, but I don't really remember. What's a Mana nutritional supplement? Taking the opportunity, Mi-sang pulled a bottle from his bag. Didn't you buy my nutritional supplement last time? It seems the last one didn't leave much of an impression. So this time, I'll show you our new product. He boasted. Manager, you must not know about the legendary civil servant. He drank this too. Rumor has it, he gained his current power thanks to this supplement. This usually costs 4 million won, but because you're so handsome, I'll give you a special offer. Then, Mi-sang held up 2 fingers. Just drink this, and you'll become an S-rank hunter. Today only, I'll give it to you for 2 million won. At this, Du Jun called out, Representative. Mi-sang leaned in. Yes, you'll become a legendary civil servant soon, so why don't you buy a whole case today? As Mi-sang leaned closer, Du Jun splashed cold water on him. You should be satisfied with tricking me once. Did you know that scamming hunters with goods can lead to a life sentence? Mi-sang jumped back. I wasn't scamming you. Du Jun coolly revealed. That legendary civil servant is in this building right now. Would you like to meet him? Just hearing that, Mi-sang's limbs went weak. Seeing him leave, Cheon-soo was curious. Why did that persistent leech leave so early today? Hyuk-soo watched in surprise. I wonder why. Now, Du Jun was surrounded by the other two. What on earth did you say? Du Jun, what did you tell him? Just then, Yedji spoke up. I'm here. She took out that yellow liquid. Manager, I have a little gift for you. There's one for the chief and manager Quan too. Yedji enthusiastically explained, this is a mana nutritional supplement. It's usually 4 million won, but I was lucky to find it on sale for only 2 million. Hyuk-soo almost blurted out, but isn't this? Before Cheon-soo cut him off. Everyone gets scammed the first time. Hyuk-soo, do you remember when you first joined? You were so happy to buy something worth 5 million won for only 80,000 won. Hearing that, Hyuk-soo protested, why are you bringing that up? Cheon-soo warned, Du Jun, you're not allowed to laugh. Then, Cheon-soo revealed a shocking fact. You were scammed even worse. You spent 1.5 million won on that stuff. Yedji looked from person to person. She watched Hyuk-soo down the bottle. Is this a scam? He reassured her. No, for Hunter Cha. I'll drink this whole bottle. Cheon-soo followed suit. Me too. Yedji smiled happily at everyone. Okay? Night fell quickly. Du Jun's voice rang out. I'm home. Junhi happily greeted him. Dad, you're back. Isis only noticed the paper bag in Du Jun's hand. Can I eat this, master? I called dibs. Du Jun growled. Go play somewhere else. Junhi approached in surprise. What is this, Dad? Du Jun replied. It's a mana nutritional drink. She exclaimed. Really? Seeing Junhi's surprise, Du Jun asked. You know about this too? Junhi took the bottle and explained. This is really popular online these days, Dad. Did you buy this? Du Jun shook his head. No, it's a gift from Miss Ig. Hearing that, an unreadable emotion flickered in Junhi's eyes. Oh, Du Jun probed. What's wrong? Junhi quickly replied. Oh, no, it's nothing. I should text her to say thank you. This is very expensive and precious. Of course, Izaz couldn't miss out on the interesting drink. Ah, this is a mana nutritional drink? He turned away arrogantly. It's just. But Du Jun covered his mouth and dragged him away. You, come take a bath with me. Junhi spoke up. I'll go prepare dinner right away. As usual, she reminded them, everyone, after your bath, come eat dinner right away. Sitting at the table, Du Jun's eyes fell on the bottle. Why is this only at my seat? Junhi explained. Dad, you work so hard, so you have to use expensive and healthy things. Her words made Du Jun smile. Then, he poured it into a cup. All right, if it's good, I should drink it. But Izaz, asking for trouble, interrupted. Master, even if you drink that, it won't have any effect. Du Jun called out sharply. Long. Facing his threatening gaze, Izaz quickly corrected himself. This is definitely the #1 elixir. Definitely. Meanwhile, Junhi was slowly savoring the taste of the drink. She commented, the taste is quite special. A dissenting voice replied, I think it smells weird. A moment later, Izaz jumped up. Isn't this alcohol? Oh, the taste is disgusting. Du Jun worriedly asked Junhi, are you okay? She reassured him, yes, why? Du Jun didn't notice anything strange. She seems fine. A moment later, Izaz was attacked by a shower of beans. He yelled, why are you treating me like this? Unexpectedly, it was Junhi who had thrown them. Junhi. By now, her face was bright red. Why is this happening? Junhi spoke softly. I'm sorry, Long. Now Du Jun was sure of it. She's drunk. On top of that, Junhi's eyes looked a little scary. Long, do you want to eat anything else? Just say the word, and I'll make it for you. Izaz didn't dare speak. Her eyes are so scary. Seeing him cling to Du Jun, Junhi slammed the table irritably. What is it? Long, why are you running away? Izaz laughed teasingly. I'm not running away. It's a strategic retreat. He cautiously asked, is there a problem? Meanwhile, Cassia casually watched the show. At this, Junhi burst into tears. Why did you run away? You hate me, don't you? Izaz couldn't argue. No, master, this really isn't my fault. Du Jun stood up. I know, it's not your fault. He went to comfort her. Junhi, go to bed early tonight. Come on, get up and go rest in your room. She was surprised. Me? But why? Du Jun made up an excuse. You look very tired. Junhi still had instructions. Then, can you clean up for me, Dad? As soon as she lay on the bed, Junhi stretched out. But the scene before her eyes was spinning. Why is the ceiling spinning like this? She mumbled to herself. I still have to do the dishes. Then her eyelids grew heavy. But I'm so sleepy. Soon, the next morning arrived. Junhi came out with her hair a mess. Izaz turned his head. You're awake. Cassia also stood to greet her. Little master, you're up. Junhi still looked very sleepy. Long. What happened yesterday? I don't remember anything after dinner. Izaz rested his arm on the chair. Yesterday, your condition was a little strange. You threw up on the blanket and then cried and made a huge mess. Junhi was utterly horrified. What? Izaz gave a sly smile and continued. And then Master had to clean up the whole mess. A thought popped into Junhi's head. I can't stand it. I have to kick this girl out. She hugged Izaz, sobbing. Really? Did Dad really say that? He quickly explained, I was just kidding. Then Izaz pointed to the hot bowl of food on the table. Master already called the school to say you'd be late. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Master prepared it himself. Hearing that, Junhi finally stopped. What? The bowl of porridge on the table was still steaming. Junhi was touched. Dad made this for me? She called out softly. Long. With a bright smile, Junhi announced, you're not allowed to eat meat next week. The news hit Isis like a thunderbolt. What? Now? He desperately tugged on Junhee's sleeve. Please, Junhee, I was wrong, she yelled. Who told you to joke like that? Cassia ate her meal quietly. I wonder if the Great Master is at peace at work. This place is so chaotic. At the same time, at the Crack Management Bureau, Hyuk-soo was busy on the phone. Yes, I'll be right there. Du Jun asked curiously. What's wrong? Hyuk-soo reported. A civilian has entered a crack we're managing. They're furious because they have to stop hunting after setting up a worksite. This surprised Du Jun. A worksite? Hyuk-soo sighed. Yeah, honestly, to set up a worksite in a B-rank crack, you need at least 15 A-rank hunters. With that, he stood up. If any problems arise, we'll lose the management rights we worked so hard for. Well, I'm off. Just as Du Jun was about to stand up, then I'll also. Hyuk-soo stopped him. Du Jun, you stay here. This made him wonder. Huh? Hyuk-soo confidently pointed to himself. I'll handle this directly. Just let the chief know when he arrives. After saying that, he left. Well, I'm going. Du Jun watched Hyuk-soo's back. Be careful. He then returned to his unfinished work. We just got the management rights and there's already trouble. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Do they think we're easy to bully? A moment later, Du Jun was still lost in thought. Is that really it? Du Jun could only think of the 8th rank guild, Jeom Gang. That's quite a few A-rankers. If they cause trouble, Senior will be in danger. Now, he became even more curious. When going to such a dangerous place, shouldn't he have asked for help? Why did he go alone? Is he rushing into danger to prove his old promise? A memory took Du Jun back to the past. In a sauna, Hyuk-soo's voice echoed. You know, Du Jun, the crack management department is still new. When I first joined, there weren't even any seniors to guide me. His eyes shone with determination. That's why I made a resolution. I will definitely become a kind and reliable senior. Then, Hyuk-soo looked at Du Jun. It would be great if I could become a strong support for juniors like you, Du Jun. At that time, he had smiled as if acknowledging him. You're already a senior like that. Du Jun also teased, except for sneaking off to the sauna during work hours. Hyuk-soo rubbed his head in embarrassment. About that. Luckily, Cheon-soo came to his rescue. He's been working overtime all night for a whole month. What's this? Right, Hyuk-soo? He nodded. Yes. Cheon-soo quickly grabbed 2 back scrubbers. Come on. Stop gossiping and turn around. The 3 of them scrubbed each other's backs while singing loudly. 1 tree doesn't make a forest. 3 trees together make a high mountain. You guys get it? Hyuk-soo shouted. Yes, sir. Now, Du Jun thought to himself. I understand his feelings. But for a normal person to go like that is really dangerous. Cheon-soo skipped into the office. Time for work. Du Jun, you're here early. Du Jun greeted him back. You're here. Cheon-soo wearily rubbed his shoulders. Yeah, but lying down too much yesterday made my body ache. An idea popped into Du Jun's head. If you're sore, should I drive you? Hearing that, Cheon-soo was even happier. Great idea. We can get some fresh air too. All right, I'll buy you a coffee. However, that decision quickly made Cheon-soo turn pale. Du Jun, are you really driving? Cheon-soo's terrified screams echoed endlessly. This isn't a ride to heaven, is it? It seems a little too fast. He even tried to remind him. The cameras are recording everything. You could lose your license, you idiot. Seeing he didn't respond, Cheon-soo wondered, what's the reason you're driving like this? Even if I die, you won't become the chief. Hyuk-soo is still above you, after all. Du Jun replied, it's not that. Only then did he explain. Before you came to work, we got a report. The A-rank guild Jeom Gang has opened a worksite base in the dungeon. The news immediately sobered Cheon-soo up. What? Is that true? But even so, we don't need to drive like this. At that moment, Du Jun spotted a police car tailing them. Senior Hyuk-soo went to that dangerous place alone. Cheon-soo was stunned. Hyuk-soo is alone? Without hesitation, he immediately ordered, step on the gas. Whatever the higher-ups say, I'll take responsibility. The car, carrying their determination, sped down the road. Jeom Gang, or anyone else, if they dare touch our Hyuk-soo, I won't let them get away with it. Meanwhile, Hyuk-soo was reassuring himself. Don't worry, they won't bully me. Just then, he noticed some unusual movement. In front of Hyuk-soo was the car carrying Du Jun and Cheon-soo. The car screeched to a perfect halt in front of Hyuk-soo. He finally managed to speak. How can you drive like that? Du Jun quickly asked. Senior, are you all right? Seeing him, Hyuk-soo was very surprised. Du Jun, why? Why are you here? Unexpectedly, Du Jun blamed it all on Cheon-soo. The chief wanted to meet the Jeom Gang guild in person. The man who had just crawled out of the car was calling for help. Hey, Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo was worried. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Du Jun was still asking, Senior, is this their base? Hyuk-soo quickly supported Cheon-soo. Are you alright? A moment later, he replied, I don't think so. We have to go inside to confirm. Once he felt better, Cheon-soo questioned him. Hey, Hyuk-soo, what if something happened to you with those A-rank hunters? As the chief, of course I have to take the lead. Am I not that trustworthy? For a moment, Hyuk-soo didn't know how to explain. No, it's not like that. Besides, I told you that we are a united team. One tree doesn't make a forest. 3 trees together make a high mountain. Go alone and you die. Go together and you live. Have you forgotten? In this moment, he looked strangely reliable. Don't try to bear all the difficult things by yourself anymore. Hyuk-soo was moved. Yes, Chief. Even Du Jun had to silently praise him. That was pretty cool. He looked at them with a slight smile. Chief, you can be quite eloquent sometimes. Hyuk-soo was trying to avoid the smell from Cheon-soo's mouth. This guy. You're underestimating the crack management department. I'll show everyone the power of civil authority. Inside the crack, Yujin's face darkened. So, she spoke up. Misters, this is a base, isn't it? Chang-sik rubbed his forehead. It's not like that. Hearing that, Yujin angrily questioned him. 10 people monopolizing 70%? What else could it be? If this isn't a base, then what is it? She cast a suspicious gaze at Chang-sik. And another thing, why is an S-rank hunter like you in a dungeon like this? Something is clearly shady here. Just then, Cheon-soo entered, looking around. Where's the riot? Where? I've come in the name of justice. Suddenly, Du Jun noticed something. That girl in the school uniform. She seems to go to the same school as Junhi. A student should be in school. Why is she here? Cheon-soo whispered. Who's backing that student that she dares to talk so loudly to the Jeumgang Guild? Hyuk-soo replied, that S-rank hunter over there is Choi Chang-sik. Seeing him so flustered is really strange. And what's that cotton in your nose? Just then, it seemed Yujin had spotted them. She turned and ordered all of them. Are you public officials? Arrest these people. Hurry up. Du Jun's face turned cold. This kid is noisy. Why is she shouting so loud? Cheon-soo was only focused on one thing. Do I smell that bad? Hyuk-soo lied. Just a little. Then, Cheon-soo turned to ask, is what this student said true? Chang-sik quickly denied it. How could that be? We have indeed caught many monsters, but we've never hindered other hunters from hunting. Then, he handed over a small device. There's a recording in here. Please listen to it. The sounds of fighting quickly echoed from the device. Yujin held her head high. I was right, wasn't I? Cheon-soo cleared his throat. Sorry, student, but that can't be called a base. But Yujin blamed them. Now you're taking the side of an A-rank guild. Chang-sik said loudly. That's why I won't apologize, Little Miss Yujin. That name immediately shocked them. Little Miss Yujin? They gathered to whisper among themselves. If it's Miss Yujin, could it be the person I'm thinking of? What's wrong with you two? Who was that kid? Instantly, they both hugged each other. The daughter of the Hunter Management Bureau Chief, Yang Cheong. Then, the two of them approached and apologized. Young lady, we are so sorry for not recognizing you sooner. Yujin huffed coldly. Now you know. Prepare to lose everything you have. Seeing this, Du Jun was very frustrated. Because of a snot-nosed kid, the whole morning has been chaotic. Hyuk-soo was trying to appease Yujin. We're truly sorry, Miss Yujin. She arrogantly turned away. It's too late. Du Jun couldn't help but say, students should be in school. Yujin gritted her teeth and roared. Wait, you! What did you just say? Her eyes shot daggers at Du Jun. Should I make you cry and beg? I'm going to call my dad right now. Tell me, what's your name? Cheon-soo cried out. Chief. Young lady, please forgive him. He's a new employee and doesn't know any better. Yujin pointed at Du Jun's face and took out her phone. No, I'm calling my dad directly right now. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Hearing those words, Cheon-soo's body went limp. Chief, we're doomed. We're doomed. To make it worse, Hyuk-soo asked, isn't our department going to disappear? Cheon-soo spoke up. If it's just that, we might be lucky. Even our pensions might disappear for all we know. Du Jun's expression didn't change at all. A voice came from Yujin's phone. The subscriber you have called is currently busy. Please leave a message after the beep. She wondered. What's this? Dad's busy? But Yujin's anger hadn't subsided. You there, follow me. At this point, Cheon-soo approached with pleading eyes. Du Jun, this concerns the survival of our department. So, can you cool down a bit? I'm begging you. Du Jun nodded. Yes, thank you. Cheon-soo wanted to scream. No, it's not about trying, you have to do it. Hyuk-soo had to stop him. Chief, calm down. Cheon-soo then tried to emphasize. Du Jun, I'm only trusting you. Chief, for a civil servant, losing your pension is worse than being fired, you know? A moment later, Yujin got through to her dad. Dad, it's Yujin. Let me tell you something. There's an official here neglecting his duties. Can you fire him right away? Then, Yujin handed the phone to Du Jun. Yes, I'll pass the phone to him now. Seeing him hesitate, Yujin urged him on. What are you doing? Begging won't work now. Take the phone. Du Jun put the phone to his ear. It seems his relationship with his daughter is very good. Hello? A voice came from the other side. I am Yang Qian, the chief of the Hunter Management Bureau. Du Jun also introduced himself. Yes, chief. This is Lee Du Jun. Instantly, the other end of the line went silent. It got to the point where Du Jun had to ask again. Hello. Yujin's face changed. Lee Du Jun. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. She didn't know. The other side with Yang Qian was in chaos. Yes, Manager Lee. Have you been well? Du Jun replied coldly, yes, I've been fine, but thanks to your daughter, now I'm not. Yujin's eyes widened in surprise. Something strange here. This must be it. On the other side, Yang Cheon could only repeatedly apologize. I'm sorry. My daughter is still just a naive child. Du Jun didn't let up. Oh no, it's all my fault, Yang Cheon pleaded. She's still young? I hope you can understand. Yujin couldn't watch anymore. What is this? Her body trembled with anger. Even the president has to respect my dad. Why is dad acting so weak now? On the other side, Du Jun questioned him. So what are you going to do about your daughter not going to school and bothering busy public officials? Yang Qian turned pale. I don't know what that's about, but I sincerely apologize to you. A strange unease grew in Yujin's heart. Who on earth is this person? Why does the name Li Du Jun sound so familiar? Suddenly, she made a connection. Could it be the S-rank crack commander-in-chief? The legendary civil servant? Even though he's good, it's not to the point where dad has to be so subservient. At this point, Du Jun handed the phone back. Your dad wants to talk to you. This time, it was Yujin's turn to hesitate. A moment later, she dared to speak. Dad. Yang Qian had erupted in fury. Yujin, what on earth have you been doing out there? Don't make excuses. You're dead when you get home today. Being scolded by her dad, Yujin was a bit confused. Are you mad at me? Her spirit was crushed. Even when I broke the 1,000-year-old ancient pottery vase, Dad just laughed. He loved me more than that vase. This is just a mistake. Looking at Yujin, Du Jun sighed in relief. I'm glad Junhi isn't like this. Elsewhere, Hyuk-soo had to remind Cheon-soo. Chief, you'll collapse if you keep this up. He yelled. How can I not be nervous? Why isn't Du Jun coming out? I'm so anxious I could die. Suddenly, Chang-sik spoke. He's here. Cheon-soo and Hyuk-soo rushed over at the same time. Where, unexpectedly, Yujin was obediently following behind Du Jun. He gestured towards everyone. Hurry up and apologize to everyone. Cheon-soo was flustered. Huh, Du Jun, what did you just say to the young lady? Young lady, please don't be like this. Yujin bowed her head and complied. I apologize. They were shocked, exclaiming in unison. What did you just say? Though a bit reluctant, Yujin managed to say it all. I apologize to all of you for making you come all this way. I'm sorry for accusing you of intentionally setting up a base. Chang-sik waved his hand. No, young lady, she just apologized. Anyway, this situation was very easy to misunderstand. Du Jun crossed his arms. The matter has been resolved. Then, he looked towards Chang-sik. So we have successfully dispersed the civilians. We'll be on our way now. He scratched his head and replied, Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Even now, the crowd was still stunned. Am I dreaming? Is this for real? Cheon-soo couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly asked, How did you manage to calm down this famously stubborn young lady? Did you punish her? Du Jun sighed. This isn't the martial world, and I'm not that kind of person. Cheon-soo was confused. The martial world? Du Jun just said, It's nothing. In a flash, the four of them were out of the crack. But Du Jun didn't plan on returning with the other two. Chief, I'm going to stop by the Hunter Academy for a bit. Cheon-soo was surprised. Huh, why? Du Jun glanced over at Yujin. I have to take her back. Cheon-soo stopped questioning. Ah, right. Of course. Then I'll take Hyuk-soo's car back to the office. Then, Du Jun said to Yujin, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back. She quickly complied. Yes. His voice was neither cold nor warm. If you don't want to die, buckle up. However, this made Yujin misunderstand. Is he telling me to buckle up before he kills me? Du Jun asked again, Are you buckled up? Then let's go. Yujin gripped the seatbelt tightly. Not yet, but Du Jun had already sped off. Hurry up. Cheon-soo watched in confusion. I don't understand why he drives like that. Hyuk-soo then asked, But does Du Jun even have a driver's license? I'm always the one who drives when we go out. At this, the two looked at each other, stunned. What? They both shouted in unison. Hey, that Lee Du Jun. But Du Jun was driving very relaxedly. On the way, Yujin spoke up timidly. Mister. She lowered her head. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Du Jun replied magnanimously. It's all right, no problem. At the same time, he also warned, just don't do it again. At that moment, a new crack appeared. Warning, corrosion detected in the central district. Seeing Yujin keep mentioning it, Mister, I'm sorry about earlier. Du Jun nodded. It's fine. Then, he wanted to ask, why did you run into a crack instead of going to school? Yujin pouted innocently. Because it was boring. Du Jun cut her off. I see. The car fell into a quiet atmosphere again. A moment later, Yujin spoke again. Aren't you going to ask more? Du Jun asked back, why should I? Yujin explained, normally, shouldn't you ask why I was bored, or if there was a special reason? I thought you would naturally ask. Du Jun's expression remained as cold as ever. Why were you bored? Yujin complained, reading a textbook would be less boring than talking to you. In fact, she had her own reasoning. You don't care about me at all. So why did you take me back to the academy? And you even spoke harshly to me. At this, Du Jun explained, it's because I also have a daughter your age at the academy. Hearing that, Yujin exclaimed, "Aha, you have a daughter my age." Suddenly, a look of horror appeared on her face. "Wait, a daughter? And she's a high school student like me?" Yujin looked at Du Jun with disbelief. "How old were you when you had a child?" Du Jun revealed, "She's not my biological daughter." Yujin guessed, "Ah, right. A child born from the heart." For a moment, Du Jun didn't know how to explain. "You can think of it that way. So, why is your school so boring?" Hearing that, Yujin crossed her arms. "To be honest, I think I've already reached the level of an A-rank hunter. But school only teaches the basics, and more basics. It's so boring." The more she talked, the more agitated she became. "Although my dad told me to gain more experience at the academy, I think it's just a waste of time." Then, Yujin turned to Du Jun. "You think so too, right?" Du Jun commented, "Let's see. While you're not wrong, the chief's words also have a point." Yujin said cheerfully, "That's right. I'm right." Just then, a bright red notification appeared. "Corrosion has occurred in the Central District." Yujin looked at the red glow outside in confusion. "The Central District? What's corrosion?" Du Jun remained silent. At the same time, monsters from the crack were rampaging everywhere. People were running in chaos. "Run!" Seeing them, Du Jun was a bit confused. "Didn't I already kill these things? Things that should be in the Central District. Why are they appearing here?" So, he told himself, "I'll have to ask Tuxitala about this later." In the midst of it all, a monster breathed fire. The scorching flames shot towards Eugene. Then, it destroyed the street. Eugene was too scared to open her eyes. "Is this it? Am I going to die? I was supposed to become an A-rank hunter, but the pain never came." She opened her eyes. Why wasn't she dead? It was unbelievable. Du Jun had lifted the car to block the attack. It was that fierce fire again. "Mister." Eugene was stunned. "What is this?" Du Jun was calming himself down. "This is a company car. But it's not like I caused the accident. I probably won't have to write a report, right?" But he forgot one thing. Du Jun didn't have a driver's license. He still had to write a report. Then, Du Jun gathered magic in his palm. "Wait a moment. This will be over soon." With that, he hurled the magic at the monster. But Eugene couldn't believe it. No, even Kang Hyen couldn't defeat those monsters. She lowered her head and tried to sneak away. "Hey, why are you trying to act so cool all of a sudden? You're going to die a painful death in a single hit." But Eugene was quickly proven wrong. Du Jun's blast of magic was tearing right through the monsters. Even now, Du Jun was still concerned for Eugene. "Are you hurt anywhere?" She was completely speechless. After a long moment, Eugene finally spoke. "Mister." Du Jun was surprised. "Huh?" Eugene finally found the courage to ask. "Who are you?" Du Jun replied, "A civil servant." Eugene got angry. "You know that's not what I'm asking." Du Jun spoke again. "But I really am a civil servant." Eugene stomped her foot. "This guy, can't you just tell me?" "But I really am a civil servant." The scene changes. That evening, at the Hunter Management Bureau. "Director, I have a report." Min Hoan was reporting to Ianshin. "Luckily, no one was injured. We're working on repairing the damaged buildings. There's just one problem. The hunter who killed the monsters never appeared." Ianshin already knew. "It doesn't matter. The only one who could handle this is him." Min Hoan was a bit surprised. Then he figured it out. Who could it be? "Ah, right. It must have been Manager Lee Du Jun. He took care of it for us." Ianshin said nothing more to him. Seeing this, Min Hoan was confused. The situation is resolved. So why does he look so grim? Can he ensure the safety of the hunters in the Central District? Maybe he's worried this will happen again. The thought fired up Min Hoan's passion, as expected of the director. "I'll follow him for the rest of my life." Actually, Ianshin was worried. Why isn't Yujin picking up her phone? Could she be mad that I lost my temper this morning? No way. Seeing him clutching his head, Min Hoan asked worriedly. "Director." He rushed to support Ianshin. "Are you all right, sir? No matter how much you worry about the country, you must prioritize your health." But Ianshan still didn't respond. "Director." Suddenly, Min Han began to cry dramatically. "Director." He had no idea Ianshin couldn't even cry if he wanted to. "Yujin, Dad was wrong." In another building, a light was still on. Yujin looked at her screen and spoke. "Dad, I'm sorry for not answering your calls." She clutched her bag strap. "But I have no other choice." Yujin's eyes were filled with determination. "Because you're the only one who can solve my problem." It turned out she had packed her things to go bother Du Jun. "Until then, I'm not going home." At that moment, Junhi was busy in the kitchen. Then she heard the doorbell. She called out to Izaz. Long, someone's at the door. Can you get it for me?" He refused to get up. "It's getting to the good part, sis." But Izaz still had to go open the door. "Who is it?" Before he could see anyone, Eugene shouted a greeting. "Hello, mister." A moment later, she realized something was strange. Why is no one here? Suddenly, Izaz got a knee to the head. He grumbled, "Look down, you brat." It took a moment for Eugene to notice Izaz below her. She immediately crouched down to look. "What is this thing? A monster? Are you the mister's pet?" Izaz shot back. "Who are you to come to someone's house like this?" Eugene thought, "What a grumpy pet." But what she said was, "Hi, I'm Eugene. Is Manager Lee Du Jun home?" Izaz rubbed his sore nose. "The master is taking a bath right now." Eugene then asked, "So, is no one else home?" This time, Izaz lost his patience. He kicked Eugene away. No one. We don't take solicitors, please leave. But she stubbornly blocked the door. Wait, I'm here to see the manager. However, Izaz wouldn't let her in. Please just go. Just then, Junhi heard the noise outside. Long, what's going on? She walked out worriedly. Who's making all this noise? Junhi saw Eugene clinging tightly to Izaz. Why is he so heavy? Unexpectedly, Junhi recognized Eugene's voice. Hearing his name, Izaz opened his eyes. What's this? An acquaintance of Junhi? You should have said so. I thought you were a solicitor. While Eugene questioned him, why would a solicitor wear a school uniform? Izaz casually argued, a solicitor could wear a school uniform. As soon as she entered, Eugene's arrogant attitude returned. Thanks. I got in because of you. Of course, if we go to the same school, you'd know me. Seeing her, Junhi was very confused. Why is the director's daughter at my house? What are you doing here? Eugene's eyes scanned her. So, you're the daughter he mentioned. You're not so special in person. That look made Junhi feel uncomfortable. Eugene put a hand on her hip. Today, Manager Lee Du Jun helped me out. So I wanted to thank him. Can I see him? The way she called him Mr. annoyed Junhi. Where did this girl meet her dad? And why is she being so familiar with him? Still, she was here to say thank you. Junhi couldn't just turn her away. Still, she invited Eugene in. Please, come inside first. I'll get you some tea. Eugene smiled. Thank you. Junhi's eyes fell on the luggage Eugene brought. Just to say thank you? Why bring so much luggage? Did she just get back from a trip? After just a few steps, Eugene complained. This house is smaller than my room. Izaz said mockingly. If it's small, are you going to buy us a new one? Eugene sat on the sofa, acting like she owned the place. I heard the Mr. stories. You're his daughter, right? Junhi frowned, annoyed. There she goes with Mr. again. She forced herself to speak. Yes, so what? Noticing the change in her tone, Eugene wondered. Why is she so angry? Thinking about it, Eugene quickly asked. Hey, are you mad? Just then, Du Jun finished his shower. Who's here, honey? Junhi politely asked. Dad, are you done with your shower? Du Jun walked out while drying his hair. Seeing Eugene, Du Jun sighed. It's you. Eugene was furious. What's with that sigh? As she questioned him, do you have to look so disappointed? Du Jun was scolding Izaz. Long, I told you to get rid of any solicitors. That remark shocked Eugene. Are you calling me a solicitor? To make it worse, Izaz replied. I'm sorry, master. She pretended to be friends with Junhi, so I was tricked. Just then, Du Jun asked, So, what brings you here? Eugene shouted. I came to thank you. He took his fingers out of his ears. That was loud. Hearing that, Eugene got a bit embarrassed. Of course, that's not the main reason, but I really did want to thank you. She hesitated. Before she could finish, she got a cold rejection from Du Jun. I refuse, Eugene argued back. But I haven't even finished. Du Jun waved his hand. You want me to take you as my disciple, right? Exposed, Eugene shouted in surprise. How did you know? Can you read minds? Du Jun glanced at the pile of luggage. You brought all this just to say thank you? Unexpectedly, Eugene dared to make an offer. If you agree to take me as your disciple, I'll give you 10 billion. Du Jun calmly asked back. Do you know how much an S-rank mana stone costs? This question was too easy for Eugene. I might not be an official hunter yet, but I know that. About 800 million. But why are you suddenly asking? After thinking for a moment, she guessed quietly. I suppose that's an amount you can easily earn. Seeing Du Jun turn away, Eugene tried to hold him back. Don't you want anything else? He gave a cold order. I have to eat dinner. Can you please leave now? However, Eugene's puppy dog eyes made Du Jun hesitate. Her voice was full of self-pity. It can't be like this. Faced with this, Du Jun had no choice but to agree. I get it. I'll take you as my disciple. Eugene's eyes lit up. Really? Du Jun continued. But there's a condition, and he laid out his demand. If you can graduate from the academy at the top of your class, I'll take you as my disciple. Eugene was shocked. The top? Then her eyes sparkled again. Really? If I'm number 1, you'll take me right away? Du Jun confirmed. Yes. So go home now. Hearing that, Eugene got excited. I understand. I'll definitely be number 1 in the graduation exam. She didn't forget to turn and grab Junhi's hand. We'll see each other at school every day from now on, so let's be friends. Then, she dashed off like the wind. See you at school tomorrow. Junhi was stunned. But tomorrow is a holiday. Izaz sat at the table grumpily. Finally, time to eat. Du Jun thought to himself, she'll probably attend school more diligently now. The director should be pleased. Meanwhile, Yanshin was exclaiming in shock. Is that true? The Hunter Management Bureau's basement. In the monster analysis room, a professor spoke. Yes. New monster species will appear. They'll be 2 to 3 times stronger than our current A ranks, Yanshin pondered. Monsters beyond S rank will keep appearing. The professor's voice became grave. But there's an even bigger problem. The Central District is starting to swallow the Earth. Yanshin, with a serious face, explained. The Central District swallowing the Earth means the invasion has truly begun. Kang Hyun crossed his arms and asked, Invasion? What do you mean? The other man stroked his chin and spoke slowly. You first entered the Central District 3 years ago, right? He confirmed. Yes. According to Yanshin, the highest gate rank was initially A rank. But after you went to the Central Region, S-rank gates started to appear. The power level of those S-rank monsters is about 1,000. These newly emerged species have surpassed that. The highest recorded is 7,500. Kang Hyan vaguely understood something. So that means the more we explore the Central Region, the stronger the monsters that appear will become. Yanshin nodded in confirmation. That's right. The more trials we overcome, the stronger the monsters spilling from the Central Region to Earth will be. He emphasized his point. What else could this be, if not the Earth being devoured? Hearing this, Kang Hyan frowned. Then isn't humanity doomed? Yanshin shrugged slightly. It's just my speculation. Let's discuss it again, after Manager Lee Du Jun gives us information about the tutorial land. He was confident, because in the end, everything depends on Manager Lee Du Jun. The scene changes to Du Jun's apartment. Kasha was respectfully bidding farewell to her master. I will wait for you outside. Du Jun replied nonchalantly. Okay. The moment she saw him, Junhi called out hesitantly. Dad. She paused for a moment. This Saturday. Are you going on another business trip? Du Jun nodded slightly. Yes. I think I still need to go this weekend. Hearing that, Junhi's eyes drooped sadly. She answered with a quiet yes. Just then, something touched his leg. Du Jun looked down in surprise. Isis punched his calf a few times, complaining. Junhi said we were going out to eat today. So why is the master going to work? Du Jun's next words made Junhi and Azaz look gloomy. Really? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Junhi stammered, well, I actually got a scholarship, so I wanted our family to go out to eat and have some fun. She fiddled with her fingertips as she spoke. I planned it as a surprise for you. As she spoke, Junhi's voice trailed off. But you don't need to worry about it. I don't want to bother you. Azaz sat in a corner, sulking. I was so excited. To watch a movie. To eat out. I was really looking forward to it. But now, seeing them so dejected, Du Jun was a bit startled. He thought about how to be a good father, and after careful consideration, he decided to take the kids out. It was a chance to bond. Du Jun chuckled. I just need to be home before 5, right? Junhi and Izaz cheered up. Yes, that's right. Izaz was so excited he hugged Du Jun. Long live the master. He made a firm promise. I'll try to get home as early as I can. Junhi and Izaz replied in unison. Yes, sir. The scene changes to another area. Intense heat was radiating upwards. Du Jun and Keisha had arrived. The tutorial belt, stage 3. He spoke. To Shatala, what's the mission for this stage? She explained. You need to receive the item first to begin. Du Jun pondered. An item? Kasha, on the side, watch the lava below. It must be warm. The little girl jumped in to soak and enjoy herself. This feels so good. Du Jun seriously asked to Shatala. Where do I get it? She suddenly shouted. Wait! The next second, something flew towards him. The item landed neatly in Do Jun's palm. A notification appeared. Received colorless skills ring. This is a tier 5 accessory. A ring that allows you to use skills. Tushitala exclaimed. That's it. You could say this is the most important item in the Central Region. Du Jun was surprised. This thing, she confirmed with a serious face. Yes. Without this ring, you can't use your skills. Du Jun tested it directly, muttering. I can still use them. Tushitala burst out laughing. This is the tutorial land. That's why you can still use them. Her voice carried a hint of pride. Even if it's you, it seems you still need me. With that, Tushitala flew excitedly around Du Jun. Then she did a little dance. What you need to do here is capture the gatekeeper on each floor and increase the number of skills stored in the ring. The tower has 7 floors, so you can store up to 7 skills. As she shared, you can give up at any time. But remember, having one more skill makes a huge difference. She kindly added a reminder. But the super beautiful and kind Tushitala always tells adventurers this. I hope you'll give up any time so you don't get hurt. The more Tushitala talked, the more smug she became. Oh my, how kind I am. Don't you think I'm too kind? Du Jun was a bit speechless. Well, it's nice, but sometimes she acts like she just got high. Kashia nodded in agreement. She must have just been thawed out, master. Du Jun got straight to the point. So I have to kill the gatekeepers to increase my storage capacity? Tushitala immediately raised an eyebrow. What on earth are you talking about? If you don't do that, how do you plan to proceed? Du Jun stated simply. I have an appointment today, so I don't have time. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I can save time this way. I'll just kill the final gatekeeper. Tushitala panicked. Wait, but it was too late. Du Jun attacked the gatekeeper directly. Tushitala cried out in helpless frustration. For heaven's sake, can't you just kill it normally? Du Jun acted as if he didn't hear. He calmly walked forward. He left a deep trench where he walked. A notification bar appeared. You have achieved first place in stage 3. Do you wish to make your achievement public? Du Jun answered bluntly. No. The system's mechanical voice rang out. You have declined to go public. Next, the ring on Du Jun's hand began to glow. Ring collection process initiated. Upgrade complete. You will return to the third floor waiting lobby. Seeing him return, both Kasha and Tushitala were startled. Huh? You're already done? Du Jun replied flatly. That's right. Tushitala couldn't believe her ears. She stammered. Don't tell me you just came back from the third floor. Huh? At the same time, an announcement was made. Skill upgrade notice. Support accessory. Grade, Treasure of the Abyss. Skill storage, 7. The ring allows you to use skills. It enhances the influence of stored skills. However, stored skills cannot be deleted. Please consider carefully. Tushitala was horrified and screamed. All 7 skills and an upgrade? Du Jun slowly opened his mouth. I don't know. Kasha took the opportunity to tease her. You talk as if you know everything. But it seems there's still a lot you don't know. How naive. Tushitala trembled with anger but couldn't retort. She could only snap. You little demon. Du Jun intervened. Kasha, let's go. The little girl giggled and replied, Yes, master. Tushitala saw them about to leave and reached out desperately. Wait, explain to me why the ring turned black. But Du Jun had already disappeared. No one was there to answer her. And then, at 5 p.m., Du Jun finished right on time. He walked casually beside Junhi and the little dragons. What movie are we watching today? She smiled happily. I heard Dragon Master is the hottest movie right now. Du Jun went along with it. Is that so? Then let's watch that. Junhi happily hugged his arm. She obediently replied, yes. The two of them chatted cheerfully. They didn't notice the figure standing frozen behind them. Yujin was so shocked she dropped her hot dog. She mouthed the words, Manager Lee. She couldn't believe it. Her eyes filled with tears. Manager Lee has a girlfriend? Yujin stood there, devastated. She told herself, didn't we already have something blossoming between us? A distorted memory played out in her imagination. She and Du Jun were playing happily, even though we never did anything like this. The flames of anger rose in Yujin. I can't forgive him. Even a passerby was startled and backed away. My goodness. Yujin nearly lost control. She growled each word. The price for deceiving me is your life. With that, she pushed off and launched herself forward. She aimed straight for the two people ahead. Yujin's eyes were bloodshot. She placed a hand on Du Jun's shoulder. Her voice was dark and unpredictable. Manager, Lee Du Jun. Before he could turn around, Yujin tearfully questioned him. Why? Why did you deceive me? Were you nice to me just for your image? Was I just a toy to you? The more she spoke, the more wrong she felt. I'm so disappointed in you, Mr. Du Jun. The young man in front of her turned around. He had an unfamiliar, confused face. Who are you? Yujin finally realized her mistake. The man frowned at her. Are you mistaken, lady? The girl next to him clenched her fist angrily. Homewrecker. The man quickly tried to explain. No, babe, you've misunderstood. I don't know her. She refused to believe him. Don't pretend. She just called you by your name, Lee Du Jun. The man trembled as he pleaded. I'm serious, I really don't know her. Seeing the situation escalate, Yujin panicked. Just then, someone approached and called out, Hunter Cha Yedji. She instinctively turned her head. Du Jun asked Yedji curiously, Are you here to watch a movie too? She was suddenly speechless. She quickly ran away in shame. No, it's not like that. I'm sorry, Yedji cried in embarrassment. Oh no, Mom. So embarrassing. I want to hide. Du Jun watched her go. That's strange. Is she practicing her lightning fit technique? He couldn't help but note. She's getting faster. Just then, Isis walked over and called out, Master. With sparkling eyes, he pointed to a bag of butter popcorn in a passerby's hand. Can we buy that too? Please. Pretty please. Du Jun followed Azaz's finger. Popcorn. Should we get the exact same kind? He nodded eagerly. We should. Du Jun was happy to oblige. Okay. 1 large caramel popcorn and 1 large Coke. He quickly got the order. Du Jun handed them to Isis and Kazuya. Here's your large popcorn and large cola. He happily munched away. Awesome. Unlike some people, you're so generous. As soon as he said that, Junhee's voice echoed, making Izaz jump. Who is some people? She crossed her arms and demanded, Am I not generous? Izaz stammered. No, sis Junhee, no. I wasn't talking about you. It was. Junhee's hand suddenly shot out. Izaz flinched reflexively. Please let me eat meat. To his surprise, Junhee simply wanted to wipe his cheek. Why did you get popcorn crumbs all over your face? She reminded them cheerfully. The movie is starting. Let's go. Junhee then walked into the theater with Du Jun. She left Izaz standing there stunned. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Sis Junhee is very strange today. Hasn't anyone noticed? Isis secretly resolved to be cautious around Junhee, but not for long. A scene was playing on the screen. A man shouted, Trainer, dragon, let me teach you a lesson. The actor then launched a kick at the green dragon. The dialogue and the scene successfully captured Izaz's attention. Even after the movie ended, Izaz was still cheering excitedly. Dragon Trainer. Again. Let's watch it again. Du Jun wondered. Was it really that fun? And so, Long Long had completely forgotten his purpose. Junhee suddenly suggested. Now let's go eat meat. Long Long, aren't you coming with us? Izaz immediately reacted. Meat? The next second, he cheered excitedly. Let's go. I'll lead the way. A slight smile formed on Du Jun's lips. It's a relief to see the kids seem to be enjoying today's outing. He told himself this was the life he wanted. At the restaurant, Junhi announced happily, "Let's eat until we burst." Du Jun's eyes landed on the prices on the menu. He called out to Junhi. She replied softly, "Yes." Du Jun thoughtfully looked at the mountain of meat before him. He wondered, "How much did you get from your scholarship?" "One portion is 80,000 won. But this is a lot." Kasia was shocked. 80,000 won for one piece of meat? You could buy 4 bags of food with that money. Junhi declared with gusto, "When we eat, we have to eat well." Isis next to her enthusiastically agreed. "Yes, yes." Du Jun decided to let it go. He thought, "I can pay for it anyway." He chuckled softly. "I understand." Just then, he remembered something. "Last time, you said you might move into the dorm. Since you got a scholarship, doesn't that mean you can move in?" Junhi unconsciously avoided Du Jun's gaze. "The dorm?" She hesitated for a long time. What do you think about me staying in the dorm, Dad?" Junhi looked a little sad. She suddenly wondered, if circumstances allowed, would you want me to move into the dorm? Du Jun simply replied with one sentence, "You don't have to if you don't want to." Junhi was taken aback. Du Jun asked directly, "You want to stay home, right?" He looked at Junhi with a very gentle gaze. "I want you to stay here too." Kashi was moved. "Master." Junhi stood up abruptly in confusion. "I'm just going to the restroom." Du Jun didn't stop her. He just smiled slightly. "Okay." Junhi's steps were a little unsteady. When she got there, she stopped and locked the door. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily. Junhi was suddenly lost in thought. "I originally planned to move out. As soon as I was approved by the dorm management. It's already been 3 months since I started living with Dad." She remembered their first day together clearly. Du Jun spoke politely. "Then, I'll be in your care, Miss Junhi." She had sincerely bowed 90 degrees. "Yes, I won't let you down." Then Junhi remembered when Du Jun tamed Izaz. She couldn't help but feel emotional. "My heart feels so comfortable and peaceful. It's as if we've been together for years. Is this what it feels like to have family to rely on?" Not long after, Junhi returned to the restaurant. Through the window, she watched Du Jun and the 2 little dragons. Junhi understood clearly. Sooner or later, I'll have to be independent. But I want us to be a family for a little while longer. With Dad, Long, Kezia, all of us together. A moment later, she walked inside. Her tone was somewhat resigned. "I was gone for less than 10 minutes. And all the meat is gone?" Isis retorted while chewing. "No, yours is here." Kezia immediately pouted and muttered, "There's only 1 piece left." Scene change. 2 p.m. on a Saturday. The gate management department's field trip. The sound of singing echoed endlessly. "It's been so long." It was Cheonsu humming a tune. Hyuksu anxiously reminded him. "Sir, that's dangerous. Please sit down," the other man whined. "I don't want to, you punk." On the other side, Junhi happily offered a drink to Du Jun. "Here you go, Manager Lee." "Have a drink?" He accepted it comfortably. "Thank you." Junhi looked at the seat nearby. "Hunter Cha, would you like one too?" As soon as she made eye contact with Yedji, she froze. "Oh my." Yedji's face was flushed. She didn't say a word. Junhi quickly asked, "Are you drunk?" "You don't have to force yourself if you can't drink." Yedji finally reacted. She quickly waved her hands. "Then I'll have to pass. I don't feel very well." Du Jun whispered suspiciously, "But she hasn't had a single drop." Junhi asked with great concern, "Really? Are you okay?" Yujin quickly turned her face away. She stammered, "Yes, I'll be fine after a little rest." Remembering what she had blurted out yesterday, Yujin felt extremely embarrassed. "I can't face Manager Lee, because I keep thinking about yesterday." Thinking about it, she bit her lip with regret, even though it was a rare chance to sit next to him. Just then, Du Jun spoke up. "Hunter Cha, if you're carsick, would you like some water instead?" Yedji decided to pretend she was asleep. Junhi rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. "Oh my, it seems Hunter Cha is really drunk." She sighed with regret. "If I had known she was such a delicate person, I would have expressed my gratitude sooner." Cheonsu heard the commotion and turned around. "You still haven't thanked her?" According to him, if it weren't for Hunter Cha, we might be sleeping on the streets. Junhi was a bit weary. She could only force a smile. It seems the boss is really drunk. As for what they were talking about, it goes back to the Wednesday before. After Hunter Cha Yeji's misunderstanding at the movie theater, the gate management department, Cheonsu had just answered the phone and was shouting in panic. "What? How on earth could you do that? How could you cancel our reservation without a reason?" The person on the other end gave a flat reply and hung up. "I can't help you. We will issue a refund immediately." Cheonsu yelled in frustration. "Huh? Hello? Hey." He was extremely annoyed. How the hell are we supposed to find another place to stay during peak season? Cheonsu urged his subordinate, Hyuksu, see if these bastards violated any service rules. His subordinate sighed helplessly. "That's not our responsibility, sir." Meanwhile, Yedji quickly made a phone call. "Mom? Yes. My company's lodging was suddenly cancelled." After that, she stood up and called out, "Boss Cheon." Cheonsu unconsciously snapped back. "What?" He realized his mistake and quickly explained. I'm I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take it out on you, Hunter Cha. You understand, right? Yedji replied softly. Of course. By the way, I took care of our booking, so you don't need to worry anymore. Hearing this, both Chiansu and Hyuksu were stunned. What? According to Yedji, her mother runs a lodging business in Mongdan. When she asked, her mother said she would let us stay for free. Chiansu and Hyuksu cheered excitedly. She's an angel. Du Jun held his phone and confirmed. Is this the place you mentioned? Hunter Cha Yedji. She nodded slightly. Ah, yes, that's it. Looking at the information on the website, Chiansu and Hyuksu froze. 400,000 won for one night? Yedji paid no attention to their reaction. She eagerly asked Du Jun. I did a good job, right, Manager Lee? Praise me, he asked with a blank face. What? Chiansu quickly put a hand on his shoulder and whispered. Du Jun, why aren't you saying anything? You should be dancing and singing her praises. Du Jun could only let out a sigh. Then, he gave a thumbs up and praised her. Good job. Hunter Cha is number one. Yedji beamed, cupping her blushing cheeks. Oh my, Manager Lee, you're so silly. The scene changes back to the present. Arriving at the resort, everyone's jaw dropped. Oh my god, this is my first time in such a fancy place. Doesn't it look too luxurious? They cheered in unison. Hunter Cha is the best. A figure quickly came out to greet them. Welcome, everyone. Yun Huan politely greeted them. You must be the guests from Seoul, right? I've heard so much about you from my daughter. Her tone was clearly sincere. Thank you all so much for taking care of my daughter. The group leader stepped forward to reply. Oh no, we should be the ones thanking you. A second later, Yun Huan smiled and asked, Oh my, by the way, which one of you is Manager Lee Du Jun? Hearing his name, Du Jun stepped forward. He bowed politely. Hello, ma'am. I'm Lee Du Jun, a gate manager from Seoul City Hall. Yun Huan covered her mouth and giggled. My daughter talks about you a lot. Oh, I shouldn't keep you all standing out here. Please, come inside. Yedji was so embarrassed she stomped her foot. On the other side, Hyuksu squinted at Cheonsu. Boss, were you just drooling while looking at her? I'm telling your wife. He retorted defensively. When did I do that? Yedji took the initiative to link her arm with Du Jun's. She smiled cheerfully, her eyes crinkling. We should go in too. Manager Lee. Du Jun nodded slightly. All right. In-hae watched them go, her face full of displeasure. That's the guy. Daring to flirt with my kind and innocent sister. The more the girl thought about it, the angrier she got. How dare he date her? In-hae watched Du Jun's every move. She vowed to herself, I will never accept him. The cheers of the others echoed. The sea is so beautiful. In-hae clenched her fists, silently swearing. I said it. I will never agree to this. Just then, Du Jun suddenly spoke. Can I ask you something? Do you have something to say to me? It seems like you've been following me this whole time. In-hae panicked and retorted. When did I follow you? Du Jun didn't press the issue. Then I must have been mistaken. Seeing him about to leave, In-hae suddenly shouted. Wait. Facing Du Jun's questioning gaze, the girl warned him seriously. Don't you dare get close to my sister again. Du Jun was confused. What? The other girl pointed a finger at his face and went on a rant. I know she's pretty, has a great body, and is nice. Not only that, she's kind and always buys you good food. That's enough to understand why you want her. The girl's tone was aggressive. However, I will absolutely never accept you. Du Jun felt helpless. I think this kid has misunderstood something. In-hae continued her rant. Of course, you won't give up that easily. You won't let her go even if you die. The girl declared boldly. So I challenge you to a match. A game of table tennis. The loser will give up on her completely. Du Jun found this interesting. This kid has a lot of energy, just like Hunter Cha. He smiled and asked back. What if I win? His calm reaction made In-hae even more frustrated. He's laughing. The girl immediately got into a fighting stance. Oh, you seem pretty confident. If you win, I'll do whatever you want. In-hae repeated her warning loudly. As I warned you, if you lose, don't even think about begging to stay with my sister. A small smile played on Du Jun's lips. Sounds good. I accept your challenge. The two quickly started their table tennis match. Cheonsu was a bit confused. Hyuksu, what are they doing? The other man was also clueless. I'm not sure, sir. In-hae's hand tightened around the paddle. The girl put all her strength into her next move. This time, I'll show you my finishing move. In-hae was very confident in her skills. How could he possibly block the finishing move of a provincial champion like me? I even have a trophy to prove it. The actual result left In-hae speechless. The girl started to feel a bit wary. Wait, why do I feel the energy of a master from that disgusting man? No, it feels like he's even beyond a master. A sense of panic grew in In-hae's heart. This feeling, the lord of table tennis. And then, in the next second, Du Jun returned the ball perfectly. In-hae couldn't believe her eyes. Du Jun looked at his opponent indifferently. The final result was quickly decided. 99-0. He spoke calmly. We're done, right? In-hae slumped over the table, defeated. How did things turn out like this? Du Jun confirmed. You said you'd do anything if you lost, right? In-hae jumped, startled. She stammered. Huh? Yes. That's right. The girl lowered her head and pleaded. I'll do anything you ask. So can you please leave my sister alone? Du Jun spoke with a serious face. Do you know how valuable Hunter Cha is? There's no way I would do that. In-hae lowered her head dejectedly. All right, I guess it's useless to argue. Since I lost the bet, I'll keep my word. The girl took a deep breath and declared, I'll turn a blind eye to you and my sister dating, but I will never let you marry her. Du Jun's face was horrified. Who's dating who? Even Cheonsu and Hyuksu were shocked. What? In-hae started hesitantly. You and my sister. Du Jun sighed in exasperation. Listen, it seems you've misunderstood something. Because I am not dating Hunter Cha. The other person refused to believe him. You're lying. Even now, you won't admit that you love her? Du Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Admit? In-hae pointed directly at his face and nodded firmly. That's right. The girl repeated Du Jun's earlier words. She is priceless to you. That's what you said. He held his forehead and sighed. That simply means she's a priceless employee. In-hae was stunned for a moment. She stammered. Then what about when you said you wouldn't let her go? Du Jun explained slowly. I did say that. Because she's someone City Hall can't afford to lose. In-hae was speechless. Her mouth hung open for a long time. What? This time, it was Du Jun's turn to question her. And you? Didn't you say you'd do anything if you lost? In-hae was so flustered, she broke out in a sweat. Well, yes, that's right. Soon, the girl was pouting with dissatisfaction. In-hae stood dejectedly in a corner and mumbled. Why am I the only one grilling meat? The girl was a little disappointed. So, this is all he wanted. To order a beautiful girl like me around after winning a bet? Du Jun suddenly appeared from behind her and reminded her. Little one, don't slack off. In-hae jumped and screamed. That scared me. The girl pouted and complained. If you scare me like that, I might have a heart attack. Du Jun grumbled. Then don't be lazy. He pointed in a direction. See that stuff in front of the bus? Bring it over here for me. Du Jun said, from now until the BBQ is ready, that's what you need to do. In-hae blurted out. That's a lot. Du Jun casually reminded her. There's no time. Get to it. In-hae immediately got an idea. I need a different plan. The girl thought for a moment and then called out. Sir. In-hae tried to look weak, her voice whining. Sir, I'm very weak. Can you help me? Du Jun's expression suddenly darkened. Before he could scold her, In-hae panicked and ran to the bus. I'll finish it quickly. Instead, a slight smile appeared on Du Jun's lips. What a smart and energetic kid, he thought to himself. She could be good friends with Junhi. In-hae, on the other hand, was very confused. Why didn't that work? Don't tell me he's into guys. Time passed. The cheerful chatter and laughter never stopped. Come eat meat. Let's drink. Out of nowhere, one of them stood up and shouted. Listen up. Listen up. Attention, everyone. The boss is about to say a few words. The boss raised his glass and smiled. Good job, everyone. You've all worked hard for the past 6 months. Today, let's put work aside and enjoy ourselves. Everyone raised their hands and toasted. Cheonsu cheerfully clinked glasses with his subordinate. Hyuksu, let's go all out. The other man happily replied. Of course, sir. Cheonsu let out a satisfied sigh. That's the stuff. He suddenly grinned. Hyuksu, want to make a bet? The other man grunted inquisitively. Cheonsu's gaze fell on Do Jun and Yedji not far away. How long until those two get married? Hyuksu thought for a moment. Then I'll bet they won't get married. Cheonsu looked displeased. Hey, how can you say that after seeing them like this? Hyuksu stated his opinion directly. Manager Lee doesn't think of her that way. How can a relationship happen if the feelings are one-sided? Cheonsu found that reasonable. He pouted and mumbled. I know that too. But still, I hope they get married. On the opposite side, Yedji, with a flushed face, leaned into Du Jun. Manager Lee, drink with me. He was a bit helpless. He tried to push her away. Hunter Cha, please stop drinking. Du Jun had to ask for help from a nearby colleague, Senior Lee Junhi. She smiled and asked, what's up? Du Jun sighed and explained the situation. I'm sorry, but it seems Hunter Cha is really drunk. Could you take her to her room? Junhi couldn't help but exclaim, oh my. She was like this on the bus too. Her tolerance must be low, but it's good timing. I was about to turn in myself. Du Jun finally managed to hand Yedji over to Junhi. He politely said, I'll leave her to you. Yedji mumbled deliriously. Manager Lee, where are you going? Du Jun found a quiet corner. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when someone called him. Manager, it was In-hae. The girl looked around anxiously. Where's my sister? Du Jun explained. She seemed tired, so I had her taken to her room. In-hae narrowed her eyes and asked, did you take her to her room yourself? Du Jun replied with a simple no. In-hae was somewhat relieved. That's good. Du Jun rubbed his neck and mumbled. I still haven't forgotten. Thanks for thinking that way. In-hae gave a very serious assessment. I guess I can give you another 5 points. He just chuckled. So how many points do I have? The girl bluntly stated a number, -95 points. Du Jun said nothing. He just smiled slightly. In-hae asked curiously. Is the beer good? Du Jun replied flatly. I don't know, but I think soda is more your age. Hearing that, the other person immediately jumped up. Now you're treating me like a kid? He casually replied. Well, you're not an adult. In-hae stood with her hands on her hips, sulking. What? I'm not an adult? If someone works hard and eats well, doesn't that mean they're grown up? With that, the girl quickly grabbed a glass of beer and took a sip. By that logic, I'm a very good adult. In-hae let out a satisfied burp. As soon as the taste hit her, the girl stumbled. Ew, what is this taste? How can people drink something so horrible? Du Jun asked calmly. Bitter, right? In-hae was so dizzy she could barely stand, but she stubbornly insisted. No, I can still drink it. The girl staggered away. Oh, I'm an adult, so I should get back to work. Xiansu looked a little worried. Hey, Manager Lee Du Jun, don't you think you should take that kid to her room? Du Jun replied calmly. This is her house, after all. Nothing will happen. Meanwhile, In-hae was walking and pouting. Why does my sister like that kind of man? She talks about that old man all the time. The girl recalled what Yedji had whispered to her over the past few months. You know, whenever I have a problem, Manager Lee is always the first one to help me. The first time I went to City Hall, In-hae sat down weakly in a corner, thinking. When I first heard that from her, I thought some sleazy guy was trying to hit on her. But now, the girl had a different thought. But maybe he's not that bad. The next second, a gate suddenly appeared right behind In-hae. The girl screamed in horror. A gate. Immediately after, In-hae's pupils contracted. A series of notifications appeared. A gate has appeared. Operation conditions. Maximum of 3 hunters can enter. Clear condition. Kill all monsters in the gate. Clear reward. All stats. Strength. Agility. Conqueror's stamina plus 15. Penalty. Cannot leave during the gate's duration. Remaining normal monsters. 7. Remaining champion monsters. 2. Remaining boss monster. 1. In-hae was accidentally pulled into the gate. She frantically banged on the entrance. What is this? The girl was momentarily panicked. Why can't I get out? Something dangerous was approaching. In-hae instinctively turned around. Right behind the little girl was a giant monster. In-hae's whole body began to tremble with fear. In-hae screamed in fear and quickly backed away. The monster stared intently at the girl, drool dripping from its mouth. In-hae was in utter panic, her mind a mess. What would my sister do in danger? I remember she said something. Come on, I have to remember what she said. Soon, the girl remembered. Ah, that's right. The axe in the monster's hand came swinging down. In-hae was frozen in place. She said Manager Lee helped her. A heavy sound echoed. The monster's attack suddenly stopped in midair. In-hae peeked to see what was happening. What's going on? Why don't I feel any pain? Her eyes fell upon the sight of the monster's body being torn apart. It roared in pain. In-hae was still confused when she bumped into a solid chest. The girl looked up in surprise. What? Du Jun had appeared out of nowhere. He spoke slowly. I came because I felt something was wrong. But is this also caused by the Earth's core? In-hae was startled and fell to the ground. Manager, the girl asked, trembling. But why are you here? Du Jun didn't answer right away. He thought. It would be dangerous to leave her here while I clear the gate. He then directly picked In-hae up. Excuse me. The girl screamed in panic. Wait, why are you carrying me? Du Jun flatly continued. Why? Don't you want to go home? In-hae blurted out. That's not what I meant. The next second, Du Jun suddenly tightened his grip on the girl's waist. Hold on tight. He left In-hae in a state of confusion. What do you mean? I can walk on my own. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was terrified by Du Jun's incredible speed. Her face turned pale. In-hae screamed in panic. Stop for a second, manager. Du Jun reminded her with a straight face. Just hold on. In-hae continued anxiously. I mean, up ahead. Right in front of you. That's a whole nest of monsters. We're going to die, Du Jun declared confidently. Don't worry. I'll end this quickly. In-hae shouted frantically. Who's going to end? Us? Du Jun was a bit exasperated. Stop screaming. My ears are ringing. The other person was still panicking. We're going to die if we don't stop. But then, seeing Du Jun's attack, In-hae's voice fell silent. That's... With just a wave of his hand, Du Jun easily tore apart the monsters blocking their path. In-hae climbed down from him. She quickly pinched her own cheek. Is this a dream? Yes. There's no way. This must be a dream. Du Jun spoke slowly. It's not. In-hae jumped up excitedly. Then how can you kill an A-rank monster in one hit? This is too ridiculous. Suddenly, a deafening roar reached them. Du Jun calmly covered his ears, but In-hae screamed in fear. Oh my god! Heavy footsteps walked over the bodies of monsters lying on the ground. A monster several times larger appeared, greeting them with a terrifying growl. Du Jun was a bit annoyed. Why is everyone so loud today? In-hae huddled and mumbled. Manager, maybe we should really run this time. The Madoc monster bared its teeth and stared at them. Du Jun's face remained unchanged. The Madoc let out a roar. It swung its axe towards them. Du Jun narrowed his eyes. He seized the perfect moment. A torrent of blade shards pierced the Madoc's body. It roared in pain. In an instant, its heavy body collapsed to the ground. In-hae was completely stunned. She couldn't speak for a moment. The next second, a notification appeared. An amazing achievement. You have cleared the worthless cave in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. A hidden piece has been unlocked because you cleared it within the allowed time attack. a copy of Belial. One of the 72 demons of Solomon has appeared. A blinding light erupted. Inhei was utterly confused. What's happening? I thought it was over. Du Jun just raised an eyebrow slightly. This is. He realized he could feel an energy similar to the one leaking from the Earth's core. Du Jun's gaze was fixed on the thing opposite him. It was created by a copy of Belial. In the blink of an eye, a beam of light shot towards him. Du Jun casually raised his hand. He easily deflected the beam. A sudden laugh echoed. Impressive. A figure with wide white wings appeared. She shrugged her shoulders in admiration. Even though I'm just a copy, you managed to completely block my destructive spell. She was the copy of Belial, the 68th of the 72 demons of Solomon. Her voice carried a hint of superiority. You insignificant human, you amuse me. Join my army. There is no greater honor than becoming my subordinate. Du Jun shot back a sarcastic remark. A subordinate? To something that looks like a pigeon? Hearing that, Belial frowned tightly. Du Jun got into a fighting stance. He glared and repeated, who did you say would become a subordinate? Belial was momentarily terrified. What is this? What is this immense energy? It's strong enough to face my original self. She thought and quickly spoke up. Wait, give me a moment. Du Jun coldly delivered one last line before restraining Belial. No, I'm busy, she screamed in terror. But I said it's over, Inhei asked suspiciously. Sir, who are you really? Du Jun replied bluntly. Just a civil servant. Inhei didn't believe him at all. Stop kidding around. Du Jun replied flatly. I'm serious. Let's go. She had no choice but to follow him. What? Wait, I have something to say before we leave. The girl spoke timidly. I should probably still thank you. I don't care if you're a hidden hero or part of an elite force. Thank you so much for saving me, Manager Lee. Du Jun nodded thoughtfully. It's strange to see you suddenly change your attitude. Just act like you always do. Inhei shrugged and asked with a smile. It's not that. You don't have to pretend to be indifferent. You're doing it to keep up your image for my sister, right? Du Jun sighed in exasperation. Not at all. He slowly said something that made Inhei freeze. If you're not there, he said, who's going to clean up after the BBQ? The little girl was so angry, she jumped up. You, Du Jun chuckled. Hey, I'm pretty sure you promised to clean up. Inhei grumbled resentfully. Come on, don't disappoint me like that. The scene shifts to the center of the earth. Thehud, Belial's castle. A figure hidden in the shadows muttered. What is this? Belial stroked her chin thoughtfully. The tutorial rankings seemed like they would never change. But no, they just did. According to the updated rankings, the top spot was anonymous. Belial was impressed. This is the first time someone ranked above purple has appeared. I bet Empelhem is grinding his teeth right now. At the thought, her hand tightened on the armrest. More importantly, how could he? How dare he kill my avatar? Belial remembered every single mocking word from Zozul. You look just like a pigeon. She growled through clenched teeth. What the hell is a pigeon? Regardless, he had really gotten on her nerves. A vicious glint flashed in Belial's eyes. Just you wait, you worthless human bastard. I'll tear you apart myself. On Saturday morning, Du Jun entered the central area. A comedy show was playing on the TV. What advice can I give a sister-in-law who's been remarried 3 times? Cassiel watched intently. His ass was laughing while eating snacks. Du Jun witnessed the whole scene. He immediately lifted Izay's up, ruining his fun. Hey, what's this? Du Jun said, you're coming with me today. Izaz didn't understand. What? What was that? What is the master saying? Cassiel spoke up for him. It seems you've done nothing but sit at home laughing these past few days, so the master is taking you to the central area instead of me. Izaz couldn't believe it. I get to go to the central area with the master? Du Jun confirmed it with an evaluation. Yes, and you're getting fat. Izaz was so happy he started to cry. He jumped into Du Jun's arms. Thank you so much, master. Once he was put down, he began to dance and sing. Let's go. We're going out. Du Jun hadn't expected this reaction. Cassiel found it cute. It seems he really wanted to go. Finally, they arrived. The central area, the final tutorial zone. Izaz saw the scenery for the first time and was amazed. It looks so barbaric. Du Jun asked. What's wrong? Are you scared? He immediately puffed up his chest. Me? I may look like this, but I'm the king of dragons. I'm on a completely different level than those mongrels. Izaz judged the snakes below. Look how strong they are. How dare they bare their fangs at me? The giant serpents held their mouths wide open. They were waiting for prey to fall. They even started tearing each other apart. The more Izaz watched, the more excited he got. Master, can I go play with them? No, I mean, would you like me to take care of them for you? Du Jun stopped him. Wait, it made him sulk. And I thought I'd finally get some exercise after so long. Just then, Tuxatala appeared, complaining. Why are you so late? I thought you weren't coming at all. Du Jun just answered with a question. You were waiting for me? Tuxatala was fuming. Of course, because right now, among all the challengers, you're the only one from Earth. Realizing she'd said too much, she covered her mouth. Oh, shoot. Du Jun was suspicious. He just stared at her with a cold gaze. Tuxatala finished her sentence and fled. Anyway, I wanted to say that you're the only one I can rely on. Izaz was annoyed. How dare she use that tone with the master? Du Jun made a mental note. Cecilia. The way she tried to change the subject, something was definitely going on. I'll remember that name. Then he asked her, so what do I need to do here? Tukshatala handed him something tiny. First, take this. Isis was curious. He jumped onto Du Jun's shoulder to look at the glowing thing in his hand. What is that? Can I eat it? He was confused when he realized it was a living creature. A baby snake. Du Jun quickly said, it's not food. Hand me the book. Isis gave it to him immediately. Yes, master. Here you are. The book contained information about the pure white baby snake. Status window snake. Colorless. Classification. System creature. Detailed information. The level of one's status window can be used differently depending on each other. It depends on the color of the gemstone the snake absorbs. If you kill the snake, the gemstones will reappear. Danger level, 1 star. Current active status window, none. Tuksatala then reminded him, now that you've read the description, do you understand? According to the description, you need to let it absorb gemstones. You can't just rush through like you did on the 3rd floor. Du Jun heard her. Okay, I'll be right back. He told her, wait here. Tuksatala trusted him and said goodbye. Yes, have a safe trip. Good luck. Du Jun plunged straight down into the serpent pit below. The snakes, busy devouring each other, all stopped to see what was happening. Du Jun called out, long, long. Isis replied, yes. Du Jun gave the order, make sure to collect the gems that drop from these snakes by color, and bring them to me. Isis was already thrilled. He charged forward, not forgetting to say, thank you very much. Du Jun stood back casually, checking his tablet. I think I've left him at home for too long. Isis took on several large snakes at once. Where do you think you're going? Get over here. Meanwhile, Du Jun stood on a snake's corpse, thinking about Isaiah's. Maybe I should take him out for a walk sometimes. When Lee Du Jun returned home that day, he had bought a book titled How to Care for Your Pet. A short while later, Isis had wiped out the entire nest of snakes. He brought the gemstones to Du Jun. Master, is this enough? Du Jun praised him and took a gem for the small snake to eat. Good job. Isis was proud. It was nothing. After the small snake ate the purple gem, its whole body turned purple. Its belly swelled up. Yet Du Jun still asked, are there no more snakes? Isis, thinking he was being praised, was still preening. Yes, who do you think I am? Du Jun felt it wasn't enough. He lifted the backpack Isis was wearing. Is that so? But I think I should double check. Du Jun pulled both Isis and Tuksatla into the air, causing them to panic. Master, what are you suddenly doing? He was only concerned with one thing. I was wondering where that energy I was sensing was coming from. Ouroboros, the snake that appears in the 4th stage of the tutorial's central area. He finally stopped at a strange location. Tuksatla looked at the snake, which looked like a living island. She was puzzled. Master, what is that thing? It was a mythical creature that not even Tuksatala knew about. For some reason, Du Jun drew his blade. I don't know either. Except for one thing. I have to kill it. Du Jun leaped up, landing several slashes on the snake's body without hesitation. It was over in an instant. His ass felt dizzy. I understand now. Tuksatla was in absolute shock. What the hell? She pointed at the now headless island-sized snake in disbelief. How did you know something like that existed? Even I didn't know about it. But Du Jun was focused on the small snake in his hand, which made her angry. Hey, are you even listening to me? Isis was also watching in amazement. The snake is suddenly moving. The small snake was now black. It coiled around Du Jun's wrist, forming a bracelet. Isis looked at it and commented, it would look cooler if it were red, though. Du Jun replied, red is the weakest. Just then, the system window appeared with information. The status window snake has devoured Ouroboros. Classification. System creature. Currently active status windows. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black. Special effect 1. All status windows are at 100% proficiency, except for black. Special effect 2. The black status window can be used on any floor. Special effect 3. Locked. Isis was annoyed that it wasn't to his liking. That's weird. Red is the color of kings. Du Jun sighed in relief. It's a good thing you're red. The system then continued. Congratulations. You have cleared all stages of the tutorial land. Do you wish to make your achievement public in the central area? He answered immediately. No. Next up was the rewards section. You have received the amulet of the central area for completing a hidden achievement. The amulet of the central area allows you to teleport to any location you've been to before. Isis, still being carried by Du Jun, didn't forget to ask for a treat. Master, I feel like I did a really good job today. So, what do you think about going to that BBQ place from last time? Isis spoke and then panicked. Master, however, it doesn't mean we have to go eat beef. You're not angry, are you? Du Jun was calm. I'm not angry or anything, so stop being so loud. Isis was both happy and worried. Really? Then I can breathe a sigh of relief. But, then why is there an earthquake? The ground suddenly shook violently with thick smoke, making Du Jun curious too. I don't know. Dark vortexes appeared from below, growing more ominous. Then, Tuksatla's voice echoed. Congratulations. This is the entrance to the 1st floor of the central area. Izaz saw Tuxedora's respectful demeanor and sneered. Why is she suddenly acting like that? The master must have looked too scary while fighting. That's why she changed her attitude. Whether it hit a nerve or not, it made Tuxedola angry. You little, she shouted to clear her name. It's not like that. I'm just being polite to someone who passed the tutorial. Don't you dare spread rumors. Du Jun was focused on something else. He asked her, do I have to wait a week this time too? Tuxedola replied, no, you don't have to. This device was made to avoid overlapping with other services. It's for adventurers from other dimensions in the tutorial land. This device is used by adventurers from all regions, so that all dimensions can support each other, starting from the first floor of the central area. Du Jun was quite curious. Adventurers from other dimensions? Tuxedola then explained. Yes, to be precise, they are adventurers from copied Earths. If you consider the Earth you live on as the center, then the surrounding planets copy Earth and create even more planets. Some planets will have places exactly like Earth, but others will be different. The adventurers from these copied Earths all look human, but they aren't fake. They're all living, breathing people. Ignoring her detailed explanation, Du Jun gave a brief reply. I see. Tuxedola was taken aback. That's it. She mentioned that normally, when others learn this truth, they would throw up or even faint. Du Jun was about to draw his blade again. What's so surprising about this? From the very beginning, all these skills and stuff were already completely absurd. Tuxedola cried out in disbelief. Aren't you being a bit thoughtless? If you enter a central area mixed with other dimensions, you won't be able to return to Earth. Realizing she'd said something she shouldn't have, she quickly covered her mouth. Du Jun wondered, I can't go back? Izaz was also worried, but only about food. So no more marinated ribs, and no spicy chicken stew? Tuxedola thought this would scare him off, so she panicked. I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. This person is the only one who can save Cecilia. Who would enter the central area after hearing that? Ignoring Izaz's misplaced worries, Du Jun just watched Tuxedola, muttering to herself. Why am I like this? I'm insane. Why did I say that? This is the biggest mistake of my life. Du Jun secretly held up the amulet. I have this. Amulet of the central area. Classification, accessory. Level, divine treasure. Description. Allows immediate travel to a memorized location. Can be reused 24 hours after one use. He looked at the whining Izaz with disdain. He must not know what the amulet of the central area means. Izaz kept begging. Master, you can't go. I still want to eat marinated ribs and spicy chicken stew. He patted Izaz's head. You don't have to worry. Izaz immediately stopped crying. He thought Du Jun had agreed to stay and was overjoyed. So master, you're not going, right? Du Jun smiled, shattering his short-lived joy. No, I'm still going. He even grabbed Izaz by the head, making him tremble. Huh, what do you mean? I'm not going. Someone call a lawyer for me. I said I'm not going. Du Jun just called Tuxetola's name, snapping her out of her panic. Du Jun, dragging Izaz along, flew down towards the gate. I'm going now. Tuxetola couldn't believe it and yelled after them. I told you, you can't come back. He's always so impulsive. Then she realized. Wait a minute, I haven't even explained the basics to him yet. Izaz, being dragged along, wouldn't stop screaming. Seriously, you could have at least told me you were going. His mouth was like a loudspeaker. It made Du Jun cover his ears. So noisy. Shut up for a second. Izaz kept struggling. So how long are we going to be falling? Du Jun confidently replied, we're almost there. Izaz was desperate to escape and asked again, Sir. Du Jun said loudly, I said we're almost there. Upon reaching a certain depth, the system window appeared before them again. It announced, your current status page has been sealed. A dedicated status page for the central area has been opened. The black status page has been applied. The black snake bracelet on his wrist glowed. The other colors appeared and faded in sequence. Current proficiency for the purple status page is 100%. The black status page's stats have been awakened. Current awakened stat, true energy. Black status page, Lee Du Jun. Proficiency, 0%. Title, Heavenly Demon. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Stamina, 5. True energy, 5. Physical resistance, 5. Magic resistance, 5. Registered skills, none. Du Jun was puzzled. This status page is absurdly weaker than my original one. They landed safely. Du Jun was still trying to figure it out, but this black color, its stats can't possibly be just 5. The stats are open, so I just need to register the skills. Du Jun touched the black ring on his hand. Izaz was looking around, bewildered. Where is this? Who am I? Du Jun's ring turned slightly, registering skills. Heavenly Demon, Divine Art, Time Reversal, Weapon Armament, True. The system window appeared, but it was empty. He wasn't in a hurry. The empty skill slots. I'll save them for later. Just then, a voice came from nowhere. It's been 10 years. Hasn't it? Nice to meet you. A man named Proficiency stepped forward. He prepared to draw the weapon from his back. Du Jun had no idea what this guy's problem was. Proficiency? What are you talking about? The man pointed his weapon at him, also confused. What? Didn't you get an explanation before entering the central area? He then explained himself. If you defeat monsters or other adventurers here, jewels that increase status proficiency will drop. Du Jun gave a non-committal reply. Is that so? The man didn't understand how he could be so indifferent. Is that so? What do you mean, is that so? This senior here needs to use your jewels to pave my way and get stronger. Hearing this made Izaz's blood boil. He jumped forward. Pave your way? Du Jun saw his reaction but said nothing. The man still hadn't realized the danger and even complimented him. What's this? How cute. Izaz asked him a single question. Hey, do you know how to make spicy chicken stew? The man chuckled. Spicy chicken stew? What's that, you cute little thing? Izaz asked again. What about marinated ribs? But now the man's expression towards him had changed. Huh? Izaz continued with a barrage of dishes. Stir-fried rice cakes, grilled meat. It made the man's face turn pale with fear. What the hell are you talking about? Izaz had returned to his original form. I am the king of all dragons. An existence that desires to taste all the delicacies in this world. Someone like me, who can no longer eat the dishes Du Jun cooks, has nothing left to fear. He said this while crying, except for my master. The man, standing before the massive dragon, was already trembling like a leaf. Izaz was too sensitive about food. He couldn't help but roar at the sky. He wailed, remembering the delicious food with regret. My marinated ribs, my spicy chicken stew. Although I'd love to eat you alive right now. If you can create delicacies, I will spare your lives. Izaz was about to breathe fire. The man quickly turned and ran. Du Jun stood to one side and sighed. Long. He held out the amulet. With this, we can go home. Junhi said she's making marinated ribs today. The dragon Izaz, who was crying, suddenly had his eyes light up like stars. Huh, really? He calmed down and shrank back to his small form. Why didn't you say so earlier, master? Izaz hugged Du Jun's leg, tears of emotion streaming down his face. I thought I'd never get to eat marinated ribs again and would have to eat grass for the rest of my life. Du Jun looked down at him, feeling helpless. He asked quietly, they should be appearing soon, right? Izaz was startled. Huh? Du Jun looked behind him. I'm talking about the guys over there. Izaz curiously looked behind him and then back again. There's no one there, master. The two large rock crevices were the main feature. The surrounding landscape was quiet and empty. Du Jun prepared to draw his blade, not forgetting to ask the man. Your comrades have been captured, and you still won't come out? It seems the Murum-era hunters and the ones here are all the same. The man trembled with fear under his pressure. He was being made to disintegrate. Help me. The last remaining image of him was a hand with a tattoo. Izaz, witnessing this for the first time, commented, how scary. Somewhere, a man was confused. What the hell? The ambushers around the mountain base were also puzzled, looking at one spot and then reporting. Monster, Minju asked in disbelief. We've been discovered? From this distance? Kang Han said. That doesn't matter anymore. Shut up and run. The two of them took off, leaving Ha Jun behind. But everything happened too quickly. Darkness swallowed the man in his despair. Wait for me. Kang Han ran, unable to believe it. Damn it. Wasn't he only supposed to use a red status page on the first floor? What the hell is that black energy? Minju couldn't help either. How would I know? The energy reached her as well. Kang Hyun couldn't believe his eyes. Hey, what's happening? He looked behind him to see his other comrades also about to be consumed. Kang Hyun didn't want to believe it. He comforted himself. Yes, this is just a dream, please. Please just let this be a dream. But then a voice appeared very close to him. The game of chase is over, isn't it? Don't tell me you're acting scared now after killing people to your heart's content. Du Jun had appeared right in front of him, making Kang Hyun immediately drop to his knees. He trembled, begging for mercy. I have committed a mortal sin. Please, spare my life. Kang Hyun looked at the tattoo on his hand and asked, what do you think about joining the Witch's Blood Pact? It would be very beneficial for you. A trade was quickly offered. The God Tree is inviting Mr. Lee Du Jun to join the Blood Pact, and of course, it failed. The invitation was rejected. Kang Hyun anxiously clutched his wrist. Why? The system window then explained, cannot invite a monarch to a blood pact. Kang Hyun was completely shocked. You have the monarch attribute? Something happened very quickly. It was Du Jun grabbing his head. If it's a blood pact, it's probably similar to a martial arts clan. But in any case, I have no intention of joining you. He was causing the man to disintegrate. The reason he refused was simple. If I joined your group, I would become a shameful father to Junhi. Junhi was cooking when she called out, Cassiel. Instead of marinated ribs today, I'll make spinach. What do you think? Cassiel, while chewing, gave her a thumbs up. I'd love that. Junhi hesitated while mixing the vegetables. But why does Dad always have business trips on the weekends? Cassiel was conflicted. Well, the master told me to keep it a secret. Junhi moved closer to Cassiel. Curious. Can you tell me just a little? I'll just pretend I don't know anything. Cassiel firmly refused. I can't. The master said not to tell you because he was afraid you'd worry. Junhi leaned in even closer to Cassiel. So Dad went somewhere really dangerous? The small creature hugged her leg and cried, You're so mean. Why did you trick me into telling you? That's not fair. Then she sat down at the table and sighed. Cassiel was heartbroken. See, you're already worried. But Junhi said, It's not that. It's just, I'm so happy right now that sometimes I get scared. For some reason, she thought, I'm afraid that this happiness will disappear one day. It turned out to be because of a dream. When I dreamed that long, Cassiel and Dad were gone. I was so scared, I cried. I'm so silly, aren't I? Cassiel was deeply moved. Little master. I always wondered why she seemed unhappy at times. It turns out she's been worrying like this all along. It took her hand firmly. Little master, don't worry so much. Cassiel. You don't need to worry. Even if you tried to kick me out, I wouldn't go anywhere. Seeing a shadow by the door startled the two of them into a hug. Junhi was surprised. Long, Dad? When did you two get back? Du Jun, though very embarrassed and sweating, had to act serious. I just got back. Izaz acted cheerful. I just walked in the door. Junhi couldn't believe it. Why are you all sneaking into the house? Izaz retorted. What are you talking about? I came in loud and proud. Junhi didn't believe him. So what did you hear? Izaz, unable to keep a secret, confessed. If you're asking, from the part about crying. It was so dramatic and teary. While he was clutching his stomach laughing, he didn't realize the danger right behind him. It was just like a 90s web novel, from the MZ era, I think. Junhi pinched Izaz's face and pulled. I was not like that. Izaz, in pain, finally knew his mistake. I was wrong. He cheekily pointed forward. Look over there. The master seemed to know you were feeling anxious, so he bought a huge bed. Junhi couldn't believe it. What? Izaz, released, rubbed his sore cheeks and explained. Isn't it because you always fall asleep at the dinner table and even cry? That's why the master bought it. From now on, Cassiel and I will sleep with you. Junhi asked again to be sure. Really? Izaz wanted to make a guarantee. I have to tell you this. We of the dragon tribe cherish our nests as much as our lives, so even if you kick me out, I won't go anywhere. Cassiel chimed in. That's right. This place has become my and Lord Izaz's nest. Junhi was incredibly moved. Long, Cassiel. It was then that Du Jun spoke up. If we do this, you'll feel less anxious, right? Junhi called out softly. Dad. She was so happy. Her eyes welled up with tears. I thank you, Dad. Du Jun placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder. From now on, if you're ever worried, just tell me. We're a family, after all. The sky outside was bright, and a buzzing sound could be heard from somewhere. Izaz, being hugged tightly by Junhi, cried out, Help me. Junhi, still sleepy, had just opened her eyes. Cassiel had also been awake for a while, sitting obediently to one side and asking, Little master, did you sleep well? She said cheerfully, I don't know if it's because I got to sleep with Long and Cassiel, but I slept so well. It's been a long time since I've had such a great night's sleep. She sat up and looked at the clock on her phone. Now I just have to prepare breakfast. After realizing she had overslept, Junhi shouted in disbelief, It's 8:20 already. Late? I'm going to be late. While getting ready, she was in a panic. No, this is not the time for this. Du Jun casually asked, You're up so early? Junhi was frantic. Dad, you're going to be late for work. I'll go get your clothes right away. Go take a shower. Du Jun scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? It's Sunday. Hearing that, Junhi froze for a moment. Du Jun asked again. By the way, did you wake up during the night? Junhi was still in a daze. Huh? What was that? Du Jun asked again. Did you have any more nightmares? She answered slowly. Oh, no, I didn't. He felt proud. That's a relief. It seems changing to a bigger bed worked. Junhi was very grateful. It's all thanks to you, Dad. Cassiel, from the corner, said thoughtfully. Little master, let me help you prepare breakfast. Du Jun was now curious. Junhi, what did you say? She was quite embarrassed and denied it. No, it was nothing. She pushed him towards the chair. Let's just have a simple breakfast. I'll prepare a more lavish lunch. Izaz had been listless all morning. Cassiel asked with concern. Lord Izaz, why do you look so tired? He struggled to explain. In my entire life as a dragon, this is the first time I've dreamed that someone was trying to kill me. Just then, the TV sound came on. At 10 a.m. on Wednesday, April 10th, at the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters, a speech on the rearrangement of the S-rank Hunter rankings took place. The director of the Hunter Management Bureau, Jang Ian-Xian, based on the gate hunting records of the past year, after reviewing the contribution level of each hunter, will re-rank hunters from rank 1 to rank 30. The director of the Hunter Management Bureau stated this is a very important speech, and it is drawing a great deal of attention. Du Jun, while eating a sandwich, remembered. I have to give the central area documents to the director. What a hassle. Maybe I should just email them. But then he thought further. No, he'll probably ask a bunch of questions, so it's better if I meet him in person and give them to him. As expected, as soon as he called, Ian Xian shouted, Manager Lee, what's going on so early in the morning? Du Jun immediately explained, Director, I'm sorry to call you on a Sunday morning. I have something to discuss with you. But looking over at Junhi, Du Jun hesitated. No, if I talk here, Junhi will find out I went to the central area. Then she'll be very worried. Ian Xian, on the other end of the line, said, Manager Lee, I'll come to your house right now. I'll try to arrange to be at your house within 30 minutes. Du Jun then said, No, don't. I'll send you the address. Just come to that place. Do you have time? Ian Cheon sounded professional. It's fine. You don't need to worry. He prepared to hang up. Then I'll send the message right away. Ian Cheon also said, I understand. On a morning in Korea, not many people are out on the streets. Ian Cheon was already waiting in the cafe. When he saw Du Jun arrive, he stood up. Manager Lee, you're here. He said warmly, I've already ordered coffee for you. Please, make yourself comfortable and sit down. After Du Jun sat down, the director even bowed his head. I'm sorry, I've troubled you again. Du Jun quickly waved his hand. Not at all. There's nothing for you to apologize for. Ian Cheon seemed to really like him. Looking closely, you look so young, just like a university student. Du Jun took an iPad out of his bag and said, I'm 26, which is still university age in Korea. Ian Cheon couldn't stop laughing. To be honest, I was thinking of introducing my daughter to you. Du Jun recalled the feisty Yujin. Do you know who my father is? I like to abuse my power, so what? He gave a hollow thank you. Thank you for the thought, director. He placed the iPad on the table. Please read this. Ian Cheon picked it up to look. What is this? Then, his expression changed. This is. He was slightly surprised. Manager Lee, you went to the central area alone? I thought you were just finding us admission tickets. Du Jun replied nonchalantly. The work was quite easy. I've already completed the tutorial zone once, so it will only reset after a month. Until then, it's impossible to enter. So please relay this message to Behemoth for me. I'll email you all the documents. Ian Cheon stood up and bowed his head once more. Manager Lee, thank you sincerely. He even took Du Jun's hand. How can I ever repay this debt to you? Du Jun tried to pull away. I'll tell you later. First, please let go of my hand. Ian Cheon became serious again. I'm sorry. It's just that I feel so grateful. Du Jun looked down at his hand, now covered in someone else's cologne, and instructed, before Behemoth enters the central area, just let me know. Ian Cheon remembered clearly. I understand. Thank you again. Du Jun was getting fed up. Please, stop thanking me. He then changed the subject. I saw the morning news. I heard you're giving an important speech next Wednesday. What is it about? Unsure if there was something to hide, the director looked around first. About that. Ian Cheon leaned close to Du Jun's ear and said, I'm only telling this to you, Manager Lee. Du Jun felt this was quite dangerous. Du Jun assured him, please don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. Ian Cheon confessed. Actually, above S rank, there's also SS rank. I plan to select Hunter Lee Kang-hyun as the first SS rank hunter. The two fell into a brief silence. Du Jun again showed little concern. Is that all? Ian Cheon was let down. Yes, that's it. He stood up and took back his iPad. All right, I thought it was something important. I've said what I needed to say. I'll be taking my leave now. Ian Cheon, feeling regretful, called out. Wait, would you like to have a meal with me? I've booked a table at a very traditional and prestigious restaurant. Du Jun replied, I'm just a civil servant. If I'm treated to a meal worth more than 300,000 won, it'll be a big problem, so I'll be going. He ignored Ian Cheon's persistent attempts to keep him. Wait, Manager Lee. On Monday, at the Gate Management Bureau, seeing his colleague unwell, Du Jun asked, Senior, what's wrong? Hyuk-soo said miserably, the thing is, an A-rank gate suddenly appeared in front of my house. I still have to pay off my mortgage for another 30 years, and now my house is already ruined. Du Jun didn't understand. Doesn't the Hunters Association handle gates that appear in residential areas? Hyuk-soo was dejected. They do, but how can an A-rank gate be easily handled? He cried. Even if they catch the boss monster, the gate still exists as a remnant. The gate in front of my house is managed by the Hunter Management Bureau, so we can't do anything about it. Du Jun looked at his other colleagues, thinking, I could just ask the Mesa Guild for help. But with Senior Gwon Hyuk-soo's personality, he probably wouldn't do that. Hyung-woo felt someone staring and shivered. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Misa was confused. What's this? An idiot like you can catch a cold? Just then, the door opened. Yedji entered. I'm here. She was quite surprised to see him. Manager, you're here too. It's been a long time. Du Jun thought immediately. With Yedji's current abilities, she could totally close an A-rank gate by herself. So he called out, Miss Yedji. She answered right away. Yes, Manager. Du Jun smiled before asking, would you like to work overtime tonight? Yedji was captivated by his smile. Me? You mean? Du Jun maintained his smiling eyes. Yes. Yedji was completely dazzled. She started daydreaming. Yes, I'd love to. How did you know I like working overtime? Du Jun, having secured his target, thought about his stomach. I'll have to be active tonight, so I should eat a light dinner. For some reason, Yedji's expression was disappointed. She sat dejectedly and called out, Manager. Du Jun was just staring out the window and asked, Yes, Miss Yedji. She felt let down and questioned him. Wasn't it supposed to be just the two of us working overtime? Why are we at Manager Gwon Hyuk-soo's house? Hyuk-soo, making coffee, felt so hurt he could cry. This is so awkward, Du Jun replied, because I need to investigate the level of anxiety among the residents around here. Yedji didn't know if it was because she found his thorough personality charming or because of his face, but she blushed. Oh, ah. Just then, Hyuksu brought the drinks. Now, let's not fight. Coffee's here. It ruined Yedji's mood, and she started sulking again. Even so, suddenly, Du Jun said, but the gate really is huge. I understand now why you were so worried, senior. Even though it's an A-rank gate, a scale like this is too large, and it appeared right next to your house. Du Jun hastily asked, Miss Yedji, once you finish your coffee, please head into the gate. Hyuksu panicked. Wait, this is an A-rank gate. Hunter Cha Yedji has shown unprecedented growth, but this is still too dangerous. Everyone, finish your drinks and go home. But Yedji was determined. It's all right. She had her main motivation. Just thinking about manager Du Jun cheering for me from the outside gives me strength. Du Jun also spoke up. Senior, it's okay. He was confident. Because I'm still here. Hyuksu was very moved at that moment. You two are doing all this for me? Yedji acted magnanimously. Of course, we're a team, like family. She whispered, revealing her desire. It's absolutely not because I was thinking about getting to be alone with Manager Lee. Meanwhile, preparations were being made outside. The Gate Management Bureau has confirmed Mr. Lee Du Jun. Yedji asked Do Jun unexpectedly. Are you going inside too? He replied. The hunter I manage is going into the gate. How can I just stand by? Yedji then questioned him. But lately you've been letting me go alone, haven't you? Du Jun, reminded of his fault, looked away. But Yedji still acted concerned. But you can't go in here. This is a big gate. You'll be in danger. Du Jun said, it's okay. This time, he even smiled like a pleading puppy. Won't Miss Yedji protect me? Yedji was completely smitten. Yes, that's right. I'm here. Du Jun started walking right away. All right then, let's go in. Yedji was disappointed. He's ignoring me again. You've been quite sly lately. Just then, another voice called out. Excuse me. Both Yedji and he turned around at the same time. Sang Yu, with his camera, was waving. You two are about to enter the gate, right? Du Jun asked directly, is there a problem? The young man scratched his head shyly. Can I go with you? It's a bit difficult to hunt alone, so I was hoping for some help. He confidently assured them. Of course, I definitely won't be a burden to you two. On the contrary, if we hunt together, the success rate will be higher. Yedji found him familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere before. She asked, are you Hunter Lee Sang-yu? Du Jun was surprised. You know him? Yedji then shared her knowledge. No, but he's been very famous on internet broadcasts lately. He's the one who broadcasts his hunts by connecting a state-of-the-art camera to the internet outside. His viewership can reach up to 10,000 people. His skills are also very good. He's an A-rank hunter. Sang-yu puffed up his chest humbly. Famous? Not really. I'm still lacking. Du Jun gave a polite compliment. 10,000 viewers is a very large number. Sang-yu said it himself. It's nothing, really. There are streamers with 1 million viewers, but his enthusiastic spirit was paramount. So what are your names? She introduced them. I'm Cha Yedji, and this is Manager Lee Du Jun. Du Jun gave a slight nod. Sang-yu was delighted. So it's Hunter Cha and Manager Lee Du Jun, but when he saw the nameplate on Du Jun certifying him as a civil servant and Seoul police, he was even more surprised. Looking at your nameplate, Mr. Du Jun, so you're a civil servant. Then he realized something. Wait a minute, civil servant Lee Du Jun. Could you be that legendary civil servant? Du Jun immediately denied it. It's not me. It's just a coincidence. Sang-yu laughed exaggeratedly. I see. Of course. With achievements like that, he's probably the owner of a building by now. He might even be flying a private jet, having breakfast in France, and beef noodle soup for dinner in Vietnam. Du Jun was also surprised. Are streamers usually this talkative? Sang-yu was very determined. I will do my best on this hunt. Du Jun thought it was fine. That's okay. With 2 people, it will lessen Yeji's burden. He led the way. Yes, let's go in together then. The 3 of them were embarking on a new journey. After arriving, A-rank gate, dark elf forest. Du Jun immediately checked. There were no monsters around that could endanger Yedji. Then the boss must be from the central area. Yedji and Lee Sang-yu would have a hard time dealing with this one. Du Jun called out, Yedji, let's move. She obeyed. Yes. Sang-yu had already started his live stream. Hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in. I'll edit the footage later and upload it to YouTube. What? You want to know if the person in front is my girlfriend? Yedji was confused. Me? A viewer immediately donated to the newly started livestream. Dunyeon couple has donated 500,000 won. Sang-yu, didn't you always say you didn't have a girlfriend? Who is this girl in front? Yedji, embarrassed, denied it completely. It's not like that. I already have someone I like. It's not like that. Du Jun, from behind, reminded her. Yedji, you have to be careful. Just ignore it at times like this. Sang-yu then said, you all saw that, right? Unfortunately, I'm still single. A very cute viewer appeared and said, praying for Sang-yu to be forever single has donated 1,001. As the broadcast went on, someone couldn't help but wonder, but why is that person wearing a suit today? Is he on a blind date or something? Sang-yu immediately introduced him. This gentleman is the manager of the beautiful Hunter Cha Yedji standing next to me. He's a civil servant who will be entering the gate with us. An excited viewer commented, "Mom, I found my husband. Where does he work as a civil servant? Why does he look so familiar? So handsome," Sang Yu assured them. "I'm an A-rank hunter. I'll definitely protect him, so don't worry too much." The viewers were very lively. "I just went to get milk and fell into this visual trap." Sang Yu, "Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and film the girl." Isis, watching him on the stream, was puzzled. "Master." Junhi came out to the living room wearing an apron. "Dad, you're back? Why are you so late today?" Izaz then revealed the truth. "It's not the master, sis. He's on a live stream." Cassiel was also confused. "That's strange. I thought the master hated this kind of thing." Junhi felt let down after hearing that. Live stream? So when is Dad actually coming home? It's almost 8 o'clock. At that moment, many people were still diligently donating to the stream. Big Spender S has donated 100,000 won. Statue clear from today again? Izaz saw this and said, "Let's donate too and ask when the master is coming home." He actually clicked the donate button, but it showed the minimum amount to leave a message is 100,000 won. Isis was shocked. The minimum is 100,000 won? This guy is too greedy. He even nudged Cassiel to bow with him. "So, Junhi, can you add money here for us?" Junhi refused immediately. "No way. Do you know how much money 100,000 won is?" Isis immediately lay down and threw a tantrum. "Why not? My meat is getting cold right now. If we don't eat it soon, it won't be good. Honestly, this is the master's fault. Coming home late without a word." Junhi seemed persuaded. I know, but just this once." Needless to say, Izaz was overjoyed. "Yes, Supreme Dragon, Long Long has donated 100,000 won. When is the master coming home?" Sang Yu saw this message and thought it was for him, feeling ecstatic. "This is the first time someone has called me master. My house is far, so I'll probably be late." The viewers thought it was hilarious. "Who called you master? Are you crazy? Sang Yu likes being called master that much?" He replied to Supreme Dragon, Long Long. Junhi, both embarrassed and angry, immediately knocked on Izaz's head. "You idiot." Isis wouldn't accept it. "What? Why is this guy answering?" Junhi said, "It's because you asked like that." Castle knew they would argue and just shook his head. "Oh my." Junhi yelled irritably, "Oh my god. Long Long, do you know how much 100,000 won is?" Cassiel, on the side, said dazed, "That's 5 bags of dog food." Junhi, frustrated, grabbed Isis by the collar and shook him hard. "How could you waste money like that?" Cassiel also sternly reprimanded him. "You should have written the master's name. I'm sure the little master would hit me too if I made a mistake like that." Junhi seemed to agree. "Cassiel is right." Isis quickly spoke up. "Then, Junhi, let's try again." Hearing this made Junhi even more angry. She shook Izaz until he was dizzy. "You fool. Even if I wanted to try again, I don't have the money." He muttered with his mouth covered. "Can't you just take a little from the living expenses?" Junhi replied decisively. "No, that would be wastefully using the money Dad worked so hard to earn." Castle nodded in agreement. "That's right. Do you know how much money the master spent on the little master's meat meal last month?" Isis looked up at them with sparkling eyes. "After we work hard to earn money, we can pay the master back with more money in the future, right? Aren't you also curious about when the master is coming home, right?" Hearing this, Junhi was a little moved, her lips quivering as she admitted, "Yes." Isis immediately put on a cunning expression. "Then what are you waiting for, sis? Are you a bad kid who doesn't even worry about her own father?" On the other hand, he pretended to be empathetic and understanding. "We can't use this money recklessly because it's what Dad earned through hard work." Junhi actually agreed with the angelic Izaz. "That's right." The demonic Izaz angrily scolded, "Hey, you fool." He tried his best to manipulate her. "So stupid. Don't you know that he'll come home sooner if we ask him? Then you can even see the master." "No, see Dad sooner." Junhi's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you just say?" Soon, a notification appeared. Supreme Dragon Long Long has donated 100,000 won. Please ask the civil servant, Mr. Lee Du Jun, standing next to you when he will be home. And don't forget to tell him that his family is waiting for him. Sang Yu saw this and happily called out, "Mr. Lee." Du Jun turned his head. He saw the other person frantically chasing after him. Manager Lee Du Jun. On the other side, Isis was waiting impatiently when he heard a chuckle from the other end. "Were you waiting for me?" Supreme Dragon Long Long. He grumbled resentfully. "This slowpoke. Making people wait forever." Sang Yu relayed the news. "Mr. Lee says he'll arrange to return within 3 hours. For the safety and peace of my family, I, Lee Sang Yu, will do my best to clear this gate quickly." He gave a playful wink and added, "Oh, and Mr. Lee asks if you often spend money watching streams." The other end quickly typed. Supreme Dragon Long Long wrote, "Please tell him, of course not." A user with the ID I love Sang Yu commented as follows. "I will donate 2 million won if you can clear the A-rank gate within 3 hours. Deal?" Sang Yu immediately knelt down in gratitude. "Thank you so much for this challenge." Du Jun was speechless. What on earth is he doing? Sang Yu, full of fighting spirit, said, "Well then, shall we begin now?" He turned around, intending to set off, but the ground suddenly started to shake violently. Yedji urgently shouted, "Manager Lee, get behind me." The tremors grew stronger, and dust filled the air. Even the sturdiest tree trunks began to shake violently. At the same time, a large door appeared. Two more doors appeared. All three floated in midair. A sudden notification popped up. A transforming gate. Sang Yu, you're screwed. It was nice knowing you. Yedji looked at the current scene, confused. What's happening? This is the first time I've seen a transforming gate like this. She muttered to herself, even the name is creepy. On the stone tablet opposite them, mystical words appeared. You who dare to challenge the sleeping forest, this place will be your grave. Sang Yu unconsciously bit his lip, trembling. It seems we're in front of the boss area. Yedji looked worriedly at Du Jun. Manager. In her heart, she had already made a decision. I need to protect the manager. But what if the door I choose leads directly to the boss's room? Specific words appeared on each door. The first door of the sleeping forest. The door next to it was engraved with, You who dare to challenge the sleeping old forest. Yedji was suddenly thrown into confusion. Which door should I choose? What should I do to protect Manager Lee? Her gaze shifted between the doors. The third door of the sleeping forest. Sang Yu cheerfully suggested, let's choose the first door. I believe the side will be safer than the middle. Du Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. That will be difficult too. He offered his speculation. I don't think all three of us can enter. It seems only one person can enter one door. As soon as he finished, Sang Yu blurted out a curse. Damn it, so that's what it means? Yedji anxiously spoke up. Then just stay here, Manager Lee. She quickly gave instructions and left first. When the rescue team from the Hunter Bureau arrives. Okay? Yedji walked up to the first door. Sang Yu faced the second door. Yedji's eyes showed clear determination. I will definitely protect Manager Lee. Soon, both of them had stepped through the doors before them. Du Jun replied flatly. Okay. In his heart, he was calculating. The rescue team? He said to himself, I'm sure she also knows that. Normally, the rescue team won't come once hunters have entered a gate. She must be feeling quite anxious. Du Jun leisurely walked to the third door. He thought to himself, a hunter is responsible for their own life, so he stepped in decisively without any hesitation. Du Jun glanced coolly at the scene inside. Opposite him, a figure was sitting leisurely on a throne. The figure slowly stood up, his voice low. It seems I have a visitor. He suddenly asked a question. Do you know why this forest is called the Sleeping Forest? Du Jun answered briefly. Not really, the man casually explained. It was a name given by chance. Because this is a kingdom where we, the Dark Elves, are disturbed in our sleep by intruders. I'm quite pleased with the name. After saying that, he opened his mouth and laughed maniacally. The Sleeping Forest. Isn't it the perfect name for my home to punish trespassers? The man lowered his eyes to look at the person below. Since you're a guest I haven't seen in a very long time, I will give you a special gift to send you off without any pain. Du Jun wasn't fazed in the slightest. He had a thought. I don't think this dungeon will be clear just by killing the boss. It seems I should finish things here quickly and go help Miss Yedji. With that thought, he spoke up. Hey, let's stop here. I was wondering why you were the only one here. But it seems your subordinates all ran away because you talked too much, right? The man narrowed his eyes coldly and growled. You dare provoke me? You will soon regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms to deploy a technique, because you will soon die in a nightmare, a place where you can neither see nor hear anything. Du Jun's expression didn't change as he listened to him ramble. The notification alarm blared continuously. The other side of the sleeping forest has appeared. Your status window has been locked. He remained calm, thinking, my status window has been locked. At that moment, the man kindly revealed more. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you, because this suppression applies to all three doors. All your comrades will feel the pain without being able to do anything. He especially emphasized the last few words, and slowly die here. The man's tone was extremely confident. I'm sure by now all your companions have become nutrients for this great forest. You will also become a sacrifice. He hadn't even finished his sentence before. Du Jun cut him off. Why don't you just stop right there? The man was furious, grinding his teeth. How insolent. You dare interrupt me while I'm speaking. He waved his hand menacingly. Then he snorted coldly. That arrogance of yours will disappear right now. As soon as he finished speaking, countless arrows shot straight towards Du Jun. He spoke with a grim expression. Sorry, but I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Notifications popped up repeatedly. Black status page has been reactivated. Your skill enhancement ring has been activated. Du Jun's wrist emitted a blinding light. The man was immediately stunned. What? How? A wave of energy gathers. Hansu saw the thief freeze for a few seconds. He was sure the status window for Earth users had been sealed. His voice couldn't hide his panic. Don't tell me you're a red transcendent. In a flash, a powerful attack descended on Hansu. Du Jun casually observed his handiwork. You have killed the boss of the sleeping forest. The three gates then merged into one. Du Jun quickly found Yedji. She had collapsed on the ground. Her back was pierced with countless sharp spears. Du Jun's face darkened instantly. I made the wrong decision. The monsters in the gate pointed their spears at him. Don't come any closer. Du Jun slowly stood up, muttering in a low voice. I never thought a skill like this existed. He waved his hand with a cold expression. But there's one thing I'm relieved about. Dark energy beams quickly surrounded the monsters. They were wiped out in an instant. Du Jun clenched his fist. It was because the central zone's skill window reactivated. As long as I don't die, I can still use this skill. Du Jun carefully held Yedji in his arms. He directly activated the skill, regression clock. It activates when Lee Du Jun dies. The penalty applies only once, and power is increased after application. A mechanical voice announced the change. Time rewound 24 hours. Du Jun watched the two young dragons playing in the water. He let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I'm back 24 hours ago. He pondered for a moment. He never thought he could use his skills inside Earth's rifts through the central zone's status window. Is this a glitch caused by transcendence traveling to the central zone and creating a disturbance? Du Jun speculated internally. They called central zone breakers adventurers. That could mean they weren't native to the central zone. They likely came from planets similar to Earth. Even after his shower, he was lost in thought. The central zone, other planets, and Earth were all connected. If this continues, Earth will remain in danger, even if the monsters target the central zone. Kash's nagging voice echoed in his ear. You should dry off before leaving the bathroom. Just then, Junhi asked caringly, Dad, are you done with your shower? I'll bring you a cup of tea. He gently refused. It's okay, I'll get it myself. If you keep doing these little things, I'll become helpless when I live alone. Junhi's hands paused for a moment. She spoke timidly. Do you want to be alone, Dad? Du Jun sighed softly. It's not that I want to. It's just that it will happen someday. He pictured a future where she gets married. And when Long Long and Kashir return to their caves, I'll be alone then, won't I? Hearing this, Isis pouted and mumbled, I'm not going anywhere. Junhi suddenly slammed the table and shot up. It startled him. She declared forcefully, Dad, I'm not getting married. Du Jun replied helplessly. That's your choice. But I guess being single is the trend for young people these days. Isis joyfully hugged Junhi. So you'll make a spicy braised chicken and ribs forever? Right? Right? Sister Junhi? He rubbed his face against her affectionately, making Junhi laugh. I give up. All right, Long Long, I'll do that. Isis cheered with delight. Sister Junhi is the best. We're a family, forever. Seeing the harmonious scene, Du Jun's lips curled into a slight smile. I guess I'll have to clear the central zone myself. If situations like yesterday keep happening, the peaceful life I want will be destroyed. With his mind made up, he walked over and patted Isis' head. All right, get ready for bed. Du Jun called him by his livestream ID with a stern face. Long Long John. Isis broke out in a cold sweat. How did you know? When did you find out? Du Jun warned in a deep voice. It seems you'll be spending a lot of money on streams tomorrow. Isis quickly tried to explain. It's not like that, he stammered his explanation. I donate sometimes, but it's money I save from picking up change on the street. I've never touched Junhi's allowance or our living expenses. Du Jun didn't bother to listen. He slammed the door, causing Isis to hit his face on the glass. Isis banged on the door repeatedly. Please believe me. Everything I said is the absolute truth. Du Jun went to the balcony and made a call. The other end picked up quickly. Hello, Manager Lee. Why are you calling at this hour? He spoke softly into the phone. Yedji, you have to live a long life. Yedji was extremely confused. What? What's this all of a sudden? Du Jun gave a faint smile. I just wanted to hear your voice. See you tomorrow. She was stunned, not understanding. Yes, wait, hold on. She saw he had hung up. She was suddenly bewildered. Huh? Yedji stared blankly at her phone screen for a long time. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Don't tell me. This is a green light. At that thought, Yedji rolled around happily on her bed. What is happening? I can't believe he wanted to hear my voice. I never knew he was so sweet. She suddenly remembered something. I think he even asked me out for tomorrow. A smile unconsciously formed on Yedji's lips. I can't wait for tomorrow. The scene changes to the next day at the Rift Management Bureau. Yedji greeted everyone sweetly. Hello everyone, good morning. She seemed to have dressed up carefully. She opened her mouth shyly. Manager Lee, where are we going for our date today? However, Yedji couldn't see Du Jun anywhere in the room. Hyuk-soo kindly informed her, oh, Manager Lee took a half day off. Yedji was shocked. What? She quickly asked Hyuk-soo, do you know where he went? He stammered in reply. No, I don't. But he told me not to worry about my home anymore. The scene changes. Ian Cheon's expression was somewhat serious. Du Jun sat across from him, leisurely sipping his coffee. A small white dog barked happily. It was the shop's pet. Ian Cheon looked apologetic. I heard you visited the Rift and then came here. Sorry for being late, Du Jun replied politely. It's all right, sir. This cafe reminds me of my pets at home, so I didn't even notice the time. They were in the cafe's outdoor area. Ian Cheon kept bowing his head low. I'm sorry for being late, Mr. Lee Du Jun. Du Jun waved his hand in dismissal. If people saw this, they'd think you were an hour late. He added, and I'm the one who called you here, so please don't do that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Ian Xian still spoke with urgency, but we're always indebted to you, so. Du Jun cut him off directly. Treating me this specially makes me feel uneasy, so please, just act normally. The man reluctantly returned to his seat. All right, I'll try. Did you call me because you have new information about the special rift? Du Jun confirmed, handing him a menu. Yes, I think this will take a while. Would you like to drink something? Ian Xian chose seriously. In that case, I'll have the pecan chocolate that makes you reminisce about your lover. Du Jun was suddenly bewildered. Lover? What? Soon, an employee brought out the order. Here you are, sir. Du Jun stared intently at the man's drink. They really have a drink like that. After hearing the whole story, Ian Xian was stunned. A dungeon where no one can use their status window? Du Jun stated frankly, I don't know when another rift like this will appear, and I can't always deal with every rift. You understand that, right? Ian Xian's face grew serious. So you want me to use this information to train hunters to be stronger? I understand. Du Jun slowly added, and every time the tutorial stage is cleared, the hunters will have to choose between receiving an item or the challenger's memory, but make sure they always choose the challenger's memory. The man was astonished. Huh? Is there a reason? He calmly explained. They need to obtain a hidden fragment called the Talisman of the Central Zone. Only with that can they return to Earth after reaching the Central Zone. Ian Xian shot up from his seat, dropping his spoon. What? So if they don't have that item, they can never come back? Du Jun helplessly wiped the cream off his face and sighed. First, please sit down and listen to what I have to say. The man said hastily, I'm sorry. Du Jun then asked a question. I heard there's a way to broadcast video from inside a rift, right? So I want you to send a broadcast team into the Central Zone. That's the only way I can observe them. Ian Xian suddenly cleared his throat. Before Du Jun could react, the man emotionally embraced him. As expected of Mr. Lee, Du Jun, you've done all this for us. Du Jun reminded him, flustered. Hey, don't do that. Not long after, the scene changes back to his apartment. The two dragons sat across from him. Izaz nervously checked the cards in his hand. His movements were extremely cautious. In un instant, Izaz's face lit up. Du Jun immediately saw through him. Looks like you got a good hand. Izaz smiled slyly and pulled out 5 lollipops. He declared clearly, I'm going big this round. I'm betting 5 lollipops. That's 3 days worth of snacks. Du Jun calmly replied, I'll call. Junhi sighed in defeat. I fold. Du Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. Then I'll raise you 5 and add 4 more lollipops. Izaz was immediately shocked. What? 9 lollipops? Du Jun seized the opportunity to challenge him. What's wrong? Don't tell me Long Jae-John is scared. Izaz carefully calculated. It felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. He was hesitant, but he had a pair of 9s, the third highest pair. According to Izaz's logic, since Kasha had a 10, as long as his master didn't have a pair of 3s or 8s, he would definitely win. His eyes were fixed on Du Jun's cards. He confidently flipped his cards. I have a pair of 9s, master. Izaz thought he had victory in his grasp as he skipped around. He excitedly jumped in front of Du Jun. Thanks for the lollipops. Du Jun firmly grabbed Izaz's wrist. Get your hands off. Du Jun leisurely flipped his cards. What's the hurry? Izaz froze on the spot. You have a pair of 3s and 8s? Fast forward 3 hours later. Du Jun had a huge haul. He crossed his arms and chuckled. Looks like you won't have any snacks this week. Izaz cried in despair. No, how can this be? How could you get a pair of 3s and 8s 5 times in a row? Keisha pouted and mumbled. You never had a chance of winning against Master from the start? Izaz angrily questioned her. Whose side are you on? Anyway, Kasia calmly stated. Dragons always live by siding with the strong. Du Jun nodded in approval. What a good dragon. Kasia knelt in submission. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Junhi smiled helplessly. I'm going to study now. Du Jun looked skeptical. At this hour? Is it because of tomorrow's practical rift training? She nodded in agreement. Yes. I got into Class B because I did well in the last training session. She shared proudly. This time, I'll be entering a C-rank rift. If I get good results, I might even move up to Class A. Du Jun smiled encouragingly. Good job. Izaz cheered excitedly. That sounds fun. I want to go too. Junhi could only give a wry smile. We'll go together next time. The points from this training are really important, so I want to focus. Izaz crossed his arms and pondered. It can't be helped then. Junhi was a bit surprised. She thought, he'd usually throw a tantrum. Has he matured? Outwardly, she still looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I'll buy you something tasty next time, okay? Izaz turned his face away without replying immediately. Junhi suddenly felt worried. What's wrong? Is he tired? He looks like he's sulking. I feel a little guilty. The scene shifts to the next morning. Junhi cheerfully said, I'll be back soon. Long, smile for me. I'll definitely bring back something tasty. You watch the house. Izaz remained silent. Only Kasia cheerfully said goodbye. Have a safe trip. young mistress. Junhi hadn't gone far before Isis quietly followed. He was fully equipped with accessories. All right, let's go, Cassia. She frowned slightly. The young mistress will hate you if you follow her. Isis just snorted. Then you stay home and watch the house by yourself. Cassia hesitated at that. She began to struggle internally. One side advised her not to go. Are you going to betray the young mistress's trust? The other side argued back. Don't listen to her. Do you really want to watch the house alone? What will you do for 10 hours by yourself? The good side jumped up to object. That's better than getting punished. The opposite side retorted fiercely. Fool, even if you get punished, it's only for a moment. But loneliness lasts for 10 hours. Cassia rubbed her chin, calculating. She was unsure which side to choose. Finally, she made a decision. Now that I think about it, a punishment only lasts a moment. Izaz, who was already some distance ahead, cheered excitedly. Let's go. Cassia hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me. In the office, Du Jun was typing on his computer. The desk phone rang, and he quickly picked it up. Hello, this is Lee Du Jun from the Rift Management Bureau. The person on the other end coughed. Mr. Du Jun. Du Jun was surprised. Senior Hyuk-soo. Are you sick? The man managed to reply. Yes, I think I have the flu. I'm sorry, but could you please request a day off for me today? Du Jun readily agreed. I'll make up a good excuse for you, so just rest at home and get better. Hyuk-soo still had something to say. Oh, one more thing. This is important, but would you mind going to the Hunter Academy's practical training in my place today? It should be easy since Hunter Han Minji is scheduled to participate as an instructor today. Du Jun nodded slightly. Don't worry and get well soon. He then quickly hung up. Du Jun suddenly realized something. Wait, today's training is the same day Junhee's school has training. Elsewhere, Minji rushed to her car. I have to hurry to the practical training site or I'll be late. The murmurs of a nearby crowd made her pause. Minji wondered, what's going on? Did a rift appear or something? She instinctively approached the crowd. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Please let me through. What is that? As soon as she saw what was surrounded, Minji froze. That's. Izaz was being held by staff, struggling and shouting. Let me go. No. Get your hands off me. How dare you touch me? I'm a dragon. A dragon. The two guards basically ignored him, talking quietly. Looks like their owner abandoned them. Another one rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I can't believe there's something like a talking puppy in this world. Izaz continued to struggle stubbornly. This is absurd. How dare you treat me like this? Minji, having regained her composure, rushed forward. Wait, let me through. The surrounding crowd was stunned. What? Hunter Han Minji. She politely spoke to the staff. Are these kids causing any trouble for you? The man looked skeptical. These kids? Minji lied without batting an eye. Yes, they're the kids I'm raising. It seems they got lost when I wasn't looking. Thank you for watching them. The staff didn't press further, just advising, be more careful next time. The world isn't safe anymore. Minji forced a smile. Yes, Izaz looked her over. This woman, I'm pretty sure I've seen her before. Somehow, she's helping me, right? The next second, he joyfully threw himself into Minji's arms. Mom, she was momentarily stunned. What? The two staff members froze on the spot. Mom, Kasha's face turned pale. She's the mother of the Dragon King? Minji had no choice but to play along, patting Iza's back lightly. Yes, my love. Were you scared? He nuzzled her neck affectionately. Yes, I was so scared, Mom. Just then, Kaja spoke with a trembling voice. Late Queen, the little girl sincerely knelt down to pay respects. I greet the late mother of the great Dragon King. Izaz frowned in judgment. What? What's wrong with her? Soon, the three of them were inside Minji's car. The surrounding crowd was still buzzing. Minji got straight to the point. So you're heading to the Academy's training site? Izaz nodded. Yes, Mother. Minji was a bit exasperated. Stop calling me Mother. You're lucky I'm on my way there too. He looked up at her and asked curiously. Yes. By the way, how much does this car cost? Auntie. This form of address annoyed Minji slightly. Auntie? She irritably crushed the coffee can in her hand. About 8 billion won. And instead of Auntie, call me Sister. Got it? Kasha in the back seat sighed in relief. Thank goodness, she's not the late Queen. Isaiah's eyes widened in shock. 8 billion. He smiled slyly and asked, Auntie. Sister. Do you want to marry my master? Minji spat out a mouthful of coffee. The car swerved momentarily. His eyes panicked. What? Focus on driving. Meanwhile, at Junhi's location, students were gathered around a rift. Misu was extremely surprised. What? You just got into Class B and you're already aiming for Class A? Junhi smiled happily. Yeah, I'm just trying my best. Just then, someone called her name. Junhi. Jinsu shyly approached her. Let's do our best today. Junhi smiled gently at him. Thanks, you too. Good luck. He shyly scratched his head and stammered a reply. He hesitated to speak. Hey, Junhi. By the way, do you want to grab a bite with me after training? Junhi looked uncomfortable. Ah, I need to review some material after this. Sorry. Haijung, seeing this, couldn't help but remark, isn't that Sujin Su, the heir to the Yedji group? Junhi's popularity is no joke. Her friend Misu nodded. Yeah, I think he's liked her since the day she transferred to Class B. Ah, the pains of youth. She clicked her tongue in sympathy. Poor girls who flock around him. I bet more and more guys will start pursuing Junhi. I've never met a girl as perfect as her. Heejung laughed. Birds of a feather flock together, her friend agreed. That's right. As they spoke, they both looked at Junhi, feeling sorry for Jinsu. But Junhi has no idea Su Jinsu likes her, even though the whole class knows. Maybe she's just not interested? Just then, homeroom teacher Lee announced loudly, "All right, class, gather around. We're starting the practical training soon, so form your teams." He cheerfully reminded the students. Everyone, pay attention up here. Junhi was shocked to see the person who had just appeared. Teacher Lee enthusiastically introduced him. This is Manager Lee Du Jun from the Rift Management Bureau. He has taken his precious time to attend this training. Let's give him a round of applause. Junhi's eyes immediately lit up, so Dad is the one in charge of supervising. Du Jun slowly began his greeting. Good afternoon. It's an honor to meet all of our future hunters today. If you have any questions about rifts, please don't hesitate to ask. Heejung's jaw dropped. Wow, he's so handsome. Junhi clenched her fists, secretly making a resolution. This is great. I'll try even harder than usual today. I'll show Dad how diligent I've been. At the same time, Du Jun was also scanning the crowd for her. Junhi. As soon as their eyes met, Du Jun smiled and waved at Junhi. There's my girl. She happily waved back. Jinsu saw Junhi's expression and was momentarily stunned. Huh? He suddenly felt a sense of danger. This is the first time I've seen her smile so brightly. Jinsu glared at Du Jun. Don't tell me she likes that old guy. His competitive spirit flared up. He silently swore. No way. Never. It can't be. I'll show Junhi my cool side during this practical training. All the students' attention was focused on Du Jun. The sound of a car engine suddenly approached. The students reflexively turned their heads toward the sound. They screamed in panic. What's coming from behind? Everyone quickly backed away. Watch out. Who's driving like that? The next second, all the students' eyes widened in astonishment. That person is. Minji slowly stepped out of the car. Sorry, everyone. I was almost late. The crowd erupted. Hunter Han Minji. She smiled gently. I'll teach harder and longer to make up for it. Teacher Lee stepped forward to reply. It's no problem, Hunter Han. The students were still starstruck. Hunter Han Minji is training us today. This is awesome. Minji politely replied to him. Thank you so much, sir. 4. She suddenly paused, her eyes fixed on Du Jun. Manager Lee, Du Jun. The students were still buzzing with excitement. Maybe we can join the Icarus Guild if we do well? Another student splashed cold water on the idea. Dream on. Not a chance. Amid the whispers, Minji walked up to Du Jun. Manager, why are you here? The students immediately started gossiping. The manager and the hunter know each other? Meanwhile, inside the car, a whisper was heard. Looks like that lady is famous. Kasha was a little anxious. Sir, what will you do if the master finds us? Isaias barked impatiently. Don't say such unlucky things. If we're careful and hide well, how can those kids see us? In front of them, the students were still marveling. I never imagined I'd see her this close. Hunter, can I have your autograph? Isis peeked his head out and muttered. Even if we get caught, we can just pretend we're dolls. Kasha nodded curtly. Yes, sir. Isis raised an eyebrow confidently. And now everyone's focused on the sister who might marry our master. Hey, he suddenly fell silent, his whole body trembling. Kasha asked with concern. What's wrong, sir? Izaz had met Du Jun's dark gaze. He stammered to himself. Why is master here? He gave the two young dragons a half smile. Du Jun's voice was low. I'll give you 5 seconds. Isis and Kasha screamed in terror. Du Jun blocked their path before they could escape. Kasha began to regret her decision. I should have just stayed home. Junhi quickly noticed the commotion. She was surprised. Long Long and Kasha. Did they follow me here? Junhi sighed helplessly. I thought it was strange when Long Long gave up so easily. So, it was all an act. Oh well, this is better than seeing him so listless. Her gaze unconsciously stopped on the two figures nearby. By the way, Dad and Hunter Han Minji. They look good together. Is it because they're both good-looking? Du Jun was politely expressing his gratitude. Thank you for giving those two a ride. Minji smiled politely. It's nothing. It was fun traveling with the kids. Junhi thought gloomily. For some reason, I don't like seeing them like that. Her friend next to her suddenly asked, Junhi, don't you think that manager is handsome? She sized him up. He looks cold, but he has a strange charm. Junhi forced a smile. Yeah, I guess so. To her surprise, her friend smirked and passed judgment. But there's always a price for a handsome face. He must have a lot of women around him. If he were my man, I'd be very annoyed. Junhi instinctively retorted immediately. No, my dad is a decent man. You know. She only now realized her slip of the tongue and quickly covered her mouth. Hee-jung narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Dad? Junhi scratched her cheek, trying to change the subject. No, I mean, he'd be a decent type of person if he became a father. Her friend shrugged. Is that so? How would you know? You have no taste in men. That's the whole problem. The scene changes to a lush green corner of the forest. Minji announced softly. Now, just follow the rules I told you. Split into your assigned teams. Then you can take a break. Hee-jung grumbled to Junhi. Hey, I got assigned to the manager's group. Du Jun observed this, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. She's fitting in well with her friends. His attention suddenly shifted. Du Jun shot a cold glance at Izaz and Kasha. But what should I do with you two? A moment later, he spoke helplessly. Go and play. Izaz and Kazuya froze on the spot. They heard Du Jun reassure them. I won't scold you. Kasha was overjoyed. Master won't scold us? Du Jun confirmed. That's right. I'm serious. So just go have fun. Be careful not to hurt the kids. At this, Izaz pouted and hesitated to say something. Well then, Master. Kasha just sighed wearily. I'll speak for him. She conveyed the message. Master, if you're not busy, would you like to take a walk with us? Du Jun stroked his chin, actually considering it. A walk. I feel something strange behind the orc village. So, the reason for a walk is decided. Are you two in? The two young dragons shouted in unison. Yes. Izaz excitedly took the lead. Let's go. Kasha hastily ran after him, reminding him, Sir, we should walk behind the master. Junhi watched them leave, thinking, I want to go too. Hee-jung next to her was still complaining. I want to be trained by Hunter Han Minji right now. She sighed deeply. When will it be our turn? Jinsu cut in irritably. Then don't wait. This way. He tilted his chin confidently. Don't worry about the orcs, because I'm here. Hee-jung immediately burst out laughing. Jinsu glared at her. What are you laughing at? She narrowed her eyes teasingly. Oh my, don't you think you're overdoing it? What's the reason? Are you trying to act cool? Jinsu became flustered. No, it's because I'm the strongest here. So, he stammered a promise. Anyway, Junhi just needs to trust me. Junhi finally snapped out of her thoughts and replied politely. Ah, okay, thank you. But I've gotten stronger too, so you don't need to worry about me. She then grabbed her weapon and walked away. Hee-jung covered her mouth and giggled. Poor boy. Jinsu hurried after them. Wait for me. Junhi's eyes showed clear determination. Right, I need to focus on this training. Maybe it's better to show Dad how much I've grown. But where did he go? The scene changes. A green orc cowered and whimpered. Izaz raised his fist and shouted loudly. Who made that noise? He strode around the green orcs, his face grim, and ordered. Bow down. Do you hear me? Get serious. Keisha ran over to advise him. Sir, we left home without permission. So, I think maybe we should apologize to the young mistress. Izaz turned his head. What? It's fine. He winked confidently. She'll forgive us. Don't worry. Izaz then put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. This is the life. Kasia grumbled to herself. Have you completely forgotten you're a dragon king? Just then, Du Jun forcefully pushed Izaz's head aside. Move. The hand at his side clenched into a fist. Du Jun punched hard into the empty air. A notification bar immediately appeared. Warning. You have discovered a hidden dungeon. An entrance appeared before Du Jun. Kasia spoke respectfully. Congratulations, master. Now that you've found a hidden dungeon, I'm sure you'll get the treasure. Izaz looked at her blankly. What do you mean? Kasia explained. If you find a dungeon inside a rift, instead of stronger monsters, a treasure goblin will appear. The little girl kindly added, if you hunt it, you can even get items like skill books. Izaz didn't bother listening and ran straight inside. Whatever, nothing special. Kasia stood there foolishly. She hadn't finished speaking, but I heard a skill book can sell for 35 billion won. Du Jun gently patted her head. Even if you told Long, he wouldn't understand. But you really know a lot. Kasia enjoyed the praise. I just picked things up while waiting by the young mistress when she was studying. Du Jun smiled slightly. Good girl, let's go inside. Kasia quickly composed herself. Yes, master. Soon, they were inside. Kasia quickly announced, I think we're here, master. A bright light suddenly burst forth, making Du Jun squint. Before him lay a vast grassy field. Two red orcs were laughing and playing. A mechanical voice sounded. These monsters have not been registered, as you are the first to find them. Lee Du Jun, please name them. He quickly thought it over. Since they're red, let's call them red orcs. The system continued. You can now enter the danger level and other information about this species. Du Jun pondered for a moment. I think they're A or B rank monsters, and maybe I should try fighting them to see if this type of monster has any special characteristics. With that, he walked straight forward. You two stay here. Izaz and confusion. You want us to just stand here and watch? He stubbornly refused. This indifferent abandonment is a form of abuse for a pet raised with its master's love. Kasia sighed wearily. Sir, it seems you've completely convinced yourself that you're a pet now. Du Jun had to explain. Those monsters will run away if you two come with me. Kasia obediently followed his decision. Have a safe trip, master. Isis was still sulking. I want to have fun too. He suddenly noticed something. What's that? Kasia observed seriously. Seeing how shiny it is, it might be the treasure goblin. As soon as Isis heard this, he grinned slyly. He tilted his chin and shouted, Hey, you yellow goblin over there. The gold orc retorted angrily. Who dares call me yellow? It hadn't finished speaking before it fell silent upon seeing Isis. Come here, let me tell you a secret. The gold orc was speechless. No, you are a dragon. Isis looked at it impatiently. What, you're not coming yet? 3, 2, 1. The moment he counted to 1, the gold orc scrambled over. It knelt down obediently. Isis was still not satisfied. Hey, do you have a death wish? Why didn't you move faster? The gold orc didn't dare to protest. Please forgive me. Kasia stood by, truly speechless. Please have some dignity. The little girl suddenly became curious. I wonder how Master is doing over there. If an edible drop appears, it's best to give it to Sir Long Long. On the other side, Du Jun had already sheathed his sword. He thoughtfully looked at his tablet screen. Battle analysis with the red orcs complete. Hidden dungeon information updated. Du Jun muttered in a low voice. It seems the only thing left to do is find the treasure goblin and complete the mapping of this dungeon. Isaz's grumpy shout echoed from a distance. 1? Only 1? Du Jun immediately turned to look. He saw Isaiah aggressively questioning the gold orc. In that huge bag of yours, you only have 1 item? Doesn't that seem ridiculous? It could only tear up helplessly. Here, I'll quickly take everything out. Isaiah threatened in a playful tone. I'll give you 3 seconds to take them all out. The gold orc knelt down humbly. This is everything. Isaz glanced at the items in front of him. Is this everything? The creature replied with a trembling voice. Of course. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Your Highness. Isaz was still not satisfied, stomping his foot in frustration. No, this isn't enough. I think you forgot something. The gold orc was utterly confused. What? I forgot something? Isis roared in frustration. Food. It's the food. Why is there nothing to eat? Kasia looked around boredly and noticed Du Jun's situation. The little girl ran out happily to greet him. Master, you're back. Du Jun asked nonchalantly. What's going on? Kasia reported honestly. He's trying to get food from the goblin. Isis shook his head in denial. It's nothing. The gold orc held its head, panicking internally. This is insane. A dragon is calling a mere mortal master? Du Jun bent down to examine the pile of items. Isis took the chance to tattle. Master, this guy is a beggar. A super beggar. The gold orc quickly clarified. That's not true. This is considered a wealthy profession among my kind. Kasia glared menacingly at it. How dare you raise your voice to my great master? He is not someone you can judge so casually. Du Jun patted her head to calm her down. It's okay, Kasia. The gold orc clasped its hands and begged. Please don't hurt me. I have a bear wife and 30 rabbit children at home. Du Jun rested his chin on his hand and mumbled. I don't intend to hit you or anything, so don't worry. He suddenly noticed something. The item he had just picked up displayed its stats. Skill book, Chain of Restraint, rank A. Learn the Chain of Restraint skill by reading. After reading, the skill book will be destroyed. Skill effect, summons chains to restrain the target. The strength of the chains increases with the user's mana. Minimum mana cost. Zeche. Du Jun wrinkled his nose in satisfaction. How lucky. He directly made a deal with the gold orc. I'll let you go if you give me this. It asked dumbly. What? What about the rest? Du Jun shook his head slightly. I don't need them. You have a life to live, after all. The gold orc's jaw dropped in amazement. It recalled what had happened to it before. Normally, humans would hunt it like crazy, even trying to harm it. In its memory, the gold orc always had to flee from treasure-hungry humans. But in this moment, it was truly moved. He only took what he wanted and let me go. The gold orc couldn't help but exclaim, He's an angel. It thanked Du Jun profusely. Thank you so much, great master of the dragons, he replied politely. I should be the one thanking you. I'll make good use of this book. The orc bowed repeatedly. Yes, sir. Please, take it. Before leaving, Isis snorted and gave a warning. Next time, you better try to hide well. Don't get caught and beaten up again. The gold orc suddenly spoke up. Wait, great master of the dragons. It took something out and presented it respectfully. Please take this as well. Du Jun was puzzled. What is it? Kasia and Isis's jaws dropped in awe. This is. The gold orc bowed its head very low. Great master of the dragons. Please take this too. Item description. Treasure Goblin Company access card. Rank S effect. Upon use, you will be teleported to the Treasure Goblin Company. Seeing Du Jun accept it, the gold orc was truly relieved. If you visit, I will welcome you warmly. After that, it bowed and took its leave. Now, I shall be on my way. Aiza smirked slyly. A warm welcome. He laughed with delight. Does that mean there will be seafood and dishes we've never tried before? Elsewhere, a green orc was running for its life. A beam of light shot out from a gun's muzzle. The green orc screamed in panic. Honey, you should run. Our daughter. Survive. It was Junhi. She powerfully took down the monsters. A clear voice suddenly spoke. Excellent. Honestly, just looking at your control of the mana gun, you could easily reach A rank. Junhi cautiously turned around. The speaker was Minji. She offered enthusiastic feedback. However, because you have leftover mana while transferring energy to the gun. If you can handle that problem, you won't waste any more energy. Junhi happily accepted the advice. Yes, thank you. Minji asked another question. But where did Manager Lee go? I don't see him anywhere. By the way, do you know where he went? Junhi stammered. I don't know either. Haejung saw what was happening and approached hesitantly. She was a little curious. Do you two know each other? Minji cheerfully admitted. Ah, yes. I've been to Junhi's house once. Haejung was stunned. Why would Hunter Han Minji go to her house? Wait, I know Junhi is amazing, but this is strange. Why would an S-rank hunter visit a student's house? Minji stroked her chin, thinking carefully. To be precise, the first time I saw Junhi was at the entrance ceremony with Mr. Lee Du Jun. The girl became even more suspicious. Lee Du Jun? You mean the Lee Du Jun? She couldn't believe her own guess. You mean the civil servant from earlier? The super handsome one? Haejung got excited and pressed on. Why was Junhi with him? Do you know him? Minji smiled casually. Of course, they know each other. Their father and daughter. Haejung felt like she'd been struck by lightning. What? Junhi tried to stop her. Hunter Han. Jinsu immediately composed himself. He's her father. Good. Junhi urgently asked Minji, why did you tell them? She didn't realize she had let it slip and covered her mouth. Minji finally realized. Was that a secret? Junhi bit her lip and didn't answer. Minji found an excuse to avoid her gaze. It seems there are students over there who need my help. So, she said that and ran off, leaving Haejung still in shock. I just said Junhi's dad was charming. Jinsu covered his face in anxiety. Wait, didn't I just glare at my father-in-law? Minji ran straight ahead without daring to look back. Behind her, Haejung and Jinsu bowed their heads low. We're sorry, Junhi. She waved her hand. It's okay. Minji watched them unconsciously. It seems, it's not just Manager Lee. She actually has good friends around her. She couldn't help but remark, I'm a little jealous. Meanwhile, Haejung was hugging Junhi and vowing, Junhi, I'll be better to you. The scene changes to that evening at Du Jun's house. Junhi called out to everyone, dinner's ready. Izaz saw the table full of food and jumped up excitedly. A feast. It's a meat feast. Kasha, in her human form, was a bit irritable. Chopsticks are so hard to use. Du Jun handed her a small spoon. Take this. Kasha asked. What is this? The little girl pouted. Isn't this for kids? I can use chopsticks like you, master. This is annoying. Du Jun smiled. Yes, but use it this time. Kasha had to obey, puffing her cheeks in protest. But I'm serious. Just then, Junhi called out hesitantly. Dad. She shyly handed Du Jun a box. Please take this. Izaz's eyes lit up as he looked over. What is it? Food. Du Jun took the gift box from Junhi. Is this for me? She replied shyly. Yes. It's not anything expensive. Inside was a watch. As Junhi explained, it's just. Your wrist looked bare, so I bought it at a shop on my way home. What do you think? Du Jun was surprised. You bought this yourself? Junhi nodded shyly. Yes, I got some money after hunting a few orcs today, so I wanted you to be the first one to receive a gift. She lowered her eyes and mumbled. If you don't like it. Du Jun cut her off. No, thank you. I'll treasure it. Hearing that, Junhi's face lit up with joy. Yes. Du Jun then looked for something. I have something for you too. Junhi was surprised. For me? Du Jun took out the skill book and handed it to her. Here. Junhi asked curiously. What is this? She quickly opened it to read. It looks like a skill book. The next second, a light flashed from the pages, startling Junhi. She quickly realized it was an A-rank skill book. Junhi hurriedly closed the book. I can't accept this. Du Jun asked her, confused. Why not? Junhi said urgently. What do you mean? It's worth at least 100 billion won. Izaz shot up from his seat, stunned. 100 billion. Du Jun still didn't understand. So what? Junhi sighed. What do you mean? So what? She then heard Du Jun speak slowly. Junhi, this family is more precious to me than 100 billion won. Junhi was momentarily stunned. Just then, the phone in Du Jun's pocket suddenly rang. He stood up and went outside to take the call. Hello. The person on the other end got straight to the point. Hello, this is Hunter Lee Kang-hyun. I'm sorry for calling so late. I'm calling to inform you that we are ready to enter the central zone. Du Jun replied nonchalantly. I see. Good luck. The person continued. Thank you. Regarding the discussion with the director, we've agreed to live stream the video to the whole world as you requested. According to him, initially, we were going to ask for your advice while we acted, but thanks to the detailed report you sent, I don't think there will be any problems. Thank you very much. Du Jun replied calmly. You're welcome. The scene changes to an area near a rift. Kang Yin smiled and ended the call. Yes, see you after the expedition. He turned to his teammate. Junyoung, have you started the live stream? His teammate nodded. Yes, many people were watching the broadcast. The 20-second attempt to explore the central zone. Everyone was surprised by this. They watched intently. On site, Kang Hyun announced with a smile. We are now officially starting. In the office, Cheon-soo watched the screen and cheered excitedly. Oh my, look at the handsome face of our hunter Lee Kang-yoon. And the celebrity from the Behemoth Guild and the Guardian of South Korea too. Du Jun spoke flatly. I'll be taking my leave. The man was puzzled. Where are you going? He then remembered. I can't believe I forgot. Today's the day you go inspect the E-rank rift, right? Hyuk-soo suddenly exclaimed. Chief, the Behemoth Guild has finally entered the first stage of the tutorial. Cheon-soo turned around. What? Even Yedji was stunned. Really? Du Jun smiled faintly. Miss Yedji, if you want to keep watching the live stream, you can stay. Yedji immediately shook her head. No, how can you go for an inspection without a hunter accompanying you? Du Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. But it seems you really want to watch them, she bashfully admitted. That's true. But if it makes you feel bad, you can treat me to dinner. A voice interrupted the ambiguous atmosphere. Master. It was Isis. He cheerfully led the way. We're here. Kasia could only sigh. Sir, as the king of dragons, could you please maintain some dignity? This is so embarrassing. Junhi just scratched her cheek and smiled wryly. Du Jun wondered why they were all there. Junhi quickly handed him a lunchbox. I was going to visit the hunter training center since I have the day off, and I brought you lunch. But Du Jun saw right through her. The lunchbox was just an excuse, wasn't it? Junhi was at a loss for words. Well, Keisha stepped forward to explain. I'll explain from here. According to the little girl, today, the young mistress overslept for the first time. Junhi had been screaming in a panic. I'm late. Du Jun gently reassured her. Junhi, it's okay. Just get ready for school. Keisha said that because of that, she couldn't prepare breakfast for the master, which made her feel guilty. The makeshift breakfast was to the little girl's liking, while Izaz was sulky and disappointed. This is food? Kasia recounted everything in detail. And then, it took her exactly 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 35 seconds to prepare lunch for you. Du Jun was surprised. Really? Kasia confirmed. Of course. We helped too. Junhi, embarrassed, cut her off. Kasia, Du Jun chuckled softly. I was on my way to the training center anyway. Let's have lunch and go there together. Junhi's eyes immediately lit up. Yes. Izaz excitedly chimed in. Master, can I have a bite? Du Jun warned sternly. If you eat it all, I'll hit you. He became flustered. Don't treat me like a bad dragon. Yedji watched them silently, her thoughts unknown. The scene changes. The car sped down the highway. Du Jun spoke directly. Hunter Cha Yedji, I'll explain briefly on the way. He explained, the rift we are about to enter is called the Tomb of Spirits, and it's different from the others in its vastness. It will take about half a day to survey the entire area. You might have to work overtime. Is that okay? Yedji asked eagerly. So, does that mean we're having a date, just the two of us, for the whole afternoon? Du Jun corrected her seriously. It's not a date, it's a survey. Junhi's face fell as she repeated, a date. Izaz quickly tried to change the subject. Right, Kasia, didn't you say pets aren't allowed in the training center? She frowned, confused. What are you talking about? Izaz directly covered her mouth and spoke quickly. I don't think we can go. Master, if it's on your way, can you take us to the rift with you? Of course, Du Jun didn't refuse. Sure. Why not? Junhi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at Izaz, confused. Long. He gave a thumbs up confidently. We'll keep an eye on that sister for you. Treat us to meet for a week. We don't want a stepmother either. The two shared a deep understanding, united by a common goal. Soon after, Du Jun's group arrived at the rift. They entered the Tomb of Spirits. Izaz asked curiously, Master, is this a dungeon that needs to be conquered? Du Jun confirmed. Yes, this is an E-rank dungeon. Izaz stroked his chin and mumbled. Those drawings are only found where Zakhem resides. Yedji asked, Zakhem, what's that? Kasia then explained. Zakhem, the Spirit King. She was the first spirit, and the mother of all spirits. Yedji couldn't help but be impressed. The Spirit King. Du Jun looked around and thought to himself. The energy I'm sensing is beyond E-rank, and it feels like it's calling us inside. It's a good thing we checked it before other hunters arrived. He pondered. It seems like a good idea to have Miss Yedji wait here. Yedji, beside him, suggested. Manager Lee, how about we go back now? This is the Spirit King. It must be very dangerous. A slight smile formed on Du Jun's lips. Yedji became more anxious. This is no time for smiles. I object to going inside. If it's really the Spirit King, that's the name of a monster. It could even be S rank. Her head suddenly felt dizzy. Du Jun supported Yedji's body and said softly, "That's a very logical decision. I hope you never forget it in the future." He helped Yedji lean against a safe corner and instructed the two young dragons. "I'm going inside to check. I want you two to wait here." Icarus eagerly volunteered. "Master, I'll go in with you." Kasser obeyed. "I'll stay and protect the girl in red." So Icarus happily followed Du Jun inside. They stepped into a dark space. Going deeper, Du Jun was impressed. "This is nothing like the entrance." Icarus nodded. "Well, this is where the Spirit King lives, after all." Du Jun suddenly blurted out. "Jun, I would have loved this." Icarus excitedly explained. "Master, they might look harmless, but they're still spirits. The moment they sense an intruder, they get extremely loud." That was his opinion. It was still too early for her to meet them. Icarus added, "The high-level spirits are truly incredible." Suddenly, he was startled. He reacted instantly. Unleashing flames, he yelled, "Master!" The two energy streams collided mid-air. They fought for dominance. Smoke and dust filled the air. Icarus cursed in frustration. "Damn it, Jia Kim, is that you? What are you doing? Master isn't an enemy." The opponent growled in response. "I don't care who that human is, but why have you come for me? You're the one who ran away on the final day of the battle." Then she unleashed a barrage of attacks. Icarus was confused. "The final day? What are you talking about?" Du Jun knew this scene all too well. "You did something again, didn't you?" Icarus dodged the incoming attacks. He quickly denied everything. "What? Of course not. What are you implying?" Jia Kim's voice choked with rage. "You're despicable. King of the Dragons, you disgusting traitor." Jia Kim summoned an orb of light. She roared in anger. "How dare you show your face to me? Traitor!" Icarus was completely baffled. "Traitor? Why am I a traitor? This woman. You attacked me first." His opponent was on the verge of tears. "You're really going to play dumb until the very end." The moment she spoke, she unleashed a devastating blow. Icarus was at a loss for words. "Why do you keep attacking me? At least tell me why." He grumbled angrily. "This is so unfair." The power of Jia Kim's attack was immense. It left a deep crater in the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. Jia Kim suddenly froze. Du Jun had blocked the attack with one hand. He shielded Icarus. "You're the Spirit King?" He flicked his wrist. "Get down here." Tendrils of dark energy wrapped around Jia Kim. They dragged her to the ground. Jia Kim slammed onto the ground. Icarus gloated victoriously. "See that? My master is incredibly strong." Du Jun got straight to the point. "I have questions for you, so calm down." After hearing her story, Icarus asked doubtfully, "So, you and I were allied? We formed some kind of super alliance to fight evil? Is that right?" Jia Kim gritted her teeth. She growled, "You said."